Shinmoti sat in the CAF, her eyes tinged with red. Her father, in the advanced stages of liver cancer, had little time left. Perhaps a month, perhaps even less. She was acutely aware that her father was most troubled by two matters. One was her younger brother, Xiaoguang, and the other was her lifelong happiness. She would take care of her brother, but as for her lifelong happiness, to ease her father's worries, she submitted her information to a matchmaking agency and began the process of blind dating. It was not the person she once vowed eternal love to in truth. Marrying anyone would suffice. "Miss Shen, good day. I apologize for the wait," a man said as he verified the photo on his phone and took a seat across from her, casually placing the BMW car keys on the table. "It's quite all right. I just arrived as well." Shinmoti quickly composed herself and offered a slight smile. "Miss Shen, I have gathered some general information about your situation through the agency. Your education and occupation are satisfactory, and you align perfectly with my aesthetic preferences. I'm quite pleased with you," the man remarked, surveying Shinmoti with a satisfied grin. She was the most exquisite woman he had encountered on his dating ventures. With fair skin, beauty, and an elegant demeanor that transcended the ordinary, she resembled a lotus flower, serene, yet impossible to overlook. Even with his discerning taste, he found himself wishing to take her home immediately. "Thank you," Shinmoti replied with polite appreciation. She intended to pose a few questions to the man, but he interjected. "Miss Shun, you are already aware of my basic circumstances, correct? I work at the Heir Group, earning a monthly salary of 15,000. I own a spacious 170 square meter apartment and a BMW. After our marriage, the property will not be in your name, as it is my premarital asset. I trust you, as a modern woman, will not make unreasonable demands. As for the bride price, I am prepared to offer 88,000, but nowadays it's customary for the bride to bring something as well. You can choose to bring cash directly or provide a dowry. Personally, I prefer the latter, as it adds a touch of grandeur to the wedding. I am 29 years old and not in a hurry to have children. However, at 24, you are at a critical age. It would be best to conceive immediately after marriage. Otherwise, your figure may change and aging will follow swiftly. Furthermore, my family has only one line of descent. If our firstborn is a girl, we must strive for a boy. I believe you can understand this. Additionally, in this era of gender equality, supporting the family is no longer solely a man's responsibility. If you choose to work, I will have my parents assist with childcare, and you can return home after your shift. If you prefer to stay home with the children, I will provide you with 2,000 a month for living expenses. I will not leave you without support. I work quite hard, so I would appreciate your understanding regarding household chores. I have a cleanliness obsession and wish for our home to always remain tidy. Moreover, my parents have worked tirelessly to raise me. They are aging and deserve to enjoy life, so please be accommodating towards them. Lastly, I am aware your father is unemployed and your brother is still young. I understand that previously, your salary was spent on your family. However, after marriage, I hope you will prioritize our family." Even with Shinmoti's typically gentle temperament, her heart surged with indignation. What kind of man was this? He insisted on gender equality and earning a living, yet expected her to shoulder the household responsibilities. His parents had struggled to raise him, implying that she had been raised on nothing but air. Was he wrapped in delusion? Did he wish to take advantage of every benefit? Suppressing her fury, she calmly replied, "I'm sorry, but we are not a suitable match. I believe we are quite compatible. Miss Shun, you do not think I am unworthy of you, do you? I earn more than you, and I have both a car and a house." The man frowned, casting another glance at Shinmoti, who truly was breathtaking. "Miss Shun, you are indeed lovely, but you must understand that a woman's youth is fleeting. A wise woman seizes the opportunity to marry a man of potential while she still possesses her beauty." Huh! A cold laugh echoed from the adjacent table, drawing the attention of both Shinmoti and her date. Her date glared at the source of the sound. Before them stood a handsome man in a white sweatshirt, addressing the fashionable woman opposite him. "I may be 28 and only possess a mortgaged 3-bedroom apartment and a modest car, but I graduated at 26 and have only worked for 2 years. Thus, I do not concur with Miss Wu's assertion that having no savings at 28 reflects a personal deficiency. Furthermore, I earn 10,000 monthly, while Miss Wu earns 3,000. I also do not believe the matchmaking agency has erred in their arrangements. If Miss Wu looks down upon me, it is of no consequence, for I do not find her appealing either." As he spoke, the man rose and turned to Shinmoti's date, a sardonic smile on his face as he remarked about his thinning hair. A woman's youth is short-lived, but a man's is not everlasting either. In a few years, baldness, obesity, and greasiness will be upon us all. He deliberately emphasized the word baldness. Having finished, he approached Shinmoti, extending his hand in greeting. Hello, I am Huamingza. How about we engage in a match of marriage? Once married, my salary will be entirely yours. I do not smoke, drink, or gamble, and I maintain a respectable lifestyle. I will return home after work to manage household duties, and the decision to have children will rest entirely with you. Your parents will be my parents as well. Each word struck at Shinmoti's date like a slap in the face. Who are you? Shinmoti's date fumed, itching for a confrontation with Huamingza. I am here for the blind date, Huamingza replied coolly. Miss Shun is on a date with me. Her date protested, finding Huamingza's audacity intolerable. Huamingza ignored him entirely, instead handing Shinmoti his information, saying, This is my profile. Shall we find another place to chat for a while? Upon noticing that Huamingza's profile was from the same agency as hers, and recalling his earlier comments, she began to connect the dots. It seemed both had encountered unsuitable matches. She had met a peculiar man, while he had faced a materialistic woman. In truth, it wouldn't hurt to converse. Her aim in blind dating was to find a decent individual to marry, someone whose qualities matched her own. Nodding, she replied, All right. Miss Shin, don't you think it's rather rude to do this? We're on a blind date, after all. If you are dissatisfied with the bride price, we can discuss it further. If absolutely necessary, I can add your name to the property, but you must continue the mortgage. Her date insisted, unwilling to concede. Not necessary. I do not plan on having children after marriage. Shinmoti firmly rejected. As they approached the bar, her date called out from behind. Since the date has failed, I see no reason to cover your coffee. I did not expect you to, Shinmoti replied politely, preparing to scan the payment. Huamingza had already scanned the code, declaring, He'll take care of it. After settling the bill, he turned to Shinmoti and said, Let's go. Huamingza and Shinmoti found a nearby CAF. Once seated, Huamingza ordered coffee. Shinmoti handed him her profile as well. Focusing on the essentials, she stated, Thank you for coming to my aid earlier. The reason I am on this blind date is that my father is ill and may not have much time left. I wish to ease his mind. Of course, I have also reached the age where marriage is appropriate. Huamingza nodded in understanding and shared his own situation. I am genuinely seeking marriage. Having ended a 6-year relationship abruptly, he realized that his new bride could just as easily be someone else. He could conclude a 6-year commitment and embark on a new one in a mere 6 minutes. Shinmoti continued, My family carries a heavy burden. My father is unwell, and my brother attends a school for the hearing impaired. If we were to marry, I would need to support my father and brother. However, rest assured, I will not touch your salary. Given the nature of blind dates, devoid of emotional ties, it was best to clarify such matters up front. Huamingza nodded in comprehension. You may access my salary. As I mentioned, your parents will also be mine. If you have no objections, I can obtain the marriage certificate at any time. Shall we exchange WeChat? While still a stranger, he could at least see she was a dutiful woman. A woman who bore the weight of her father and brother could not be lacking in character, after all. Moreover, he was willing to take the gamble. All right, Shinmoti responded without pretense, retrieving her phone to exchange WeChat details. Isn't that what blind dating is about? Two strangers, finding compatibility in their circumstances, ready to discuss marriage. Especially since she approached this date with marriage in mind. Just as they completed the WeChat exchange, a message chimed from her brother. Sister, I have arranged for Dad's discharge. Shinmoti felt her heart drop, her fingers trembling as she quickly typed. Dad's condition is so severe, how can he be discharged? Her brother, born without hearing, could not speak. Yet he was exceptionally bright and had attended a school for the hearing impaired for years, typing swiftly and mastering sign language. He replied, Dad insists on being discharged. Sister, let him go. She understood they both believed they were a burden to her. Just last month, her brother had returned home with his backpack, adamantly refusing to attend school. With tears brimming in her eyes, Shinmoti immediately called her father. The call was answered swiftly on the other end. The voice of her father, Shinwegwa, resonated with a calm and warm tone, albeit tinged with the slow cadence of illness. Xiaodi, what troubles you? The decision to discharge you was mine. Do not hold Xiao Guang accountable. Dad, can we not discharge? Please? Tears cascaded down Shun Mo's cheeks. her voice imbued with a plea. In the presence of others, she endeavored to suppress her tears, yet they surged uncontrollably. Shouty dear, this illness of mine is incurable. Let us not squander our resources. I promise you, once home, I will rest diligently, striving to live for a few more years, until you marry, until you bear children. Dad, your illness can be treated as chronic, requiring a bit more time for recovery. The treatment costs are manageable, primarily affordable medications, and a significant portion can be reimbursed by insurance. We can afford it, Dad. Please do not discharge, yet I am on my way. Shinemo-dis eyes were red-rimmed. She was resolute in persuading her father to remain hospitalized. Xiao Di, there is no need for you to come to the hospital. Xiao Guang and I are already en route home. We shall arrive shortly. Dad, I'm coming back now. Shinemo-di choked, her throat tightening. A sense of panic enveloped her. She felt as though her father had somehow grasped the gravity of his condition. For within his voice lay a palpable despair, a resignation that he was striving to conceal. Very well. Take your time and be safe, her father chuckled softly before ending the call. Listening to her father's laughter, Shinemo-dis heart spasmed anew. She raised her head slightly, attempting to hold her tears back. Yet, they rolled down her cheeks unabated. At the moment Shinemo-di hung up, Huamingzi handed her a tissue. Thank you. I apologize, but I must leave now. She accepted the tissue, turning away to hastily dry her tears, not wishing for Huamingzi to witness her disarray. Huamingzi offered consolation. Life is long, difficulties will inevitably arise. Allow me to escort you. No need, I can return on my own, thank you. Shinemo-di insisted, grabbing her bag and moving towards the counter to settle the bill. Huamingzi interjected, allow me. The coffee from earlier has already been covered by you. Shinemo-di maintained her stance, determined to pay. She had long held a habit of not wanting to owe anyone anything. Huamingzi grasped her wrist, gently pulling her away from the counter, proceeding to pay while stating, with me, you will never have to worry about payment. Shinemo-di gazed at her wrist, contemplating. Had she truly borne too much over the years? Had she become so fragile? She found herself thinking that perhaps a marriage based on mutual respect would not be so bad after all. Once Huamingzi had completed the payment, he released her hand. Shinemo-di steeled herself, uttering a brief farewell before hastily exiting the CAF. She approached the roadside to hail a ride. In a short while, a Chevrolet came to a halt before her. Huamingzi lowered the window and called out, "Get in, they'll give you a ride." "No need, my ride is on the way." Shinemo-di wished to avoid imposing on him. "I happen to be free, let me drive you." "Waiting for a taxi will take some time," Huamingzi insisted. "Then I must trouble you, thank you." Shinemo-di, indeed eager to return home, opened the car door and got in. Huamingzi leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. Shinemo-di's entire body tensed. Once he secured the seatbelt, he focused intently on the road. Shinemo-di released a breath of relief. Glancing at Huamingzi, she noticed his long, elegantly defined fingers on the steering wheel. "Where do you live?" Huamingzi inquired. Shinemo-di promptly provided her address in Liyuan community. This was a rented residence. Once upon a time, they had owned a home of their own. However, upon discovering that her younger brother was born with hearing impairment, their father sold the house to fund his treatment. Yet, their mother absconded with the proceeds from the sale. That year, she was 11, and her brother was merely 2. With the funds vanished, her brother's condition was neglected. At that time, they still resided in May City. The year before last, after graduating from university, the three of them moved from May City to High City to start anew. After all, renting was renting, life would remain unchanged regardless of location. However, misfortune never shows mercy to the beleaguered. After painstakingly saving $170,000, she and her father had intended to provide her brother with a cochlear implant. Then her father fell ill, diagnosed with liver cancer. The doctor stated that it had already metastasized, surgery would be of little significance, recommending conservative treatment, alongside anti-cancer medication, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy. She had concealed the truth from her father, merely attributing his condition to the fatigue of years past, claiming that a brief hospital stay would restore his health. Regarding her brother's cochlear implant, she had suggested that she wished to save a bit more for a higher quality imported device, suggesting a delay of another year. Soon, Huamingzi parked at the entrance of the community and asked, "Shall I accompany you upstairs?" Chapter 3. Consider it as betrothal gifts. Huamingzi nodded. "Machem." Hand me your phone. As Shen Modi was about to push open the door and step out of the car, she handed her phone to Hua Mingze. He used her phone to dial his private number, saying, "This is my number. Contact me once you're done." He then transferred 200,000 yuan to her via WeChat and opened her WeChat to confirm the receipt. Shen Modi, seeing this, grew anxious. "Why are you transferring money to me? Such a large sum." Hua Mingze returned the phone to Shen Modi, stating, "If you believe we are suitable, consider it as a betrothal gift. If not, think of it as a loan. There's no rush to repay it. Focus on your family matters first. No, I'll transfer it back to you right now," Shen Modi insisted, quickly initiating the transfer. Hua Mingze's large hand covered the screen of Shen Modi's phone. She looked up and met his gaze. Hua Mingze, with a serious expression, said, "First, take care of your family matters and get your father to the hospital." His eyes held a sincere intensity that was inherently compelling. Shen Modi, eager to check on her father's condition, replied, "Then I'll borrow this from you. I'll pay you back." "All right, go ahead," Hua Mingze affirmed. As Hua Mingze sat in the car, he gazed at Shen Modi's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a deep contemplation. In this world, some women are filled with schemes, willing to forsake love for personal gain. Yet, there are also women who shoulder the burdens for their loved ones. Moments later, a Maybach slowly approached. A sharply dressed man stepped out, jogging towards them with a stack of documents in hand. He opened the car door and respectfully announced, "President, your driver has arrived, and here are Miss Shun's details. During your blind date, he was present the entire time in the CAF, and once you left with Miss Shun, he promptly initiated an investigation into her. In the future, do not meddle." Hua Mingze exited the car without taking the documents from his assistant, walking directly towards the Maybach. At 22, he might have been misled. By 28, his discerning vision was keen. Some individuals do not require investigation. Upon reaching the Maybach's door, Hua Mingze suddenly turned to his assistant, saying, "Hand me the documents," not to investigate Shen Modi, but to gain a deeper understanding of her circumstances. "Understood," the assistant replied, hastily approaching to hand the documents to Hua Mingze. He settled into the Maybach and instructed the driver in the front seat, "To the company." The vehicle started, heading towards Hua's group. At 24, having graduated 3 years ago, Shen Modi was a jewelry designer earning 8,000 yuan a month plus minimal commission. Her younger brother was born deaf and mute, and their father was in the late stages of liver cancer. Upon reading the words late-stage liver cancer, he furrowed his brow slightly. Taking out his phone, he dialed a number. After a considerable wait, the call connected. "Elder brother, it's 3 in the morning here. I need to sleep. How is the fourth one?" Hua Mingze inquired. "Oh, still the same," came a sigh from the other end, followed by a comforting note. "But as long as we hold on to hope, perhaps he will wake up tomorrow." "Yes, he will definitely wake up," Hua Mingze affirmed, then asked, "Is late-stage liver cancer treatable?" "Not really. I'm a doctor, not newlywed. I can't just create a new liver for him," the other party replied curtly. "He is my father-in-law," Hua Mingze stated. The voice on the other end suddenly became indignant. "Have you lost your mind? Yao Yutong has already fled the country. You still want to take care of her father? You can't truly believe she left for her dreams, can you? She thinks you can't inherit Hua's group. Elder brother, wake up. Love can blind anyone, regardless of gender. It's time to face reality." "It's not about her," Hua Mingze retorted. "Then who is your father-in-law?" "The father of my blind date. This is an older residential community, a walk-up building where her family resides on the 6th floor. As the rent is cheaper compared to other floors. As she ascended the stairs, her phone rang. She answered while continuing upwards. "Hello, I'm doing exceptionally well, better than ever." A woman's voice on the other end dripped with sarcasm. "Who is this?" Shen Modi frowned. "Can't you tell? You must be quite forgetful." The woman continued to speak in a mocking tone. "Who are you? If you don't mind, I'll hang up." Shen Modi felt irritated. She had no time for such games, especially with someone who clearly harbored ill intentions. "Don't you want to know why your father was discharged from the hospital?" the woman queried. Fury surged in Shen Modi's heart. "It's you." She instantly recognized the voice, snapping, "Song King? Oh, you figured it out." Song King laughed over the phone. "I was wondering why you didn't attend my wedding with Tianqi. Turns out your father is on the brink of death. You re the one who is close to death, Song King. Even if my father were to die, he would be just fine." Shen Modi's anger boiled over. "Go ahead, curse me. The more you do, the happier I become. After all, Only those who are struggling feel the need to lash out. Guess how I got your father discharged from the hospital? Hee. I told him he has late-stage liver cancer, and that further treatment would doom him to a life of misery. Song King, Shin Modi warned, her tone suddenly cold and steady. If anything happens to my father, you will regret it. I'm already regretting it. I regret ever being friends with someone like you. But without you as a friend, how could I have snatched Tianchi? Shin Modi, you must have seen the news. Tianchi and I are officially married now. He.s. relocating his career to Haicheng. If you know what's good for you, take your sickly father and mute brother and leave Haicheng immediately. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. I'm not going anywhere. Shin Modi, let us meet. I have something to give you. Perhaps once you see it, you'll change your mind. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. at the Island CAF on Nanhuan Road. Perfect, I have something to give you too. Shin Modi coldly retorted before hanging up. Having recently moved from Meicheng to Haicheng, she decided not to hold back against Song Qing's aggressive demeanor. Chapter 4, Critical Condition. Upon opening the door, she found her father, haggard, slumped on the living room sofa, watching television, while her brother was in the kitchen. He attempted to sit up. Shin Modi rushed over. Dad, lie down, don't move. Seeing her father in such a state, her heart ached and her eyes stung with tears. Dad, should we go to the hospital? I have money and Y designs are selling well. We will have more money in the future. Look, Shin Modi squatted before her father, her eyes reddening as she showed him her phone's balance. Shin Weiguo looked at the over 200,000 yuan balance and said, Child, you've worked hard. I knew I might be seriously ill, but I never expected it to be late-stage liver cancer. Upon realizing the truth, he felt even more pained for his child, who had been tirelessly caring for him while concealing the severity of the situation. He also loathed his own helplessness, his body betraying him. He shouldered the family's burdens, yet he had allowed his child to suffer. With a single sentence, Shin Modi broke down again, shaking her head as she grasped her father's hand tightly. It's not hard. Dad, I'm not struggling at all. As long as you're fine and Xiaoguang is fine, I feel incredibly content. Dad, please rest assured and go to the hospital. The medical technology today is advanced. It can be treated. Shin Weiguo lovingly stroked his daughter's head, saying, Xiao Di, you're 24 this year. As a girl, if you find a suitable partner, you should marry early. Having children early is less harmful to your body. He smiled genuinely, feeling proud for his daughter. A good colleague, knowing each other for a longer time, is better. Dad, don't worry about me. I'll handle it. I'm taking you to the hospital now. Shin Modi stood up. Shin Weiguo held her hand and said, Xiao Di, Dad wants to go to the hospital. Don't waste money on me. You'll need money when you get married. He hesitated to mention Xiao Guang's cochlear issues. Feeling that Xiao Di had endured too much, tears streamed down Shin Modi's face. Dad, I'm still young. I can earn money. I'll make plenty in the future. Please, let us go to the hospital? Her voice trembled as she fought back tears. Seeing his daughter in such distress made Shin Weiguo's heart ache. He knew his own body well and felt he had little time left. After taking the medication for a few days, it would be the end. There was simply too much he was reluctant to leave behind and too much worry. Dad, the hospital has a CT scan and other tests tomorrow. Let us have dinner first and then go to the hospital. All right? Shin Modi pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation as she gazed at him. Even though her father was already aware of his condition, she still couldn't bring herself to utter words like chemotherapy or radiotherapy. Shin Weiguo couldn't bear to meet his daughter's gaze. Her eyes were red, and the steadfast light within them pierced his heart. Dad, Shin Modi called out, her tears spilling onto her father's hand. The warm tears burned Shin Weiguo's heart, and with reddened eyes, he yielded. All right, Dad will go to the hospital tomorrow. But tonight, Dad wants to stay at home. Tomorrow we'll go to the hospital. Let your daughter rest easy. He knew it would be a matter of days. Hospital stays would incur expenses, adding to Xiao Di's burdens. Okay, we'll stay at home tonight. I'll go cook with my brother. Shin Modi felt a sense of relief and immediately wiped her tears, rising to join her brother in the kitchen. During dinner, the family enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere. Shin Weiguo's appetite surprisingly improved. He not only devoured more than a bowl of rice, but also drank 2 small bowls of soup. Modi and her brother exchanged glances, their hearts filled with joy. They hoped fervently that their father would recover, even though they knew it was but a wishful thought. After tidying up, the siblings sat beside their father to watch television for a while. Early the next morning, Modi rose to prepare breakfast. Fearing for her father's health, she had checked on him twice during the night. Finding him peacefully asleep brought her reassurance. Just as she finished frying an egg pancake, she suddenly heard her father's violent coughing from the room. Panic surged within Modi. She dropped the spatula and rushed into her father's room. "Dad!" What met her eyes was a shocking stain of blood on the light blue bedspread. "Dad!" Modi rushed over, trembling as she dialed 120. "Hello? Is this the emergency center? Please hurry, my father is coughing up blood. At Liyuan Community. I beg you to be swift." Shinweigwa reached out and grasped Modi's hand. Attempting to seize her phone, Mod did not relent. She felt a wave of regret for not having taken her father to the hospital the previous afternoon. "Xiao Di, my child, do not cry. Listen to your father." Shinweigwa leaned against the headboard, his speech becoming increasingly labored. "Dad, please don't speak. Save your strength." "Xiao Guang. I'll go call Xiao Guang." Modi was terrified that her father might slip away just like that. Their rented apartment was small, and her younger brother was sleeping on the balcony in the living room. Being congenitally deaf and mute, he was oblivious to the commotion. Just as Mod was about to rush out to find her brother, Shin Xiaoguang came running in. He had intended to prepare breakfast, but, noticing the open door to this room, had hurried over. Upon seeing the bloodstains, the usually silent boy let out panicked sounds of distress. Shinweigwa, with reddened eyes, smiled and reached out to Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang cried out in agony. "Child, don't panic, your father is fine." Shinweigwa struggled to gesture. "Woo-woo, Daddy." Mod choked on her tears, kneeling by her father's side, holding his hand tightly, her other hand clutching her phone, anxiously checking the time, praying for the ambulance to arrive swiftly. "Xiao Di, these hardships should not be yours to bear. When you graduated from university, your father told you that you were not his biological child. He found you at the amusement park. You should seek your real father and mother. Dad, please stop talking, don't say another word." Mod was reduced to a weeping mess. "I in this lifetime, I shall only be your daughter." This was a conversation her father had with her upon her graduation. Years ago, he had found her at the amusement park and waited all day for someone to come for her. But no one did. Thus, he raised her. Even during the most challenging times, he never abandoned her. Perhaps she had not lived in abundance, but her father had given everything he had. "Silly child, why are you so foolish? You should have sought your parents after graduating. Then you wouldn't be burdened by him. Dad, please don't speak. Conserve your strength. The ambulance will arrive shortly." Mod clutched her father's hand tightly. "Xiao Di, don't trouble yourself. Your father wishes to stay home." "No, Dad. We must go to the hospital. To the hospital. I want to see your boyfriend," Shinweigwa said, before coughing up more blood. He felt his time was running out and wished to glimpse Xiao Di's boyfriend before departing this world. After all, if there were truly souls after death, he wished to know whom he should bless. Chapter 5. Dad, the porridge is getting cold. Modi quickly grabbed tissues to wipe her father's blood. The stains spreading rapidly and staining the entire tissue. Her heart ached. She swiftly retrieved medication, her hands trembling as she twisted the cap. "Dad, take your medicine. You will feel better. I'll call Mingza and have him come over." Her brother, Xiao Guang, with reddened eyes, hurriedly brought over a cup of hot water. Mod administered the medicine to her father and quickly dialed Hua Mingza's number. Initially worried it was too early, and he might be unavailable, she was surprised when the call connected immediately. "Hua Mingza, are you free right now? My father's condition isn't good, and he wishes to see you." Modi fought to maintain her composure, but her voice was laden with distress. She understood this request was rather audacious, yet she wanted to reassure her father. "I'm available. I'll come over now. Wait for me," Hua Mingza replied, attempting to comfort her. "Don't worry too much. Take care of yourself first so you can look after your family." "Yes, I've called for an ambulance. It should arrive shortly. We're heading to the city hospital," Mod said. They had to go to the hospital. It was imperative to get her father there. "All right, I'll be there soon," Hua Mingza replied before hanging up. At that moment, he was in his study, conducting a multinational video conference. It was unrelated to Hua Group, concerning his overseas enterprises. They were finalizing preparations for bidding on the D-Country Ruiwei Area S-base station construction. Hua Mingza stood and addressed the microphone. "You all continue your discussion. I need to handle something." The executive president, He Chen, urged. "Boss, this project is entering its final bidding round this morning. If we don't discuss it thoroughly, we risk losing it." "Then it is fate," Hua Mingza replied. He Chen, exasperated, reminded, "Boss, this project has at least 700 million in profits." "You all discuss," Huang Mingzi stated, then promptly turned off his camera. He called his assistant. "Shun Mod's father is critically ill. An ambulance has been called to the city hospital. Please expedite their arrival. Also, arrange for a consultation with an oncology specialist. Do not let Shun Mod know someone is assisting her." Overseas, He Yichen and Kiyuchuan turned off their cameras. Their expressions grimmed. It was not the project they were worried about, but rather Huang Mingzi in public. They respectfully referred to him as boss, but privately, they were as close as brothers. He Yichen wore a troubled look. "What do you think it could be?" Kiyuchuan replied. "What else could it be? Didn't you hear the elder brother say he would be waiting for him? With his romantic mindset, he is likely preparing to fly to H country to find Yao Yutong." He Yichen lamented. "Why can't he see through her? Yao Yutong is the most pragmatic woman in the world," Musin added. "It's easy for outsiders to see clearly, while those involved remain oblivious. Especially after 6 years. At Liyuan community, the sound of the ambulance echoed as it departed for the city hospital. Shin Weigua, unable to bear the sight of his daughter in tears, eventually agreed to go to the hospital. The doctor had already set him up within 4, yet his complexion remained pale. Modi sat in the ambulance, rapidly sending a message to Huang Mingzi. "My father's condition is not good. I told him you are my colleague, that we have known each other for 2 years, that we are in love and preparing to marry. Please help me reassure him." Huang Mingzi, driving a Chevrolet to the city hospital, recalled that Mod had called him early, likely without breakfast, so he stopped to buy several breakfast items. By the time he arrived at the hospital, Shin Weigua had already been admitted to a ward. To prevent Mod from overthinking, the assistant had arranged for a standard room. The nurse had come to draw blood from Shin Weiguo and informed Mod that the hospital would routinely arrange for a specialist consultation. Upon learning of the specialist consultation, Mod felt a wave of relief. She informed her father that there would be specialists, and he would surely recover. Shin Weigua, still receiving 4 fluids, looked pale. Upon seeing Huang Mingzi, Mod immediately stood up, feeling somewhat uneasy, wanting to say something but hesitating. Huang Mingzi gave her a reassuring glance. Mod nodded and, feigning familiarity, called out, "Mingzi, you've arrived." Hearing his daughter's call, Shin Weigua instantly opened his eyes. His spirit visibly lifted. He struggled to sit up, and Shin Xiaoguang quickly assisted him. Huang Mingzi hastily set down the breakfast and approached. "Uncle, please lie back down. Take it easy." All right, Shin Weigua replied, having exerted himself too much. Now breathing heavily, he leaned against the headboard, catching his breath, and looked towards Huang Mingzi. He immediately thought how handsome this young man was, a perfect match for Xiao Di. Dressed in a suit, he exuded vitality and charm. Matching the essence of his daughter, he extended his hand towards Huang Mingzi. Huang Mingzi promptly took Shin Weigua's hand. It was a frail hand, weathered by the trials of life and illness. "Uncle, I should have come to see you sooner," Huang Mingzi said. Modi, fearing a slip, quickly interjected, "Dad, I'm sorry. It was my fault for not inviting him sooner." "I understand," Shin Weigua replied, recognizing Xiao Di's nature. Having experienced emotional pain, she would never trouble someone unless she was certain of the situation. "Uncle, I apologize for coming empty-handed," Huang Mingzi said. "It's all right," Shin Weigua replied. Regarding Huang Mingzi with curiosity, "Xiao Hua, how long have you known my Xiao Di?" Although he felt this young man was well suited for his daughter, he still worried that Xiao Di was merely trying to reassure him. "Uncle, we've known each other for 2 years. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Please eat first. Let us talk while we eat," Huang Mingzi suggested. Mod, thinking Huang Mingzi was concerned about revealing too much, quickly chimed in, "Yes, Dad, let us eat breakfast first." She hurried to fetch the breakfast. Xiao Guang pushed over a small table, and Mod placed the breakfast on it. Shin Weigua had no appetite. He felt his time was short. He wanted to ask a few more questions and inquired, "Xiao Hua, are you also a jewelry designer?" Huang Mingzi promptly replied, "No, uncle, I'm in business. Oh, business, very well. You and Xiao Di must not interact much at work?" "Uncle, we interact quite a bit," Huang Mingzi replied. "Then do you know what my Xiao Di likes?" Shin Weigua pressed. Mod, anxious, quickly interrupted, "Dad, the porridge is getting cold." Chapter 6, I entrust my daughter to you. Huang Mingzi replied earnestly, she enjoys spicy chicken giblets, stir-fried tripe, beef, and does not like carrots, onions, or eggplant. If the carrots are shredded, she might eat a little. These details were from the information he had reviewed yesterday, and he had committed them to memory. Shinweigua's eyes brightened. Who wouldn't he desire a thoughtful and attentive partner for their daughter? He had little time to evaluate whether Huamingzi was indeed considerate. He could only gauge his understanding of Xiaodi's preferences. If he didn't he even know the basics about her likes? How could he possibly entrust her to him? Huamingzi then spoke, "Uncle, I have known Mod for a long time, and I have always held deep affection for her. Rest assured, I will always treat her well." As he spoke, he took out his bank card from his pocket and continued, "Uncle, this is my bank card, and I will give it to Mod to manage. From now on, all the belongings in the house should be registered under her name. You can keep the good card for yourself. A man must have money." Shinweigua was moved to the point of having tears welling in his eyes. He then asked, "Who else is in your family?" "My grandfather, my mother, and my younger sister. My sister is in university, and my grandfather, being elderly, tends to the garden at home. You can rest assured, although our family conditions are not very good, both my grandfather and mother receive pensions." Huamingzi replied. Hearing that Huamingzi's grandfather tended to the garden and that they had pensions indeed eased Shinweigua's concerns. Their family was ordinary, not particularly impoverished, just adequately sufficient. Unlike Tianqi, who was once as ordinary as they were, he suddenly became the young master of the Gu family, placing them in a stark contrast. It didn't matter that Tianzi had become a young master. Xiaodi had lost nearly half her life due to heartbreak. He shifted the topic and asked, "Xiao Huo, do you have any plans for marriage?" "Uncle, I have always wanted to marry. It just depends on Xiaodi's wishes. I lack experience, so please feel free to express any requirements you may have. And I will certainly strive to meet them," Huamingzi sincerely stated. "Our family is quite ordinary. I am also ill and feel like a burden to Xiaodi. However, my daughter is exceptional. Since she was little, she has been my treasured. I have no other demands. I only wish for you to treat her well, if one day you feel that love or marriage has become a mere trivial matter. I hope you will remember the words you spoke today. You said she is a person filled with enthusiasm for life, kind-hearted and uplifting. She is resilient, brave, wise, and focused. Uncle, you can rest assured. I will always keep these words close to my heart." Huamingzi promised. Mod was already sobbing uncontrollably, covering her mouth. Shinweigua struggled to breathe as he said, "She is young and beautiful now. She appears to be wonderful in every way. But one day, she will grow old. If you can no longer recall her beautiful visage, do not strike or scold her. Part amicably. Have her brother Xiao Guang pick her up, and no matter the time or place, rain or shine, Xiao Guang will surely be there for her. Our family may be poor, but we will love her with all our might. When that day comes, please come to my grave and let me know." "Dad, please don't say any more," Mod cried, her breath hitching. Xiao Guang, though unable to hear, felt the sorrow in his sister and father's expressions, his eyes reddening with grief as he hugged Mod. Allowing her to lean on his shoulder, Mod's sobs grew louder. Huamingzi grasped Shinweigua's hand and solemnly declared, "Uncle, you can be assured that I will never let Mod down." Although this was an arranged marriage, he inherently held traditional values, viewing marriage as sacred. Once wed, he would be loyal and protective. "Good. Xiaodi," Shinweigua called out. "Dad." Mod immediately came over. Shinweigua took Mod's hand and placed it in Huamingzi's. Addressing Huamingzi earnestly, "Today, I entrust my precious daughter to you. I hope that in the days to come, you both will harmonize beautifully and build a loving home together. In times of fortune, may you enjoy together. In times of hardship, may you face them together. Life is long, and there will be many challenges. Encourage one another, do not blame each other." "All right, Uncle, you can rest assured. I will take good care of Mod," Huamingzi replied. Mod, heart-aching, let her tears fall onto her father's hand and Huamingzi's hand. Feeling the warmth of her tears, Huamingzi instinctively placed his hand on Mod's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat. Shinweigua looked at his daughter again. Mod responded, equally pained, "I will strive to face the difficulties, Dad. Everything will be all right. Experts will consult, and you will recover." Shinweigua smiled. Though he was enduring the torment of illness, his face pale and gaunt, with an oxygen mask on his nose, he genuinely smiled, saying, "I may not be able to see your wedding, but being able to witness you both well now brings me immense happiness. Xiao Guang has grown up. He is a man now, capable of taking care of himself, so you need not worry too much about him. Mingza, once you become Xiao Guang's brother-in-law, please do not see him as a burden. He is strong. If there are heavy chores at home, let him take on a bit more. If he wishes to pursue his studies, lend him some money if you can afford it. When he starts working, he can repay you if you cannot afford it. Just take care of your own lives, Dad. I will take good care of Xiao Guang, Shinamodi said, her heart aching to the point of convulsion. Her father, to ensure her happiness, was asking her not to care for her brother. Huang Mingza wrapped an arm around her and said, Uncle, rest assured, Xiao Guang is Emodi's brother. He is as good as my own brother. I will not let him do heavy work. I will support his education, and in the future, I will help him in his career. We are family and will support each other. I thank you on behalf of Xiao Guang. Shin Weiguo struggled to rise to express his gratitude. Huang Mingza immediately pressed him back down, saying, Uncle, please don't move. Just rest well at that moment. A bald-headed chief physician entered with several assistants, flipping through the medical records and checking the medication list on the forebag. He addressed Shin Mod, saying, Family member, after our consultation, we have devised a new plan for your father's illness, involving immunotherapy. If you agree, we can begin shortly. Doctor, I don't want treatment anymore. Upon hearing the words immunotherapy, Shin Weiguo's first reaction was concern over the costs. Doctor, don't listen to my father. We will treat him, as long as there is hope. We will proceed, Shin Mod insisted. The doctor replied, we will strive for treatment. Furthermore, this therapy has subsidies and is free of charge. He longed to witness Xiaodi's wedding and see Xiao Guang grow up. The doctor continued, if you consent, please sign here, and we can commence in the afternoon. All right. Shin Mod stood up to take the pen. Upon seeing the risk warning on the treatment consent form, her hand hesitated. One of the clauses stated that all treatments carry risks. She glanced at her father's frail form, gritted her teeth, and signed her name. There was still a glimmer of hope for treatment. If they did not proceed, there would be no hope at all. Patients should refrain from eating and rest well. Treatment is expected to start in about 2 hours, the doctor instructed. Okay, thank you, doctor. Shin Mod promptly expressed her gratitude. After the doctor left, she suddenly asked Huang Mingza, did you bring the household registration book? She feared that something might happen during her father's treatment and wanted him to see her marriage certificate before entering the treatment room. Yes, Huang Mingza replied. In truth, he had not brought it, but he could have his assistant deliver it. Have you decided to register your marriage with me? Shin Mod inquired again. Huang Mingza nodded. Of course. Shall we go now to register? Shin Mod asked. Knowing that the Civil Affairs Bureau was very close to the city hospital, less than a 10-minute drive away. All right, Huang Mingza agreed. Dad, please rest for a while. I will go register. Shin Mod sat by her father's bed, holding his hand. Shin Weiguo's eyes glistened with tears as he said, good, good. He tightened his grip on his daughter's hand, saying, Xiao Di, look forward, live well, and manage your own little family. Mod choked out in response. She understood her father's intent. He wanted her to forget Ton 11. In truth, she had long moved on. Dad, after we register, Mod and I will be husband and wife. I will be your son. I have nothing else to offer you. I will not give Mod a bride price, but I will provide Xiao Guang with a cochlear implant, Huang Mingza stated. Shin Weiguo was greatly shaken, immediately refusing. No. He was touched. Even if he could not fully accept it, Huang Mingza's willingness to do so gave him peace of mind in entrusting Xiao Di to him. Marriage, after all, begins with appearance but must ultimately rest on character. Dad, we will go register first. Please rest well. You will recover, Huang Mingza added. Good, good, Shin Weiguo repeated. Shin Mod used sign language to instruct Xiao Guang to take good care of their father. Xiao Guang hurriedly gestured back, indicating he would look after their father diligently. Mod and Huang Mingza exited the hospital room. Upon reaching the staircase, she remarked, once we register, it will be a lifelong commitment. Indeed, a lifetime. Huang Mingza replied, taking Shin Mod's hand. As they descended the stairs together, Huang Mingza declared, every word I have spoken to you, I will uphold. I will be faithful to our marriage and treat you well. Thank you. I will too, Shin Mod responded. Huang Mingza turned his head and gently ruffled Shin Mod's hair, reassuring her, everything will be fine. The determination in Shin Mod's eyes sparkled with resolve. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Mod excused herself to the restroom. Huang Mingza's assistant handed him the household registration book and discreetly reminded him, President, you have an appointment with General Zhang at 10 o'clock for the signing, and there are only half an hour left. What will you do? You go, Huang Mingzi replied. That won't do. General Zhang is difficult to deal with. If you don't go personally, he won't agree to sign, the assistant insisted. Then let him be. Huang Mingzi noticed Mod returning from the restroom and immediately approached her. The assistant watched Huang Mingzi's retreating figure. Feeling conflicted, the president and Miss Yao had a 6-year romantic relationship, and he was a witness to it. The president's deep affection for Miss Yao was evident, yet he never anticipated that he would ultimately choose to marry a stranger. Huang Mingzi and Shen Mod posed for their wedding photos. The photographer, noticing Shen Mod's reddened eyes, silently wondered why she was crying if she was unwilling to marry. She could simply refrain from doing so. However, he remained professional and captured their moments. After receiving the photos, Huang Mingzi and Shen Mod approached the window. The line for divorce stretched 10 meters away, yet the marriage window had an available spot. The two walked towards the empty window when Huang Mingzi's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Yao Yutong. This was the name Huang Mingzi had saved for Yao Yutong after she went abroad. Once upon a time, this name was Tongbao. You answer the phone first, said Shen Modi as she heard Huang Mingzi's phone ring. She even retreated to the side of the window, preparing to wait for Huang Mingzi to finish his call before they registered. It's an inconsequential call, Huang Mingzi smiled at Shen Modi and tucked the phone into his pocket. Yet, it continued to ring persistently. Shen Modi kindly reminded him that it won't ring for long. Huang Mingzi replied. Shen Modi responded softly. Huang Mingzi reached out, took Shen Modi's hand, and led her towards the window. His phone incessantly rang. He took it out to glance at it, the corners of his lips curling into a sardonic smile before he powered it off. 6 years of affection, and no matter how he tried to retain her, she was determined to go abroad. Why was there such urgency in calling him? At that moment, as he watched her leave, her resolute figure fading from view, for words suddenly flashed in his mind. Just a mere trifle, and in less than 5 minutes, 2 marriage certificates were presented before them. Gazing at the photograph on the certificate, Huang Mingzi said to Shen Modi, "From now on, we shall be husband and wife, a family." Shen Modi replied, looking at the marriage certificate in her hand. Her emotions were somewhat complex. She had never anticipated that her marriage would commence in such a manner. Ideals and reality are often at odds. A girl's ideal marriage often entails donning a sacred and pristine wedding gown, rushing towards someone who wholeheartedly loves her. Yet, in the realm of reality, one might find themselves separated from the one they love for various reasons, only to end up with someone for whom the affection is less profound. This is life. She smiled as she looked at the marriage certificate. In truth, it was far better than she had expected. At the very least, Huang Mingzi was not only handsome but also possessed a pleasant disposition, and he was willing to spend on her. She felt as though she had struck gold. As for my father, I will take care of him. If you have work, you may attend to it first. I will call you if I need anything, Shen Modi said, concerned about taking up Huang Mingzi's time. It was Wednesday, a working day, and she had already delayed him for the entire morning. We are husband and wife now. Your matters are my matters. I will inquire about your brother's cochlear implant shortly, Huang Mingzi assured her. Old 5 should be arriving soon from an early flight, he added. There's no need. You needn't concern yourself with the cochlear implant. You've already helped me a great deal, Shen Modi insisted urgently. Huang Mingzi had already secured the marriage certificate and placed his hands on Shen Modi's shoulders, leaning down to gaze intently at her. From now on, you need not bear everything alone. You can rely on me, your husband. Shen Modi swiftly averted her gaze, a sudden wave of emotion welling up, her eyes reddening. She had always considered herself strong. However, upon hearing the word rely, her heart ached. Let's go. Huang Mingzi gently ruffled Shen Modi's hair before taking her hand as they departed the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon arriving at the hospital room, the nurse was just changing Shan Weiguo's foredrip, informing him that after this bag, he should rest for 10 minutes before changing into his attire for the treatment room. Modi understood what her father was thinking and immediately presented the marriage certificate to him. Shen Weiguo accepted it with hands as frail as dry twigs. Gazing at the photograph on the certificate, tears welled in his eyes as he repeatedly said, "Good, good." He could finally feel at ease. It was as though the tension that had gripped his heart was suddenly released. His hand holding the certificate fell limply, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 8. Old 5, Qiu Zhan Dad. Shen Modi cried out in alarm, rushing over. Xiao Guang, equally frantic, dashed to the nurse, gesturing anxiously. "I'll call the doctor," the nurse said. Hurrying out of the ward, "Dad, Please don't scare me. Shin Modi knelt beside the bed, grasping her father's hand and pressing it against her face. Child, don't cry, Shin Weigwa said with great difficulty, opening his eyes with evident pain. He then turned his gaze towards Huamingzi. Take good care of my daughter, Shin Weigwa implored earnestly. Rest assured, I will look after Modi and Xiaoguang well, Huamingzi promised. A flurry of doctors rushed in. The bald-headed chief physician immediately checked Shin Weigwa's eyelids and ordered, into the emergency room. A nurse pushed a stretcher over. Family members, please embrace the patient, a doctor instructed. Shin Modi prepared to do so. But Huamingzi stepped in first, lifting Shin Weigwa gently and placing him on the stretcher. If he hadn't carried him himself, he could scarcely fathom how a grown man could feel so light. He wondered if Old Five had arrived yet. Recalling that his phone was still off, he powered it on while accompanying Shin Modi and her brother to the emergency room. As Shin Weigwa was wheeled into the emergency room, Shin Modi felt her strength wane. She saw her brother anxiously peering at the emergency room lights, and she mustered her spirit to sign to him, Brother, Dad will be all right. Xiaoguang nodded vigorously. Signing back, the siblings consoled each other, regretting that they had agreed to let their father be discharged yesterday. Where are you now? Huamingzi asked. Where else? Almost at the city hospital. I was worried that going to eat Qianji's braised pork ribs would delay your important matters. By the way, did you really get your marriage certificate? Qiuzhan chattered on incessantly. Yes, I did. Huamingzi replied, then turned serious. Old Five, my father-in-law has gone into the emergency room. Damn, wait for me. I'll have the driver run a red light. Qiuzhan exclaimed, I won't have time to buy a gift for my sister-in-law. Let's treat the illness first. With that, Qiuzhan hung up. Huamingzi glanced at his phone, noticing over 30 messages from Yao Yutong. He opened her contact and set it to mute. Why not block her? He had yet to let Yao Yutong know that he had become the heir of the Hua family. Xiaoguang stood on tiptoe, anxiously trying to peer inside, but he could see nothing, so he wandered restlessly in front of the emergency room. Seeing her brother like this only heightened Shin Modi's anxiety. Dad will be fine. Huamingzi reassured her. Danamim, Shin Modi replied. Her heart felt as though it were being sawed, a palpable pain. Deep down, she understood that her father might not endure much longer, witnessing a loved one bleed before her eyes. Personally escorting them into the emergency room and feeling the passage of life was an indescribable agony. Moments later, the emergency room doors swung open, and the chief physician emerged, his expression grave as he sighed. Family members, we did our utmost. Upon hearing this, Shin Modi's knees buckled, and she began to crumble. Huamingzi swiftly supported her. Woo-woo, Shin Modi sobbed in anguish. How she longed to be strong, to refrain from crying. To be courageous, yet she could not contain herself. Knowing that her father might not survive was one thing, but the stark reality of it was a piercing, soul-crushing pain. Elder brother, what is going on? Qiuzhan, disheveled and dragging a suitcase, rushed over, dressed in black, resembling someone on vacation. Quick, save him. He's inside, Huamingzi said, as if seeing a savior, helping Modi steady herself while pointing towards the emergency room. Just then, several doctor assistants wheeled Shin Weigwa out. He lay quietly on the bed, devoid of any sign of life. Dad! Shin Modi stumbled forward, and Huamingzi quickly steadied her. If they could, they would do anything to save him. They had initially intended to proceed with immunotherapy, but the patient's condition was too poor to withstand treatment. He had passed away before they could begin. Please help push him in, and may I have a sterile gown? Thank you, Qiuzhan called out, disregarding his suitcase. The sympathetic gazes of several doctors fell upon him. No one was able to fulfill his request. Such scenes were all too familiar to them. Family members often found it hard to accept the loss of a loved one. Some might possess a modicum of medical knowledge and wish to intervene personally. Qiuzhan, however, paid no heed to the sterile gown. His hand was already on Shin Weigwa's pulse. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation, he declared, instantly pulling out a pack of silver needles he had prepared in the car. As he withdrew a collection of needles, the doctors looked on with exasperation. Qiuzhan decisively inserted a needle into Shin Weigwa's Laogong point, then swiftly unbuttoned his shirt to needle various acupoints such as Tianqi, Tsuchi, and Naguan. Shin Modi's eyes were red-rimmed as she looked at Huamingzi with a glimmer of hope. Huamingzi met her gaze and replied, A good friend of mine is a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family. Thank you. Shin Modi's eyes sparkled with even greater hope. Suddenly, After approximately 2 minutes, the man on the bed let out a faint cough. "Dad," Shinmoti cried out, overwhelmed with emotion. In the past 2 days, she had shed more tears than she had in her entire life. Shinweigwa opened his eyes, appearing disoriented. He parted his lips, but Qiuzhan interrupted. "Uncle, please don't speak. Just lie still, relax, close your eyes, and breathe evenly. Elder brother has informed me of your condition. Advanced liver cancer." He continued, "I just took your pulse. You are in a state of exhaustion." Even with his emergency acupuncture, there was little time left. The bald-headed chief physician regarded Qiuzhan with astonished eyes, asking, "Young man, who are you?" "I am also a doctor. Please assist in moving him to a patient room." "Thank you," Qiuzhan replied. "Quickly, help move him to a patient room," the chief physician ordered. The assistant doctors and nurses promptly dispersed to will Shinweigwa into the room. Qiuzhan opened the window of the patient room, then instructed the doctors and nurses to leave. After removing Shinweigwa's four, he inserted more needles at various acupoints. Shinweigwa coughed up blood again, causing Shinmoti to convulse with sobs. Qiuzhan comforted her. "This blood is being expelled. It's beneficial for the body." He couldn't falsely assure her that everything would be fine. He could only say it was good for the patient's health. Thank you. Shinmoti expressed her gratitude to Qiuzhan, instinctively bowing to him. No, sister-in-law, that's not necessary. It will shorten your lifespan." Qiuzhan quickly caught her. Chapter 9. Official announcement. Someone is anxious. Qiuzhan extended his hand towards Shinmoti to introduce himself. "Sister-in-law?" "Hello, I am Qiuzhan, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I am considered a brother to your elder brother, though we share different surnames." "Hello, I am Shinmoti," she replied, shaking Qiuzhan's hand. After shaking hands with Shinmoti, Qiuzhan looked around, pondering for a moment, then awkwardly said, "I came in a hurry and didn't bring a gift. I will make up for it next time." With that, he scratched his head sheepishly. "Thank you for saving my father. I truly appreciate it." Shinmoti expressed her gratitude. Moreover, since Huamingza's friends are now her friends, such tokens are unnecessary among friends. In addition to her gratitude towards Qiuzhan, she also felt thankful to Huamingza, knowing that it was he who had brought Qiuzhan to her aid. "When you hold your wedding, I shall make it up to you," Qiuzhan remarked. "Thank you," she replied. "We're like family. No need for such formalities." Qiuzhan then took out his phone. "Come on, sister-in-law, let us exchange WeChat." Huamingza shot Qiuzhan a warning glance. Yet, with a smile, Qiuzhan persisted in wanting to connect with Shinmoti. "Really, he won't say anything inappropriate," he insisted. Shinmoti promptly took out her phone to scan Qiuzhan's QR code. After they exchanged WeChat contacts, Qiuzhan exclaimed, "Oh, you both got your marriage certificate today. But there's no announcement on social media?" Shinmoti felt her face flush with embarrassment. She was not particularly close to Huamingza yet. Given her father's condition, she had never even considered posting about it online. "Come on, let us celebrate on social media first, and when Uncle S' condition improves, we can have a grand feast," Qiuzhan suggested. Huamingza retrieved the marriage certificate from his pocket. "Sister-in-law, here's yours," Qiuzhan urged. Shinmoti also produced her marriage certificate. "Let me take a picture for you. I'm quite the photography enthusiast," Qiuzhan boasted as he took their marriage certificates and arranged them on a small table. Seeking the perfect angle to capture a photo, which he later embellished with a rose effect. "One more," Qiuzhan said, flipping open the 2 marriage certificates. After taking the picture, he revealed the wedding photo of Huamingza and Shinmoti, obscuring their identification details. "All right, I'll send it to you both," he said, pleased with the outcome as he swiftly shared the images with Huamingza and Shinmoti. Upon receiving the photo, Huamingza prepared to post it online. "Wait a moment, come on, let us take a photo of you holding hands," Qiuzhan insisted. Huamingza naturally took Shinmoti's hand, and she grasped his in return. Perhaps it was due to the support he had provided over the past few days. But holding his hand filled her with a sense of security. The feeling of their fingers intertwined was truly delightful. Qiuzhan, beaming with joy, crouched down to capture a photo of their hands. "I'll add a special effect for you, and later you can get your wedding rings," he said while editing the photo. As he worked, he praised himself. "I'm truly a wizard at beautifying images. These rings look stunning, and the effect is so realistic." He could hardly wait to see his brother's social media post, eagerly anticipating the expression on Yao Yutong's face. Just thinking about it brought him satisfaction. Did she really believe that his brother could not find anyone better than her? Any woman would be a better match for his brother than Yao Yutong. Huamingzi posted the photo with the caption, "Holding your hand. Growing old together." Shin Modi also shared on her social media, writing, "Cherishing everything, thank you for appearing in my life." Qiu Zhan couldn't contain his excitement and promptly liked their posts. Then, he commented on Huamingzi's post, "Wow. Such a rush to get married. Is there a little one on the way?" He tagged He Chen and several others, saying, "Come take a look. Someone has officially ended their single status. Let us all be envious." Within 5 minutes, as He Chen and the others were about to enter a meeting room for a bidding session, they eagerly commented on the announcement from Huamingzi. He Chen wrote, "Damn. I am so envious," Kuyuchuan remarked. "Sister-in-law is breathtakingly beautiful. Even her ID photo is stunning. Truly, all love is sparked by attraction," Musin added. "So envious." Qiu Zhan then promptly tagged Huamingzi in their small group chat. "Married folks? Send out red envelopes." This small group consisted of 8 members, including their 6 brothers, as well as Yao Yutong and Kuyuchuan's fiancée. They only included individuals who were confirmed to be marrying. Huamingzi knew that Qiu Zhan despised Yao Yutong the most. He shot him a glance and muttered, "Immature." He then sent out the red envelopes in the group. After snatching a red envelope, Qiu Zhan stirred up the atmosphere. "Let us see who has the luck. Everyone, grab one. If you're not actively snatching, you must be a bit dim." He tagged each member in turn, deliberately including Yao Yutong. At that moment, Yao Yutong was at the airport, waiting for her flight. She was furious. Her assistant had just called to inform her that Huamingzi was preparing to get a marriage certificate with a stranger. She immediately called Huamingzi, but he refused to answer. She realized he was genuinely angry. However, her grandmother had analyzed the situation at the Hua family. Following the death of Huamingzi's father, many high-ranking officials supported Huamingzi's cousin, Hua Zhengqin, diminishing Huamingzi's chances of inheriting the Hua family business. Thus, it was best for her to observe the situation. If he wasn't the heir to the Hua family, she certainly wouldn't marry him. So, she used the excuse of participating in a jewelry design competition to go abroad. At the time, Huamingzi had told her that if she insisted on going abroad, they would break up. She thought he was joking, but he was serious. Now, being tagged by Qiu Zhan was infuriating. She could only pretend to be oblivious. In truth, she didn't particularly like Huamingzi's friends. None of them had particularly good backgrounds and seemed somewhat mismatched with Huamingzi. Hence, although she was in the group, she preferred to keep her distance. Previously, when Huamingzi had brought her to dine with them, she had never been keen on it. Who would be? He Chen was an orphan who had gotten into a fight in high school, and Huamingzi had helped him, leading to their friendship. Musan was a love child from the Mu family. Unable to enter the family. Keyuchuan had some money, but it was nothing compared to the families of the elite. Qiu Zhan was a doctor, an acupuncturist, to be precise, who cared about traditional Chinese medicine in this day and age. Thus, she was truly reluctant to engage with them. Huamingzi had mentioned that they were starting a business abroad. With friends like these, how could they succeed? Their vision and perspective simply didn't measure up. Therefore, each time Huamingzi spoke of them, she would subtly change the topic. The announcement for boarding echoed through the speakers, prompting her to quickly turn off her phone and prepare to board. Upon returning, she hoped Huamingzi could utilize some connections to annul his marriage to that stranger. Otherwise, she would be in a foul mood. Chapter 10. Shin Modi, have you lost your nerve and not dared to come? Qiu Zhan urged Shin Modi to handle the transfer paperwork to move to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital where he worked, asserting that he would personally administer her father's acupuncture treatments each day. Hearing that Qiu Zhan would oversee the treatment filled Shin Modi with excitement, and she hurried to settle the billing process. Qiu Zhan called Huamingzi to the doorway of the hospital room and quietly informed him of the grim reality. There was not much time left for Modi's father. If the situation improved, perhaps half a month. If it worsened, possibly only a week or so. Huamingzi sighed softly, instructing Qiu Zhan to arrange for Xiao Guang to receive a cochlear implant as soon as possible. He glanced at Xiao Guang, who was 15 years old, already a young man, standing vigil by the bedside with red-rimmed eyes, completely unaware of their conversation. "It would mean the world to me if my father could hear Xiao Guang's voice," Huamingzi stated. "Hearing sounds would allow for simple speech training. Even if he could just call out Dad, it would bring my father peace as he departs." Qiu Zhan nodded, "Understood. Let us expedite this. They will all be transferred to Pingkong Private Hospital shortly, and I will arrange everything." "All right," Huamingzi affirmed. Just then, Modi completed the billing process and approached them with several receipts. Spotting Huamingza by the door, she suggested, "It's noon. Why don't you both grab something to eat first?" "Let us go together," Huamingza replied. Shin Modi shook her head. "I want to go. I'm not hungry." With her father in such a condition, she truly had no appetite. Furthermore, she felt uneasy leaving her father alone in the hospital. She feared that if she stepped away, he might pass without her being there. "You need to eat well to have the strength to care for your father and Xiao Guang. By the way, Xiao Guang will undergo cochlear implant surgery tomorrow," Huamingza reminded her. "No, I can't burden you with any more expenses," Shin Modi insisted urgently. Huamingza looked at her, using his thumb to gently brush away the dark circles beneath her eyes. A testament to her sleepless nights filled with worry. "We are married now. What's mine is yours. We'll spend first and work hard together to earn later. But there's no buts here. The sooner we implant the cochlea, the better it is for Xiao Guang and for your father." Huamingza's voice was soft, glancing back at the bed, his gaze conveying to Modi that her father too would wish to see Xiao Guang receive the implant. "All right, we will strive to earn together," Shin Modi resolved, biting her lip in agreement. She thought that once her father's condition stabilized, she would devote herself to sketching more designs and taking on additional tutoring jobs. If necessary, she could sacrifice some sleep. She was still young and could endure the effort. "Let us go eat first," Huamingza said. Noticing Shan Modi's gaze lingering on Shin Weigua, he promptly understood and instructed Xiuzhan. "Order us some food." As Xiuzhan pulled out his phone to place the order, he received a call from Pingkong Hospital, notifying him that they were ready to receive the patient. He instructed them to come up. After hanging up, he added, "Let us have our working meal at Pingkong." Pingkong Hospital is the most renowned private hospital in Haicheng and is also part of his personal enterprise. Although he often traveled, Pingkong had a stellar reputation due to his recruitment of numerous talented doctors, particularly those skilled practitioners who were overlooked by official hospitals due to the suppression from some senior, mediocre physicians. "All right," Huamingza acknowledged. Soon after, several doctors arrived, carrying a stretcher. They transferred Shan Weigua onto the stretcher and proceeded downstairs for the transfer. Upon arriving at Pingkong Hospital, Xiuzhan personally coordinated the arrangements, ensuring Shan Weigua was settled into a hospital room. He also organized for the medical staff to administer and foredrip and arranged for an ENT specialist team to conduct preoperative examinations for Xiao Guang. The hospital cafeteria delivered meals to Shin Weigua's room. While eating, Xiuzhan briefed Shin Modi on Xiao Guang's situation. After today's examinations, surgery would take place tomorrow morning. Following the surgery, within a month, he would be able to hear sounds and continue adjusting the settings. Requiring cooperation from the hospital, family members, and the patient to help Xiao Guang acclimate quickly, as Modi envisioned Xiao Guang's future, where he would have the opportunity to hear the world around him and converse like any other individual. She felt overwhelmed with emotion and tears streamed down her face. "Thank you, Xiuzhan. Thank you, Dado. No need to mention it. We're friends, after all. Helping each other out is what we do. I will personally carry out Xiao Guang's surgery." The more Xiuzhan gazed at Shin Modi, the more pleasing she appeared to him. He believed that aside from her modest background, she possessed no flaws whatsoever. Beautiful, kind-hearted, emotionally invested, and grateful. These qualities she embodied far surpassed those of Yao Yutong by a wide margin. "Thank you, Modi." At a loss for words beyond expressing her gratitude, could only manage a simple thank you. Huamingza encouraged her to eat more. "You must eat well to regain your strength." Shin Modi observed her father quietly receiving intravenous fluids, and she made a determined effort to consume a bit more. She needed to nurture her health to care for her father and younger brother. By 4 in the afternoon, all of Xiao Guang's examinations were complete. Xiuzhan suggested that Modi accompany Xiao Guang downstairs to the lawn to bask in the sun, to relax, and to reassure him that the surgery was straightforward and nothing to fear. Huamingza, aware of Modi's concern for her father, promised to stay behind and keep watch. Xiuzhan also reassured her that her father's condition was stable and would improve with time. Feeling somewhat relieved, Modi took Xiao Guang downstairs to enjoy the sunlight. The environment at Pingkong Hospital was splendid, with many people basking in the sun at that moment. The green lawn was meticulously manicured, and children were frolicking joyfully. Other children, like Xiao Guang, who had received cochlear implants, were actively learning to speak. Suddenly, a voice on the other end of the phone pierced through. "Shin Modi, have you backed out? Too scared to come? Cowardly turtle, little trash." The tranquility Modi had managed to achieve that day evaporated the instant she heard Song Qing's voice, and her anger surged uncontrollably. The thought of her father's ordeal from yesterday to today, having brushed with death, made her wish to wring Song King's neck. Her expression darkened, and she coldly replied, I have matters to attend to today. Let us meet at Island CAF on South Ring Road at 5 tomorrow afternoon. Why should you dictate the location? Song King retorted. Let's meet at Chinya CAF at 3 tomorrow afternoon. After finishing her statement, she abruptly hung up the phone. Shin Modi's heart raced with emotion. She had to confront Song King. She simply had to. What's wrong, sister? Xiao Guang, noticing his sister's change in demeanor, expressed his concern through sign language. The next day, Qiu Zhan and his team performed surgery on Xiao Guang early in the morning. They entered the operating room at 7 and emerged by 10:30. Qiu Zhan made a point to visit Shin Weiguo's hospital room to inform him that Xiao Guang's surgery had been a resounding success. In a month, once the cochlear implant was activated, Xiao Guang would be able to hear the sounds of the world and begin his speech training. Thank you, Shin Weiguo exclaimed, attempting to rise. Qiu Zhan gently pressed his shoulder, saying, Uncle, there's no need for gratitude. You must relax and focus on your recovery. Everything will improve. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes nurturing the roots and enhancing vitality. A person's emotional state is the source of all ailments. Liver disease, aside from genetic factors, is greatly influenced by anxiety. Given Shin Weiguo's situation, it is likely that the long-term burden of family responsibilities has taken a toll on his health. If he can begin to relax from now on, perhaps he can extend his days. Very well, I will relax, Shin Weiguo replied, visibly excited and hopeful to witness Xiao Guang speak. Huang Mingze had business matters to attend to that day, so after seeing Xiao Guang into the operating room, he headed to the company. You didn't have to rush over, Shin Modi expressed her gratitude as Huang Mingze arrived. For such an important surgery for my little brother, I should have been by your side the whole time. Noticing a strand of hair fall across Shin Modi's face, Huang Mingze tucked it behind her ear, causing her cheeks to flush. Observing her reaction, Huang Mingze smiled slightly and reported his schedule. I have a busy day ahead, but I came to accompany you for a while and check on Dad and Xiao Guang. I want to be able to join you for lunch as I have a client to meet. Shin Modi quickly replied, if you have matters to attend to, please focus on them. There's no need for you to come all this way. Huang Mingze regarded her with a smile. We are married now. I should keep you informed of my schedule. Shin Modi's ears reddened again, feeling slightly flustered yet comforted by the notion of their married life. She stated, there's no need for that. In the future, if you have matters to attend to, prioritize them. I can manage myself and the family. All right, Huang Mingze replied with a smile, as Shin Modi quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks still warm, confirming that her father and brother were stable. Shin Modi arrived punctually at Chinya CAF at 3 in the afternoon. This was the most upscale business club in Haicheng, frequented by many professionals for work discussions. Upon entering the CAF, she spotted Song King seated by the window. Having shed her outer coat to reveal a fitted gray cashmere sweater that accentuated her figure, she was sipping coffee elegantly. Upon noticing Shin Modi's arrival, she rolled her eyes and, with a haughty tilt of her chin, remarked disdainfully, so you are not backing out this time? Shin Modi approached her, only to have Song King disdainfully roll her eyes again and reach for her bag, retrieving an envelope with a triumphant air. Here's a check for 100,000. Without hesitation, Shin Modi slapped her across the face. You? Song King stared in shock, her eyes wide. You dare hit me, you wretched girl. Furious, Song King sprang to her feet, seizing her bag to hurl it at Shin Modi. Shin Modi grasped the bag, yanked it, and retaliated with another slap to Song King's face. She fixed her cold gaze upon Song King and declared, that slap was for the despicable things you did to me 3 years ago. And that one was for the harm you inflicted upon my father. What have I ever done to you, you vile creature? Song King's voice pierced the air with shrillness. Try saying that again. Vile creature, Shin Modi retorted, seizing the coffee in front of her and splashing it onto Song King's face. The coffee drenched Song King, and she let out a shriek, hurriedly shaking her clothing and reaching for tissues to wipe her face. Shin Modi regarded her with indifference. Did you think I hadn't seen those edited photos of you? What more do you want? You nearly caused my father's death. Song King, I came here today to tell you that I am unafraid of you. Bring it on. Any challenge you throw at me, I will meet it head-on. If I so much as frown, I am no longer Shin Modi. Should you attempt to harm my father or brother again, I will expose your past with Ding Fan to the world. Song King rolled her eyes again, Are you delusional? Ding Fan and I are merely ordinary classmates. The entire school knows. Shin Modi leaned closer to Song King, whispering, on the night Ding Fan faced his mishap, do you honestly think no one saw? Song King's complexion turned pale. Shin Modi stepped back and warned, Song King, if you wish for your secrets to remain hidden, you must cease your malicious actions. If you disrupt my life again, I will make sure you pay dearly. Do you think your connections can shield you from consequences? Song King, if you dare to touch my family, even if I cannot send you to prison, I will ensure we both share the same fate, descending into hell. You are insane. Song King glared at Shin Modi in fury. Suddenly, her expression softened, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she staggered back and covered her face with her hands. Seeing this change in Song King, Shin Modi suddenly realized something, her spine stiffening involuntarily. Her fists clenched slightly at her sides, as if seeking some semblance of strength. Yet, her fingertips trembled uncontrollably. It had been so long since their breakup, 3 years. Over 1,000 days, on the day they parted ways, his mother had summoned her to meet, throwing a pile of photos in her face and telling her to leave. Ignoring the stinging pain from the photos scratching her skin, she had desperately tried to explain that it was a misunderstanding, that those images were not true. His mother had hurled insults, leaving her in humiliation. How could she not feel wronged? Yet, after years of affection, she had wished to hold on. She swallowed her grievances, collected her emotions, and called him to say that his mother had sought her out. But before she could even mention the photos, he coldly stated, Modi, let us break up. Whether the photos are real or not is no longer important. In that moment, her heart felt as if it had been shattered by an invisible hand, fractured into shards of glass that could never be pieced back together. So much time had passed, yet those memories remained vividly etched in her mind, as though he had spoken those words just yesterday. 3 years had gone by, and she thought she had moved on from the past. But at that moment, her body felt paralyzed. Clenching her fists, she reminded herself, Shin Modi, you must be strong. What is there to be afraid of? It was Gu Tianqi who initiated the breakup, was it not? Years of love, overshadowed by a few maliciously altered photos, he chose to abandon her, to misunderstand her, to hurt her. Song King's voice rang out, sweetly and deceptively, Tianqi, Modi may have some misunderstandings about me. Indeed, Gu Tianqi had arrived. After more than 3 years since their separation, they were face to face once again. Shin Modi did not turn to look at Gu Tianqi. In truth, she knew he had not changed much, especially since he and Song King had recently held a wedding that made the headlines. Gu Tianqi approached Song King, standing before Shin Modi, and greeted her with a detached, long time no see. Indeed, long time no see, Shin Modi replied with a smile, though her heart felt heavy. She struggled to maintain her composure. Tianqi, is my face serious? It feels a bit fiery, Song King pouted to Gu Tianqi, deliberately exposing her face for him to see. Shin Modi's strike had left visible marks on her face. Noticing Gu Tianqi's complete lack of concern, Song King's eyes flashed with resentment. She continued, Tianqi, Modi thinks I was the one who caused her father's discharge. I have no idea where her father is hospitalized. How is he? Where is he being treated? I wish to visit him. Gu Tianqi seemed to ignore Song King's words and instead turned to Shin Modi, politely inquiring. Shin Modi felt a tumultuous surge of emotions within her chest as she coldly remarked, No need, my father is quite well. With pressing matters at hand, she turned to leave without uttering a farewell, silently wishing never to cross paths again in this lifetime. Grasping her bag tightly, she hurriedly exited the Chinya Club. Standing by the roadside, she observed the bustling traffic, her heart unable to find solace for a long while. Since middle school, she and Gu Tianqi had been neighbors. Back then, Gu Tianqi had not yet assumed the role of the young master of the Gu family. Like her, he was merely an ordinary person. He resided with relatives who were advanced in age and adhered to a frugal diet, often finding himself hungry. As a growing middle school student, he constantly felt the pangs of hunger. Her father, kind-hearted as he was, frequently invited Tianqi over for meals, ensuring he had enough to eat by generously adding extra dishes. They attended school together and returned home side by side, at the dining table. Her father often advised Gu Tianqi, Tianqi, remember, Xiaodi is a girl. Take good care of her at school. Don't let anyone bully her. Indeed, he had protected her all the way, never allowing anyone to mistreat her. One spring, She and two classmates were flying kites on the outdoor playground, surrounded by many other students from different classes. Her kite became entangled with that of a boy from another class, who approached her with a beaming smile, claiming they were fated to be together and asked her to be his girlfriend. At that tender age of 14, she was taken aback and politely declined. To her astonishment, the boy's demeanor shifted abruptly as he insulted her, accusing her of being ungrateful and not knowing who he was. Just then, Gu Tianqi arrived, clutching a basketball, and upon hearing the commotion, he hurled the ball at the boy and charged at him, engaging in a scuffle. In that confrontation, Gu Tianqi was defeated, sporting injuries and a bruised face. However, his opponent also bore several marks of the altercation before departing with a parting taunt. Following that incident, they never encountered the boy again. Throughout the years, Gu Tianqi remained her steadfast protector. From middle school onwards, they had shared the roles of neighbors, friends, and even siblings. Gu Tianqi excelled academically and was quite handsome, attracting the admiration of many girls, yet he never pursued a romantic relationship. Each time he turned down a girl's advances, his reasoning echoed hers. A commitment to studying diligently, he urged her, no matter what, to apply to university, insisting she must strive to gain admission. He reassured her, "It's all right. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you don't make it to university, I will still find you." In this age of advanced communication, they could easily connect through phone calls, emails, and social media, and no matter where she was, he vowed to seek her out. On the day the college entrance examination results were released, he was the first to call, inquiring if she had met the score for university. To his delight, she confirmed that she had surpassed it. Unbeknownst to him, she had been terrified of failing. Studying tirelessly for a month, sleeping only 3 hours each night, her dreams consumed with exam questions, she exceeded university's score by 30 points. Overjoyed, he praised her exuberantly over the phone, declaring her remarkable. On the day of university orientation, he awaited her at the school gate. Upon seeing her, he rushed over to assist her with her luggage, taking her hand and confessing, "Xiao Di, I have liked you for a very long time. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was smitten. I feared my feelings might not be resolute enough, so I took 6 years to confirm them. I am certain that in this lifetime, I will love only you. Will you be my girlfriend? I wish to be with you forever." He appeared apprehensive of rejection, gripping her hand tightly. His confession was simple yet earnest, evoking tears of emotion in her eyes. She clasped his hand in return, smiling, "All right. You must keep your word. We shall be together for a lifetime." Understanding the prestige of his family, she feared she could not match him, so during their 4 years in university, she diligently studied design, opted for foreign language courses, and learned various etiquettes, accompanying him in taekwondo practice. However, the promises of eternal companionship faded into the distance, scattering like leaves in the wind. Shun Modi gazed skyward. Willing herself not to let the tears fall, she reminded herself, "Modi, do not dwell on the past. It is over, be it misunderstandings or disappointments. Move forward without resentment. Life holds far more significance than fleeting romance. My father and brother matter far more than any relationship. Besides, you are married now. Even the mere thought of Gu Tianqi's name disrespects your husband. Mingza, do not treat me this way." A sudden female voice interrupted her thoughts. Modi briefly entertained the notion that she was hallucinating, instinctively turning around. There stood Mingza, impeccably dressed in a suit, and behind him trailed a woman of striking elegance, clutching a limited edition Chanel bag and striding confidently in high heels. Without warning, the woman wrapped her arms around Mingza's waist, declaring, "Mingza, you have always known my feelings." What was she witnessing? A young, beautiful woman embracing her newlywed husband right before her eyes. Suddenly, her life felt like a melodramatic farce. Strangely, while her emotions had surged uncontrollably upon encountering Gu Tianqi, the sight of another woman clinging to her husband elicited little more than curiosity. No anger, no heartache, merely intrigue. "Let go." Mingza's voice was cold, his demeanor frigid. Shen Modi had never witnessed this side of him. Having known him for only 3 days, he had been nothing but gentle and considerate, always prioritizing her needs. "I want to let go," the woman replied, her tone laced with playful defiance. "Get away," Mingza bellowed. Even without fully understanding Mingza, Shen Modi could discern his growing fury. She immediately approached him and inquired, "Mingza, What are you doing here? She greeted him, leaving it to Huang Mingze to determine whether to introduce her as his friend or wife. Wife, Huang Mingze exclaimed. Chapter 13. Their past. So alike upon hearing the term wife, Shinmoti grasped Huang Mingze's intent. She promptly adopted a serious demeanor, questioning, what is going on here? Yao Yutong's expression soured at the mention of wife, and she shot a disdainful glance at Shinmoti before releasing Huang Mingze. Turning on her heel, Shinmoti strode away, feigning anger. Wife. Huang Mingze called out again, hastening to catch up with her. Mingze, Yao Yutong thought bitterly as she watched Huang Mingze depart. She felt a pang of injustice. Huang Mingze paused, causing Yao Yutong's heart to leap with hope. She had always known he could not possibly forsake her. For 6 years, he had showered her with affection, unwavering in his devotion, with nary a female assistant at his side. Yet the next moment, Huang Mingze unexpectedly shed his suit jacket, tossing it into a nearby trash bin without hesitation. Huang Mingze, Yao Yutong seethed, stomping her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth as she called out his full name. How could he humiliate her so? Shinmoti awaited Huang Mingze by the roadside, astonished to see him in only a shirt. Your clothes? She asked, surprised. Ruined by another woman. I discarded them, Huang Mingze replied. Shinmoti shot him a complex glance. Believing she was about to inquire about his relationship with Yao Yutong, he naturally took her hand, stating, she is my ex-girlfriend, and no need to explain. Shinmoti quickly interjected. Who doesn't he have a past? Huang Mingze continued to hold her hand as they walked past the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Qinya Club. I am 28 years old now. I met her when I was 22. From the very first glance, I was captivated by her. Shinmoti's heart ached slightly at his words, recalling Gu Tianxi's confession from years ago, when he had claimed to have liked her from the moment they met. Did it mean that those who fell for someone at first sight inevitably ended with a farewell? Huang Mingze continued, when I first saw her, she smiled at me, and that smile was both sweet and enchanting. We soon became a couple. I endeavored to assimilate into her world, attentively considering her preferences, while also introducing her to mine. She admired my work ethic, and I toiled diligently. She expressed disdain for my friends, and I respected her wishes. She possessed many remarkable qualities: beauty, grace, a captivating smile, a love for literature, sophistication, and an understanding of financial matters. She embodied all the virtues that other girls might possess, and even some that they did not. Yet she also had flaws. She was reluctant to engage with those she deemed beneath her, considering it a waste of time. This was not inherently wrong. Life is short, and it is reasonable to avoid squandering time on those one dislikes. Our breakup stemmed from her desire to chase her dreams while I sought marriage. Shinmoti felt a pang of sympathy for them. Surely, dreams and marriage can coexist? Indeed, they can, he affirmed, but not for us. Why not? I promised to support all her dreams once we were married. After that, everything would be hers to pursue freely. She claimed that if she were to marry, she would have to change her flight the next day, which would disrupt her rest and affect the outcome of her competition. Huang Mingze glanced at Shinmoti, offering a bittersweet smile. Shinmoti fell silent, unsure how to comfort him. She could not disingenuously suggest that perhaps she truly feared the implications of her performance being affected. This was too evident. It was simply a refusal to marry. Huang Mingze continued, once, I was wholly devoted to her, but at the moment of our separation, everything came to an end. Oh, not worry. I will remain faithful to our marriage. Devoted entirely to you, I did not deceive you today. I did meet with a client at noon. Our encounter was merely coincidental. You need not explain, Shinmoti interjected. An explanation is necessary. I am now a married man. All matters should be disclosed to my wife, Huang Mingze replied. Shinmoti felt a stirring within her, recognizing the similarities between their situations. His thoughts mirrored hers. At the moment of separation, everything had concluded. No matter how painful, one must forge ahead. She looked at Huang Mingze and declared, in the future, I will also inform you of my whereabouts. Huang Mingze smiled gently, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing Shinmoti to shiver even in her coat. She glanced at Huang Mingze's shirt and asked, Are you not cold? As she spoke, she prepared to remove her sweater. Huang Mingze, observing her actions, smiled and inquired, What are you doing? Shinmoti replied, This sweater is unisex and rather large. You can drape it over yourself. It might be a tad small to wear, but draping it is perfectly fine. Huang Mingze's smile widened, and he raised a hand to stop her, saying, If I wear it, You'll be left shivering. My base layer is quite thick, so I won't feel cold. Although they had only known each other for 3 days, he had genuinely assisted her in many ways. All right, Shun Moding acquiesced. She was aware that Lantinjuan was less than a kilometer away. I will carry you. Huang Mingzi offered. No need. Shun Moding immediately waved her hand. I am a bit chilly. If you carry me, I won't feel cold. Huang Mingzi insisted. Despite their brief acquaintance, he did not experience the same instant attraction towards her as he had for Yao Yutong in the past. However, he recognized her inherent goodness, her sensitivity to temperature, her kindness, and her rugged resilience. After merely 3 days of knowing her, he felt certain that even if he were to face bankruptcy and destitution one day, she would stand by his side, for she had never abandoned her brother and father despite their hardships. In her world, emotions outweighed material gain. She and Yao Yutong belonged to entirely different realms. Let me give you my coat, Shun Moding insisted. I will carry you, Huang Mingzi reiterated. But I am quite heavy, she protested. How heavy can someone as slender as you be? Get on. Huang Mingzi slightly crouched down. Shun Moding felt a touch of embarrassment. Come on, or I might freeze, Huang Mingzi urged. All right. Shun Moding climbed onto Huang Mingzi's back. He grasped her legs and hoisted her up before striding forward. Shun Moding rested against his back. Her nose tinged with emotion as memories flooded her mind. She recalled a time in her sophomore year when she had a fever, and Gu Tianqi had carried her all the way to the clinic, continuously checking on her. Xiao Di, are you feeling unwell? She reached out and wrapped her arms around Huang Mingzi's neck, silently wishing not to be abandoned this time at Chinya Club. The scene of Huang Mingzi leading Shun Moding past the floor-to-ceiling windows caught Gu Tianqi's eye. He narrowed his gaze unconsciously, to the extent that he completely missed what Song King had said to him. Noticing Gu Tianqi's unwavering focus on Shun Moding, Song King nearly snapped her coffee spoon in frustration. She could only call out his name. Tianqi, are you listening? Chapter 14. Did you choose Haiqing because of Moding? Song King's gaze flickered with guilt as she replied, I don't know. Gu Tianqi shot her a glance before dialing his assistant. Find out which hospital Shun Moding's father is admitted to. Feeling wronged, Song King bit her lip and softly asked, Tianqi, did you choose Haiqing because of Moding? Gu Tianqi scrutinized her, retorting, do you think I'm that superficial? That's not what I meant. But, Gu Tianqi interrupted. Haiqing is the largest economic center in Huaguo, its economic scale several times that of Meichong. Who wouldn't want to seize the opportunity to enter the Haiqing market? I see. Song King acknowledged. Gu Tianqi continued. My breakup with Shun Moding is a matter between us. Her father once cared for me greatly, and now that he is ill, I should pay him a visit. I'll accompany you, Song King offered. Gu Tianqi lifted his gaze to scrutinize her, displeased. So, are you monitoring my whereabouts now? No, Tianqi, don't misunderstand. I have had no ties with Shun Moding for 3 years. I know what I am doing. Gu Tianqi glared at her, warning, do not disturb Shun's father's life, or else I will not be kind to you. Tianqi, I haven't. You better not, Gu Tianqi concluded, striding out. Tianqi, where are you going? Song King promptly grabbed her coat and bag, chasing after him. Her face bore the imprint of a slap, but she paid it no mind. Gu Tianqi turned impatiently to look at her. Do I need to report my every move to you? Or will you hire someone to shadow me 24 hours a day? Tianqi, you know that's not my intention. I simply care about you. Song King felt immense distress. 3 years had passed. Although she had managed to pull him away from Shun Moding, she had never warmed him even for a single day. I understand. Song King gazed at Gu Tianqi's retreating figure, her eyes filled with resentment. She knew that although Gu Tianqi believed Shun Moding had betrayed him, he had broken up with her in a fit of anger, yet he still harbored feelings for Shun Moding. Living in Meicheng for 3 years, she had not felt much of a difference until now. As Gu Tianqi had moved the branch office to Haicheng, stirring her anxiety, she had to change this passive situation, but how could she? Shun Moding, that insufferable woman, refused to leave Haicheng, even using Ding Fan's matter to coerce her, which infuriated her. If only she were dead. The thought of death flashed through Song King's mind, her eyes glinting with malice. Whether it be a car accident, a fall from a height, or succumbing to the unbearable burden of life. Shun Moding's father was gravely ill, and her brother was disabled. After years of struggle, it was entirely plausible for her to contemplate suicide. Lost in thought, her phone rang, shattering her reverie. Irritated, she picked it up. It was Gu Tianqi's mother calling. She quickly donned a gentle facade and answered, Mom. Kuing, how are you in Haicheng? Gu Mama, Zheng Huijin inquired. Quite well, Mom. That's good. Since we aren't in Haicheng, you must take good care of Tianqi. He tends to forget to eat when busy with work. So keep an eye on him, Zheng Huijin instructed. Rest assured, Mom, I will take excellent care of Tianqi. With you around, I can relax. Ying, you and Tianqi are not young anymore. You're married now, so it's time to consider having children. Song Qing's face flushed, and she shyly replied, Mom, I know. Thinking of how Gu Tianqi was utterly unwilling to share a room with her, she gritted her teeth and boldly said, Mom, Tianqi is just too busy with work. As a result, we hardly have time together. As for children, you know, one cannot rush such matters alone. On the other end, Zheng Huijin fell silent. Song Qing's anxiety intensified. Finally, she heard Zheng Huijin say earnestly, Ku Ying, for us women, children are even more important than our husbands. You understand what I mean? I understand. But Mom, Tianqi is just too busy. Song Qing's brow furrowed in distress. Did she not want a child? Gu Tianqi never gave her the opportunity. Song Qing feigned weakness. Mom, I am afraid. Tianqi has never liked me much. I fear if he finds out, he will never want to speak to me again. Mom, I truly love Tianqi. Once, she had added something to Gu Tianqi's milk, hoping to force his hand. However, he had locked himself in his room and called for a doctor instead. Since that incident, Gu Tianqi had grown even colder towards her. Good girl, don't cry. Mom knows your feelings for Tianqi are genuine. I am aware, and I will help you. Next Sunday is Tianqi's birthday. I will come to celebrate with him. At that time, you must seize the opportunity. Zheng Huijin advised Mim. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. As soon as she hung up, it began to rain outside. Fearing Gu Tianqi would get soaked, Song Qing hurried out of Qinya Club. Huang Mingzi carried Shen Moding forward. Shen Moding clung to his neck, and not far behind, two vehicles followed at a distance. Yao Yutong could hardly believe her eyes that so, Huang Mingzi could be kind to her, yet also to another. Was he deliberately trying to provoke her knowing she was watching? In another car, Gu Tianqi observed the scene with deep-set eyes, his grip on the steering wheel tightening involuntarily. It's raining. Let me down so we can find shelter, Shen Moding said to Huang Mingzi. We are almost there. Huang Mingzi quickened his pace toward Lantingyuan. The rain intensified. Huang Mingzi jogged while carrying Shen Moding, and within a few minutes, they were completely drenched. He dashed into the apartment building, setting Shen Moding down as they took the elevator to the 12th floor, room 1203. This apartment had been arranged by Huang Mingzi's assistant on the day of their blind date, a meticulously furnished second-hand home. He had instructed the assistant to replace all bedding and curtains with new items. Even while pretending to be an ordinary person, he could not endure using someone else's belongings, in addition to the bedding. He had also asked the assistant to prepare some casual clothes for him. The door was equipped with a newly installed password lock. Make it easy to remember. He set the code to 123321. As he entered the code, he informed Shen Moding, the password is 123321. This will also be your home from now on. He glanced at her, noticing her hair stuck to her face, water droplets rolling down her hair and cheeks, cascading down her neck into her clothing. Huang Mingzi's gaze suddenly grew intense. Chapter 15. Wearing his shirt. Entering the password, the door opened with an audible click. Huang Mingzi pulled Moding inside and shut the door, his gaze burning as he looked at her. Shen Moding met his gaze, her cheeks flushing instantly, and she quickly lowered her head. His hand lifted her chin, and his lips descended upon hers. Though he still loved Yao Yutong, his wife was Shen Moding, the woman standing before him, striving tirelessly for her family. All that he envisioned for the future would be shared with her, and he would earnestly endeavor to love her. His kiss deepened. Moding felt a bit flustered. Today had delivered a significant emotional blow. Meeting Gu Tianqi had reopened wounds she thought had healed. Perhaps it was simply a matter of unwillingness, unwilling to accept the breakup, unwilling to be misunderstood, unwilling to be wronged. Most painfully, he had denied her even a chance to explain. Years of affection were eclipsed by a few photographs. Hence, when he had called to break up 3 years ago, she had not uttered a single word of plea, merely responding with a brief okay before hastily hanging up. She had concealed the fact that after disconnecting, she had collapsed to the ground in tears. She quickly moved away from Meicheng, embarking on a new chapter of her life. Unexpectedly, they encountered each other again. She had just been caught in a downpour, leaving her chilled to the bone, yet oddly, her heart felt less constricted. She reached out, wrapping her arms around Huang Mingzi's neck, rising slightly on her toes. He had mentioned that she could lean on him, for he was her husband. They had also agreed that once they were married, it was a lifelong commitment. After a moment, he released her, his gaze soft as he looked at her, his thumb gently caressing her cheek, smiling as he said, "We have a lifetime to nurture our feelings. Go take a shower. Don't catch a chill. You can use the master bathroom, and I'll use the guest one, all right." Shinmoti suddenly found herself in a predicament. She was soaked through, and while showering was not an issue, she had no change of clothes. Huamingza glanced at Modi's attire and said, "Just wear mine for now, come on." He walked into the master bedroom, and Shinmoti followed suit. But Huamingza, this house felt like a humble abode, small and ordinary. However, to Shinmoti, it seemed remarkably spacious. A sense of inferiority began to creep into her heart. Huamingza was truly exceptional in every aspect, particularly how neat and tidy he kept his home. Yet, she thought of the future they would share, repaying the mortgage together. With that thought, her heart felt a little steadier. Huamingza handed her a fresh shirt, saying, "Just wear this for now. When you change out of your wet clothes, leave them by the door, and I will toss them into the washing machine. Once cleaned, you can wear them, and then we'll go shopping for you." Having been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he was still learning to operate the washing machine. No, I'll wash them myself in a bit," Shinmoti replied hastily. She felt too embarrassed to let Huamingza do her laundry. "All right," he replied tenderly. Shinmoti took the shirt and headed to the bathroom. As soon as she closed the door, Huamingza knocked on it. Startled, Shinmoti jumped. Huamingza's voice came through the door. "Wife, there are new towels and other items in the bathroom cabinet, and there are new slippers at the bottom, the women's ones." When they had arranged their marriage, they had decided on many items in duplicates. But clothes for Modi were not among them, as he had not known who his blind date would be at the time, nor her size. "Okay, got it," Modi quickly replied. Once she heard Huamingza's footsteps fade away, she exhaled in relief. She smiled to herself. Now that they were married, there was no need for pretenses. Even if he wanted to do something, it was only natural. Feeling the cold acutely, she quickly stripped off her damp clothes and turned on the shower. In no time, the warm water cascaded over her, washing away the chill from her body and her melancholy mood. Optimism began to return. Perhaps her father would indeed recover and accompany them for a long time. Her brother would soon hear his voice again in a month. She faced another dilemma, however. She only had the shirt to wear. She dared not change her underwear, relieved that it hadn't soaked completely through. So she settled for wearing it as is. After drying her hair with a towel until it no longer dripped, she hurriedly emerged from the bathroom with the shirt in hand. Huamingza had just stepped out of the guest bathroom and saw Modi holding her clothes. Clad in his white shirt, her fair, straight legs were fully visible. He knew she was beautiful and had a good figure. But at that moment, she appeared both innocent and alluring, a vision that words like lotus emerging from water could hardly capture. His gaze grew a little heated as he said, "I've changed out of my clothes too. May I wash them together?" His hair was simply tousled, adding to his charm and gentleness. "Sure, of course," Modi replied with a hint of trepidation. She squatted down to open the washing machine, placing her clothes inside, then stood up and asked, "Are your clothes in the guest bathroom? I'll go fetch them." Feeling exposed in just his shirt, she was uncomfortable as she passed by Huamingza. He reached out, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her close. She could feel his breath and the subtle heat of his body, causing her heart to race with anxiety. "Don't be afraid. I will take responsibility for your life forever," Huamingza said, leaning down to gaze into Shinmoti's eyes, his expression gentle yet profound. Perhaps it was not love, but he felt compelled to do something for her. I know you're wonderful." She was aware of his constant support. Seeing the gratitude in Modi's eyes, Huamingza brushed his fingers against her cheek. He perceived her emotions, her gratitude and restraint, that made him feel as though he would be taking advantage of her vulnerability if he acted on his desires. "It's all right. We've known each other for a short time, and there are no feelings yet, which is understandable. I have a lifetime to slowly cultivate our emotions." With a smile, he released her. Modi immediately said, "I'll go get your clothes." She hurried off to the guest bathroom. Huamingza settled onto the sofa, taking out his phone to arrange for someone to deliver more clothes. He owned a chain of ordinary clothing stores as well as a high-end brand. To ease Modi's potential pressure, he requested that only regular clothing be sent over, priced under $1,000. Estimating her size, he ordered 5 sets, including undergarments. Modi returned with Hua Mingza's clothes, placing them in the washing machine. Then, feeling a wave of awkwardness, she hurriedly poured herself a drink and filled a glass for Hua Mingza as well. "Come here," Hua Mingza called. Modi felt a rush of panic, fearing that the next moment might lead to something indescribable. Though they were married and she knew that refusing him would seem pretentious, she truly was not ready. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and approached, nervously sitting not far from him. Hua Mingza looked at Shin Modi with a hint of helplessness. "The hairdryer is out of reach. Move a little closer." He had somehow retrieved the hairdryer without her noticing. Upon seeing it, Modi felt a swell of gratitude. Chapter 16. Unintentionally adorable, it turned out he merely wanted to help her dry her hair. "I can do it myself," Shin Modi insisted. "Come here," Hua Mingza gently urged again. Finding it hard to refuse a kind gesture, Shin Modi settled beside him. She felt the shirt was too short, not adequately covering her legs. She wanted to pull it down but was concerned about the neckline being too low. Thus, she sat with her legs tightly together, feeling quite uneasy. Hua Mingza glanced at her awkwardness and found it oddly endearing. He smiled and turned on the hairdryer, carefully drying her hair with a gentle touch and focused expression. Modi relaxed considerably. "From now on, after your showers, dry your hair before doing anything else. Girls shouldn't catch a chill. If they do when young, it could lead to rheumatism in old age," Hua Mingza advised. Modi felt another wave of gratitude wash over her. "Tonight, I'll stay at the hospital to keep watch." "You should rest at home, no need. I can manage," Modi insisted immediately. "You need rest, it's all right. I'll sleep at the hospital too," she persisted. Modi's work was significantly affected, and her supervisor was quite displeased with her, allowing her to skip the office only because of her ability to submit design drafts. However, her salary was docked to 80 of the usual to maintain morale among her colleagues. Given her father's grave condition, she couldn't afford to worry about that 20. Moreover, she had voluntarily suspended her part-time tutoring job to avoid hindering the children's studies. These past few days had been her most exhausting, but she remained filled with hope, believing she could endure. Hua Mingza ruffled her hair gently, saying, "Then I'll accompany you." "Okay." Modi had intended to refuse, but felt it would be ungrateful to reject Hua Mingza's kindness. He set the hairdryer aside and pulled her into his embrace, resting her head on his lap. "You can take a nap. Once the clothes are washed, we'll head to the hospital." "All right." Modi leaned against him. Initially, she felt a bit tense and uncomfortable, but as Hua Mingza gently patted her head, she gradually relaxed. Perhaps the fatigue from these past few days was overwhelming, or the encounter with Gu Tianxi had drained her spirit. Or perhaps it was the sense of security being near Hua Mingza afforded her. In no time, she felt drowsy. Hua Mingza looked down at Modi, stroking her hair before pulling a blanket over her. It was early winter, with outside temperatures hovering around 7 or 8 degrees, while the house, warmed by heating set up by the assistant, was a comfortable 20 degrees. After about half an hour, the washing machine chimed 3 times. Modi jolted awake. "Is it done?" Hua Mingza replied with a hint of exasperation. "You could have slept a little longer." "No, I feel great right now." Modi felt a twinge of annoyance at having fallen asleep completely. However, she felt revitalized now, brimming with energy. She got up to retrieve the clothes. Hua Mingza cautioned her, "The clothes are hot. Let them cool for a bit before wearing them." "Okay." Modi agreed, though her eagerness to change into her own clothes was palpable. Just then, the doorbell rang, startling her into thinking of retreating to her room. Remembering that she had taken out her clothes, she quickly tied her sweater around her waist to cover her legs. Feeling much more at ease, Hua Mingza, not wanting anyone to see Modi in her current state, said gently, "You go rest in the room for a while. I'll answer the door." "All right." Modi felt a wave of relief and dashed off. Hua Mingza chuckled softly before heading to the door. Outside stood the general manager of the clothing chain, accompanied by 2 store managers, delivering a dozen outfits. Although Hua Mingza had only ordered 5 sets, they dared not be negligent. The regional director, Yu Meihua, had come personally. Upon seeing Hua Mingza, she greeted him with utmost respect. "Mr. Hua." The 2 store managers instantly prepared to greet him as well. Hua Mingza raised a hand to silence them, and they fell quiet. Their curiosity piqued, they peered in, their eyes filled with disbelief. Mr. Hua was actually present in such a humble setting. So, was Mr. Hua pursuing a lady? Was this the lady's home? Their curiosity grew. each straining to glimpse the girl who had captured Mr. Hua's affections. They usually occupied themselves with selling clothes and gossiping, fully aware that Mr. Hua Mingzi, was a perfect match with the heiress Yao Yutong. Now, Mr. Hua has unexpectedly purchased clothing for other young women, and they are rather ordinary garments. Previously, Miss Yao exclusively donned high-end couture. Yu Meihua harbors curiosity, yet she dares not pry further nor gaze too intently. She promptly inquires with politeness, "Mr. Hua, which styles and colors do you prefer among these clothes?" As soon as her words fell, the two store managers behind her promptly unfurled the garments. They had been neatly hung, revealing their designs upon being displayed. "Just place them on the sofa. You may leave now," Hua Mingzi instructed. "Understood," Yu Meihua signaled with her eyes, and the two managers swiftly retreated to arrange the clothes before hastily exiting. Barely had the three departed when Mod emerged, having changed into her own attire. She had initially assumed that a friend of Hua Mingzi was visiting, hence she changed to greet them. "I bought you several outfits. Do let me know if you like them," Hua Mingzi said gently upon seeing Mod. "Clothes? When did you purchase them?" Mod inquired, thinking Hua Mingzi had ordered them online. "They are from the same city. Come, take a look," he replied. Mod's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the array of clothing on the sofa. "You bought so much?" "Yes, they were reasonably priced, so I selected a few sets. After all, they will be worn," Hua Mingzi explained. "It's too much." "Can some be returned?" Mod asked. Hua Mingzi gazed at her, approached, and gently pulled her to the sofa, saying, "Come, try them on. They're not expensive. We are married now, and I have yet to gift you anything or pay you a bridal price. Perhaps one must compare to truly discern quality." In the past, when he had purchased clothes for Yao Yutong, she merely considered some designs too ordinary. "You have already spent a significant amount on me," Modi thought to herself, realizing the money had accumulated to a point where she would need to work diligently to repay it. "They are not costly. Come, try them on." Hua Mingzi handed a set to Mod. "All right," she accepted. However, upon noticing the matching lingerie beneath the clothing, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Hua Mingzi remained composed, offering her a set. "Let us try them together. If they don't fit, we can exchange them." Mod's cheeks reddened further, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Observing her bashful demeanor, Hua Mingzi couldn't help but smile. What had begun as a somewhat gloomy day suddenly felt delightful. He watched as Mod hurriedly clutched the clothes and dashed away. Chapter 17. One can be one, but not three in the evening. Hua Mingzi kept Mod company throughout the night. The following day, after breakfast, Hua Mingzi headed to the office while Mod remained at the hospital to care for her brother and father, simultaneously working on her design sketches. The director had been urging her for the past few days, lamenting that her output this month had been too slow. It was not that she lacked the desire to produce designs. Rather, her plate was overflowing with responsibilities. Her short video foreign language course had not been updated for over 20 days, attracting criticism from many who commented, questioning whether she had perished, urging her to resume updates. She had never mentioned her father's illness, as the joy and sorrow of individuals do not always resonate with one another. While some might understand her plight, others would escalate their reprimands, believing she was merely fabricating excuses. With a brief moment of free time in the morning, Mod set out to sketch in her father's hospital room. She retrieved her pen and paper, the image of Gu Tianqi's cold, aloof gaze flashed through her mind, tightening her heart. Gripping the pen, she began to draw fervently, almost subconsciously. In no time, a design emerged on the paper. An orchid brooch. Earlier, the phrase "a solitary orchid in a secluded valley" had crossed her mind. Now, gazing at the design, she felt a profound sense of loneliness and chill independence. The phone rang again. It was the director. She quickly answered. "Director Mod, I understand your father is unwell and requires your care. But your leave has been excessively long. While an extended absence can be tolerated, your failure to submit designs is truly untenable. I find myself in a difficult position," Director Who stated. "You must submit several quality drafts today, or I fear your job may be in jeopardy." She comprehended the gravity of the situation. If she failed to deliver designs today, dismissal was imminent. If she were alone, it might not matter, but now she bore the weight of a family. She needed this job. Upon hearing that Mod could submit designs today, Director Whose tone softened. "Mod, it's not that I'm pressuring you. It's just that I'm in a tough spot. Please take some time to focus on your designs. As designers, we must diligently seek inspiration. If any piece becomes a bestseller, will your commission not reflect that? Yes, I understand. Thank you, Director. I will certainly submit designs today. MOD replied gratefully. In truth, she had two designs that had gained a bit of traction earlier this year, yet combined, they had only yielded a commission of over 3,000. She had little hope for commissions. Her priority was to secure her basic salary. All right, focus on your designs. I won't disturb you further, Director, who concluded, ending the call. MOD gazed at the orchid brooch, contemplating creating a series, but after her thoughts were interrupted. The earlier sense of sorrow dissipated. On their first meeting, he had transferred 200,000 to her. The following day, when her father had coughed up blood, he arrived at the hospital promptly. He had also fitted her brother with a cochlear implant, assuring her that he would be responsible for her for a lifetime. Reflecting on this, the word redemption flickered in her mind. Her pen once again met the blank page, and she began to draw fervently. Immersing herself in the world of design, she sketched another brooch, an ethereal piece depicting a girl gazing up at the light. The two designs flowed seamlessly from her hand. However, upon retrieving another sheet of paper, inspiration eluded her. She habitually tapped her head with the pen. Meanwhile, Huamingza had arrived at the office early, immersed in work. Seated in his grand chair, clad in a sharply tailored suit, he exuded an aura of focused professionalism. Assistant Liu entered, burdened with a stack of documents, reporting, "President, these files need to be processed today." Huamingza acknowledged. Assistant Liu placed the files down, lingering by the desk with an indecisive demeanor. Huamingza halted his use of the expensive pen. Casting an irritated glance at Assistant Liu. Is there something else? President, this. Please take a look, Assistant Liu said, extracting a letter from his pocket. Its pink heart-shaped envelope piquing Huamingza's interest. Whose is this? He inquired. Feigning ignorance as he glanced at the envelope, Assistant Liu replied, "It is from Miss Yao. She asked me to deliver it to you." Discard it? Huamingza replied coldly. Having served Huamingza for 7 years, Assistant Liu understood his temperament well enough to recognize genuine anger. Yet, he mustered the courage to say, "President, perhaps you should read the contents before deciding to discard it." Huamingza fell silent. Assistant Liu, believing he had surmised correctly, thought the president's focus on marriage was merely an act of anger towards Yao Yutong. He had witnessed the depth of affection Huamingza had for her. It was an ingrained love. Whenever Yao Yutong called, no matter how busy he was, he would always pause to answer her. He pressed the pink envelope into Huamingza's hands again, saying, "President, please take a look." Huamingza did not accept the envelope, instead calling out, "Liu Chun." Startled, Assistant Liu responded, "Yes, President." "How long have you been with me?" Huamingza asked. "I have been with you for 7 years, Assistant Liu answered, anxiety mounting within him. "You are aware that Shun Mod and I have obtained our marriage certificate, correct?" Huamingza continued. "Yes, I know," Assistant Liu replied promptly. Huamingza lifted his gaze, fixing a stern look on Assistant Liu. "Do you think it appropriate for a married man to read letters from other women?" Faced with this inquiry, Assistant Liu furrowed his brow and replied, "President, I hope for your happiness." Huamingza scoffed. "So, you believe my courtship and marriage are mere trifles?" Assistant Liu's frown deepened as he said, "President, there may be misunderstandings between you and Miss Yao." He had expressed this sentiment several times since Huamingza's decision to pursue marriage. Huamingza's voice turned frigid. The moment Yao Yutong insisted on going abroad, everything between us was irrevocably concluded. My current wife is Shen Mod, and my future happiness is solely tied to her. You called Yao Yutong the day I obtained my marriage certificate, did you not? Yes, Assistant Liu replied, lowering his head. Huamingza pressed on, "Yesterday afternoon, when I signed a contract with General Zhang at Qinya Club. Was it also you who informed Yao Yutong?" Assistant Liu's head hung lower, explaining, "President, it was Yao Yutong who inquired." Huamingza's voice was icy as he stated, "One can be one, but not 3, Liu Chun. This letter marks the 3rd instance. Go settle your wages with the finance department and inform Xiao Mu to take over your responsibilities." Chapter 18. Gu Tianqi comes to visit. Assistant Liu's face paled dramatically. "President, I was wrong. I apologize. I should not have disclosed your schedule to Miss Yao. Please grant me another chance. I assure you I will not take liberties again, Liu Chun. I have given you opportunities 3 times. Huamingza's expression was solemn. Although Assistant Liu had served him for 7 years, Their relationship had developed a bond over time. He received an annual salary of 7 million, a figure that reflected his worth. Aside from the issues concerning Yao Yutong, Assistant Liu had performed admirably in his role. President, I am truly sorry. I mistook your feelings, believing you still harbored affection for Miss Yao. Please, grant me a chance to atone. I will assist your wife in caring for her father and brother, helping her brother with language rehabilitation, Assistant Liu pleaded earnestly. Huang Mingze raised an eyebrow and cast a sidelong glance at Assistant Liu, inquiring, Are you helping Xiao Guang with his language training? Upon hearing the president's consent, Assistant Liu promptly replied, Yes, I will assist Xiao Guang with his language training. I will strive to ensure that he can speak like a normal person as soon as possible. After 1 month of starting the program, he should be able to speak like everyone else, Huang Mingze remarked. Yes, I will certainly accomplish that, Assistant Liu responded, letting out a sigh of relief, though he felt a cold sweat break out. He silently vowed never to take matters into his own hands again. Huang Mingze then returned to managing the documents in his hands, his expression focused as he worked with remarkable speed, swiftly signing a pile of papers. Noticing that Assistant Liu had not left, he raised his eyes to him, asking, Is there anything else? Assistant Liu immediately reported, President, I will begin learning the techniques for language training right away. And I will visit the hospital daily starting next week. At that time, I hope you can speak to Director Chiu to prevent any suspicions from Madame Dottamim, Huang Mingze acknowledged. Assistant Liu felt a renewed sense of vigor and exited the president's office with a spring in his step. Huang Mingze, engrossed in his work, managed to sign most of the important documents before glancing at the time. It was nearly noon. He decided to head to the hospital to accompany Mo Di for lunch. Concerned that she was too thin, he felt that if he were not there, she would not eat properly. Rising, he donned his coat and left the president's office, driving his Chevrolet to the hospital. At the hospital, after sketching 2 designs for brooches, Mod found herself unable to produce any new designs for a long time. She lightly tapped her head with her pen, seeking inspiration. Suddenly, she recalled the ring that Xiao Zhan had edited for her and Huang Mingze. Sparkling brilliantly, an idea sparked in her mind, and she began to sketch a pair of rings. As time passed, the outline of the rings appeared on her paper, and she was suddenly overwhelmed by a pricking sensation. Turning her head, she spotted Gu Tianqi at the door of the ward, holding a bouquet of carnations and a box of nutritional supplements, his gaze fixed upon her design sketches. Mod sprang to her feet, a surge of anger coursing through her, and hastily stepped outside, shutting the door behind her to prevent Gu Tianqi from entering and her father from seeing him. She was infuriated, fearing her father would overhear, and spoke through gritted teeth, I told you, there's no need for you to visit my father. Years ago, when Gu Tianqi had broken up with her, her father had been quite upset. However, he had quickly calmed down, rationalizing with a sigh that their humble background did not match his prestigious family. It's better this way, he had said, than to marry and then divorce. If her father were to see Gu Tianqi now, he would undoubtedly become furious. Her father's health truly could not withstand any emotional upheaval. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Mod's eyes turned red with anger. She coldly regarded Gu Tianqi and urged him to leave. Please go away, I am begging you. Mod, I'm just here to see Uncle, he insisted. No need. My father is doing well. I will just take a quick look at Uncle and then leave. I said there's no need. Mod's voice rose slightly. Fearing her father might hear, she lowered her voice again, coldly stating, Young Master Gu, I implore you to refrain from disturbing our lives, if you would be so kind. The term Young Master Gu made Gu Tianqi frown momentarily before he regained his composure. Mod, I have heard that Uncle's condition is not very good. I wish to invite an expert to treat him. My father does not require anyone else's concern. Huang Mingze's voice cut through coldly. Gu Tianqi looked over with displeasure. Their eyes met, sparks flying. Upon seeing Huang Mingze, Mod quickly ran over, entwining her arm with his and calling out, Mingze. She had originally intended to call him husband, but found herself unable to articulate it. Wife? Huang Mingze called out naturally. Gu Tianqi's eyes widened in shock. She is married? Huang Mingze ignored Gu Tianqi, gently asking Mod, How is your father? He just had an 4 and said he felt a bit sleepy. But his spirits are good, Mod replied. That's wonderful, Huang Mingze acknowledged. Gu Tianqi felt an inexplicable surge of anger, instinctively tugging at his tie as he softly stated, I will visit Uncle another day. A nurse arrived with the carnations and nutritional supplements. Addressing MOD, family member, I will leave these in the ward. Please help me dispose of them, thank you. Without hesitation, MOD replied, of course. The nurse cast a strange glance at MOD, then at Huamingzi, recalling that a handsome and distinguished man had just left it, seemed she had stumbled upon something significant, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she glanced enviously at MOD. Beautiful girls are truly fortunate, with so many men vying for their attention. After the nurse departed with the flowers and supplements, Huamingzi gazed at MOD, seemingly awaiting her to say something. Suddenly, MOD felt a desire to confide, stating, he is my ex-boyfriend. We have known each other for many years, having met in middle school, and we started dating in college, on the day we graduated. We broke up. Despite it being a long time ago, mentioning it now stirred a twinge of sadness within her, revealing that she felt none of the decisiveness she had hoped for. Observing MOD's melancholic demeanor, Huamingzi gently took her hand and began walking toward the end of the corridor. MOD continued, after our breakup, we did not stay in touch. Once we parted ways, there should be no further connection. He will have others in his life, as will I. Therefore, I do not wish for him to visit my father. A sudden kiss caught MOD off guard, causing her eyes to widen. Close your eyes. Huamingzi instructed, noticing her stunned expression. MOD promptly complied, though her lashes fluttered nervously. This was due to both their unfamiliarity and the setting being the hospital corridor. Huamingzi kissed her again. His lips soft and lingering, MOD passively accepted his kiss as he pressed her against the wall. Her earlier vulnerable state resonated with him, reminding him of his own sorrow when Yao Yutong left. He had stood in the airport terminal, even though she had been calculating and self-serving, weighing the pros and cons, it didn't matter. He could always provide her with what she desired. Yet, ultimately, he had misallocated his affections. Just moments ago, MOD had expressed a sentiment he admired. Once we break up, we should have no further connection. In this regard, MOD's approach to life surpassed Yao Yutong by leaps and bounds. What had Yao Yutong done after their breakup? She had left him while simultaneously trying to keep him tethered. She had resolutely decided to go abroad, only to bombard him with messages urging him to wait for her. Just yesterday, at the Chinya restaurant, she had pouted and claimed she was wrong, asserting that she only wanted to pursue her dreams and asking him not to be angry. She had thought he was merely upset with her. When he told her he was married, Yao Yutong had even suggested he find a way to annul his marriage to shun MOD, speaking of it so casually as if it were a matter of course. When he had questioned her about the reasoning for annulling the marriage, she had replied nonchalantly that any excuse would suffice, suggesting they fabricate a false report claiming Shin MOD had a venereal disease. In that moment, he truly gained a new perspective on Yao Yutong. 6 years had passed, and he had never truly known her. His love for her had cast a great halo, blinding him to her flaws. He leaned in, gently lifting MOD's chin. Startled, MOD opened her eyes wide, only to quickly avert her gaze, unable to meet Huamingzi's eyes. Observing her flustered demeanor, a smile crept onto Huamingzi's lips. He leaned down once more, planting a soft kiss on her lips, tenderly murmuring, from now on, you have me, and I have you. Qiuzhan, peering into a nearby ward, silently urged, hurry up and kiss her. Why are you just standing there? Witnessing Huamingzi kiss Shin MOD again, Qiuzhan wore a look of paternal satisfaction. Back in the ward, MOD photographed the two brooch designs and sent them to Director Hu. She then called Director Hu to assure him she would continue to work diligently on her designs. Upon seeing the sketches, Director Hu was instantly captivated and spoke to MOD with a much kinder tone than before, encouraging her to create more designs and politely urging her to take care of her family. Understanding the implication behind Director Hu's words, MOD felt relieved, knowing she had likely been granted a few more days off. Huamingzi, having seen MOD's designs, reached for the one that was still in its preliminary form, exclaiming, "It's beautiful." "I just sketched it randomly," MOD replied, feeling a touch embarrassed. "I have a friend in the jewelry business. How about we keep this design for ourselves? I can ask my friend to customize it," Huamingzi suggested. "Is that possible?" MOD's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had always dreamed that if she ever became a jewelry designer, she would create her own wedding ring. Although her future husband would not be Gu Tianxi, she still wanted to wear something of her own design. "Of course," Huamingzi affirmed. "Then I will finish the design and give it to you once it's completed." MOD could hardly contain her joy. "All right," Huamingzi responded, picking up the other two brooch designs and adding, "In the future, please do not leave your designs lying around. They must be protected." Yao Yutong, also a jewelry designer, had once had her idea stolen, which had left her infuriated for quite some time. MOD agreed, taking the designs and folding them neatly into her bag. After lunch, Huang Mingze headed to the company while MOD took her younger brother outside to bask in the sun. She found an open lawn, preparing to record a foreign language teaching video. She had created 2 accounts, one dedicated to teaching Thai and the other to Spanish. Her videos did not feature her face, primarily consisting of 2 segments, one that gradually introduced pronunciation, grammar, and writing, and another where she narrated stories in a foreign language, speaking slowly and overlaying Chinese subtitles. Together, the 2 accounts boasted over 400,000 followers. While the monetary return was modest, it still constituted a small income. As she began recording, her phone rang within 2 minutes, a strange number. She answered, and a gentle female voice greeted her. "Hello, may I speak with Miss Shen MOD? "Hello, this is Shen MOD, she answered politely. "Hello, I am Miss Shun, a headhunter from Zhizhou. May I inquire if you have a moment? I currently have several large jewelry companies seeking to hire designers at lucrative salaries, and I would like to facilitate a connection for you," the female voice on the other end stated. "Headhunter?" MOD furrowed her brow in suspicion, realizing that she had not had the time to consider a job change recently, and she declined, saying, "Hello, I am quite occupied at the moment and do not have any plans to change jobs." "I see," Miss Shen replied. "How about we schedule a time for a meal? I can come to meet you. Rest assured, I won't take up too much of your time. I simply wish to share the recruitment information from those jewelry companies with you. Whenever you decide to consider a job change, you can contact me. I promise I won't bother you otherwise." The other party continued, "I have a little time around for this afternoon. Can we meet at the Starbucks on Genie Road?" MOD sought the other party's opinion. The Starbucks on Genie Road is just diagonally across from the Pingkong Private Hospital, so it won't be a waste of time. "All right then, we shall meet at 4 this afternoon. I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye." The other party swiftly confirmed the time and then hung up the phone. MOD pondered that it might be worthwhile to review the recruitment requirements of those large jewelry companies, just in case she needed to change jobs in the future. Additionally, she was curious about the current market conditions for jewelry designers. Soon, it was 4 in the afternoon. MOD arrived at Starbucks 5 minutes early. At exactly 4 o'clock, a woman sat down in front of her. For a moment, MOD thought she was seeing things. A headhunter. How could she resemble Huang Mingze's ex-girlfriend so closely? "Miss Shen?" "Hello." Yao Yutong extended her hand to shake with Sean. MOD. "Hello," MOD replied, shaking hands with Yao Yutong, still contemplating the fact that Huang Mingze's ex-girlfriend is a headhunter. It is possible. She was waiting for the other party to share the recruitment information from the jewelry companies when Yao Yutong suddenly said, "After leaving Huang Mingze, you can set any conditions you wish." "What?" MOD frowned at Yao Yutong. Yao Yutong wore a condescending smile as she remarked, "A marriage devoid of love cannot endure." Chapter 20. Marriage is not a transaction, so who are you? Shin MOD could distinctly sense the hostility from the other party. She subtly raised her eyelids to meet Yao Yutong's gaze. "I am Mingze's girlfriend. We have been in love for the past 6 years. Not only are we well matched, but our relationship has also remained sweet. I believe Miss Shun is an intelligent person. A forced relationship bears no fruit, and a marriage without affection cannot last." This time, he sought to obtain a marriage certificate with a stranger out of sheer concern for me. Shin MOD interrupted. "Obtaining a marriage certificate makes you spouses. Do you think it is appropriate to discuss this with me now?" She rarely interrupted others, but the disdainful and scornful look Yao Yutong cast upon her made her very uncomfortable. Furthermore, from what she had learned from Huang Mingze, this woman had no intention of marrying him. Previously uninterested in marriage, now that Huang Mingze was married, she had come to assert her claim. Yao Yutong, seeing Shinamodi's uncooperative demeanor, remained unfazed and smiled. "Therefore, as I mentioned, you can set any conditions you wish. How about 300,000? With that money, both your father and brother can receive treatment. Marriage is not a transaction. Farewell." Shinamodi stood to leave. Though her feelings for Huang Mingze were not deeply rooted, they were indeed a legally married couple. From the moment they obtained their marriage certificate, she had vowed to herself to diligently nurture her marriage throughout her life. She would not agree. However, she could not accept Huang Mingze's ex-girlfriend approaching her. "Miss Shen, he will not love you." As Shinamodi turned to leave, Yao Yutong called out, Then that is our own affair, Mo Di retorted before walking away. Yao Yutong called out again, Miss Shun, is there something else? Shin Mod turned to look at Yao Yutong. Has he not yet taken you to meet his family? Yao Yutong inquired. Although she was seated, her gaze conveyed a sense of superiority. She tilted her chin slightly, exuding an air of superiority. Miss Shun, you are an intelligent person. You should understand why he has not introduced you to his family despite being married. By the way, 6 years ago, he pursued me. The moment our relationship was confirmed, he was eager to introduce me to his family. I am rather busy and have no time to hear about your past. Goodbye, Mod reminded Yao Yutong, stating that no matter how well they were once, that was now a thing of the past. Yao Yutong smiled. Miss Shin, should you come to a realization, feel free to call the previous number. I will reserve that 300,000 for you. She believed that if Shin Mod were at all wise, she would choose the money. Shin Mod said nothing further and left the CAF directly. She walked along the road, reaching the crosswalk just as the light turned green, preparing to cross the street. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Huang Mingzi calling. A car sped past her, colliding with the woman, who let out a piercing scream, followed by the screeching of brakes. She felt a gust of wind rush by, and instinctively looked up to see a horrifying pool of blood. The woman lay on the ground, her body convulsing briefly before becoming still. Blood continued to gush from beneath her head. The driver had already exited the vehicle to check on the woman's condition. Shin Mod was completely stunned. Mod, Huang Mingzi's voice on the phone sounded urgent. Hearing Huang Mingzi's anxious tone brought tears to Mod's eyes. Don't move. Wait for me, Huang Mingzi, upon hearing Mod's voice, let out a sigh of relief. He had intended to discuss with Mod that once her father and brother's situation stabilized, he would take the time to introduce her to his family. Additionally, he wanted her to accompany him to a business event in 2 days. In the future, his wife would need to stand by his side. He had come just in time to see Mod waiting at the traffic light, so he called her. Mod responded. She hurriedly hung up the phone and dialed 120 for help. A few pedestrians had gathered around, attempting to perform CPR, but soon realized the woman was already gone. Each of them sighed in despair, lamenting the unpredictability of life. Shortly, the familiar Chevrolet came into view. Huang Mingzi parked a few meters away, quickly exited the car, and strode over, immediately grasping Mod's shoulders to check on her condition. I am fine, Mod replied, her eyes reddened. The recent car accident had taken a significant psychological toll on her. She still felt shaken, her heart racing erratically. It's good that you're all right. Huang Mingzi pulled Mod into his embrace. Mod suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around Huang Mingzi's waist, genuinely frightened by the incident. The shock of life and death left her trembling. Just moments ago, she had thought, if she were gone, what would happen to her father? What would happen to her brother? Would her newlywed husband Huang Mingzi be heartbroken? It's all right now. Sensing Mod's fear, Huang Mingzi gently patted her back, holding her tighter. He glanced at the vehicle and the driver that had caused the accident, a pickup truck. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he casually noted the license plate number. What brings you here? He asked Modi. Mod replied. Huang Mingzi guided Mod to the front of the car, personally opening the door for her. Mod turned to glance at the accident scene. Huang Mingzi held her head gently. Don't look. After getting into the car, Huang Mingzi drove, making a U-turn towards the hospital. As they walked towards the hospital building, Mod informed Huang Mingzi. Earlier, a headhunter had requested to meet with me, but I ended up encountering your ex-girlfriend. She had no intention of causing trouble. She simply felt that it was necessary to clarify certain matters with you. Huang Mingzi's eyes narrowed immediately at the mention of Yao Yutong. Was she the one behind the accident? He had suspected that such a pedestrian crossing would not be the scene of an accident. He asked Mod, what did she say to you? Considering that Yao Yutong might attempt to sow discord, he added, Mod, I have no relationship with her anymore. A breakup is a breakup, and whether in the present or the future, there will be no connection between us. Mod paused, looking up into Huang Mingzi's eyes. Chapter 21. In mutual support, never departing, Huang Mingzi gazed intently at Shin Mod. Resolute in his stance, Yao Yutong's fate, be it prosperous or fallen, was of no concern to him. Mod extended her pinky towards Huang Mingzi, stating, let us diligently nurture our marriage together. Huang Mingzi was of the same ilk. During their courtship, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly, living with integrity and without regret. Noticing the starry light in Mod's eyes, he extended his hand, intertwining their pinkies. From now on, regardless of poverty or wealth, I shall always be your support. Mod felt a wave of emotion, covering her thumb over his. In health or in sickness, I will always be by your side. Mutually supporting one another, never parting. Huamingzi smiled at Mod, drawing her into his embrace. She did not wear high heels, making her half a head shorter than him. He enjoyed holding her this way, perfectly cradling her in his arms. His hand rested on the back of her head, gently caressing her hair. He could rest his chin atop her head and inhale the fragrance of her hair. Mod's nose brushed against Huamingzi's chest. Though it was slightly painful, she found warmth in his embrace. On their way back to the ward, Huamingzi inquired whether Mod was available in 2 days. As he wanted to attend a business cocktail party to meet new people but lacked a female companion, Mod readily agreed. If she could assist Huamingzi, even if her schedule was packed, she would find a way to make time. Huamingzi intended to take Mod to buy some wedding jewelry, but she declined, wishing to save money. Huamingzi insisted that jewelry was necessary for attending the cocktail party. Mod suggested renting instead. Noticing her mental burden, Huamingzi smiled helplessly. We can buy it later, Mod smiled back at Huamingzi. Meanwhile, Song King had been awaiting news it wasn't until evening that she received a call. The plan had failed. Instead of hitting Shen Mod, they had accidentally killed a stranger. Song King was furious, scolding over the phone. Are you all useless? Huh? How did I instruct you? You must seize the opportunity and ensure a single blow to finish the job. Song King gritted her teeth in anger. Now look, the attempt to steal the chicken has resulted in the loss of the rice. If anyone investigates this car accident, you know what to do, right? There won't be any inquiries. We have already reached a settlement with the deceased family and compensated them with 300,000. The family is quite pleased as they count the money. Rest assured, this sum comes from us. We will find another opportunity to complete the task, replied the voice on the other end of the phone. Upon hearing that the deceased family would not pursue the matter, Song King's anger subsided somewhat. Her expression softened as she spoke into the phone. Look for another opportunity. As long as the matter is resolved, I will not treat you unfairly. I will cover the 300,000 compensation for the deceased. All right, thank you. The voice on the other end replied, obsequiously. Song King rolled her eyes at the air and hung up the phone. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, Huamingzi received a report. His team had thoroughly investigated Yao Yutong's recent whereabouts and confirmed that she merely arranged for Shen Modi to go out, and the accident was unrelated to her. They also looked into the driver, who had 13 years of driving experience. Neither the driver nor his close relatives had any unusual transactions recently, nor had they purchased any large items. Most of the time, he drove a pickup truck, occasionally a larger truck, as the landscaping company frequently delivered succulents and small potted plants to the flower shop. The driver had not been in contact with Yao Yutong or her associates recently. Huamingzi squinted at the report. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was the day of the business gala and the days leading up to the event. Xiao Guang had been recovering well, spending each day in his father's hospital room. Although Shenweigu's condition was poor, it remained relatively stable, bringing much comfort to Modi. During that time, she had sketched the design for that ring and redrawn an entire set of maple leaf jewelry. She had managed to appease director who, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Huamingzi drove to pick up Modi. Today, he was not in his Chevrolet but rather in a Bentley. Modi was astonished, her gaze scrutinizing Huamingzi. His suit seemed particularly exquisite, clearly of high value. Noticing her scrutiny, Huamingzi explained, one cannot arrive at a gala in an inferior vehicle. It would invite disdain. He couldn't deceive Modi by saying the car was borrowed. Yet he also dared not confess it was his own. Though their acquaintance was recent, he found he understood her quite well. Unlike many women who coveted wealth, she viewed it as a source of pressure and burden. Once the gala concluded, he would take the time to explain everything to her. Upon hearing that one should not arrive in a shabby car, Modi assumed the Bentley was rented. She nodded in understanding. Yes, for business people, maintaining appearances is sometimes necessary. Huamingzi then took her for styling. Afterward, he presented her with a gown and jewelry. Modi was left speechless. The jewelry set was worth no less than 2 million. She thought to herself that since the Bentley was rented, the jewelry must be too. As she accepted the pieces, she inquired, is it a particularly high-end gala? Indeed, Huamingzi replied, adding with a smile, you need not be overly anxious. I will remain by your side throughout. All right, Modi responded with a smile, though in truth, she was not nervous. Previously, Gu Tianqi had also taken her to various business banquets, claiming it was to help her acclimate. She changed into the gown, and as she stepped out of the fitting room, Huang Mingze, who had been seated on the sofa perusing a fashion magazine, was momentarily captivated by the sight of her in a flowing purple strapless gown. The elegance with which she moved was mesmerizing. The 2 million worth of jewelry she wore radiated a sense of 20 million. The gown showcased her slender waist, elongated figure, swan-like neck, exquisite collarbone, and porcelain-like skin. Exuding an aura of nobility and grace, if not for her humble origins, one might have mistaken her for someone of high birth, for her innate elegance was unmistakable. "How do I look?" Modi asked with poise. Huang Mingze smiled broadly, lavishly complimenting her, stunning, like a celestial being descended to earth. Modi blushed at the praise. "It's not as exaggerated as you say." Huang Mingze set down his magazine and rose, extending his hand toward her. Modi placed her hand in his. "You truly look magnificent," he remarked. "Thank you. Let's grab a bite to eat first." "The banquet may prove quite taxing," he suggested, glancing at her shoes. She typically wore flats, yet now donned 7-centimeter heels, which he anticipated would cause her discomfort later. The banquet was scheduled to commence at 8 in the evening. However, luxury vehicles began arriving at Jizhou Hotel as early as 6. Tonight's gathering marked High City's annual business networking event. While labeled a business exchange, it was more accurately described as a social gathering. Individuals of status and influence in High City typically attended. Those eager for advancement sought collaboration opportunities at the gala, while others simply aimed to connect with prominent business figures. 6 years ago, Huang Mingze had met Yao Yutong at such an event. This evening, Song Qing and Gu Tianqi were also present, having arrived shortly after 7. Song Qing donned a blue evening gown. Her silence exuded a gentle demeanor, her grace and beauty commendable. Gu Tianqi, clad in a bespoke suit, radiated an air of aloofness. As Song Qing linked arms with Gu Tianqi and entered the banquet hall, they drew many admiring glances. Numerous young women cast appreciative looks at Gu Tianqi, whispering among themselves, "Who is that handsome guy? He is so striking. I've never seen him before. That cool demeanor is so alluring. Who is the young lady beside him? I haven't seen her either. Oh, I remember now. She is the daughter of that jewelry magnate from Meicheng." Song Qing, yes, that handsome man is Gu Tianqi, the young master of the Gu family. Their marriage was reported in the media recently. Yao Yutong has arrived. Wait, why is she alone today? She usually pairs up with Huasan Xiao. I don't know. Perhaps Huasan Xiao is busy and will arrive late or not at all. I've heard competition within the Hua family is quite fierce. All 3 young masters are formidable opponents. Sure, keep your voice down. Such matters shouldn't be discussed here. The crowd hushed. Someone approached Yao Yutong. Greeting her, Yutong. She smiled and walked over to exchange pleasantries with her acquaintances. Though their relationships weren't particularly close, mutual respect prevailed among the young ladies. After greeting a few, Yao Yutong smiled and departed. Aware of her own circle within the larger social landscape, in the banquet hall's northern corner, Song Qing attentively poured wine for Gu Tianqi, saying, "Tianqi, here." Gu Tianqi remained expressionless, ignoring the glass she offered and instead taking a red wine glass from a passing waiter's tray. Song Qing's expression darkened as she murmured, "Tianqi, must you treat me this way? You should be grateful that Uncle Shen is saved." Gu Tianqi replied coldly. Song Qing's face paled. Biting her lip, she apologized, "Tianqi, I'm sorry." She realized he was aware of her provocation toward Shen Weigua. Frustrated, she implored, "Tianqi, could you please be fair? I am your wife. Why do you always think of the Shen family?" Gu Tianqi looked at her with a frosty gaze. Warning, I'll say it again. I have had no connection with Shen Modi for 3 years, yet Uncle Shen once showed me kindness. But you have always been distant toward me, especially since arriving in High City. Should I keep you on a pedestal? That is not what I meant. Song Qing attempted to explain, but Gu Tianqi interrupted. If you find this unbearable, you may go to Grandpa and request a divorce. I want to divorce, Tianqi, that I was wrong. I shouldn't have pressured you. Song Qing was about to express her affection when she caught sight of Shen Modi entering. She was struck by Shen Modi's attire and demeanor. Clad in a purple strapless gown, high heels, and adorned with tassel earrings, her hair elegantly pinned back with 2 strands cascading down, she appeared both noble and graceful. Song Qing had always known Shen Modi was beautiful, and with a little enhancement, She could outshine the rest. However, tonight, Shun Modi looked more enchanting than ever before, igniting a wave of jealousy within her. She immediately glanced at Gu Tianqi, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She whispered, "Tianqi, let us go greet General Zhao Adamim." Gu Tianqi responded indifferently. Song Qiang, now unconcerned with Gu Tianqi's demeanor, merely wished for the evening to conclude swiftly. She feared that Gu Tianqi's heart might once again be captivated by Shun Modi. Meanwhile, Yao Yutong was seated with her friends, sharing her grievances. Her friends expressed their outrage. "Mingza is being too petty. You just went abroad, and he has already found someone to marry. He made me choose between going abroad and staying with him. He has always been infinitely accommodating, and I never anticipated he would take it this far. The woman he married truly is downtrodden, as you say?" Yao Yutong, upon hearing Huo Mingza had arrived, turned around to look at the entrance of the banquet hall. Shun Modi linked arms with Huo Mingza. Together, they exuded elegance and nobility, a perfect match. Yao Yutong's grip on her wine glass tightened uncontrollably, her smile faltering into a rigid mask. "Huo Mingza, you actually brought her here." Almost immediately, she heard Huo Mingza addressing the CEO of Jui Investment, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, Lu. This is not my secretary, nor a new girlfriend. This is my wife, Shun Modi." The title wife ignited a blaze of fury within Yao Yutong. She wished her grip were stronger, for had it been, the glass in her hand would have shattered into 1,000 pieces. The young woman lowered her voice to express her grievances on behalf of Yao Yutong. Men are all the same, just like pigs with trotters. They may seem charming during courtship, but they can seamlessly turn around and marry someone else. Do they truly lack feelings? Enough of this. Yao Yutong felt her anger boiling over. She was painfully aware that Shun Modi was basking in the glow that once belonged to her. At that moment, General Lu from Jui Investment was being exceedingly polite and attentive to Shun Modi, showering her with praises as if they flowed like water. "Mrs. Hua is truly beautiful. I was wondering what kind of girl would be worthy of Mr. Hua, who is so young and accomplished, and upon seeing Mrs. Hua today, you two are simply a match made in heaven, so well suited." "You are too kind," Shun Modi replied with an elegant smile. Huo Mingza also graciously added, "Thank you, General Lu." He then took Shun Modi to meet other business magnates, introducing her to everyone as his wife, Shun Modi. Wife? Who was it that claimed to love only her for a lifetime? Who was it that vowed never to marry anyone but her? Who was it that promised to give her the best of everything in this world? The more Yao Yutong thought about it, the angrier she became, drinking down her glass of red wine in one go. Unable to restrain herself, her friend murmured, "Men are creatures driven by lust. When a woman says she wants to break up, it's merely a ploy to evoke a man's affection. But when a man says he wants to break up, he can immediately seek someone else." Seeing Yao Yutong's grim expression, her friend sighed. "Yutong, things have come to this. What do you plan to do?" "Alas, you too. Why didn't you just appease him back then? Why did you insist on going abroad? What competition could possibly be more important than marriage? You shouldn't be so career-driven. For a woman, the most vital career is to find a good man." Yao Yutong scoffed inwardly. She had understood this principle since her teenage years. Why did she insist on going abroad? Her grandmother had analyzed the situation of the Hua family for her, explaining that Huo Mingza's chances of becoming the head of the Hua family were slim. Her grandfather had 2 sons, Hua Jinya and Hua Zhendong. Hua Jinya was the eldest, with 2 sons and a daughter, while Hua Zhendong, the second son, had 1 son and 1 daughter. Their son was Huo Mingza. Originally, as a grandson from the second household, Huo Mingza had no right to claim the Hua family's leadership. 6 years ago, when Huo Mingza fell in love with her at first sight, why did she accept him? Because at that time, Huo Mingza's uncle had already been dismissed from his position as president due to misconduct, and Huo Mingza's father had been the president of the Hua family for over 7 years. At that time, the second household of the Hua family was enjoying unprecedented glory. Thus, she unhesitatingly chose to be Huo Mingza's girlfriend. Subsequently, Huo Mingza went abroad for studies, and she too pursued her education overseas. With their love blossoming alongside their studies. 4 years ago, upon Huo Mingza's return, he joined the Hua Group as the assistant general manager. His uncle's eldest son, Hua Jingqin, was also an assistant general manager. With both holding the same position but managing different subsidiaries, competition naturally ensued. Huo Mingza's outstanding performance eclipsed Hua Jingqin's. With Hua Mingze's father as the president of the Hua Group, it was evident that Hua Mingze was the likely heir. Thus, she awaited Hua Mingze's proposal, eager to become Mrs. Hua. She even began to prepare her body for childbearing since the year before, planning to conceive immediately after marriage. In aristocratic families, offspring hold paramount importance. For a woman to secure her status in such circles, birthing children annually is ideal. Having several sons would solidify her standing. Theo put it bluntly, even if she were to grow old and lose her looks. If her husband were to be swayed by outside temptations, her sons would inherit the family fortune. As long as she maintained her marriage, wealth and status would prevail. Love was of little consequence. Who could have anticipated that fate would take a turn when Hua Mingze's father unexpectedly passed away from a heart attack last year? There was no time to rush him to the hospital. He passed on the spot. For the entire year, Hua Mingze remained engulfed in grief and depression. This year, he finally managed to pull himself together and propose to her. She accepted. Hua Mingze began planning their wedding, and she was eagerly anticipating their union. However, her grandmother informed her that Hua grandfather intended to reinstate Hua Mingze's uncle, Hua Jinye. If that were to happen, the second household would have no chance. Especially since Hua Jinye had two sons, neither of whom was frivolous. Essentially, the first household comprised a trio of father and sons working together, while the second household had only Hua Mingze. Additionally, the internal affairs of the Hua family were all managed by Hua Mingze's aunt, while his mother was a woman who neither sought power nor influence, and could not be a source of support for him. After hearing her grandmother's analysis, Yao Yutong promptly concocted an excuse to go abroad. She did not break up with Hua Mingze, but rather intended to take a wait-and-see approach. She would keep him hanging, and if he lost his standing, she would end the relationship. If he gained power, she would, of course, choose to marry him. Unexpectedly, Hua Mingze pressured her into making a choice. Marry him or break up. If she chose to go abroad, it meant breaking up in a fit of defiance. She went overseas. She thought he would come back to coax her as he had in the past during their quarrels. Little did she know, he turned around and married someone else. Yutong, what is wrong with you? Her friend waved her hand in front of Yao Yutong's dazed expression. She felt disoriented and conflicted. After 6 years of dating Hua Mingze, she had never fully given herself to him. He had harbored desires, all of which she had rejected. She insisted on saving the best for their wedding night, and Hua Mingze had respected her wishes. If she were to give herself to him now, he would undoubtedly take responsibility. At worst, he would compensate Shen Modi with a sum of money. After all, in terms of feelings, Hua Mingze loved her. Yutong, seeing them so intimate makes me furious, her friend vented. Ting Ting, pour me another drink, Yao Yutong replied listlessly. Her friend immediately obliged, filling her glass. Yao Yutong raised the cup and drank it all in one go. Just then, her phone buzzed with a notification. She frowned impatiently and glanced over. A message from her grandmother. Hua Mingze has secured the land in the southern suburbs and signed a multinational project. Hua Jianling will not reinstate Hua Jinye. Her grandmother added, well, after all, the family business ultimately relies on the younger generation to manage and inherit. Putting her phone away, the tension in her brow completely relaxed, and a smile returned to her face. Yutong, what good news do you have? Did your design win an award? Her friend inquired. Chapter 24. The calculated plan. Yao Yutong inwardly scoffed, thinking, compared to becoming the matriarch of a wealthy family, what does winning an award matter? Why had she participated in various competitions over the years if not to elevate her status and acquire more leverage? She pursed her lips, adopting a modest demeanor, and replied, yes, my hard work has paid off. My work has won an award. She certainly would not disclose to Mu Tingting that her grandmother had just sent her the new message. Yutong, you are truly exceptional. With such a good background, you are also so talented, Mu Tingting said enviously. Yao Yutong smiled, feeling pleased. Her eyes flickered momentarily, and she sighed. But what good is it? Had I known Mingze would be so willful, I would have never participated in this competition. Alas, men are all shallow creatures obsessed with appearances. Yutong, I must speak honestly, so please don't be upset. The woman Mingze is matched with truly is quite beautiful. Fearing Yao Yutong's anger, Mu Tingting quickly added, of course, her grace and charm are nowhere near yours. After all, you are a true heiress, while she is merely a country bumpkin. But men are always drawn to something new. Suddenly, Yao Yutong grasped Mu Tingting's hand firmly and declared, so, Tingting, I can no longer sit idly by. What do you plan to do? Mu Tingting asked. Why not have a proper talk with Mingza? She suggested. Alas, Mu Tingting sighed. Why does this man have such a temper? Yao Yutong stated. After 6 years of dating Huo Mingza, I can say I have given him my entire youth. He learned to be gentle, considerate, and romantic because of me. Yet now he has let another woman reap the rewards. Tingting, if it were you, would you be willing to accept this? Of course not. But if Mingza ignores you, what can be done? Tingting, I am all in. Yao Yutong's eyes sparkled with determination. Mu Tingting immediately lowered her voice and asked, Yutong, what do you intend to do? Tingting, my dear friend, you must help me, Yao Yutong implored, gripping Mu Tingting's hand tightly. Of course, I will assist you in any way I can, Mu Tingting assured her. I know Mingza. Once we become intimate, he will surely take responsibility, Yao Yutong asserted. Mu Tingting's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean? Yao Yutong beckoned her closer. Mu Tingting leaned in to listen. Yao Yutong whispered her detailed plan into her ear. Mu Tingting's pupils constricted. This? Yao Yutong pressed. Tingting, you must help me. All right, Mu Tingting agreed. Not far away. Huo Mingza had greeted several business tycoons alongside Modi and then led her to an empty table in the southeast corner. He personally went to fetch her some food, then inquired about her feet. How is it? Are your feet hurting? Not at all, Modi replied with a smile, shaking her head. Really not hurting? Huo Mingza asked again. No, it's fine, she assured him. She had worn high heels at her previous job, but recently, she had been busy caring for her father, hence her casual attire, which allowed for quicker movement. Huo Mingza crouched before Modi, massaging her calves. Modi felt quite uncomfortable and glanced away. Huo Mingza continued, kneading her leg. No, I'm fine, she insisted. You don't wear high heels often. Let me help you relax your muscles, or else your feet will hurt, he offered. Modi simply watched him. What is wrong? Huo Mingza asked as he continued his massage. Marrying you is my blessing, Modi said. Huo Mingza smiled. Marrying you is also my blessing. He had initially thought that her greatest virtues were her filial piety, kindness, and resilience. Though she came from a less affluent background, he anticipated that it would take considerable time to help her adjust and bring her into his world. To his surprise, she exceeded his expectations by far. She accompanied him to such a soiree without a hint of trepidation. Her poise was every bit as refined as that of those elite socialites accustomed to such gatherings. Jiyu Tianqi had transferred a portion of the Gu family's enterprises to Haicheng, and this evening he was diligently striving to network with figures from the business world. Just as he was engaged in conversation, his gaze lifted to find Huo Mingza kneading Shan Modi's legs, who was gazing back at him. A sudden wave of irritation washed over Gu Tianqi, prompting him to instinctively tug at his tie. Tianqi, what's wrong? Song Qing had noticed Shin Modi before Gu Tianqi did. The sight of him tugging at his tie did not escape her attention either, igniting a flurry of anxiety within her, though she feigned composure. She understood all too well that after 3 years, Gu Tianqi had yet to forget that wretched Shen Modi. All right, Tianqi, I'll just step into the restroom for a moment. Wait for me, Song Qing announced. Narrowing her eyes, she turned towards the restroom, stealing another glance at Shin Modi, her eyes glinting with malice. Huo Mingza assisted Modi for a while before rising to inquire. Are you headed to the restroom? Yes, Modi replied, having had a few glasses of red wine and feeling the urge to go. Huo Mingza smiled at her, taking her hand gently as they made their way towards the restroom. Meanwhile, Yao Yutong, upon seeing Huo Mingza stand up, feared he might leave just like that. Relieved when they headed towards the restroom, she quickly retrieved her spare phone from her bag and sent a text urging, Are you there? Within 3 minutes, a waiter approached Yao Yutong with a tray, presenting her with a glass of wine and a small paper package, speaking in a hushed tone. The items are inside. Yao Yutong immediately accepted the wine and the small package, clasping it tightly in her palm. After the waiter departed, she turned to Mu Tingting, saying, Tingting, we will proceed according to plan. Understood, Mu Tingting replied promptly. Yao Yutong glanced around before turning her back to open the small package. The lighting was dim, but she could see 3 dark red pills nestled within. They were small, rumored to dissolve in water, and with the red wine's hue, they would be virtually undetectable. She intended to personally drop the pills into Huo Mingza's glass while Mu Tingting distracted Shen Modi. She could hardly believe that Huo Mingza would reject her once he fell for her trap. That moment, Mu Tingting would bring Shen Modi to witness the scene. This marriage would end, whether they liked it or not. After all, not many knew they were married. They could quietly obtain a divorce and she would then marry Huamingza in a grand fashion. Chapter 25. Success. Huamingza and Shen Modi entered different restrooms. Upon exiting the restroom, Modi prepared to wash her hands. Two women in elegant gowns were already at the sink, but Modi paid them no mind, as everyone was dressed formally for the occasion. Finding an empty faucet, she reached out. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced through the air. Isn't it true that you disdain wealth? Then why do you strive so hard to mingle with the elite? Only then did Modi realize that Song King was standing beside her. Unfazed, she continued washing her hands. Shin Modi, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Do you believe that by using others as a stepping stone, you can rekindle a connection with Tianqi? He will never love you again. Song King seethed at Modi's nonchalant demeanor, feeling her frustration boil over each time she encountered such indifference. After washing her hands, Modi took a paper towel and, casting a cool glance at Song King, replied, Don't project your own filth onto others. Rest assured, I will never have any association with Gu Tianqi in my lifetime. Moreover, I arrived in Haicheng first. If you think our meeting is premeditated, you are more than welcome to leave. After all, as long as you are in Haicheng, we will inevitably cross paths again. What will it take for you to leave Haicheng? Song King exploded with rage at Modi's dismissive tone. Nearby, a girl in a gown discreetly glanced over while washing her hands. Modi regarded Song King with indifference. I will reside wherever I please. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall remain in Haicheng for the rest of my life. Suddenly, a phone on the small shelf at the sink vibrated, its screen illuminating with a clear message. When Shen Modi emerges, inform me immediately so I can act. Upon reading this, Modi's eyes narrowed as she reached for the phone. Song King, panicking, swiftly snatched it away. Yet, Modi had already secured the phone in her grasp. Song King, thinking that Modi couldn't unlock it due to a lack of a password, sighed in relief and sneered, Shin Modi, did no one teach you manners? That's my phone, you know? Her expression shifted abruptly when Modi unlocked the phone with a password, Gu Tianqi's birthday. You vile creature, I knew you hadn't forgotten Tianqi. Song King's mind raced at the realization that Modi still remembered Gu Tianqi's birthday, her composure shattering as she became hysterical, forgetting that she was the one in the wrong. Modi maintained her composure as she perused the messages. Song King had instructed her contact to ensure that this time there would be no mistakes, that Shen Modi must be eliminated without fail. Last time. So, that accident was not an accident at all, but a scheme orchestrated by Song King. She had wondered why someone would drive so recklessly in front of a crosswalk. Initially, she thought the driver was simply nervous, mistaking the accelerator for the brake. Little did she know, this was an attempt on her life. How ridiculous of Song King to go to such lengths for someone as ordinary as herself. As Song King witnessed Modi scrolling through the messages, her anxiety surged, and she snatched the phone back, hastily insisting, I didn't do anything. Modi's cold gaze fixed on Song King. Song King, I have warned you before. With that, she turned and departed. Song King exhaled sharply, relieved to see her leave, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down her back. She rolled her eyes, trying to reassure herself. What was there to fear from Shen Modi? Even if she knew, what could she do? Did she have any evidence? With Modi's status, who would she even tell? Reporting it to the police would be futile. This was merely her spare phone. She could flush the SIM card and discard the phone without a second thought. Even if Modi did report it, there would be no proof. With these thoughts, she felt considerably more at ease. Back in school, she had been classmates with Qingyi and Song King. While she shared a good friendship with Qingyi, Song King was a different story. Qingyi disliked her, considering her to be spoiled. Back then, she had urged Qingyi to be more understanding, reasoning that Song King's privileged upbringing warranted a bit of princess syndrome. However, by graduation, Song King had turned against her and quickly started dating Gu Tianqi, leading her to realize that Qingyi had discerned Song King's true nature far better than she had. All set? Huamingza inquired from a distance. Modi spotted him and hurriedly approached, lifting her gown slightly. Have you been waiting for me? Yes, don't run. You might twist your ankle, Huamingza cautioned, stepping forward to take her hand and steady her. All right, Modi smiled at him. The more she encountered schemes, the more she recognized Huamingza's genuine kindness, his tangible devotion. Yao Yutong approached gracefully with a glass of red wine. Upon seeing her, Huamingza prepared to lead Modi away. However, Yao Yutong called out first. Mingza, aren't you going to introduce us? Huamingza coldly introduced. This is my wife, Shin Modi. This is Yao Yutong, the daughter of the Yao family. Hello. Shin Modi greeted Yao Yutong with poised. Hi. Yao Yutong's smile faltered slightly. Huang Mingza's reference to her as the daughter of the Yao family stung. Ignoring Yao Yutong, Huang Mingza attempted to take Modi elsewhere, but Yao Yutong interjected, Mingza, let me toast to you both. Wishing you happiness. She raised her glass, clinking it against Huang Mingza's. As their glasses met, she discreetly flicked her finger, causing a pill to drop into Huang Mingza's glass. Huang Mingza had initially no intention of drinking, but upon hearing Yao Yutong's wishing you happiness, he replied, Thank you, we will be happy, then called out to Modi, Wife. Thank you, Miss Yao. Modi clinked her glass with Yao Yutong's before drinking alongside Huang Mingza. Seeing Huang Mingza consume the wine, Yao Yutong felt a surge of excitement, her heart racing slightly. She continued conversing with Huang Mingza. When do you plan to hold your wedding? It was a topic she dreaded, but she needed to stall for time. Soon. We will send you an invitation, Huang Mingza replied in an aloof tone. Yao Yutong felt like she could crush her teeth in frustration. 6 years of love. They had been so sweet. And now he addressed her as Miss Yao. Hey, Zay. So this is where you've been. Suddenly, an awkward voice chimed in. Turning towards the sound, a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes, impeccably dressed in a suit, approached with a glass of red wine and a broad smile. Yao Yutong's eyes lit up, an affluent foreign businessman. What did it matter if Shin Modi donned an elegant gown and presented herself as a high society lady? Could she truly hold her own? Chapter 26. A slap in the face. When did this happen? Mike stared in astonishment with his emerald eyes, politely glancing at Shin Modi, exclaiming, Wow, Zay, your wife is truly stunning. He then cast a peculiar gaze toward Yao Yutong. Girlfriend? Yao Yutong's face flushed with embarrassment. Huang Mingza, you are being too much, she protested. Shin Modi, composed and fluent in English, remarked, Yes, Miss Yao is our female friend. She excelled in English during her middle school years, scoring full marks on the college entrance examination. While dating Gu Tianxi in university, knowing he came from a wealthy family, she diligently practiced her spoken English and even took up Spanish and Thai's electives to master them. She watched original language films. She is also quite adept with computers, often circumventing barriers to find resources. I see. A female friend. You startled me there. Haha, Mike said with a broad smile. Indeed, we are all good friends, Yao Yutong forced a smile. Feeling so embarrassed that she wished for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole, as if her dignity had been lost entirely. Had it not been for the plans at hand, she would have fled immediately. She never expected Shin Modi to be so proficient in English. Chuckling slightly, Huang Mingza was already captivated the moment Modi spoke in English. He had always assumed she came from an ordinary background. And even if she could speak English, it would likely be limited to textbook knowledge, akin to pidgin English. To his surprise, not only did she handle herself with grace in such a setting, but her command of English was also remarkably fluent. If it weren't for her distinctly Eastern features, one might easily mistake her for a native Brit solely based on her voice. She was far more impressive than he had anticipated, giving him the impression of a hidden gem, much like a profoundly rich book that astonishes with every turn of the page. He grasped Modi's hand tighter, feeling a warmth spreading through him. As images inappropriate for children began to surface in his mind, Say, regarding the project we discussed last month, I'm willing to lower my offer by half a point. Could you possibly concede a bit more? Mike inquired. At that time, it was Huang Mingza, representing the Hua Corporation, who had engaged with him over the project. However, the negotiations had stalled due to his desire to lower the price. Now, as everyone scrambled for the market in Huagua, he was no exception. A week prior, he had arrived in Huagua, privately meeting with numerous heads of large groups. He realized that those executives either had a narrow vision or were excessively demanding. It was indeed rare to find someone like Huang Mingza, who possessed both foresight and ambition. Well, I can also lower my offer by half a point, Huang Mingza replied. However, Mike's expression betrayed his discomfort. If Huang Mingza was only willing to concede half a point, his own profits would be minimal. Mr. Mike, it's beneficial for everyone to earn money together, Huang Mingza stated. Our collaborative goal is to expand and strengthen the project, rather than focus solely on immediate gains. Yet, after 3 years of this project, you stand to gain $3 billion, while I only receive $1 billion, Mike lamented, somewhat begrudgingly. The projected profit of $3 billion left even Yao Yutong, who had grown accustomed to a life of privilege, astonished. $3 billion, equivalent to over 20 billion. Such profits are astronomical figures for any group. Having dated Huang Mingze for 6 years, she was aware of his capabilities. Yet she believed that the platform mattered more. If Huang Mingze could successfully inherit the Hua Corporation, his talents would naturally find expression. Conversely, no matter how capable he was, he could not showcase them otherwise. This was also the reason she had insisted on studying abroad and continuing to observe. Noticing that Huang Mingze had not budged, she feared missing out on the project and quickly whispered to him, "Mingze, this profit is considerable. Conceding a little is acceptable." Her grandmother mentioned that Huang Mingze had already secured the Nanjiao land and a significant overseas project. Acquiring this project would further solidify his position as heir. Huang Mingze completely disregarded Yao Yutong, addressing Mike. "While my profits are indeed higher, my contributions will also be greater. Take your time to consider the project. Tomorrow, I will host a welcome gathering for you." In Huagua, we have a saying, "When business fails, courtesy remains. A guest is a guest." I will accompany you for sightseeing all day tomorrow. I have other matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself for now. We will communicate tomorrow. Earlier, his mind was filled with inappropriate thoughts, and now it had intensified. He had realized he might have consumed something unsuitable. Business discussions could wait. He needed to leave immediately. "All right, Zay, see you tomorrow." "We will discuss it in detail then," Mike replied politely. "Good." Modi felt the warmth near her ear and sensed something was off with Huang Mingze. Assuming he had drunk too much, she immediately reached out to support him. "Are you drunk? Let us go upstairs and rest. The hangover tea here in Jizhou works wonders. It will make you feel better." Seeing Huang Mingze about to leave, Yao Yutong quickly interjected, "You help him to the room. I'll call the waiter to bring the hangover tea." "All right." Modi promptly assisted Huang Mingze toward the exit. Huang Mingze felt his control slipping further, especially upon hearing Modi's voice and catching the fragrance emanating from her. He was overwhelmed with an impulse to embrace her. Fearing he might lose control, he fought to maintain his composure and dialed Xiuzhan. "Where are you?" "Not too far from Jizhou." "Not far." "About 3 kilometers. I've arranged to ride motorcycles with some friends." Xiuzhan replied cheerfully over the phone. "Bring the silver needles and come to Jizhou," Huang Mingze instructed. What's going on?" "I'll be right there." Xiuzhan quickly hung up. Huang Mingze told Modi, "Help me upstairs." "All right." Seeing Huang Mingze's condition worsening, Modi immediately assisted him toward the elevator. Yao Yutong's eyes flickered, and she quickly signaled to Mu Tingting, who was not far away. Chapter 27. Dispersing Shinmodi. Shinmodi helped Huang Mingze into the elevator. Yao Yutong, in her high heels, entered with a concerned expression. "Miss Shun, please help Mingze into the room. I will have the waiter bring the hangover tea." Huang Mingze's hawk-like gaze fixated on Yao Yutong. She quickly averted her eyes, knowing that Huang Mingze would suspect her presence. But what did it matter? She couldn't allow Huang Mingze and Shinmodi to be alone together in a room. Igniting a passionate fire, Huang Mingze currently lacked the energy to question Yao Yutong. His breathing had begun to quicken, and he felt increasingly out of control, leaning against Modi, his hand gripping her waist as if he wished to meld her into himself. Modi too sensed something was amiss with Huang Mingze and quickly steadied him. The elevator chimed as it reached the 13th floor. 1388. Huang Mingze instructed. "All right." Modi assisted him forward. Yao Yutong immediately placed a call. "Hello? Is this the front desk? Room 1388 needs hangover tea. Quickly. Thank you." Modi frowned as she helped Huang Mingze to the room. She truly despised women like Yao Yutong, those who do not cherish what they have but cling to it once lost. Huang Mingze and she had no feelings left. They were officially registered as a married couple. When Yao Yutong approached Huang Mingze, what did she think of her? Since Yao Yutong lacked self-respect, Modi felt no need to be polite. She spoke coolly to Yao Yutong. "Thank you, Miss Yao. I will take good care of my husband." She deliberately emphasized the word husband. Yao Yutong's expression stiffened, followed by a cold scoff in her heart. Unaware of her own limitations? Does she truly believe she can secure the position of Mrs. Hua? Upon reaching room 1388, Modi found to her dismay that they lacked a room card. Huang Mingze stated, "My fingerprint." He reached out to unlock the door with his fingerprint. Yao Yutong preempted him by inputting the password. She provocatively taunted Shinmodi, "This is Mingze's exclusive presidential suite. Only Mingze and I have the password. Come, help Mingze to the room." She intended to assist Huang Mingze herself. Modi swiftly moved to block Yao Yutong's path, stating, "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Yao. I will be changing the password shortly. You may leave now. We need to rest." Yao Yutong felt a surge of anger. She didn't want to ruin her impression in Huo Ming's eyes and smiled. All right, I will leave once the waiter brings the hangover tea. With that, she stepped into the suite. Modi moved to block the door, saying coolly, there's no need. I will arrange for the waiter to bring the hangover tea. I've never encountered such a clingy person. Bang! Huo Mingza pulled Modi into the room, forcefully closing the door behind them with a loud thud. Yao Yutong quickly stepped back to avoid being hit by the door. Frustrated, she stomped her feet in agitation. Mingza, how are you? Shin Modi supported Huo Mingza into the room. Huo Mingza pushed Modi against the wall, his eyes burning with intensity. Modi was startled. His drunken demeanor was genuinely intimidating. You should lie down for a bit. The hangover tea will help you feel better, she suggested. Wife, Huo Mingza, feel utterly feverish, he confessed, straining every ounce of self-control to maintain his lucidity. Pressed against Modi, he found her presence slightly cooling. He leaned in to kiss her lips. The soft, cool sensation brought him immense comfort, and he craved more. You? Modi noticed Huo Mingza's unusual state. His drunkenness shouldn't he manifest like this? She reached out to touch his forehead. He was burning up. You have a fever? Modi asked concernedly. Huo Mingza's voice was hoarse. No, it's difficult to explain. Gazing into her clear eyes made it hard for him to disclose the unspeakable, sordid truths of this world. He never expected the typically aloof Yao Yutong would engage in such repugnant behavior. The kiss descended once more. Faced with Huo Mingza's semi-conscious state, Modi felt a surge of panic. What she had learned about him today was overwhelming. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Modi felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and immediately struggled free. Exclaiming, I'll get the door. Huo Mingza reached out, pulling her back into his embrace, encircling her waist. Modi felt the pressure around her waist tighten. Just then, the sound of a password being entered came from the door. Yao Yutong entered, carrying the hangover tea delivered by the waiter. She was undoubtedly aware that the hangover tea was of no use to Huo Mingza, yet she required this bowl of tea to maintain her facade. As she entered with the tea, she caught sight of Huo Mingza embracing Modi. The wave of frustration surged within her. She swiftly approached and said, Mingza, please drink the hangover tea. It will make you feel better. Huo Mingza glared at Yao Yutong with bloodshot eyes. Yao Yutong, gazing into his eyes, recognized that he was now in a state of confusion, unable to distinguish between people. Furthermore, when a person's consciousness is compromised, rationality is lost, and the subconscious takes precedence. She could not believe that the woman Huo Mingza desired in his subconscious was not her. She leaned closer, bringing the cup to his lips, purposefully pressing her body against him. Mod attempted to take the cup, but Yao Yutong evaded her. Mod was about to assist Huo Mingza when she suddenly noticed his intense gaze fixed firmly on Yao Yutong, his crimson eyes reflecting an uncontrollable affection. Feeling somewhat troubled and embarrassed, she realized that the truth behind drunken clarity was that Huo Mingza truly wished to be near Yao Yutong. With that thought, she took a half step back. This distance meant that if Huo Mingza called for her, she would step forward. If he did not, it would signify her concession. Previously, she had thought herself fortunate to have found a promising partner. As she attended the banquet, she had mused that Huo Mingza might be involved in business, thus familiar with some company executives. However, the conversation between the foreign businessman and Huo Mingza had shocked her. $30 billion in profit. What an astronomical figure. It dawned on her that he was a top-tier millionaire. She felt unworthy. She also felt fear. All she truly desired was to find someone of similar standing to share her life with. When Yao Yutong noticed Shin Mod step back, she raised her chin slightly, feeling that Shin Mod was being considerate. She silently blamed Mu Tingting for being a poor ally, wishing she would call Shin Mod. Huo Mingza struggled to maintain his composure. Upon seeing Mod step back, he reached out to pull her closer. Just then, Mod's phone rang, and she answered it immediately. Her expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "What's wrong with my father?" "I'll come right away." It was a call from the hospital nurse, informing her that her father's condition had worsened. Chapter 28. Qiuzhan. That scoundrel. The nurse mentioned that the patient had vomited blood. Upon hearing this, Shin Mod felt a surge of anxiety, wishing she could sprout wings and fly straight to the hospital. However, Huo Mingza was currently intoxicated. His condition left her feeling uneasy. She looked at Huo Mingza, whose eyes were even redder than before, his jaw clenched tightly, and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yao Yutong gently coaxed. Mingzi, come, drink the hangover tea. It will make you feel better. Get lost? Mingzi shoved Yao Yutong away. He slumped onto the sofa, gasping for air. Yao Yutong immediately sat beside him, offering support. Mingzi, why don't you lie down on the bed and rest for a while? She deliberately pressed herself against him. Noticing that Shinimo-di had not yet left, she smiled sweetly and said, Miss Shun, do you have something urgent to attend to? Please don't worry. I will take good care of Mingzi. Shinimo-di happened to see Yao Yutong leaning against Mingzi and noticed the expression of pain on his face. Her eyes narrowed slightly. His current state did not resemble mere drunkenness. It was more akin to the aftermath of consuming something harmful. Considering the possibility, she quickly glanced at the unfamiliar phone number. Logically, calls from hospital nurses should come from landlines. Sensing something was amiss, she texted her brother, Xiaoguang, how is Dad? Mod added, Xiaoguang, don't lie to your sister. Her phone buzzed with a reply, showing a picture her brother sent. It depicted their father receiving in 4 drip. Peacefully asleep and stable. Modi examined the neatly arranged bedding. If her father had truly vomited blood, there would certainly be doctors present in the ward, and Xiaoguang would not be so calm. She confirmed that this was a conspiracy, a scheme targeting Mingzi, designed to both undermine him and keep her away. Mingzi looked over, his bloodshot eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Such a gaze tightened Modi's heart, and she immediately rushed over, supporting Mingzi. I'll help you to the room. Even if she ultimately exited Mingzi's life, it would not be at this moment. A woman like Yao Yutong was unworthy of him, not even his pinky toe. Mingzi leaned against Shinimo-di. But this hangover tea. Yao Yutong was filled with frustration. How could Shinimo-di ignore her dying father? Indeed, people were greedy. Knowing Mingzi's wealth, who would not want to cling to him? What significance did her father hold if he was nearing death? Miss Yao, please step aside. I will take care of my husband. It was inappropriate for her to remain here at this late hour. Mod retorted. Yao Yutong was not one to concede easily. She continued to hold the hangover tea, insisting, I'll have Mingzi drink the tea, and then I will leave. If Miss Yao persists in staying, I will call security, Shinimo-di said sternly. You, Shinimo-di, understand this? Mingzi is my boyfriend. Then I will call the media. I happen to have our marriage certificate, Shinimo-di replied, preparing to make the call. You? Yao Yutong was furious, nearly wishing to bite Shinimo-di. Seeing Mingzi's hand tightly gripping Shinimo-di's waist only heightened her panic. She could not leave. If she did, it would facilitate Mingzi and Shinimo-di's union. Grabbing her bag, she intentionally bumped into Shinimo-di as she walked out, then swiftly supported Mingzi. She attempted to push him into the room, hoping to trap Shinimo-di in the living room. Just then, the doorbell rang. Mod hurried to answer it. Qiu Zhan had arrived, dressed in motorcycle gear, looking sprightly. Upon seeing Yao Yutong supporting Mingzi and preparing to close the door, his expression soured. He immediately addressed Shinimo-di, sister-in-law, please help my brother onto the sofa. I'll administer a few acupuncture needles to no need. He will feel better after drinking the hangover tea, Yao Yutong interjected, fearing Qiu Zhan's medical skills would counteract Mingzi's medication. Yet, she dared not close the door. She knew Qiu Zhan well. If she attempted to shut the door, he would kick it open. Shinimo-di approached to assist Mingzi. Yao Yutong tried to intervene, but both women ended up supporting one of Mingzi's arms. Qiu Zhan stepped forward, elbowing Yao Yutong aside. Yao Yutong stumbled backward, barely catching herself against the doorframe to avoid twisting her ankle. This was precisely why she despised Mingzi's friends. They were all so uncouth, lacking any grace. Seizing the opportunity, Shinimo-di helped Mingzi onto the sofa. Sweat dripped down Mingzi's forehead as his bloodshot gaze turned to Qiu Zhan. Gritting his teeth acupuncture, Qiu Zhan produced silver needles and coolly addressed Yao Yutong. Miss Yao, I'm about to start acupuncture. Would you like to come and learn? Don't worry, I'm not a medical student. I want to steal your techniques. Yao Yutong replied lightly, implying, do you think being a doctor is so impressive? In my eyes, it's nothing. Qiu Zhan retorted sarcastically, oh, if you're not here to learn, what are you doing? Waiting to watch this couple sleep together later? You? Yao Yutong could no longer tolerate it, clutching her handbag as she hurriedly departed. As she left, she cast one last glance at Mingzi, feeling an overwhelming sense of reluctance. However, with Qiu Zhan neutralizing Mingzi's intoxication, she was certain he would not pursue Shinimo-di. She understood him. He was inherently proud, and if he did not love someone, he would not approach them. Even if he did, she would not mind. Her only regret was that her own miscalculations had provided Shan Mod with an opportunity. After Yao Yutong departed, Qiu Zhan began the acupuncture on Hua Mingzi. Shin Mod looked around and noticed a water dispenser, filling a cup for Qiu Zhan. She then fetched a towel to wipe Hua Mingzi's sweat and asked Qiu Zhan, "Dr. Qiu, is this just drunkenness?" He has ingested some foul substance, feeling terribly unwell. Only that specific remedy can detoxify him. Qiu Zhan administered 2 needles to Hua Mingzi. He would not waste this rare opportunity to fully detoxify him. A couple of needles would suffice as a mere formality. He preferred to bear the reputation of being unskilled rather than hasten their passionate reunion. After all, in a marital relationship, the more they shared intimacy, the deeper their bond would grow, and who knows, they might even conceive. Mod's face flushed crimson upon hearing about the detoxification, and she dared not inquire further. She realized that the doctor was exceedingly blunt, unfiltered in his speech. After administering the needles, Qiu Zhan began drinking water. He felt like a living bodhisattva, leaving in high spirits. Primarily, he hoped Yao Yutong had not wandered too far, as he desired to chase after her and exchange a few barbs. Just the thought was exhilarating. Chapter 29. Like a rampaging wolf with Qiu Zhan's departure, the presidential suite's living room was instantly left with only Hua Mingzi and Shin Mod the next moment. Hua Mingzi pounced on Mod, pushing her back onto the sofa. Mod was kissed. She gazed into Hua Mingzi's fierce, crimson eyes, filled with an overwhelming sense of aggression. She attempted to rise, but after several tries, Hua Mingzi once again brought her down. That moment, he resembled a wild wolf, utterly out of control. Mod recalled Qiu Zhan's warning about lingering toxins, and her heart raced with anxiety. Hua Mingzi, please calm down. His bloodshot eyes were veiled with a layer of desperation. Hua Mingzi, Mod cried out. Yet, his kiss descended once more, urgent and fervent. He had saved her father's life. They were now married, and she was willing to be his antidote. In the heat of passion, they consumed one another completely, enveloped in a room filled with intimacy. Gradually, the crimson hue in Hua Mingzi's eyes faded, and he regained clarity. Shin Mod wrapped herself in a blanket, her face flushed with the innocence of someone newly acquainted with such experiences. Hua Mingzi gazed at her, yearning to pounce again when he suddenly caught sight of a vibrant red bloom on the sofa. Surprised yet delighted, he felt a thrill. While he did not mind her past, the first time was always a surprise. He stood, donned his pants, and lifted Mod, blanket and all, carrying her into the bedroom. He laid her gently on the bed, leaning down, his thumb caressing her cheek as he vowed, "I will treat you well for a lifetime." Mod remained silent. If he were an ordinary man, she would certainly strive to be with him, but he was not. She feared the depth of her feelings. She feared that it would culminate in humiliation and abandonment, just as it had in the past. "I will take a shower. You may rest first." Hua Mingzi reached out to gently caress Mod's face before he retreated to the bathroom. Mod clutched the quilt to her chest. Gazing towards the bathroom, her heart filled with myriad emotions. How wonderful it would be if he were merely an ordinary person. Yet, he was a magnate, a top-tier tycoon who could amass billions from a single project. She found it impossible to suppress her feelings of inferiority. Memories flooded back to her of the time when Gu Tianqi's mother had thrust a pile of dubious photographs at her, condescendingly admonishing, "Young lady, you must have self-respect." She had tried to explain, "Auntie, those are photoshopped. They are not me." Gu Tianqi's mother had regarded her with disdain, stating, "What I mean is not merely the photographs. They are inconsequential. What truly matters is that your status does not match Tianqi's. To aspire to something beyond your reach is to lack self-respect. Auntie, I will strive to improve. I will do my utmost not to hold Tianqi back. To be a supportive partner." In her university days, she worked tirelessly, aspiring to one day be worthy of Tianqi. Gu Tianqi's mother had laughed derisively. "Oh, not hold him back? A supportive partner? Your background alone makes you a joke among the elite. It's not just about holding him back. You're dragging him down entirely. A supportive partner. Do you possess the means to financially support Tianqi, or the connections to aid him? In the world of the affluent, every minor misstep could trigger a cascading downfall. Only by marrying into a family of equal standing could Gu Tianqi ensure the Gu family's continued dominance. She had wanted to explain, but Gu Tianxi's mother had simply walked away with her bag. When she called Gu Tianxi to clarify that the photographs were not of her, hoping he would persuade his mother, he coldly replied on the phone, "Let us break up. Whether the photos are you or not is irrelevant." In that moment, she felt as though she had lost her hearing and her mind, collapsing to the ground in tears. The gaping wound in her heart had never truly healed, and all she could do was strive not to remember. She understood that the chasm between ordinary folk and the elite was immeasurable. Hard work alone could not bridge it. No affluent family would accept an ordinary girl. She dreaded the prospect of facing ridicule and humiliation in the future. All she desired was to lead a simple, stable life, grounded in the reality of an ordinary existence. A chill swept across her face. Wiping her hand across it, she felt tears. Why was she crying again? She bit her lip, striving to remain strong. He naturally lifted a corner of the quilt and sat beside her. "Waiting for me?" he asked with a smile. "Why, yes. Do you have something to tell me?" He inquired again. Od nodded, her hands gripping the hem of her dress beneath the quilt as she spoke. "Meeting you has been a stroke of luck for me, if it weren't for you. My father might have perished, and my brother wouldn't have had such a smooth cochlear implant. That too is my fortune." Huang Mingzi reached out to ruffle Mod's hair. Though her hair was slightly tousled, it did nothing to diminish her beauty. He simply felt it was time for bed and that she should remove her makeup. "I'll have someone bring up a makeup remover kit." With one hand on the phone placing the order, his other hand intertwined with Mod's beneath the quilt. He had grown accustomed to holding her hand. She felt a twinge of discomfort and remarked, "Actually, you're not just an employee, nor are you merely earning a monthly salary of 20,000, right?" Huang Mingzi confirmed, "Yes, I casually mentioned 20,000 as a monthly salary. I was merely seeking a suitable partner for marriage. I consider myself fortunate to have found you. Are you eager to marry out of spite for your ex-girlfriend?" Mod questioned. "Not entirely. After a breakup, one should still love oneself," he replied. Mod felt something was amiss. She gazed into his eyes. "I have always loved myself. After the breakup, I quickly sought a new partner and embarked on a fresh life. How could that not be self-love?" Mod asserted, "Given your status. Even if you do not marry Miss Yao, you should wed into another affluent family. You have countless options, and so what?" Huang Mingzi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Mod in a moment of displeasure. He bit her lip with a hint of reprimand. After a brief pause, he released her. "Mod, please calm down. We are few who know about our marriage. If we separate, you could marry someone of equal standing." This time, Huang Mingzi bit her lip fiercely, causing her to yelp in pain. He pinned her down, his displeasure evident in his gaze. "Why belittle yourself? Your words infuriate me." Typically, it was the men who would walk away after a brief encounter. But in this case, he had invested effort, and she had enjoyed it, yet she wished to part ways. Chapter 30. A Strategic Retreat. Huang Mingzi's words stung Mod's heart. Once, she had been optimistic and brave, willing to love fiercely and without reservation. She had once poured everything into love, but reality had left her utterly broken. The pain was unbearable. She was frightened. She resigned herself to her fate. All she desired was a simple, peaceful life. She feared the unpredictability of life, joy one day, only to be forcibly separated the next due to mismatched statuses. She was human, flesh and blood, and she could truly feel pain on our wedding day. "You told me that marriage meant a lifetime commitment." Huang Mingzi's gaze remained fixed on Mod. She moved her lips but found herself unable to speak. At that time, she believed him to be an ordinary person just like herself. Huang Mingzi continued, "On the day Yao Yutong approached you, you and I made a pact to safeguard our marriage." Mod's nose tinged with emotion. She quickly turned her head away. Huang Mingzi repositioned her head, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Shin Mod, do not underestimate yourself. You are exceptional." A pang shot through her heart as she locked eyes with Huang Mingzi, steadfastly asserting, "Huang Mingzi, we belong to different social strata." Once, Gu Tianxi had told her she was exceptional, claiming that his grandparents would surely accept her for her merits. She had striven tirelessly to be worthy. Ultimately, all she received was a dismissive, "Have some self-respect." What his mother said was inconsequential. What truly mattered was Gu Tianxi's decision to break up with her. He had obliterated all her efforts and love. Huang Mingzi observed Mod, recognizing her stubbornness, her determination, and her insecurity. He leaned down to kiss her. Mod, We have only recently forged such a bond. Her body stiffened momentarily. He had provided her warmth. She had already begun to embrace the role of a wife, only to suddenly realize he was a top-tier tycoon. She dared not covet this warmth, fearing the irrevocable consequences of the past. Have you considered that your proposal to separate is unfair to me? He asked again. Mod replied, you have many options. You could choose someone better. How could a rich person's feelings be deemed unfair to another rich person? After years of emotional investment with Gutianchi, he had erased her with a single breakup, leaving her to languish in pain. Meanwhile, he had swiftly moved on with Song King, forming a powerful partnership that propelled their family business to new heights. She had relocated her entire family, tirelessly striving for a better life. It was through this relentless pursuit that she gradually understood. The poor are unworthy of love. Huang Mingze inquired, am I good to you? Yes, Mod replied sincerely. Then why consider separation? Mod felt a twinge of discomfort within, responding, we are not well-suited. It is better to part ways now than to face your mother one day who would insist I have some self-respect. She feared humiliation, but more than that, she dreaded the day Huang Mingze might casually say, Mod, let us part ways. Are you certain? Huang Mingze asked. Yes, Mod admitted, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Some things she inherently felt unworthy of. Withdrawing early would spare her from further pain. We are married. Could you lend me a hand? Huang Mingze proposed, if you say so, I will surely assist you, Mod affirmed. He had granted her a tremendous favor, and if she could help him in return, she would strive with all her might. Let us make this marriage work for a year. If after a year I have secured my position as president of the Hua family, and you still wish to part ways, I will respect your decision, Huang Mingze declared. She resembled a book he found both delightful and completely comprehensible. By simply gazing into her eyes, he could discern all her thoughts. He recalled the day he encountered her ex-boyfriend at the hospital, remembering how she had referred to him as young Master Gu. Everything became clear to him. She had been hurt by those of wealth before. Hence her sensitivity and resistance. She feared being wounded again. She longed to retreat into her shell, but I cannot assist you. I would only hinder you, Mod exclaimed. We are currently married. No one knows about it. If we separate, you could marry a wealthy heiress, which would be more advantageous for consolidating your position as president. Huang Mingze chuckled. My cousin is already aware of our marriage. He is my greatest rival. If I were to divorce now, it would serve as ammunition for his attacks against me. Mod fell silent. Had she known, she would never have married him. Huang Mingze observed the expression on Mod's face, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he caressed her cheek. This year. Let us face the world together, shall we? How adorable. There were no convoluted thoughts, no weighing of pros and cons, no greed for wealth, only a desire to safeguard herself and to assist him. He had merely offered her father a helping hand, and she was willing to give her all in return. With a wife like her, what was there to fear about instability at home? My background will subject you to ridicule, Mod lamented. No one dares to mock me, Huang Mingze retorted. He reclined, wrapping his arms around her. Pulling her down into the quilt, he adjusted her position, ensuring she lay facing him. Just like tonight, composed and confident. You are remarkable. I will help you, Huang Mingze urged, his gaze unwavering. Mod agreed. All right. Most of the time. She could exude confidence and composure. After all, she did not rely on others for sustenance or squander their wealth. What terrified her were the potential humiliations from his family and the prospect of his abandonment. If it was merely a matter of helping him, then there was no issue. This year, she would refrain from emotional involvement. A year later, she could extricate herself unscathed, just in time for her father to see their well-being, which would surely uplift his spirits and aid in his recovery. The doorbell rang. Mod stood to answer it, but Huang Mingze was already up. I'll get it. Someone is delivering the makeup remover kit. Huang Mingze received the items and, on a whim, changed the password for the suite to the anniversary date he shared with Mod. He placed the items in the bathroom and instructed Mod to remove her makeup. He also fetched her a nightgown. Anticipating their attendance at the soiree, he had arranged for a backup gown and Mod's everyday attire earlier that afternoon. After bathing and removing her makeup, Mod emerged from the bathroom, feeling somewhat awkward. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to climb into bed, settling on Huang Mingze's side. Huang Mingze discreetly curled the corners of his lips upward, turned onto his side, and drew her into his embrace. Mod instinctively attempted to squirm away. Huang Mingzi cautioned her, "Stay still and sleep well. Otherwise, I might lose control." Startled, Mod promptly shut her eyes, feigning sleep. Observing Mod's bare-faced appearance, Huang Mingzi's smile widened. She appeared increasingly endearing. Outside, an hour earlier, Qiu Zhan, clad in motorcycle gear with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, sauntered into the banquet hall with an air of arrogance. He surmised that Yao Yutong was likely still within the venue. Scanning the surroundings, he indeed spotted her seated on a sofa in the northwest corner, engrossed in her phone, typing away. Qiu Zhan promptly approached her. As he passed by the waitstaff, he nonchalantly grabbed a glass of red wine from a tray. Upon reaching the corner, he plopped down opposite Yao Yutong, carelessly propping his legs on the coffee table. Sporting flashy Martin boots, he exuded an air of extravagance. With a smile playing on his lips, he leisurely sipped his wine, exclaiming, "This wine is quite exquisite. No wonder Mingzi is utterly enchanted by it." He raised an eyebrow, hinting at something more. Yao Yutong, preoccupied with devising a way to send Shinamodi away, was incensed upon seeing Qiu Zhan. She put away her phone and fixed him with a glare. "Dr. Qiu, as a good friend of Mingzi, perhaps you should be a tad more discreet when attending such high-profile events. Mind your image. Don't bring shame to Mingzi." Qiu Zhan's smile widened, and he intentionally shook his legs on the coffee table, causing a clattering noise. With a grin, he retorted, "Shame? Am I slipping something vile into someone else's drink?" Yao Yutong's expression soured. "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't turn pale now. Remain composed, and I might just believe you." Qiu Zhan's face was filled with disdain. Yao Yutong's gaze flickered, and she forced herself to appear calm. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Qiu Zhan, flamboyantly swirling his nearly empty wine glass, grimaced and downed the last sip, then scrutinized Yao Yutong without reservation. "It doesn't matter. As long as you know the truth. Miss Yao, do you truly believe that wearing beautiful clothes preserves your dignity, no matter how nobly you adorn yourself? Engaging in sordid deeds will still render you repugnant. I genuinely have no idea what you're insinuating. Dr. Qiu, I'm merely reminding you as a friend to be mindful of your image. If you find it bothersome, consider it as though I never spoke." Yao Yutong rose, clutching her handbag as she made her way outside. "Did Miss Yao consider her image when attempting to steal someone else's husband?" Qiu Zhan called out behind her. Yao Yutong stumbled, nearly falling over. Infuriated, yet unwilling to engage in a quarrel with Qiu Zhan, she despised his audacity to speak so freely. She hastily proceeded towards her Lamborghini. Just as she was about to open the door, a pair of hands encircled her from behind. Yao Yutong shrieked in alarm. "It's me," came the voice of Hua Zhengqin. Enraged, Yao Yutong gritted her teeth. "Hua Zhengqin, release me at once. I am Mingzi's girlfriend. Mingzi is already married." "You seem still to be in a dream." Hua Zhengqin chuckled, though he did let her go. "Let's talk in the car. We have nothing to discuss." Yao Yutong promptly refused, her sights firmly set on Hua Mingzi. "Are you certain there is nothing to discuss?" Hua Zhengqin replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "I am quite certain." Yao Yutong's mood had plummeted, and she lacked the patience to engage in banter with Hua Zhengqin. She reached for the car door, prepared to enter. "Oh, you think that as long as Liang Tianxua remains unconscious, Hua Mingzi will never learn the truth?" Hua Zhengqin remarked lightly. Yao Yutong's expression shifted, her anger escalating as she slammed the car door shut and turned to glare at Hua Zhengqin. "What have I done?" "You're the one who injured Liang Tianxua, leaving him in a vegetative state. You truly are heartless. What relationship do we even have?" Yao Yutong exploded. Hua Zhengqin smiled. "Guess if Hua Mingzi believes you or not. But it doesn't matter. He calls someone else wife now. Who still cares about you?" "Miss Yao, are you sure you want to stand here and converse in this manner?" Fuming, Yao Yutong reached for the car door once more, desperate to leave. "Otherwise, shall I go find Hua Mingzi to have a chat?" Hua Zhengqin threatened. Seething with anger, Yao Yutong managed to squeeze out, "Where's your car?" Hua Zhengqin wore a satisfied grin and gestured towards a nearby vehicle. Fuming, Yao Yutong walked over and yanked open the door. Climbing in, soon after, Hua Zhengqin joined her in the back seat. Yao Yutong glared at Hua Zhengqin, admonishing him, "Hua Zhengqin, please behave normally in the future and do not ambiguously mislead others. We have no relationship. Understood?" In stark contrast to Yao Yutong's indignant fury, Hua Zhengqin remained cheerful. "Miss Yao, you truly are heartless. During your romance with Mingzi, you frequently visited the Hua residence. When our family dined together, you certainly cast me more than a few flirtatious glances. Yao Yutong was infuriated. When did I ever flirt with you? You're delusional, thinking too highly of yourself. Dare you claim you never smiled at me? That was mere politeness. Politeness, do you understand? Then why did you agree to meet me alone? Hua Zhengqin inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. Of course, because you're Mingzi's cousin. Hua Zhengqin's smile broadened, and he raised an eyebrow. Yao Yutong, has anyone ever told you that one should not be too clever or too greedy? Excessive cleverness can lead one to be outsmarted, while excessive greed can result in losing the big picture for trivial gains. His words struck deeply, prompting Yao Yutong to demand, what exactly are you trying to say? Hua Zhengqin replied with a grin, the agreement we made a year ago still stands. Apologies, but I have no interest. Yao Yutong rejected him outright. A year prior, following Hua Mingzi's father's passing, he faced exclusion from the Hua Group by various shareholders and executives. At that time, Hua Zhengqin's influence had momentarily overshadowed Hua Mingzi. Consequently, when Hua Zhengqin invited her to meet, she did not decline, as she was also observing the situation. With the circumstances uncertain, she felt no need to sever her own options. Hua Zhengqin sought her assistance in acquiring Hua Mingzi's core business data, proposing marriage and her future role as the matriarch of the Hua family. Naturally, she was tempted. Hua Zhengqin offered to formalize it in an agreement, which further intrigued her. However, when Hua Mingzi's good friend Liang Tianxua overheard their conversation, he angrily accused her of betraying Hua Mingzi and reached for his phone to inform him. Terrified of being exposed, she panicked and struck Liang Tianxua with a bottle on the table. In the ensuing struggle, Hua Zhengqin grabbed a chair and struck Liang Tianxua on the back of the head. Liang Tianxua attempted to shield himself but soon collapsed. Believing Liang Tianxua to be dead and fearing the repercussions, she urged Hua Zhengqin to leave immediately. She called Hua Mingzi, claiming that Liang Tianxua had encountered an accident. That establishment, the only one in Haicheng without surveillance, was favored for business discussions due to its lack of monitoring, resulting in its overwhelming popularity. Chapter 32. Those who worship Buddha are not necessarily virtuous. It was only later that Yao Yutong learned Liang Tianxua had been at the club because it was one of his properties. Fortunately, the establishment lacked security cameras, and Hua Zhengqin had used an untraceable phone number to arrange their meeting. They had also wiped the fingerprints from the bottle and chair. Crying, she called Hua Mingzi, claiming that a representative from an internationally renowned brand had contacted her, and she had gone to the club to discuss a jewelry design project. Upon her arrival, the representative had made unwanted advances. But Liang Tianxua had intervened and rescued her. Unexpectedly, the assailant had accomplices who injured Liang Tianxua before fleeing. Hua Mingzi arrived at the club with Qiu Zhan right away. Liang Tianxua, having been struck on the back of the head, showed no signs of bleeding. They took him to the hospital for examination, confirming that he had become a vegetative state. Eventually, they sent Liang Tianxua abroad, as it was rumored that Qiu Zhan had a medical facility there. Due to the lack of surveillance and the high foot traffic at the club, Hua Mingzi's team uncovered no leads. Initially, Yao Yutong was concerned, fearing Liang Tianxua would awaken. During the period when she and Hua Mingzi frequented the Hua residence, she could not bring herself to look at Hua Zhengqin, terrified he might sense something amiss. She avoided unfamiliar numbers as well. Months passed, and Liang Tianxua remained unresponsive. Occasionally, while dining with Hua Mingzi, she would overhear Qiu Zhan lamenting that the fourth brother might never awaken. This brought her some relief. However, after several months, Hua Mingzi's position suddenly stabilized. During meals, grandfather Hua urged him to manage the Hua family properly. Consequently, she lost all desire to reconnect with Hua Zhengqin. Hua Zhengqin attempted to reach out to her multiple times, but she skillfully evaded him. Last month, when Hua Mingzi proposed, she readily accepted, eagerly anticipating her future as Mrs. Hua. However, when news reached her that grandfather Hua intended to reinstate Hua Zhengqin's father, it threatened Hua Mingzi's advantages within the family. Thus, she promptly left the country, intending to keep Hua Mingzi on a string while observing the situation. She planned to decide her next move once the circumstances clarified. Yet, Hua Mingzi's sudden marriage disrupted all her plans. Now, with Hua Mingzi securing several significant projects and solidifying his standing, her aspirations seemed further away than ever. Hua Zhengqin once again brought up the agreement from years past, and she, of course, declined. Hua Zhengqin smiled broadly. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? No need. Yao Yutong lifted her chin, ready to push the car door open and exit. Resting her hand on the door handle, She turned her head and said to Hua Zhengqin with unmistakable frankness, "Young Master Hua, do not threaten me with Liang Tianshua's matter any longer. You are the one who took action, and bringing it to Hua Mingze will not serve you well." Hua Zhengqin laughed again. "What if I simply enjoy doing things that harm others without benefiting myself?" Yao Yutong raised her chin even higher. "Then go ahead. Being a cousin of Hua Mingze for over 20 years, you should understand him, right? In his heart, those of a different surname are often closer than blood relatives. If he were to discover that young Master Hua has harmed his brother, I fear Hua Mingze would go so far as to eliminate his blood-related cousin for the sake of a non-blood brother." Hua Zhengqin chuckled again. "After 6 years of acquaintance, Miss Yao knows me well. So, young Master Hua, do not play with fire." Yao Yutong pushed the car door open. Hua Zhengqin smiled and inquired, "Miss Yao, do you truly understand Hua Mingze?" "What?" Yao Yutong frowned and looked at Hua Zhengqin. When it comes to Hua Mingze, she always wants to hear more. His words struck a chord deep within her, causing her immense discomfort. She stubbornly retorted, "My affairs are of no concern to young Master Hua." Regardless, her 6-year relationship with Hua Mingze meant that as long as she maintained her stance that her trip abroad was solely for competition, he would surely understand her, and no matter how angry he was, he would eventually calm down. Besides, the Zhongding Cup is next month, and she has already secured 2 exceptionally inspired design pieces. One is titled Redemption, and the other Fragrant Orchid. At that time, she would enter these 2 works into the competition. While winning may be uncertain, receiving an award is a foregone conclusion. When the moment arrives, she would confess her feelings to Hua Mingze on the podium. Being a man of sentiment, he would surely be moved and rekindle his feelings for her. After Yao Yutong left, Hua Zhengqin chuckled, exited the vehicle, and took the driver's seat, driving away. Upon seeing the lights in the incense hall, she immediately approached and gently knocked on the door before pushing it open. Grandmother was kneeling on the mat, twisting prayer beads and reciting scriptures. Yao Yutong promptly entered, took 3 sticks of incense, and prepared to light them. Grandmother opened her eyes and scolded, "Put that down, grandmother. I just want to burn some incense," Yao Yutong said. "What nonsense is this? Why burn incense at night?" Grandmother chastised. "Alas," Yao Yutong sighed, putting down the incense and bowing to the statues of the Buddha. With a heavy heart, she remarked, "Grandmother, you've truly brought me to ruin. Before the Bodhisattva, do not speak recklessly." Grandmother's expression darkened. She then rose, placed the prayer beads down and walked outside. Yao Yutong quickly followed her. Grandmother entered the bedroom and sat on the bed, looking at Yao Yutong with discontent. "Are you implying that I have done something wrong?" "Alas," Yao Yutong sighed again, sitting on the sofa opposite the bed. "Grandmother, if you hadn't said that grandfather Hua was going to reinstate Hua Zhenya, I would not have gone abroad, and Hua Mingze wouldn't have rashly married a stranger." Grandmother frowned, her face wrinkled. "Who do you think I am doing this for? The Yao family was once one of the 5 great families in Haicheng, and look at how it has fallen. If we cannot gain substantial benefits from marriage alliances, we will only continue to decline. This is a broader view of the Yao family's fate. Narrowing it down to your fate, if Hua Mingze cannot take charge of the Hua family, you will only be squeezed out of it by the main branch of the Hua family. From the moment a woman marries, her fate is intertwined with her husband's. They rise and fall together. If Hua Mingze is in power, you will be the matriarch of the Hua family, respected wherever you go as Mrs. Hua. But if he is not in power, who would look at you with any regard?" "Grandmother, I understand the reasoning, but the question now is, what should I do?" Yao Yutong sighed once more. "You are in your prime, young and beautiful. If you cannot even win over Hua Mingze, then you are unworthy of being the matriarch of the Hua family. I can only tell you that Hua Mingze has already won the old man's favor. Perhaps next month, on his birthday, he will announce the heir. Now, go to sleep. I am tired." The elderly woman rose to wash up. All night long, she tossed and turned. Chapter 3:3 in the morning, unable to resist, at the presidential suite of Jizhou Hotel, this was the first time MOD shared a bed with Hua Mingze. Initially thinking she would be unable to sleep, she was surprised to find herself resting exceptionally well. Upon opening her eyes, the sky had begun to brighten. "Awake!" A languid voice came from beside her. MOD responded softly. Fortunately, it was not fully light yet. Concealing her blush, "Still sleepy?" Hua Mingze inquired. "Not anymore." MOD prepared to lift the blanket and rise. Suddenly, Hua Mingze wrapped his arms around her, his body pressing against hers. Mod stiffened, a thought flashing through her mind. Do not provoke a man in the morning. Feeling the change in his body, her cheeks flared with heat, her mind flooded with the intense scenes from the previous night. Mingza reached out and pulled the curtains shut, plunging the room into darkness. He had already begun to take action. Modi nervously stammered. We are. She meant to say that they had agreed the night before to act as a couple. Mingza seamlessly continued. Yes, we are husband and wife. Modi wanted to say more, but Mingza sealed her lips with a kiss. Whether it was the inherently ambiguous atmosphere of the morning that ensnared them or the enchanting quality of Mingza's kiss, or perhaps the physical intimacy from the previous night had left its mark, Mod found herself utterly defenseless. Mingza, shedding the wildness of the night before, was gentle, careful not to overexert her. Though not sated, he felt refreshed and invigorated. He opened the curtains, revealing the bright daylight outside. Modi instinctively shrank into the blanket. Mingza couldn't help but laugh, his voice tinged with satisfaction. It's still early. Sleep a little longer. All right. Modi genuinely wanted to rise, but felt somewhat embarrassed, especially when meeting Mingza's gaze. When she saw him smile, she dared not meet his eyes for fear of being drawn into his warmth. He was too perfect, akin to Gu Tianxi in his flawlessness. Mod snuggled deeper into the blanket, initially intending to doze a bit longer, waiting for Mingza to shower before getting up. Unexpectedly, she fell asleep again. When she finally awakened, she hurriedly scrambled out of bed. She adjusted her sleepwear and threw off the covers. Mingza emerged from the wardrobe, beaming. Good morning. He had already put on his shirt, fastening the cufflinks, his every gesture radiating elegance and freshness. Good morning. Mod felt her face flush uncontrollably. He appeared so dashing, while she felt disheveled. Did you sleep well? Mingza asked, and the smile on Mingza's lips widened. Then get up and wash up. It's time for breakfast. Mod promptly got up and headed to the bathroom. Mingza's voice rang out. I've squeezed the toothpaste for you, and your clothes are on the rack. Thank you. Mod quickly expressed her gratitude. He was truly considerate. Mingza smiled, donned a suit, and went to the living room to call for breakfast delivery, also ordering 6 roses. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang, and a server delivered the breakfast along with the roses Mingza had ordered. The small dining table in the living room was devoid of a vase. Mingza fetched water and took scissors to trim the roses. After finishing, he placed each stem into the vase. When Mod emerged, she was somewhat surprised to see Mingza, such a prominent figure, engaging in flower arrangement. The 6 roses symbolized mutual respect and understanding. She appreciated this sentiment. Mingza looked up and smiled. Come over for breakfast. Okay. Mod immediately approached. The breakfast spread was sumptuous. Mingza finished arranging the flowers, washed his hands, and sat opposite Mod. She scooped a bowl of congee from the bowl and first offered it to Mingza. Mingza accepted the congee, saying, Thank you, my wife. Previously, when he had breakfast with Yao Yutong, he was the one taking care of her. Now, in marrying Mod, the roles had reversed. Not that he required care, but he found this feeling of being looked after quite pleasant. Mod served herself more congee. Mingza took a soft-boiled egg, tapped it, peeled off the shell, and placed it in the small dish before Mod. No need. I can do it myself, she promptly replied. Perhaps being hurt by Gu Tianxi's breakup 3 years ago had left her deeply scarred, causing her to feel anxious about Mingza's kindness, fearing that she would fall too deeply and be unable to recover. The breakfast at Jizhou was delightful, especially their congee and soup dumplings. Mingza casually scooped a dumpling and placed it in front of Mod's dish. He took one for himself as well, then leaned down to take a bite, drinking the broth before placing the dumpling in his mouth. Mod watched Mingza eat the dumpling, utterly astonished. His movements, while not particularly elegant, radiated an air of nobility that made one envious. Eat while it's hot. It's quite tasty, Mingza remarked. Mod lifted the dish, took a bite of the dumpling, slurped the broth, and then ate the dumpling. Mingza observed Mod's manner of eating and thought her demeanor was truly delightful. After breakfast, Mingza drove Mod to the hospital before heading to the company. He also brought Xiao Guang a set of 9 interconnected rings to keep him entertained in the hospital room. Inside the ward, Mingza resembled a warm-hearted neighbor, exuding a comforting aura as he checked in on his father-in-law. As soon as he left the ward and entered the car, his demeanor shifted to one of cold determination. He dialed Xiao Mu's number. Have you found her? Yao Yutong? Huang Mingze inquired. Yes, the person providing the drugs has been apprehended. Do you wish to meet? Xiaomu asked. Send them to the police station. Huang Mingze replied coldly. Understood. And regarding Miss Yao? Xiaomu inquired. Huang Mingze's expression darkened further. I will make arrangements. Last night, he had suspected it was Yao Yutong, yet he still clung to the hope that it wasn't her. After knowing her for 6 years, it was only at the moment of their breakup that he had come to his senses. No wonder Lao Wu said that those in love possess a brain fog. After hanging up, he dialed another number, instructing his assistant. The SMT chip project of our Rongding branch will be handed over to the Jin family. President, you mean to give the Rongding SMT project to the Jin family? Assistant Liu was utterly shocked. This project has already been predetermined for the Yao family. Did you not comprehend? Huang Mingze expressed his displeasure. During his report yesterday, he emphasized that the Jin family's pricing was the most competitive and their proposal the most advantageous. The president stated that, given the maturity of the Yao family's chip technology and the similar pricing, preference would be given to the Yao family. How could everything change overnight? However, he did not dare to inquire further. Yao Yutong had a restless night, unable to find peace. Just as dawn approached, she finally drifted into a deep sleep, only to be abruptly awakened by a forceful kick to the door. The roar of her father, Yao Xian, pierced the air. Yao Yutong, you incompetent fool, get up this instant. Chapter 34. Yao Yutong goes to Huaz. Yao Yutong was exasperated. Throwing off the covers with frustration etched across her face. Dad, I just fell asleep. What is the meaning of this? What do you mean? What is the meaning? How dare you question me? Yao Xian exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at her. How many times have I told you? Whether you sulk or throw tantrums, there must be limits. If you act too spoiled, men will lose their patience. You refuse to listen? Spending your days with that old hag, if she could guide your life, would she still be spending every day in a Buddhist temple? She would have long ago become an empress like Wu Zetian. Having just eaten breakfast and preparing to head to the office, he received a call from the Hua family, announcing that the project had been finalized and that they would be collaborating with the Jin family. He was infuriated. After witnessing Huang Mingze embracing another woman the previous evening, he had angrily questioned Yao Yutong about it. She had claimed that Huang Mingze was deliberately trying to provoke her by finding another woman. He had consoled her, urging her to explain things to Huang Mingze and to marry him sooner rather than later. Little did he expect that the project they had secured would slip away. This was clearly Huang Mingze getting serious. Seeing Yao Yutong remain silent, still lying in bed, Yao Xian's anger escalated, and he began to scold her again. Are you going to wait for Huang Mingze to have a child with another woman before you get up to celebrate the birth? Yao Yutong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Pounding the bed with her fists, she exclaimed, I'm about to go insane. What does a project worth over 200 million mean? What does it matter compared to becoming the future matriarch of the Hua family? You? Yao Xian raised his hand, ready to strike. Yao Yutong defiantly retorted, Go ahead, kill me. Let me reunite with my mother. If you don't get up and apologize to Huang Mingze, you can get out of the Yao family. I mean what I say. I will deactivate all your cards. Enraged, Yao Xian stormed out. Yao Yutong clutched the blankets, her expression dark and stormy. After the rage subsided, a sense of determination began to take hold. She rose, instructing the maid to prepare desserts. Having skipped breakfast, she meticulously applied her makeup and took the treats to the Hua group. She had resolved that if Huang Mingze tried to stop her, she would claim she was pregnant and boldly stride in. After all, outsiders were unaware of their lack of intimacy. Who would dare to obstruct her? At the hospital, Mod received a call from her close friend. Ning Qingyi, you silly fawn. Your voice sounds a bit hoarse. Have you caught a cold? Mod inquired with concern. Qingyi sighed on the other end of the line. No, I just woke up, by the way. How is your uncle's health? She had visited Uncle Shin last month while working in Meicheng, and his condition was not promising. Every time she called Mod, she hesitated to ask, fearing it might hurt her feelings. Mod glanced at her father and replied, My dad is much better, that's wonderful. Are you free lately? If so, I'd like to come visit for a few days. Ning Qingyi suggested. I'm free. Mod affirmed. Their bond was such that even if she were busy, she would make time for her. Great. I'll book a ticket shortly and should be able to treat you to dinner. My treat? No, I'll treat you, Ning Qingyi insisted. She understood that Mod needed funds for her father and brother's medical treatments, which were not going well. Mod, ever prideful, declined Ning Qingyi's offer to lend her savings, stating that she would ask for help when it was truly necessary. Just come over. I have something important to discuss with you, Mod urged. The matter of marriage felt too rushed. She intended to explain everything to Qingyi in person when she arrived. All right, let us chat all night, Qingyi replied. By the way, you called me last night. Was there something on your mind? Ning Qingyi inquired. Do you remember Ding Fan? Mod asked. Of course. How could I forget? It was that vile act by Song King that caused all this mess. They were happily in a relationship when she swooped in and stole him away, only to not cherish him, leading to his depression and eventual suicide. That night, I was losing my mind in the heat. Went to the rooftop for some air, and just happened to see them together. I had mentioned it to you before. I even secretly recorded a video, intending to expose it. Don't provoke Song King. Ning Qingyi interjected angrily. That wretched girl has caused enough harm. But it's fine. Anyone who can be taken away is trash. All of them are garbage, Mod asked. Can you still find that video? Of course, I backed it up, fearing it might get lost. So I have multiple copies, Ning Qingyi assured her. Please send it to me. Sure, Ning Qingyi replied promptly, then paused to add, silly fawn, trust me, we shouldn't fight over money that's fallen into filth. It will only disgust us. I'm not doing it for Gu Tianxi, Mod clarified. That's good, I'll send it to you right away. With that, Ning Qingyi hung up, clicking on the video. It was slightly shaky at first, but soon became clear. On the rooftop, the wind could be heard alongside background noise as Song King and Ding Fan stood conversing. They were still students at the time. Though both came from good backgrounds, they were dressed casually. Song King wore a blue dress with her hair tied back in a ponytail, while Ding Fan donned a lettered t-shirt. He appeared utterly distraught. King, can we get back together? I'll do everything you say. We can have the child, and I will treat you and our child well. What are you thinking? I'm only 22. My youth is just beginning. IVE already scheduled a doctor's appointment. I'll terminate the pregnancy tomorrow. Song King replied coldly. I brought you here today to tell you not to disclose our good times. Otherwise, I will report you to the department. Claiming you have assaulted me. You, King, how could you say such things? What should I say then? Should I thank you for your malicious intent in ensnaring me? I truly apologize. It was never my intention. King, I'll accompany you for the procedure. Can we reconcile? Stop dreaming. Look at you, so weak. You are destined never to be the man I envision. Let us break up. Do not contact me again. King, I genuinely love you. If you insist on breaking up, my life will lose meaning. King, I beg you one last time. Can we please get back together? It's impossible. I have someone I like now. Ding Fan suddenly felt a powerful impulse. Climbing onto the rooftop railing, he threatened Song King. King, I'll ask you one last time. Can we get back together? Chapter 35. Mod versus Song King. Song King lifted her chin and haughtily refused. No. Ding Fan suddenly uttered, King, remember me. With that, he leapt off. The video jolted and abruptly stopped. This incident occurred a week before graduation. By that time, Mod and Song King were no longer friends. Mod had distanced herself from Song King upon learning that she had stolen someone else's boyfriend. Ning Qingyi had wanted to release the video, but Mod stopped her. Following Ding Fan's suicide, the school quickly sealed off the news, and the police confirmed it was indeed a case of suicide. Ding Fan's parents received his last words. Mod feared that Qingyi's release of the video might provoke retaliation from the Song family, so they refrained from discussing it further. A week later, they graduated. On graduation day, Mod was broken up with. Heartbroken, she lay at Qingyi's house for a week, trying to shield her father from pain. During that week, she felt utterly desolate. Only when Qingyi mentioned Uncle Shen and Xiao Guang would she stir. Forcing herself to eat a little. A week later, she saw Song King publicly announcing her relationship with Gutan 11. In the photo, they were embracing intimately, displaying a level of affection that was quite bold. The source was indeed Song King's computer, she cried, wanting desperately to call Gu Tianxi. Pulling up his contact information, she stared at the name Tianxi and suddenly felt a wave of clarity. She had known Gu Tianxi since middle school. Seated together as classmates for 6 years, neighbors, and good friends. During their youthful years, feelings had blossomed between them. Upon entering university, they became a couple. Their 4 years together were filled with happiness and mutual growth. Just like any couple. Yet, such a relationship could not withstand a few photographs. What reason did she have to call him? So, she deleted his number. After discussing with her father, they decided to move from Meicheng to Haicheng. The thought of Ding Fan's suicide video resurfaced, fueled by Song King's malicious intentions to endanger her life. Although the video might not lead to Song King's imprisonment, the pressure from public opinion would undoubtedly disrupt her life. Furthermore, the Ding family would harbor resentment towards Song King. Once she released the video, she created multiple virtual IDs to comment and elevate its visibility. Perhaps due to her choice of posting in the trending section for Matchmaking, her comments drew considerable attention. As she engaged with comments, she disclosed some truths, such as Ding Fan being stolen from others by Song King, and the same applied to Gu Tianqi. Many began to gossip. Oh my goodness. This Ding family heir is so weak, committing suicide over a woman's breakup. Song King appears so innocent, yet she was pregnant during her school days. Isn't it said that aristocratic families are the most discerning? How could such a woman be married? Many wealthy daughters are quite promiscuous behind closed doors. It's laughable. She just married Gu Tianqi not long ago. I wonder if the Gu family minds? What is there to mind? It's all in the past. If one were to engage in a typical romantic relationship and subsequently part ways, it would be perfectly reasonable not to be overly concerned. However, the situation is quite different when she has taken Ding Fan from someone else. That individual was in a stable relationship for over 2 years. Moreover, Gu Tianqi was also previously taken from someone by Song King. This woman is truly alarming. There are countless men in the world, yet she seems to derive pleasure from seizing what belongs to others. It reeks of psychological abnormality. Perhaps she finds a sense of accomplishment in her conquests. How despicable! There are numerous women of this ilk, truly more repugnant than excrement. After one person hurls insults, others quickly follow suit, and soon a barrage of unpleasant remarks floods the screen. The post's popularity skyrockets, reaching the top of the trending list in less than half an hour. MOD was just about to shut down her computer when her phone rang. It was the unfamiliar number that had contacted her days prior. Belonging to Song King. MOD answered, her tone devoid of warmth. Hello? Shin MOD, it's you? Isn't it? I know it's you. Song King was livid on the other end of the line. MOD could even hear the grinding of her teeth through the phone. What? MOD feigned ignorance. She certainly would not confess, for if she intended to, she wouldn't have posted under a pseudonymous account. Compared to Song King's efforts to manipulate her photos or even hire someone to harm her, her current actions were trivial. Besides, the video was indeed authentic. Stop pretending. Shin MOD, you'd better delete that video immediately. Or else I won't let this go. Song King screeched over the phone. She immediately thought of Shun MOD, recalling how on that day in the CAF, MOD had leaned in to discuss Ding Fan. What video? MOD continued her act of ignorance. Even if Song King suspected her, she relished the sight of her rival in a frenzy, powerless against her. You? Shin MOD, if you dare not delete that video right now, I'll continue to provoke your father. MOD's expression darkened as she warned. Song King, do you really think I'm unaware of the origin of those photos from years ago? Would you like me to send Gu Tianqi your ID number from when you collected those photos and your transaction records? You? Song King was rendered speechless. She desperately wanted to inquire how Shin MOD knew such things. MOD, understanding Song King's thoughts, replied coolly, I've known for 3 years, Song King. 3 years ago, I didn't seek out Gu Tianqi, and I have no intention of doing so today. However, if you continue to push me, that may change. I genuinely don't know what nonsense you're spouting. Song King, clearly flustered, hastily hung up. She was aware that Shin MOD was stubborn and would never delete the video, leaving her with no choice but to find a way to erase it herself. She promptly called a hacker for assistance in deleting the post. The hacker quoted her a price of 200,000. Without hesitation, she agreed. 10 minutes later, the hacker called her. She was filled with hope that the post had been entirely erased. Instead, the hacker, sounding troubled, informed her that the reposting had proliferated too extensively, making it difficult to delete. As the original post was set with an automatic reposting feature, causing the comments to circulate automatically. Song King screamed into the phone, "Can't you just delete the original post?" The hacker replied helplessly, "I may need some time. I'll get on it right away." Frustrated, Song King snapped, "Move faster." Meanwhile, at the hospital, MOD accompanied Xiao Guang downstairs to bask in the sun. Just as they exited the elevator, her phone began to ring again. It was an unfamiliar number. MOD answered. "Hello? MOD? It's me." Despite the strange number, MOD instantly recognized Gu Tianqi's voice. A surge of anger coursed through her. Chapter 36. Gu Tianqi's call. She forced herself to remain calm, responding coldly, Mr. Gu, please refrain from calling me again. Goodbye? MOD. Wait. MOD felt her heart tighten, even trembling slightly with rage. What right did he have to contact her father? What entitlement did he possess to call her? Gu Tianqi continued, MOD. The video of Ding Fan jumping off is from you. Isn't it? Delete it. That moment, MOD felt as if her chest was engulfed in flames of fury. The indignation was beyond words. Who did he think he was to make such demands? Did she expect him to address her concerns? She quickly hung up the phone, tears streaming down her face. What did she truly anticipate? She yearned for an apology. She hoped that one day he would uncover the truth, recognize that the person in those photos was not her, and say, MOD, I'm sorry. To which he would respond, it's all in the past. That would bring her genuine closure. Yet, he was not there to apologize. He merely wanted her to delete the video. What gave him that right? Seeing his sister in tears, Xiao Guang immediately wiped her tears, using sign language to ask what was wrong. MOD quickly dried her eyes, attributing it to the strong wind that had caused sand to enter them. Xiao Guang didn't press further. He opened his arms and hugged his sister. Then, he signed, Sister, let us go for a walk, to see the grass and the flowers. All right, MOD signed back. Suddenly, Xiao Guang signed. Sister, do you know where brother-in-law works? Can we go visit him? He had a sudden thought that perhaps his sister's tears were due to receiving a call from Gu Tianqi. Though he was mute, he was perceptive. He believed that the best remedy for his sister would be a new relationship with her brother-in-law. Seeing the sparkle in Xiao Guang's eyes, MOD couldn't bear to refuse. She signed, I'll call your brother-in-law to see if he is available. She too felt a desire to see Huang Mingzi. She was acutely aware that he was unattainable, yet she still wished to see him. Hum. Xiao Guang nodded eagerly, his eyes shining brighter. MOD took out her phone to call Huang Mingzi. It rang once before he answered, his voice gentle, wife. Hearing him call her wife warmed MOD's heart. She asked, Mingzi, are you busy? Not busy. Is there something you need? I'm coming over to see you. Huang Mingzi replied, no need. It's nothing. I want to bring Xiao Guang to see you. Is that convenient? MOD inquired. Of course, I'll come pick you up. Huang Mingzi offered. No, I'll just bring Xiao Guang over. It's the Hua Corporation building, right? MOD confirmed. Yes, Huang Mingzi affirmed. Then I'll bring him over now. I want to pick you up. No worries. Xiao Guang and I will take the bus. It's quite convenient. Take a taxi, Huang Mingzi insisted. All right, we'll take a taxi. MOD agreed. I'll wait for you. Huang Mingzi said. Understood. MOD replied before hanging up. Meeting Xiao Guang's hopeful gaze, she nodded and smiled. Xiao Guang was thrilled, knowing that his brother-in-law was available. He signed again, Sister, we can't go empty-handed. Brother-in-law often brings us things. Yes, MOD signed back. Xiao Guang continued, what should we buy? Fruits and flowers. MOD laughed and signed. What woman gives flowers to a man? Xiao Guang, with utmost seriousness, signed, then what should we bring? MOD replied, it's still morning. Lunch is a bit early. Let us buy some desserts first, then we can all have lunch together. Xiao Guang's eyes lit up. That sounds great, MOD. Following Huang Mingzi's suggestion, booked a car. Meanwhile, Yao Yutong had arrived at the Hua Corporation building. Today, she wore a high-end winter dress suit, stepping in her high heels while carrying desserts into the building. Yao Yutong had initially anticipated being stopped at the front desk, but to her surprise, the receptionist merely glanced at her before quickly returning to her tasks. Yao Yutong rolled her eyes and strode directly towards the president's private elevator. The receptionist hurried after her, saying, Ma'am, please take this elevator. Yao Yutong was seething with frustration, wanting to reprimand the receptionist, but recalling how just days ago she had been blocked from entering the elevator by security. She suppressed her anger and entered the regular elevator, pressing the button for the 28th floor. On the 28th floor, in the president's office, Huang Mingzi had just received MOD's call. Upon hearing that she was taking the bus, he suddenly realized that he had not yet provided her with a bank card since they got married. He hadn't informed her of his situation recently, making it inappropriate to give her a card then. Now, he could do so. He pressed the intercom, and his assistant rushed over. President, you called for me? He was now in a precarious position, being very cautious. He was also keeping tabs on Xiao Guang's situation. Qiu Zhan would prepare to activate Xiao Guang's cochlear implant next week, and he would assist with rehabilitation training afterward. Huang Mingzi took out his wallet, removed 3 bank cards, and handed them to his assistant. Go to the bank and arrange for these cards to have duplicates made for MOD. Make sure they call me for authorization. Understood, the assistant replied, accepting the cards. Yao Yutong happened to arrive at the door just in time to overhear Huang Mingza's words. She was so shocked she nearly dropped the dessert box she was carrying. He was actually arranging for 3 bank cards for Shun MOD. Initially, he had only provided her with 1 card. The day they broke up, he had cancelled her card. The assistant nearly collided with Yao Yutong, quickly apologizing before realizing it was her, causing his expression to change dramatically. He immediately told Huang Mingza, "President, it's not me. You go handle the cards," Huang Mingza replied calmly. Yao Yutong was certainly permitted to enter because he allowed it. Otherwise, she would never make it upstairs. Understood. The assistant sighed in relief, dashing away with remarkable speed, even wiping his brow in relief. It was truly a challenging situation. Mingza. Yao Yutong gazed at Huang Mingza, her eyes resembling autumn waters, deep, affectionate, and filled with grievance. If one were unaware that she was a jewelry designer, they might mistake her for an actress, for in that moment of eye contact, her eyes became misty, giving her a rain-soaked appearance. She quickly brightened, saying, "Mingza, I've made dessert for you. Give it a tea or wine and no need." Huang Mingza replied coldly, adopting a businesslike tone, and inquired, "You came to see me. Is there something you need?" He had summoned her to discuss certain matters face-to-face and clarify some points. Yao Yutong feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, "Mingza, I was wrong. Please forgive me." "Which matter are you referring to?" Huang Mingza asked, his voice indifferent. Chapter 37. Witnessing their embrace, I apologize for my impulsive trip abroad that day. "Mingza, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left the country, but please believe me. I truly love you in my heart. You hold a significance that surpasses even my own. Yet, Mingza, I cherish my dreams as well. Did you not express your admiration for my pursuit of them?" Yao Yutong's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. He had always feared her distress. Huang Mingza regarded her with amusement. "I had anticipated an apology for your despicable act of tampering with my drink last night." Yao Yutong's voice rose slightly. "Yes, I acted shamefully. I have no pride. I engaged in a disgraceful deed. But Mingza, do you understand why I did it? I love you." She clutched her heart, a picture of anguish. "Do you know how much it hurts to see you embrace another woman? Mingza, is it possible that you truly feel nothing? We have loved for 6 years. She gazed at Huang Mingza, tears cascading down her cheeks. She refused to believe that he remained unmoved by her sorrow. In the past, a mere tear from her would prompt him to pluck the moon from the sky. Huang Mingza looked at Yao Yutong with indifference. "My feelings for you ended the moment you departed for your studies abroad." He felt no emotions. Each step she took away from him that day crushed his heart into fragments. He, too, was human. He, too, felt pain. Observing Huang Mingza's aloofness, Yao Yutong felt a surge of desperation. She quickly shifted the conversation, placing a thermos of food on the desk, revealing its contents as she spoke. "Darling, I have made you stewed pear with rock candy, your favorite for autumn and winter." Huang Mingza's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Darling? Ha! Has she heard the rumors of his success in securing several major projects? Now feeling secure in her position, he called out softly, "Yao Yutong." Yao Yutong's hand trembled as she scooped the dessert. Spilling some of the syrup, she hastily grabbed a tissue to wipe it up, her heart racing. Huang Mingza disregarded her flustered demeanor. After 6 years of love, he understood her thoughts clearly. Every expression, every gesture she displayed now was a pretense of vulnerability, aimed at stirring his emotions. But the feelings he once held for her had been cast aside by her own hands. He spoke softly. "Today, I have allowed you to come here to clarify a few matters. Yao Yutong, regardless of our past relationship, the moment you left for your studies, it was over between us. I made it abundantly clear that your departure meant our breakup. We are now mere strangers. I am married now, and I shall not engage in any flirtation with women other than my wife. Therefore, I ask you not to deliberately appear in my life again. Should there be any repetition of last night's incident, I will not hesitate to involve the authorities." "Mingza, do you truly not hold any sentiment for the past?" Yao Yutong gazed at Huang Mingza in disbelief. What sentiment could there be with strangers? Huang Mingza's gaze remained cold as he regarded her. "Have you lost your senses over a woman you barely know? Is she a seductress?" Yao Yutong could not contain her frustration. "Miss Yao, please conduct yourself with dignity. Hua Mingzi's voice turned sharp. Without the glow of affection, she appeared rather ordinary. Hua Mingzi felt a flicker of irritation. Have I not been sufficiently clear? But I devoted my youth entirely to you. That was my youth too, Yao Yutong. There are certain truths we both comprehend. Enough. I must return to work. Hua Mingzi's tone grew heavier. After 6 years of affection, she loved not him, but the allure of being the heiress of the Hua family. Upon discovering a closer relationship between his grandfather and uncle, she had sought to keep him tethered through her departure. Not exposing this matter was her final semblance of dignity. Mingzi, do not treat me this way. I understand your anger over my departure, over my actions last night. However, I left to pursue my dreams, to become worthy of you, and my actions last night stemmed from my love for you. Yao Yutong's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a graceful figure. Who else could it be but Shen Modi? Ha! This scheming woman had the audacity to employ the same tactics, bringing food to Hua Mingzi. Yao Yutong feigned surprise, jumping up as if startled by a cockroach. Hua Mingzi instinctively looked down. Yao Yutong leaped directly into his embrace. Hua Mingzi frowned, reaching to push her away, but she clung tightly to his neck. Modi entered to witness the two entwined in a compromising position. She had personally escorted Xiao Guang from downstairs and was taken aback by the scene. Xiao Guang, upon seeing his brother-in-law with another woman, was infuriated, yelling and grabbing a folder from the table to hurl it at Yao Yutong. He struck her repeatedly, shouting in anguish, "Ah, it hurts, are you mad? Ah, help Mingzi, save me!" Modi rushed to intervene. Xiao Guang, realizing he couldn't hear her, she quickly stepped in front of him, gesturing urgently. Xiao Guang, stop. You must not act this way. Tears streamed down Xiao Guang's face as he whimpered, his hands flailing. But she is hugging my brother-in-law. She is a shameless woman. Xiao Guang still attempted to charge at Yao Yutong. Modi swiftly embraced him, pushing him away, apologizing awkwardly to Hua Mingzi. I'm sorry. I arrived at an inopportune moment. After saying this, she pulled Xiao Guang along, feeling a tinge of disappointment, though it was not quite painful. Xiao Guang's distress pained her heart. Hua Mingzi strode over, grasping her wrist. Xiao Guang, in a fit of fury, hurled the folder at Hua Mingzi's ARMS.AT15. He was no longer a child, and his anger lent considerable force to his actions, causing Hua Mingzi to grunt in pain and release his grip. Are you all right? Both Modi and Yao Yutong asked simultaneously. Yao Yutong felt a surge of joy. She believed that Shun Modi's impetuous brother was indeed a divine ally. Hua Mingzi, despite his temperate nature, was a privileged scion born with a silver spoon. Marrying someone like Shun Modi had been a momentary whim. Now, with her brother behaving this way, he would undoubtedly regret his marriage. Eventually, he would compensate Shin Modi and dissolve the union formally. Seeing Yao Yutong's concern for Hua Mingzi, Modi felt a retreating impulse, graciously stating, Xiao Guang wished to see you. Now that he has, we shall not intrude on your work. Hua Mingzi seized Modi's hand firmly. I am injured, he said. I apologize for Xiao Guang's impulsiveness. Modi assumed Hua Mingzi held resentment towards Xiao Guang and hurried to clarify. It hurts. Please apply some ointment for bruising. Hua Mingzi regarded Modi with gentle eyes, his tone softening. Noticing Xiao Guang glaring at him in anger, he addressed Modi. My dear, please explain to Xiao Guang that this is a misunderstanding. It was Miss Yao who, upon seeing you both, deliberately threw herself into my arms. Yao Yutong seethed internally. This is utterly outrageous. It is as if she is trampling her dignity into the ground. Chapter 38. A broken mirror can never be rejoined. Modi was unprepared for Hua Mingzi's forthrightness. Meeting his candid and earnest gaze, the wound she had suffered from Gu Tianqi suddenly felt healed. She gestured to Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang, please do not be upset. This is a misunderstanding. Your brother-in-law is not that kind of person. We must trust him. Xiao Guang remained sullen, turning away with a huff. He felt frustrated on behalf of his sister, his heart heavy. He genuinely liked this brother-in-law. Yet, at this moment, he was embracing another woman, causing his sister pain. If this is a misunderstanding, then this woman deserves punishment. Hua Mingzi turned to open a cabinet, retrieving a medicine box with one hand. Modi immediately handed the dessert to Xiao Guang and rushed to retrieve the medicine box. Hua Mingzi remarked, it contains ointment for bruising, I'll handle it. Yao Yutong attempted to snatch the medicine box from Modi's hands. Modi felt awkward, preparing to release it, when Hua Mingzi interjected. Miss Yao. There is no need to seek validation. There are no other business matters. You may take your leave. Yao Yutong could no longer contain the anger that had been simmering within her. She, too, was a daughter of a prestigious family, born with a silver spoon. Why should she endure such indignities? She realized that Huamingzi held no affection, humiliating her at every turn. After 6 years of love, how could he be so heartless? Resolutely, she pulled out her phone and dialed the police. Hello, 110? I have been assaulted at the Hua Group building. It hurts terribly, and the perpetrator is still present. Yes, I know who it is. She intended to use this method to remind Huamingzi that Shen Modi and her family were lowly, impulsive, and reckless. If he did not act swiftly to cut ties, they would bring him endless trouble in the future. Today, it was her who was attacked. What if they harmed one of his important clients next? Would he still be able to conduct business? Furthermore, should this incident be captured by the media, would it not become a laughingstock in high society? Upon hearing Yao Yutong call the police, Modi's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed to snatch the phone away. But Huamingzi grasped her wrist, saying, "Let her call the police. Wrongdoers must face consequences." Xiao Guang is still young, unaware that ordinary people and the wealthy live in 2 different worlds. He has yet to be battered by reality, oblivious to the unfairness of this world. To be blunt, if a lawsuit ensues, the affluent can hire the most renowned lawyers. A skilled orator can twist the truth. Meanwhile, they may not even afford a regular lawyer. Hearing Huamingzi's words, Yao Yutong's heart soared with delight. She knew he was astute, and her reminder had alerted him to the trouble posed by Shen Modi's family. Seizing the opportunity, she said, "Mingzi, let us reconcile." Huamingzi scoffed lightly. "Regarding Xiao Guang's actions against you, when the police arrive, they will assess your injuries, and I will cover the medical expenses and any necessary compensation. However, about your actions last night, you will need to have a thorough discussion with the authorities." Modi comprehended the situation, gazing at Huamingzi with gratitude. Huamingzi reassured her, "Do not worry, Xiao Guang's actions are trivial compared to what Miss Yao has done." Modi felt even more grateful, quickly twisting open the cap of the ointment. "I will help you apply the medicine." She felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had misjudged him. She also yearned for open-mindedness and optimism. However, over the years, she had encountered far too many harsh realities, which rendered her hesitant to embrace life as boldly as before. The oppressive tactics of her superior in the workplace, the fleeting success of her design works, and the unfulfilled promises of commissions had all taken their toll. Initially, she attempted to reason with them, but the outcome was a further reduction in her salary, alongside isolation and harassment at work. With her father hospitalized and expensive medications prescribed by the doctors, her attempts at negotiation revealed a grim truth. Waiting for consultations would stretch indefinitely. Reality had dulled her edges, teaching her to compromise, yield, and even swallow her pride. Burdened by immense responsibilities, she could not afford to be capricious and focus solely on her own satisfaction. Little did she expect that someone would stand beside her in unwavering support. This feeling was truly sublime, almost beyond words to describe. She diligently applied ointment to Huamingzi's wounds. Yao Yutong, provoked by Huamingzi's remarks, responded with a sharp voice. "Mingzi, so when the police arrive, you intend to have them take me as well?" Without a moment's hesitation, Huamingzi affirmed, "Yes, so there is no chance for us to reconcile, is there?" Yao Yutong gazed at him, her expression filled with heartbreak. Xiao Guang, witnessing Yao Yutong's gaze upon Huamingzi, became agitated, exclaiming as he prepared to rush at her once more. Modi swiftly stood up to embrace him. Huamingzi examined his bruised arm. Coated in ointment, he rubbed it slightly, pulled down his sleeve, and spoke softly, "A shattered mirror can never be mended. I am more than capable of acquiring a new one." "All right, I understand." Yao Yutong nodded incessantly, tears streaming down her face. She removed the bracelet Huamingzi had given her, placing it on the desk. "Mingzi, this is a gift from you. I return it." Turning to Shen Mod, she added, "The third party never ends well. You can only wear what I have used, and remember, how Mingzi abandons me today, he will do the same to you tomorrow." Although her acquaintance with Shen Mod was brief, she understood her character well. Poor and insecure, yet simultaneously arrogant and proud, perhaps upon hearing the label of the third party, she would choose to leave Huamingzi. "I am not the third party, nor will I wear your used items. Our marriage will endure." Huamingzi extracted a pin from the holder, casually swiping at the bracelet, which fell to the floor with a resounding crack, shattering into several pieces. Modi winced at the sight. As a jewelry designer, she had often accompanied Gu Tianqi to prestigious jewelry shops during her university days, where he introduced her to renowned jewelers. She possessed a genuine foundation in jewelry appraisal, instantly recognizing the bracelet's worth, at least 3 million. She realized she would never earn such a sum in her lifetime, yet he had carelessly shattered it. Yao Yutong was equally stunned by Hua Ming's actions. She understood now that he was resolutely severing ties with her, using this method to signal the irreparable rift between them. Very well. Do not blame me, she declared as she strode out of Hua's company. Once seated in her car, she called Hua Zhengqin. Do you have time to meet? After 6 years, she was well aware of many of Hua Ming's secrets. Currently, Hua Mingze was merely the hopeful heir of Hua's enterprise, which did not preclude Hua Zhengqin from having his own opportunities. Of course, Hua Zhengqin chuckled over the phone. Later, Yao Yutong received a call from the police, to which she replied that the matter had been settled privately. She genuinely feared that Hua Mingze might take drastic measures against her. He was exceptionally ruthless and callous. After her departure, Hua Mingze discarded Yao Yutong's lunch container directly into the trash. He then removed his coat and tossed it into the bin, gesturing to Xiao Guang for the dessert he held. Did you prepare this for me? He inquired of Mod. Once again, Mod was moved by Hua Ming's actions. Truly, aside from his immense wealth, every aspect of him was something she admired. She promptly took the dessert from Xiao Guang. Although Xiao Guang was mute, he possessed an exceptional sensitivity and keen insight. Witnessing Hua Mingze discard his coat, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He quickly handed the dessert to his sister, Modi. Accepting the dessert, said to Hua Mingze, I bought this on the way. If given the chance in the future, I will make it for you myself. Hua Mingze extended his hand toward Modi. She hesitated for a moment, then, realizing his intent, paused and grasped his hand in a playful manner. A mere dessert was something she could prepare for him. Hua Mingze smiled contentedly as he opened the dessert box. Now aware of Hua Ming's status, she worried that the dessert might not meet his standards, explaining, You mentioned a meeting this morning, so I bought you raw candy pear. Do you remember? Hua Ming's lips curled into a smile. He was pleasantly surprised that she had remembered his offhand comment about the meeting. He understood why Yao Yutong had called the police. She mistakenly believed that with Shan Mod's impulsive and reckless brother, trouble would inevitably follow, leading to her downfall. Little did she know that the qualities Mod and Xiao Guang possessed were precisely what he valued and desired. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had been pampered his entire life, surrounded by people who revered him. Aside from a few brothers forged through hardship, others either sought to gain from him or feared him, including Yao Yutong, who had her own ulterior motives. 6 years had failed to warm her heart. Conversely, Mod and Xiao Guang, despite leading a simple and impoverished life, had preserved the most essential values. Mod would tirelessly work for her father, while Xiao Guang would risk everything for his sister. Their devotion to family would naturally extend to him as well. Such invaluable traits were likely beyond Yao Yutong's comprehension. You take care of Xiao Guang. I will finish my drink and take you both out for a meal, Hua Mingze said. That's unnecessary. Xiao Guang's cochlear implant will be activated next week. Once we have a nice meal, we can show him around. Seeing us happy will help him relax, Mod replied, for she knew what mattered most to her. All right, she acquiesced. Hua Mingze pressed the intercom, instructing his secretary to prepare a fruit platter for Mod and Xiao Guang, and to clear away the garbage. The secretary was taken aback upon witnessing Hua Mingze sipping on takeout rock candy pear, astonished by his peculiar taste. The president seems to have a unique palate. If he craves rock candy pear, he could simply arrange for the restaurant to prepare it, she mused, hastily clearing the trash. Upon spotting the discarded suit, she was shocked. President, are you throwing this away too? Yes, Hua Mingze confirmed. The secretary quickly exited. Moments later, she returned with the fruit platter. Hua Mingze invited Xiao Guang and Mod to enjoy the fruit. Xiao Guang expressed his gratitude while savoring the treat. His earlier wildness toward Yao Yutong had given way to a polite demeanor as he ate. Hua Mingze consumed the dessert completely. While it wasn't particularly exquisite, it was from Mod, and he made an effort to appreciate it, striving to nurture his affection for his wife. For lunch, Hua Mingze took Mod and Xiao Guang to Hua's restaurant, a level reserved for core company personnel, ensuring tranquility. Hua Mingze had arranged a private room, and as they settled in, The server began serving the dishes he had personally selected. The menu featured MOD's favorite dishes as well as those beneficial for Xiaoguang's health, 10 dishes in total. Far too many. MOD fell silent, contemplating that perhaps this was how Huamingzi typically dined. As Huamingzi offered MOD and Xiaoguang food with public chopsticks, Xiaoguang, overwhelmed, expressed his thanks through sign language. Huamingzi peeled shrimp, placing one in MOD's bowl and another in Xiaoguang's. The latter, astonished, repeatedly gestured his gratitude. No need to be polite. Huamingzi smiled, waving his hand at Xiaoguang. As they dined, Assistant Lu arrived. Join us, Huamingzi invited. Assistant Lu quickly declined. No, I can't. Join us. Starting tomorrow, you won't need to come to the company anymore, Huamingzi stated. Assistant Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared he might have to be a third wheel, especially not knowing that Madam was present. Starting tomorrow, you'll accompany Xiaoguang to the hospital, help him relax, and familiarize yourself with his routine for future rehabilitation. Huamingzi instructed. All right, understood. Assistant Lu breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he might have to kneel in submission. He quickly greeted Shinamodi, good day, madam, and then signed to Xiaoguang, hello, Xiaoguang. His situation was indeed challenging. Having volunteered to help with Xiaoguang's rehabilitation, he had spent nights learning sign language. Thankfully, he was now competent enough. I'll get the dishes, MOD offered it. Oh, madam, no need. I'll do it. Please sit, Assistant Lu insisted, dashing out to request utensils from the server. He then returned to report, President, the 3 supplementary cards have been processed, and as you requested, they share the same limit as the main card. He produced 3 bank cards, 2 of which were credit cards and 1 a debit card. Huamingzi handed the cards to MOD wife. I've arranged 3 supplementary cards for you. I'll also ensure that VIP cards for various establishments are taken care of. MOD immediately protested. I cannot accept this. Huamingzi firmly replied, take them. What is mine is yours. Spend as you wish. Their eyes locked, and she turned her gaze outward, eyeing the grand hall outside. Patrons had begun to arrive for their meals. Though not many, and each appeared to exude an air of affluence, MOD briefly wondered if her eyes were deceiving her. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Yao Yutong, still adorned in the fashionable winter dress she had worn previously. The man beside her bore a resemblance to Huamingzi, though his features appeared softer, lacking the comforting gentleness one might expect, instead hinting at a subtle femininity, especially when he smiled at tea that moment. Yao Yutong's gaze met MOD's. MOD gracefully accepted the card from Huamingzi's hand, saying, thank you, husband. He had mentioned to her last night that his cousin was his greatest rival and had requested her cooperation in portraying the role of a devoted wife over the coming year. Perhaps the man accompanying Yao Yutong was indeed his cousin. Upon hearing MOD refer to her as husband, Huamingzi's smile broadened, an unmistakable tenderness radiating from him as he gently ruffled MOD's hair. Responding softly, it's my pleasure. Yao Yutong's eyes flashed with jealousy at the sight of MOD accepting Huamingzi's card. However, she quickly masked her emotions, approaching the private room hand in hand with Hua Zhangqin. The assistant, ever astute, informed MOD, Madam, the password is your wedding anniversary with the gentleman. Thank you, MOD replied. She would hold on to these cards for now. Should the need arise, she might utilize them to make an impression. Just as she tucked the card away, Hua Zhangqin entered, embracing Yao Yutong, a soft smile gracing his lips as he gestured toward Shan MOD, inquiring of Huamingzi. Mingzi, is she truly your wife? Would you like to show me your marriage certificate? Huamingzi countered with a light-hearted question. What a thing to say. Marriage is a joyous occasion. Why would we need to present a certificate? But does your grandfather know about your ambiguous marriage? Hua Zhangqin, with a gentlemanly flair, pulled out a chair for Yao Yutong to sit. Ambiguous? Huamingzi raised an eyebrow. How could a couple that has officially registered their marriage be deemed ambiguous? Of course, grandfather is aware. Obtaining a marriage certificate is a celebration, not a clandestine affair. Why would we hide it? He had indeed mentioned this to grandfather after their blind date. The general circumstances had been relayed. Hua Zhangqin chuckled. True, Mingzi, you have always been swift in matters of the heart, valuing love at first sight. Have you eaten? Shall we join you? Huamingzi replied. We've nearly finished. We wouldn't be able to enjoy the remaining dishes. Hua Zhangqin's appetite dissipated at those words. What do you mean by remaining? Are you suggesting they would eat what was left of your meal? With a smirk, he said, Mingzi, sister-in-law, take your time. I merely came to say hello. Oh, by the way, sister-in-law, my younger brother has a particular fondness for beautiful women and is easily captivated by attractive girls. Please ensure you present yourself exquisitely, lest the alluring temptresses outside ensnare his attention. Shinemo-di smiled gracefully, responding to Hua Zhengqin. Is the elder brother complimenting my beauty? Thank you for your kind words. Please enjoy your meal, and do take care. Hua Mingzhe had just called him elder brother, confirming his status as his cousin. Yao Yutong, observing Shinemo-di adeptly diffuse the awkwardness, felt her countenance darken. As Hua Zhengqin wrapped his arm around her waist, he remarked, this woman possesses a certain charm. I hear she is quite fluent in English. During the banquet, he had instructed his men to keep an eye on Shinemo-di, and the reports indicated she could converse fluently with foreign merchants. Yao Yutong's expression soured further as she scoffed. Her English may be commendable. However, given her background, it is likely her only notable attribute. I hear she shares your major, Hua Zhengqin teased. What? Yao Yutong frowned. Someone like Shinemo-di is not worthy of being in the same field as you. She is also a jewelry designer. Hua Zhengqin smiled knowingly, seemingly recalling something amusing, and inquired, I understand the Zhongding Cup competition, held every 3 years, is quite prestigious in your jewelry circle? Indeed, it is considered the pinnacle of domestic jewelry design competitions. Each year, countless aspiring designers from humble backgrounds attempt to showcase their talents in hopes of gaining recognition from top domestic brands. Some even daring to dream of attracting the attention of wealthy heirs. What folly! Yao Yutong rolled her eyes dismissively, continuing, but dreams are abundant, while reality is often stark. Many of those designers have never even laid eyes on genuine gemstones. How could they possibly achieve commendable placements in the Zhongding Cup? Do they truly believe that being a jewelry designer is merely about sketching designs? Her words were laced with derision, naturally implicating Shinemo-di in her disdain. Hua Zhengqin's smile widened, and he suggested, would you like to prepare a gift for Shinemo-di? Yao Yutong raised her chin, snorting, why would I prepare a gift for her? She is hardly deserving. Suddenly, she caught on, her eyes glinting with amusement as she regarded Hua Zhengqin. Are you implying that we should let her enter the Zhongding Cup competition, and you will teach her a lesson in humility? Showcasing the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished? She relished the thought of demonstrating her superiority over Shinemo-di. I've already registered. Shinemo-di will be too preoccupied caring for her ailing father and mute brother to participate. Hua Zhengqin's confidence remained unshakable. Individuals like Shinemo-di, once presented with a tangible opportunity, will undoubtedly strive to enter the competition. Besides, now that she has latched onto Hua Mingzhe, she will likely wish to leverage the competition to enhance her standing. Then I shall leave it to you, Yao Yutong replied with a radiant smile. Indeed, all you need to do is prepare diligently for the competition and aim for a commendable ranking. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Her face brimmed with confidence. The last Zhongding Cup took place 3 years prior, during which Hua Mingzhe's father was still alive, and she had opted not to participate to accompany him abroad for business discussions. This time, she was determined to shine. After Hua Zhengqin and Yao Yutong departed, Hua Mingzhe beckoned Mo-di and Xiao Guang to continue their meal. Just then, Mo-di's phone buzzed. It wasn't a call, but a message from an unfamiliar number, yet the content was all too familiar. Xiao-di, the past is behind us. If you feel I have hurt you, I apologize. Please do not provoke Kuing. Following Ding Fan's video, I hope you will avoid any further conflict with her. Who else could this be but Gu Tianxi? Mo-di's grip tightened around her phone, trembling with rage and frustration. She felt utterly wronged. What right did he have to impose demands upon her? Even breathing felt painful, as though her heart were being squeezed tightly by an unseen hand. What's wrong? Hua Mingzhe noticed Mo-di's pallor and inquired with concern. She mentally admonished herself. Shin Mo-di, have you no ambition? The events from 3 years ago are but distant memories. Why do you still allow them to affect you? In a swift motion, she blocked the unfamiliar number, resolving to acquire a new phone number and start afresh. Reflecting on the absurdity of the situation, she chuckled at the thought of seeking an apology after their breakup. Her phone rang again, and Mo-di's mood darkened further. Seeing it was her best friend Qingyi calling, she took a deep breath, calming herself before answering. Qingyi, on the other end. Qingyi sounded fatigued. Silly dear, I can't come over today. I have a slight fever and will rest at home for a few days. Oh? You have a fever? Have you seen a doctor? What is your temperature? Mo-di asked, concerned. 37.4, Qingyi replied. though she was actually burning up at 39.5, parched and unwell. Initially, she thought it was just a hangover from the previous night, but a temperature check revealed the truth. "All right, that's a relief," MOD said, feeling somewhat reassured. She worried that Qingyi would stubbornly endure while unwell in her rented apartment. By the way, silly dear, we need to register for the Zhongding Cup. The deadline is the end of this month. At that moment, Qingyi was struggling to rise from her bed, donning her winter sleepwear and pouring herself a glass of warm water, her forehead adorned with a fever patch. Appearing quite haggard, "I want to be participating. You register, and I'll come watch you compete if I have the chance," MOD stated, her brow furrowing slightly. She suddenly felt an urge to enter the competition, to prove herself. Yet she questioned why she felt the need to prove anything. Those who loved her would do so regardless, and those who did not, what difference would it make if she achieved high rankings? "Silly dear, there are new rules today. If you make it into the top 100, there's a 50,000 yuan prize. Making it into the top 20 earns 200,000 yuan, and the top 10 gets 300,000. The prizes for the top 3 are even higher, with the champion receiving 1 million yuan. Ning Qingyi exclaimed excitedly, momentarily forgetting her fever. "Silly dear, just think about it. With your talent, if you win the championship, that 1 million could cover Uncle and Xiao Guang's medical expenses." Hearing about the prize money, MOD's eyes lit up. Is there really that much prize money this year? The Zhongding Cup was indeed prestigious. Held every 3 years, attracting numerous participants. She was uncertain of her own abilities. Yet what if she did make it into the top 100? That would still be a 50,000 yuan prize. While it wouldn't cover Hua Mingzhe's debts, every little bit counted. The fever patch on her forehead nearly slipped off, prompting her to reapply it hastily. Alone, she lay on her bed, groaning softly. MOD quickly searched for information on the Zhongding Cup. And indeed, as Qingyi had said, the prize money this year was exceptionally high. She recalls the Zhongding Cup from 3 years ago, where the prize was meager. The main rewards were the opportunity to be among the top 100 and to secure a better ranking, which could lead to a contract with a renowned jewelry company. Given her circumstances, changing jobs was not an option, and participating in the competition would require considerable effort, so she did not register from the outset. However, with the promise of substantial rewards now, she feels compelled to give it a try. What if she makes the cut? Considering her current status as the wife of Hua Mingzhe, she immediately inquires, "Mingzhe, would my participation in the jewelry design competition affect you?" Hua Mingzhe smiles gently, "Not at all. Pursue whatever you wish. Marriage should be a complement, a union where 1 + 1 equals more than 2, rather than a constraint on your life. But what if my performance is dismal? Would that impact you?" MOD fears the possibility of failing to even reach the top 100, and the media sensationalizing it, portraying her as an empty-headed spouse of the Hua family. Rest assured, it won't affect me. My sister participated in the last Zhongding Cup and was eliminated in the first round. Grandfather still awarded her a prize and encouraged her to compete again this year. Hua Mingzhe adds with a smile, "Do not feel pressured. Simply do what you want." MOD expresses her gratitude. "Thank you." Hua Mingzhe reaches out to tousle her hair, but then remembers his hands are covered in shrimp shells. So he gives her a tender smile instead. "From now on, don't say thank you to me. We are family." "All right," MOD replies. She reminds herself to not just express gratitude, but to genuinely care for Hua Mingzhe. "I happen to be free later. I'll accompany you to register, and then we can visit Dad," Hua Mingzhe says. "Okay." MOD agrees without further refusal. Assistant Liu, who had been discreetly minimizing his presence, cleverly interjects. "President, I finished my meal. How about I take Xiao Guang to help Madam fill out the registration form? After that, we can take Xiao Guang out to relax a bit." "Sounds good." Hua Mingzhe responds with an approving glance. Assistant Liu instantly lights up, realizing that running errands for Madam is indeed the way to go. He immediately begins signing to Xiao Guang. Upon hearing about helping his sister register for the design competition, Xiao Guang beams with joy and stands up promptly. MOD asks Assistant Liu to assist Qingyi with her registration as well. The last Zhongding Cup was held in Yin City, while this year's is in Hai City. Since Qingyi will also be participating, she might as well register her in advance. Unlike Yao Yutong, who always prioritizes her own feelings, MOD consistently thinks of caring for her family and friends. "I want to change my phone number," MOD admits without hiding it from Hua Mingzhe. "I'll go with you." Chapter 42. Grandpa Hua personally visits the hospital. After Hua Mingzhe accompanies MOD to change her phone number, he takes her shopping. Although she hasn't shared anything with him, He seems to understand everything. He adjusts well to their relationship, transferring all his affections to her after their marriage. Now, when he sees Yao Yutong, he remains calm. Huang Mingze leads MOD to the largest shopping mall in High City, selecting clothes, shoes, and bags for her. When MOD expresses disinterest, Huang Mingze insists it's essential for her, as the wife of Hua, to have a certain presence. Reluctantly, she accepts. She is no fool and can see his genuine effort in choosing items for her. The prestige is secondary. Since their acquaintance, he has treated her remarkably well. Spotting a men's clothing store across the way, she pulls Huang Mingze inside, saying, "Let's take a look at menswear." Huang Mingze smiles. "Are you buying something for me?" "Yes," MOD responds. She has yet to gift him anything and genuinely wishes to present him with a piece of clothing as a token of her appreciation. After selecting an outfit, she pays with her own card. "You choose," she says as they enter the store. Huang Mingze, with his handsome features, noble demeanor, and tall stature, looks good in anything. However, she most vividly remembers the white sweatshirt he wore on their first date, which gave him an exceptionally clean aura. Now that it's December, sweatshirts are too thin for the weather, and if he goes out, he needs something warmer. She spots a white down jacket and discreetly checks the price. $17,000. Quite expensive. Yet, if it's a gift for him, she's willing to spend that amount. The sales associate, noticing MOD's choice, enthusiastically praises, "Beautiful lady, your taste is impeccable. Your boyfriend is so handsome. This will suit him perfectly. Let him try it on." Huang Mingze corrects her, "I am her husband." The associate, slightly embarrassed, quickly revises her statement. "Oh, you're married. You both look so young together. You truly are a perfect match." "Thank you," Huang Mingze responds graciously. MOD hands the jacket to Huang Mingze. "Please try this on." Emerging in the jacket, he stands with his hands in his pockets and asks MOD with a smile, "How does it look?" "It's lovely." MOD thinks his poise is exceptional, even in a down jacket. It exudes elegance. "Let's wrap it up," they both say simultaneously, sharing a smile. Huang Mingze then adds, "Let us get some clothes for Dad and Xiaoguang as well." The associate, eager to assist, suggests, "Sir, madam, take a look over here. These garments are suitable for people in their 40s or 50s, stylish and warm." MOD pulls Huang Mingze aside and whispers, "These clothes are too expensive." It's not that she doesn't love her father and Xiaoguang. It's just that, at her economic level, she truly cannot afford such costly items. Buying one for Huang Mingze feels justified since he has done so much for her. And she feels indebted. Huang Mingze understands her concerns. She is reluctant to spend his money. "No worries, take your time. One day, you will feel comfortable spending my money." He reassures her with a smile. "I know a place with good quality clothes at reasonable prices. Let us go check it out." "All right." MOD's eyes brighten. As Huang Mingze reaches for his card to pay for the down jacket, MOD stops him. "I'll take care of this. This jacket is on me." Huang Mingze smiles at her, encouraging her to use her card. "You can always compromise for yourself, but you're always accommodating others." Such thoughtful girls are often taken for granted. "Let us go." MOD concludes her payment. Huang Mingze takes her hand, their fingers intertwined. "It's all right. I'll take care of you from now on." He leads her to buy clothes for Xiaoguang and her father. With affordable clothing, MOD feels no pressure and selects 2 jackets each for her father and Xiaoguang. "Yes," she agrees. They carry various shopping bags, and Huang Mingze insists on carrying them all, but MOD refuses. Huang Mingze drives them to the hospital, placing their purchases in the car, keeping only the items for Xiaoguang and her father as they enter the ward. Approaching the door, they hear voices inside. MOD exchanges a surprised glance with Huang Mingze. Huang Mingze, recognizing the familiar voices, is just about to investigate when Qiu Zhan, clad in a white coat, opens the ward door with a beaming smile. "Oh, brother, sister-in-law, come in. Who's here?" Huang Mingze inquires. "Your grandfather and your mother," Qiu Zhan replies. Initially, he felt nervous, pretending to concentrate on his work while secretly eavesdropping and observing the expressions of Hua's grandfather and mother. Upon seeing their relaxed and joyful demeanor as they chatted with Shenweigua, he felt reassured. Upon hearing that Huang Mingze's grandfather and mother have arrived, MOD stiffens, a deep-rooted sense of inferiority and pressure rendering her unable to move. She recalls the scene 3 years ago when Gu Tianqi's mother disdainfully tossed a photo at her face. "Don't be nervous, my grandfather and mother are very kind." Huang Mingze whispers softly to MOD. "I am not nervous." MOD struggles to maintain her composure. "Let us go in," Huang Mingze suggests. Suddenly, MOD grips Huang Mingze's hand tightly. Mingza looks at her as she pulls him back outside. Mingza follows her lead. Mod, keeping a close watch on Mingza, pleads, Mingza, my dad is not well. If there's anything, could we discuss it outside the ward? Could you find a reason to bring them out? She isn't afraid of facing humiliation again, but she fears for her father's well-being. His fragile state cannot withstand any emotional upheaval. Mingza, perceiving her thoughts, takes her hand reassuringly, don't worry. My mother and grandfather are already aware of our marriage certificate. If not, you could create a reason to have them step out, or we could go to the CAF across the street to chat. Mod feels increasingly anxious. She fears they would react negatively upon discovering Mingza married someone of humble means. Waiting to vent their frustrations on her, she genuinely had no idea of his affluent background. Had she known, she would not have agreed to marry him. She understands her ordinariness and merely wishes to lead a simple life. However, they would not believe her reasoning, much like Gu Tianqi's mother, who would never accept her love for him, only seeing her as someone yearning to marry into wealth. All right, Mingza gently pats Mod's head, preparing to go in and summon his grandfather and mother. However, his mother steps out first, her gaze landing on Mod. Chapter 43. A crack opens in her heart. Sensing his mother's gaze, Mod stiffens once more. Feeling as though she can no longer walk, her body rigid and immobile. She seems to have lost her ability to speak, as if her mouth were sealed with wax, rendering her silent. His mother smiles warmly and greets her. You must be Mod, right? Hello, Auntie. Mod musters great courage, stammering. She fears Mingza's mother might react like Gu Tianqi's mother, disdainfully questioning, who is your aunt? Do you think you're worthy? Instead, she hears his mother teasingly remark, you already married and still calling me auntie. It's my fault for not giving you an address change. Mod is utterly bewildered. Did she hear correctly? Mingza's mother just referred to their marriage certificate. Should she call her mom? The words stick in her throat. She fears being ridiculed if she does. Observing Mod's stunned expression, Mingza chuckles softly, Mom, Mod is modest and not very skilled with formalities. Please be understanding that his mother gives Mingza an exasperated look. We're family. What is the need for such formalities? Mod, come in. It's cold outside. Mod stands frozen in shock. She was genuinely at a loss. Why did Mingza's mother not inquire about her at all, merely beckoning her inside? What had she just said? That she was family. Did she understand her circumstances? Could it be that Mingza had not disclosed her true situation, leading his mother to mistakenly believe she was a daughter of a wealthy family? Otherwise, how could she possibly speak to her so amiably? Mingza intended to take Mod into the hospital room. But Mod, filled with trepidation, stood still. She still hoped to clarify matters outside. Mingza's mother reached out, grasping Mod's hand, and pressed a substantial red envelope into it, smiling. As it is our first meeting, I have prepared a small gift for you. Mod, startled, quickly withdrew her hand. Auntie, I cannot accept this. Silly child. It is from your aunt. Just take it. Mingza's mother was not at all displeased. Beaming as she pulled Mod's hand again, Mod was in a state of panic. She truly felt flustered. If she refused, it would seem disrespectful, but accepting it was beyond her courage. Since it is from your mother, we shall accept it, Mingza interjected, taking the envelope. Mother Ming Chilon glanced at Mod, then at her son, and remarked with a smile, come in quickly. She supported the end of Mingza's breakup with Yao Yutong, believing that Yutong was excessively materialistic. When she heard from the old man that Mingza was to engage in arranged marriage, she felt a twinge of concern, fearing the brief acquaintance might lead to unforeseen troubles. However, the old man had analyzed that relationships formed through arranged marriages often began without affection, allowing Mingza to remain clear-headed. Mingza was a sentimental person. Those who could deceive him or cause him pain were invariably those he had invested his emotions in. With this analysis, she felt reassured. Indeed, in arranged marriages, Mingza would likely choose someone of good character. Compared to 6 years prior, he had genuinely matured, possessing a keener eye for people. Last night, she learned that the family background of Mingza's prospective bride was not affluent. Yet the young lady bore the weight of her household, balancing work and hospital visits. Her father suffered from liver cancer, and her brother was deaf and mute. She worked diligently to gather medical expenses for her father. For 3 years, she lived frugally, never once considering giving up despite her father's deteriorating condition. That moment, She felt a profound respect for her. Having lived 53 years, though she had always enjoyed a life of abundance. She had witnessed countless individuals and events. She understood all too well what truly mattered. Character comes first, wealth second. Who cannot enjoy the spoils of life? Yet, how many can endure hardship alongside another? Life is fraught with ups and downs. Who can guarantee a lifetime of wealth? Marrying someone of good character ensures that even if Ming's future does not unfold favorably, he will have someone steadfast by his side. She had a living example in her circle. Her friend Wen Min's two older brothers. The elder married a suitable heiress, while the younger wed a woman from a humble background. When the one family was thriving, many looked down upon Wen Min's sister-in-law, deeming her origins inferior. Yet, after a few years, when the one family's investments faltered and their market value plummeted, they went bankrupt within 2 short years. Before the bankruptcy proceedings concluded, Wen Min's wealthy sister-in-law filed for divorce and left the one family. In contrast, her sister-in-law from a modest background remained steadfast by her younger brother's side, caring for him devotedly during his 2-year illness. She even withdrew her savings to help him start a small business. Her younger brother, being astute, seized an opportunity, and the one family was revived. Thus, this morning, she sought out the old man, expressing her desire to meet Ming's bride's family and to discuss the wedding date with both families. The old man had spent the past 20 years studying the I Ching and personally selected several auspicious dates, preparing gifts to bring to the hospital. Xiao Di, Mingza, you have arrived. In the hospital room, Shen Weiguo was receiving in 4 drip. With the arrival of Ming's grandfather and mother, he had insisted on sitting up, even as he had felt close to death just days prior. Today, perhaps due to a good mood, he felt rejuvenated. Dad, both Ho Mingza and Mod called out in unison. Upon seeing Ho grandfather, Mod immediately greeted respectfully, "Hello, Grandpa." Calling an elderly stranger Grandpa came naturally to her. Good, good. Come here, granddaughter-in-law, this is for you." Ho grandfather's face lit up with joy upon seeing Mod. Having lived to such an age, while he could not claim to read people perfectly, "Grandpa, I cannot accept this," Mod exclaimed urgently. Ho Mingza swiftly took the envelope. "Thank you, Grandpa. This is for my granddaughter-in-law. You must not refuse," the grandfather insisted. "All right, I will take care of it," Ho Mingza chuckled. Observing the harmonious atmosphere of the family, Shen Weiguo felt a smile spread across his face. Who wouldn't he wish for their daughter to marry into a harmonious family? Ho grandfather, with a twinkle in his eye, turned to Mod and Mingza. Addressing Shen Weiguo, "In-laws, we just discussed wedding arrangements. What do you think? Shall we choose a good date soon?" The Ho family was large and prosperous, yet none of the grandchildren had married, making this the first wedding in the Ho lineage, warranting ample preparation. However, with Mod's father's grave illness, she hoped he could witness his daughter's wedding. Life, after all, is often spent wishing for the well-being of one's children. Good, good, Shen Weiguo replied cheerfully. Ho grandfather unfurled a red sheet of paper, pointing out several dates. These are all auspicious days for marriage. How about we choose the 19th of the 12th lunar month and host the wedding next month with great fanfare? Good, good, Shen Weiguo echoed repeatedly, wishing to endure long enough to see Mod's wedding. Mingza, Mod, what do you think? Ho grandfather inquired with a smile. Mod remained in shock. Ho Ming's grandfather and mother truly did not oppose this? With a broad smile, Ho Mingza replied, "I will follow Grandpa's wishes." Shen Weiguo beamed at Mod, saying, "Xiao Di, you should express your thoughts as well." In chapter 44, as they encountered an old acquaintance while shopping, Ho Mingza gently tugged at Mod's sleeve. A surge of something akin to trust and security flooded her heart, blossoming into a delicate, yet beautiful flower. It was fragile, yet exquisite, and it felt acknowledged. "Blooming in the wind," she said. "I will also heed Grandpa's wishes." She understood she was unworthy of Ho Mingza and harbored no expectations. Should he ever propose divorce, she would readily agree. Yet, the fact that his grandfather and mother did not oppose or utter harsh words filled her with sincere gratitude. Before coming, she had anticipated a simple meal with both families. Now, seeing Mod's father in such a condition, it was clear that moving him was not wise. It was all right. They could wait until he regained his strength for a meal together. This weekend, Ho Mingza could take Mod and her brother to the Ho residence for dinner. Allowing everyone to become familiar, Ho grandfather smiled graciously. "In-laws, we will take our leave now. Please rest well." Good, good. Shinweigua attempted to rise but found his body too weak to comply. Ho grandfather immediately supported him. Do not move. Lie down and rest. Shinweigua sighed inwardly, lamenting his deteriorating health. Meng Qilan approached MOD with a gentle smile. MOD, let us exchange phone numbers and WeChat. Tomorrow is Saturday. Do you have time? If you're free, accompany me to shop. MOD stiffened. So, the inevitable had come to pass. She took a deep breath and exchanged contact information with Meng Qilan. It was enough that no harsh words were spoken in front of her father. She was already immensely grateful. Meng Qilan pinned MOD's WeChat to the top, saying, I'll reach out tomorrow. Take good care of yourself and your brother. All right, MOD replied politely. That evening, Ho Mingze wished to take MOD to their mountain villa or to their new purchase. Lanting residence. MOD, however, was not in the mood, expressing her desire to remain at the hospital with her father. Understanding the pressure MOD felt, Ho Mingze did not insist and stayed with her at the hospital. The next day, as they were having breakfast, MOD's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Mingze's mother, she was taken aback. Taking a deep breath, she answered, striving to sound calm, Auntie. She knew she should be calling her mom now that they were married, but she feared reprimand. On the other end, Meng Qilan, entirely unconcerned with formalities, cheerfully asked, MOD, have you eaten? If not, I can send a driver to pick you up for breakfast. I know the breakfast at Joji is quite good. I've eaten, MOD quickly replied. All right, where are you? I will come to get you. No, there's no need for that, MOD insisted. Meng Qilan chuckled again, inquiring, Are you with Mingze? Yes, MOD responded, unsure why she felt so anxious when she had aimed to remain composed. Please hand the phone to Mingze, Meng Qilan requested. Okay. MOD passed the phone to Ho Mingze. Mom, Ho Mingze greeted. Meng Qilan provided an address, instructing Ho Mingze to take MOD there. All right, Ho Mingze affirmed. He hung up, returning the phone to MOD, gently saying, Do not be nervous. My mother has a very gentle disposition. Here, have this. He offered her a pan-fried dumpling. I'm full, MOD replied. Come, I will take you there. Ho Mingze insisted. Okay. MOD nodded. In her heart, she reassured herself. It was all right. Even if she faced humiliation, it was better than 3 years ago, when she had poured out all her emotions. This time, she had known Ho Mingze for only a short while. Moreover, they had not spoken harshly in her father's hospital room, which she deemed considerate. With that thought, she relaxed considerably. Ho Mingze instructed the driver to take them to Yunding Building, the most luxurious shopping center in Haicheng, where all international brands could be found. Upon seeing the words Yunding Building, MOD felt a sense of composure wash over her. It was all right. Even if she faced humiliation, she would articulate her thoughts clearly. MOD, not far away, Meng Qilan alighted from the car. Dressed simply yesterday, today she appeared particularly resplendent. You accompany Mom shopping, and I will head to the office? Ho Mingze sought MOD's opinion. He believed that fostering a closer relationship between MOD and her mother would envelop them in warmth, thereby instilling a sense of security within her. All right, MOD responded. She alighted from the vehicle and approached Meng Qilan. MOD, did you not sleep well last night? You have dark circles under your eyes, Meng Qilan remarked as she came closer, linking her arm with MOD's wrist. MOD stiffened momentarily. MOD, you must take better care of yourself from now on, Meng Qilan advised, causing MOD's heart to constrict. Despite their unfamiliarity, she felt a sense of comfort. Come, let us explore a bit, work up an appetite. Later, we shall indulge in a full-body relaxation spa, and I will assist you in getting a membership card, Meng Qilan suggested. MOD, taken aback by the generosity, replied, Auntie, I really don't need it. Let us go? Meng Qilan insisted, leading MOD toward Yunding Building. The more she observed MOD, the more she was charmed by her. This girl was shy yet composed, dutiful without being greedy, beautiful yet obedient. Although her background was rather ordinary, she possessed an admirable poise that made one feel at ease just by looking at her. MOD was ushered into Yunding Building, where Meng Qilan headed directly to the luxury goods section on the 15th floor. First, let us buy a handbag. Every girl must have an array of bags. A clutch for formal events, a casual tote for everyday use, and of course, a delicate bag for the breezy summer days to carry some lipstick. Meng Qilan enthused, pulling MOD into a brand store. The shop was spacious, featuring numerous counters with various styles of designer bags. When we women shop, we should take our time to choose, ensuring we select what we truly like. Meng Qilan smiled, encouraging MOD to browse around. Spotting a few exquisite and youthful bags, Ming Qilan inquired, "What do you think of these? Do any catch your fancy?" MOD felt a mix of emotions, questioning whether Huang Ming's mother truly intended only to take her shopping. Noticing MOD's silence, Ming Qilan chuckled, "If you don't like them, that's perfectly fine. There are plenty of styles. We can keep looking." Just then, her phone rang, prompting her to tell MOD, "Go on and explore for now." "All right," MOD replied, eager not to overhear any conversation between Ming's mother and Ming Qilan, and promptly moved to another counter. Suddenly, a woman bumped into her, and she quickly sidestepped. The woman, tilting her chin with a mocking smile, exclaimed, "Oh, MOD, is that you? What a coincidence." Recognizing that familiar voice, MOD's eyes narrowed slightly. The world seemed so small. Discomforting encounters seemed to follow her wherever she went. Chapter 45. Ming's mother versus Tianqi's mother. Soaring above the tide of public scrutiny, Song Qiang was now smiling brightly, arm in arm with Gu Tianqi's mother. Zhang Huijin, throwing a defiant glance toward MOD. She appeared triumphant, radiating pride. Upon hearing Song Qiang's call, Zhang Huijin turned her gaze. Upon spotting MOD, her brows furrowed in displeasure. "What are you doing here in Haicheng? Did you come because you knew Tianqi was here?" MOD regarded Zhang Huijin with indifference, calmly stating, "I have been in Haicheng for 3 years." Zhang Huijin's tone sharpened, laced with sarcasm. "So, are you implying that my Tianqi came to Haicheng for you? I broke up with Gu Tianqi 3 years ago. Where he goes is none of my concern." MOD turned to depart for another counter, feeling that merely looking at Zhang Huijin was igniting her ire. Zhang Huijin, irritated by MOD's aloofness, reached out to grasp her arm. "Clarify yourself," she demanded. MOD swiftly evaded her grasp. Zhang Huijin's voice became even more piercing. "What do you mean by that? Am I a virus?" "Huh? Shin MOD, be clear. Have you been in secret contact with Tianqi?" Qiang had subtly informed her that Tianqi was reluctant to engage with her, and she had thought it was due to her lack of initiative in showing concern. Now it seemed that Shen MOD, the vixen, was clandestinely flirting with Tianqi. Men, upon encountering a vixen, often overlook the woman before them. She pondered why Tianqi would relocate the Gu family's business to Haicheng. "It must be that this vixen was here. I have not been in contact with Gu Tianqi, neither in the past, nor now, nor will I in the future," MOD asserted, her tone growing stern at the mention of Gu Tianqi. This shift in her demeanor seemed to strike a nerve with Zhang Huijin, who retorted angrily, "Shun MOD, do you think you hold any significance? What is it? Is my Tianqi unworthy of you? What is going on?" Just then, Ming Qilan received a phone call and noticed MOD encircled by 2 women. She hurried over, immediately perceiving an older woman bullying her daughter-in-law. With a beaming smile, she interjected, "Madam, you seem rather self-aware. My little D is indeed not someone just anyone can match." Zhang Huijin was taken aback, glaring at Ming Qilan. Observing Ming Qilan's elegant demeanor only intensified Zhang Huijin's displeasure. She adjusted her fur coat and, with a haughty tone, asked, "And you are?" Given her air, it was evident she was another affluent matron. However, no matter how affluent, could she surpass the Gu family? The Gu family was the wealthiest in Meicheng. Even in Haicheng, the Gu group ranked among the top 5. Tianqi had already forged connections with several wealthy families upon expanding business to Haicheng. Receiving respect from all. "I am Ming Qilan," she announced confidently. Zhang Huijin paused, realizing she had not heard of Ming Qilan before. She glanced at Song Qiang, who also shook her head, indicating she was unfamiliar. Zhang Huijin felt relieved. She had instructed Song Qiang to gather information about the affluent families' wives upon arriving in Haicheng. The previous day, she had asked Song Qiang, who confirmed that Tianqi had taken her to a banquet where she had met many of the wealthy ladies. Since this woman had not been present, she must not belong to any prominent family, so what was there to fear? Raising her chin, she proclaimed, "I have not heard of you." Ming Qilan took MOD's hand and began to leave. MOD felt a swell of gratitude. She had not anticipated Ming's mother would defend her so fiercely. She had assumed that the invitation was merely to showcase luxury items, reinforcing the notion that they belonged to different social strata and that she was unworthy. To her surprise, the shopping excursion was genuinely about shopping. Unbeknownst to Ming Qilan, MOD was lost in thought, believing her daughter-in-law was merely upset due to being bullied. "Thank you, Mom," MOD uttered, astonished at how effortlessly she could address her as such. It had been many years since she had uttered that term. When her younger brother was 2, her adoptive mother, Liao Qinghe, had absconded with the house funds. Since then, she had relied solely on her brother and father. The term mother had become quite foreign to her. Yet, calling it out now felt so natural. Silly child, be more assertive in the future. Come, let me buy you a bag, Ming Qilan urged. Mod protested. But Ming Qilan insisted, you must adapt to this lifestyle. Money is meant to flow. The more it flows, the wealthier we become. Moreover, a man earns to pamper his wife. The more he spends on her, the more prosperous the family becomes. As she spoke, a hint of sadness crept into Ming Qilan's demeanor. She had shared a deep bond with Ming's father, who loved and cherished her. Even at 50, he regarded her as a young girl. Unfortunately, he had worked himself too hard, ignoring her advice to take care of his health, ultimately succumbing to a heart attack. Mom, what's wrong? Modi inquired, sensing something amiss with Ming Qilan's mood. Quickly regaining her composure, Ming Qilan sighed softly, it's nothing. Little D, I have no expectations other than hoping you and Mingza enjoy a loving and harmonious marriage, savoring life, maintaining moderation, and taking good care of your health. Yes, we will, Mod affirmed. Good, Ming Qilan replied, pointing to a bag on the shelf. Let me take a look at this one. She had already selected 2 bags for Mod, setting them on the counter. I will take this bag. Package it up, she instructed. Just then, Zheng Huijin and Song King approached. Zheng Huijin arrogantly stated, Oh, a golden VIP, is it? Zheng Huijin scoffed. She only said she was looking, can't I just buy it outright? Having just been humiliated by Ming Qilan, she was brimming with frustration. She was Zheng Huijin, a woman who had always been domineering, accustomed to having her way without opposition. In Meicheng, her presence commanded respect. With everyone accommodating her, today, being publicly snubbed was intolerable. The more she thought about it, the more her ire surged. Spotting Ming Qilan and Shun Mod perusing bags without purchasing anything, she was convinced that Ming Qilan was merely an average affluent lady and boldly approached to seize the bag. However, the sales associate was caught in a dilemma. Zheng Huijin produced her credit card and thrust it toward the associate. Swipe it. The associate found herself in an even more precarious position. Seeing her mother-in-law being bullied, Mod felt compelled to intervene, but Ming Qilan restrained her, smiling, It's all right. This bag isn't very appealing. We'll just buy these 2. The ones she had chosen earlier. Zheng Huijin, noticing Ming Qilan's concession, felt a rush of satisfaction. Pack these 2 bags for me as well, she commanded the associate, her chin held high. The associate was left feeling awkward and torn, glancing at Ming Qilan. Madam, what do you think? Ming Qilan replied with a gentle smile. Let me look at something else. It just so happens that my daughter-in-law isn't too fond of these 2 bags. All right, thank you, ma'am, the associate replied gratefully. This was Haicheng's most renowned luxury boutique, frequented by the affluent. Ming Qilan's distinguished aura left the associate unwilling to offend her, especially given Zheng Huijin's haughty demeanor. The associate hurriedly packaged the 3 bags. Ming Qilan then pointed to the most expensive bag in the store. I will take this one, please. Of course, ma'am, the associate responded immediately. I'll take that bag as well, Zheng Huijin declared. Her chin lifted defiantly. Oh, I had thought Ming Qilan was formidable. Turns out she is just a coward. She mused, reveling in her dominance as she continued to snatch bags without a word of protest. The associate found herself in quite the predicament. She has been working at this counter for over 3 years, and the guests she encounters are generally quite cultured. This is the first time she has faced such a difficult customer. Politely, she addressed Zheng Huijin, saying, Madam, this bag was indeed viewed by this lady first. What does it matter that she saw it first? She hasn't paid for it. Just wrap it up for me. I'll pay by card. As Zheng Huijin spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at Ming Qilan, her expression seemingly conveying, I pay? So it's mine. I can take whatever I want. Aren't you bold? Come and bite me. Ming Qilan let out a soft huff and said in a low voice to the sales associate, Wrap this bag for me. The sales associate immediately responded, Of course, madam. Zheng Huijin narrowed her eyes in displeasure at the sales associate and warned, Are you trying to get fired? Do you believe I won't complain about you and have you thrown out? The sales associate, feeling helpless, replied, But madam, this bag was indeed viewed by this lady first. We at Lovelon respect every customer. Oh, you're challenging me. Are you? Zheng Huijin questioned. That's not my intention, the sales associate explained. Another sales associate quickly joined to clarify, Madam, please calm down. We have many bags available. Perhaps you could consider another style. Shall I call your manager over? Zheng Huijin was seething. Why should she look at other bags? She had her sights set on these. She wanted to humiliate Ming Qiulan. Madam, please calm down, and if you prefer, you could sit in our VIP lounge for a while. We will call the manager over shortly. The sales associate said politely and respectfully. She was hoping to persuade Zhang Huijin to the VIP lounge, offer her some refreshments, and then negotiate a favorable discount. After all, women sometimes act out of momentary anger. A little persuasion and a good discount would resolve things. And no matter how wealthy someone is, they appreciate a discount. Who spends money just to be upset? Zhang Huijin had no intention of going to the VIP lounge. She wanted to humiliate Ming Qiulan right here. She lifted her chin and said, I will wait here. Bring your manager immediately. After all, she was a platinum VIP member at the Lovelon counter. Very well. Madam, please calm down. Unable to sway Zhang Huijin, the sales associate had no choice but to comply. Zhang Huijin shot another disdainful glance at Ming Qiulan, even letting out a derisive huff. Witnessing Zhang Huijin's arrogance, Song Qing couldn't help but lift her chin as well. They had their foot on Shen Modi, so she was naturally pleased. Soon, the manager arrived. She was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a white suit, exuding an air of shrewd competence. With a perfectly polished smile that could rival that of a flight attendant, she greeted Zhang Huijin and then immediately turned to Ming Qiulan. Seeing the manager greet Ming Qiulan courteously, Zhang Huijin interrupted, You are the manager here, correct? I want this bag, so please process my card. I've already given her my bank card. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Additionally, she just spoke disrespectfully to me. Please see how you handle that. The sales associate's expression changed dramatically as she quickly explained, Manager, I did not speak disrespectfully. Modi, being a frontline worker, understood how unpleasant it was to be wronged and stepped forward to testify. Ming Qiulan pulled her back slightly. Ming Qiulan stepped forward and asked the manager, I heard that VIPs at Lovelon have priority purchasing rights. Is that correct? Yes, madam, the manager promptly replied. Upon hearing about the priority purchasing rights, Zhang Huijin let out a scoff. Competing on VIP status, Lovelon counters are located worldwide, and she spends at least 20 million annually on bags. Besides using Lovelon bags herself, she also gifts them to clients in all of Huagua. How many can spend 20 million on bags in a year? Casting a disdainful glance at the manager and the sales associates, she produced her platinum VIP card. The sales associates' eyes lit up upon seeing it. A platinum VIP card. It was said that only over 300 of these cards were issued globally by the entire Love brand. Having worked here for over 3 years, she had never seen one. Do you see it now? Can you wrap my bag? Zhang Huijin was growing increasingly impolite. Ming Qiulan slowly took out her wallet, leisurely unzipping it. Both the sales associate and Modi watched her actions with eager anticipation. Seeing Ming Qiulan still struggling, Zhang Huijin smirked, her expression one of amusement as she waited for Ming Qiulan to produce her card. Finally, Ming Qiulan revealed a dazzling golden card. A gold VIP, Song Qing mocked with a laugh. Chapter 47. A slap in the face. Ming Qiulan shot a meaningful glance at Song Qing and asked Zhang Huijin, Is she your daughter? She bore little resemblance to Zhang Huijin, yet her mannerisms were strikingly similar. It was evident that they belonged to the same family. She is my daughter-in-law, Zhang Huijin replied, her face brimming with superiority. She had just realized the connection between this woman and Shen Modi. They were also a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Wasn't this just a face-saving gesture for her? A mother-in-law facing off against a mother-in-law. What could someone like Shen Modi possibly compare to Qing? Qing was the daughter of a jewelry tycoon, able to collaborate with the Gu family on business ventures. She was also a somewhat renowned jewelry designer in her own right. Not to mention, she had been trained in etiquette, foreign languages, and the arts since childhood. Shen Modi was merely a country bumpkin who had never experienced the world. However, Shen Modi was quite clever. Not only did she possess a captivating appearance, but she also harbored great ambition. Back in the day, she claimed to be in true love with Tianqi, and now she had quickly latched onto another wealthy man. Although this new man could not compare to Tianqi, given Shen Modi's background, having a lavish mother-in-law like Ming Qiulan was already a stroke of good fortune. Oh, Ming Qiulan elongated her tone, saying meaningfully, as the saying goes, those of the same family do not enter the same door. The ancients did not deceive me. What do you mean by that? Zhang Huijin was displeased. Although her membership level was inferior, her tongue was sharp. She retorted, It's mutual. Shen Modi resembles you quite a bit, sharp-tongued. The two women exchanged glances, Then both turned their eyes away and addressed the manager simultaneously. Can I have my bag now? After hearing Meng Qiulan's words, Zheng Huijin let out a laugh. When did a gold member ever outrank a platinum member? The manager respectfully addressed Meng Qiulan, saying, Greetings, esteemed gold VIP. We will wrap this bag for you immediately. The gold VIP card is limited to only 18 globally, and its holders possess extremely prestigious identities. Once scanned, the system displays their membership information. The holder of this gold VIP card, Meng Qiulan, is the very founder of the Lovelon brand. Lovelon belongs entirely to her. Who would dare to compete with her for a bag? Upon hearing that the bag was being given to Meng Qiulan, Zheng Huijin was utterly stunned. She furrowed her brows and looked at the manager. Are you sure? I have a platinum card. Yes, you are also one of our esteemed customers, but I'm afraid this is our supreme customer. The manager repeatedly apologized to Zheng Huijin. In truth, Lovelon has a policy to serve all customers well. However, given the situation where the founder was being challenged, the manager had already shown great courtesy by acknowledging Zheng Huijin as a VIP customer. Now, it was up to the founder to instruct them on how to proceed. What supreme customer? Zheng Huijin was infuriated. Wasn't he just a gold member? Meng Qiulan smiled and clarified for Zheng Huijin, the top-tier membership at Lovelon is the gold VIP card, which has a golden surface. She took the card from the manager and flaunted it before Zheng Huijin. Do you see it now? This is a gold surface, not yellow. This is the highest tier membership at Lovelon. Why is it gold? Perhaps it's the lucky color of the founder of Lovelon. Zheng Huijin felt so embarrassed she wished for a hole to hide in. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life. Meng Qiulan cast a disdainful glance at Zheng Huijin and instructed the manager, return her bank card. I will take all these bags. From now on, Lovelon will never serve her again. On what grounds? Zheng Huijin was furious. You shouldn't push your luck. Upon hearing Meng Qiulan's words, Zheng Huijin was enraged. Meng Qiulan, in stark contrast, remained calm and collected. On the grounds that I possess Lovelon's top-tier gold VIP card. Madam, here is your bank card. The sales associate promptly returned Zheng Huijin's bank card to her. Then, she respectfully handed over all the bags that Zheng Huijin had previously snatched. Zheng Huijin was seething with anger. So? I spend over 20 million at Lovelon every year, just to be bullied by you. I am the one in charge, Meng Qiulan said, watching Zheng Huijin as if she were a joke. She waved her gold VIP card. Adding, I should mention, I am the overall head of Lovelon in Huagua. Without revealing her status as the founder, she refrained from disclosing her true identity to Zheng Huijin. She looked forward to the next time Zheng Huijin would act foolishly, so she could slap her in the face once more. The manager and the sales associates were already aware of Meng Qiulan's identity. Some touched their noses, while others looked skyward. Their founder was indeed quite cunning. But it felt good, When Zheng Huijin heard that Meng Qiulan was the head of Lovelon in Huagua, she was so furious she nearly suffered a heart attack. She stormed out of the store. Zheng Huijin, upon hearing this, nearly stumbled. She walked away hastily. After all, she was merely a brand manager, not the founder or an investor. This was her territory. She had no choice. One day, when they met elsewhere, she would make sure to tear Meng Qiulan apart. Zheng Huijin left, and Meng Qiulan handed a few bags to Modi. Here, take these, Mom, I can't accept them. Modi felt immense pressure. She had seen that one of the bags was worth over 2 million. Such precious items made her fear accidentally scratching or damaging them while carrying them. Just take what your mother gives you. In the future, you need to be confident. The Hua family is your backing. We can be kind, but kindness should also have a sharp edge. Listen to your mother. Do not let anyone bully you in the future, understood? Meng Qiulan said, Modi replied, it wasn't that she lacked assertiveness. Back in elementary school, she had fought with a male classmate, and the boy's parents came to her home, with her father paying for the medical expenses. Her father had neither scolded nor criticized her, but had simply asked if she was injured. Yet she felt a pang of concern over the medical expenses. The money of the impoverished is always to be spent judiciously. She had once raised her voice about her commission at work, only to find her job hanging by a thread as a result. The harsh realities of human nature taught her to temper her brilliance, while various setbacks compelled her to conceal her talents. Those with confidence possessed their own trump cards, but she had none. She aspired to play the cards of life well, and thus, she continued to strive diligently. Take these bags, she said. Xiao Di, you have a new identity now. You are the daughter-in-law of the Hua family, one of them. You may carry inexpensive bags, but you should also own something of value. Thank you, Mom, Mod replied, accepting the bags. She understood. She was the wife of Huang Mingze, and sometimes a certain display of status was necessary. Meng Qilan, fearing that Mod might overthink, linked arms with her and said, "What Mom means is that as Hua's daughter-in-law, you can fully enjoy life. Buy whatever you desire. Do not feel burdened or pressured by spending your husband's money. You and Mingze are now married, and I have become your mother-in-law. We are family. This is all fate, a blessing we have earned from our past lives." Mod's heart trembled. She was genuinely touched. "Come, Mom will take you to see more." Meng Qilan then led Mod to choose jewelry. As a jewelry designer, Mod had a keen sense for gems and quickly identified a jade pendant that perfectly suited Meng Qilan's temperament. The pendant was luminous and of fine quality, priced at over 170,000. This amount was exorbitant for Mod, but for such a piece, it was a worthwhile investment. Pointing at the pendant, she asked Meng Qilan, "Mom, do you like this jade pendant?" Meng Qilan, having also taken a liking to it for its clarity and absence of impurities, replied, "I love it. I will buy it for you." Mod said, though she currently had no funds and would first charge it to Huang Mingze's card. Once her father and brother's situation stabilized, she would strive to earn her own money. She also aimed to prepare for the Zhongding Cup competition, hoping for a commendable placement. If by chance she ranked among the top, she could reimburse the amount spent. Sounds good, Meng Qilan accepted with delight. She cherished seeing Mod spend. Although their acquaintance was brief, she appreciated this child, who was sensitive and grateful. Seeing her mother-in-law's acceptance, Mod immediately asked the sales associate to take it down. Holding it felt even better. The jade was translucent and without blemish. "Mom, let me put it on you to try," Mod said with a hint of joy. She truly adored this jade pendant. Its gentle elegance was especially fitting for her mother-in-law. "All right," Meng Qilan responded, smiling as she tossed her hair over her shoulder. Mod helped her put it on, and Meng Qilan wore a radiant smile throughout. Facing the mirror, Mod could see the joy on her mother-in-law's face, warming her heart anew. Having grown up in poverty, she was more sensitive than most to expressions and emotions. "It's beautiful," Meng Qilan exclaimed, admiring the pendant in the mirror. "As long as you like it. I'm merely offering a floral tribute with Mingze's money, but I will strive to contribute as well." Mod replied earnestly. If the Hua family truly gave her a chance to work hard, she wished to seize it. "Silly child, you and Mingze are legally married. What is his is yours, no need to delineate so strictly. Come, let Mom choose you some jewelry." "Mom, I don't need it. Mingze has already bought me some," Mod quickly responded. "What Mingze bought is his sentiment. What Mom buys is my sentiment," Meng Qilan replied with a beaming smile. Asking the sales associate to bring several pieces for Mod to try on. Whatever she liked, she insisted on purchasing. As Meng Qilan continued selecting, Mod grew increasingly anxious. "Mom, it seems there's nothing particularly stunning left. Let us wait for new arrivals to choose," Meng Qilan suggested. Sensing Mod's pressure, Mod sighed in relief. "All right, Mom. Are you tired?" Meng Qilan inquired. Mod shook her head. "Mom, I'm not tired. I think you are a bit tired." Meng Qilan chuckled. "How about we find a place to rest and enjoy some dessert?" Mod proposed, moving toward the checkout as she prepared to settle the bill. Meng Qilan took out her bank card to pay together. Mod insisted on charging the jade pendant herself. "All right," Meng Qilan smiled, adding, "Afterward, you can accompany me for a spa treatment." She phrased it as such to avoid Mod's potential refusal. "Okay." Mod took Huang Mingze's card to pay. At the Hua Corporation, Huang Mingze was holding a special meeting regarding the development of the southern suburbs. He advocated for the creation of high-quality villas to continue enhancing the Hua Corporation's reputation. Hua Zhangqin opposed this, arguing for high-rise apartments instead. He contended that the Hua family's reputation was already strong enough and did not require further enhancement. As the southern suburbs were distanced from the central urban area, the target clients would likely be middle to lower-income households. Hence, the optimal approach was to construct high-rises, as taller buildings would yield more units, increasing both the number of sales and total area, thereby enhancing profit. Additionally, high-rise apartments, being lower-priced, sold better than villas. The executives were deeply divided, with one faction supporting Huang Mingze and the other backing Hua Zhangqin, leading to heated debates. Huang Mingze articulated his vision for the villas and their numerous advantages. The Hua family's principle was to continually produce quality products, rather than being blinded by profit and resorting to short-sighted gains. The price of villas could be slightly above market value, But the ultimate returns would not be significantly less than those from high-rises, and their products would provide clients with comfort. With an improved reputation, customers would also take interest in other Hua products. Before he could finish his statement, Hua Zhangqin interrupted, claiming that Hua Mingze was being overly idealistic, stating that they were businessmen, not philanthropists. Business should always be profit-driven, maximizing earnings when possible, as accumulating capital is paramount. Hua Zhangqin's viewpoint garnered considerable support among the executives. Hua Mingze instinctively frowned, as he detested such short-sighted approaches. Assistant Liu, observing Hua Mingze's furrowed brow, dared not breathe a word. The president was on the verge of losing his temper, especially at the notion of disregarding the Hua family's reputation for quick profits. Hua Mingze's phone vibrated. Assistant Liu inwardly cursed the timing of whoever was reaching out. He had been with Hua Mingze for 7 years and knew him well. He was particularly serious at work and would explode if interrupted. Hua Mingze glanced at his phone and saw a charge of 170,000 from his secondary card. His brow relaxed, realizing that his wife had finally used his card. Assistant Liu's eyes widened in surprise. Had the president calmed down? He immediately stole a glance at the spending record. The fact that the president was no longer agitated over his wife's spending was remarkable. He thought to himself that he must cling tightly to the president's brother-in-law. Hua Mingze set his phone down and stated, "Today's meeting has seen considerable debate, and differing opinions are a good thing. After the meeting, I ask that you all submit your thoughts in written proposals. I have only one request. The Hua family is the foundation for all of us, and clients are our true benefactors. I hope everyone considers the clients when drafting your proposals. Remember, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Winning hearts is not done through empty promises but by creating genuinely good products." Meeting adjourned. With that, he was the first to leave the conference room. Several familiar with Hua Mingze's character exchanged bewildered glances. A group of executives had disregarded the Hua family's reputation, yet he hadn't lost his temper? They were curious about what message he had received. Some gossiping executives, seeing Hua Mingze depart, quietly approached Assistant Liu. "Assistant Liu, who just messaged the president. What just happened? Liu Chun, bring in the documents for this afternoon's matters," came Hua Mingze's dissatisfied voice. With so much to handle, he had to finish those before heading to pick up the customized wedding ring. On the other side, Meng Qiulan took MOD from the jewelry store directly to the health management center at Yunding Tower. Upon seeing Meng Qiulan, the staff at the spa center greeted her warmly. The manager personally prepared fruits and snacks for Meng Qiulan and arranged for the 2 best technicians. Meng Qiulan instructed the manager, "Manager Su, this is my daughter-in-law. Please help her get a card like mine. And once it's done, let me know how much to recharge via WeChat." "Of course, Meng Jia," the manager replied with a bright smile. Casting a curious glance at MOD, she recalled that Meng Qiulan had often visited the spa accompanied by the wealthy Yao family daughter, Yao Yutong. However, understanding the complexities of high society, she refrained from asking further and simply smiled and complied. The technicians provided attentive service to both Meng Qiulan and MOD. Exhausted, MOD succumbed to sleep as the technician eased her shoulders and back. She had intended to stay awake, but her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted off. Seeing MOD asleep, Meng Qiulan smiled with satisfaction and closed her eyes to rest as well. An hour later, MOD awoke, feeling quite apologetic. "I'm sorry, I fell asleep." Meng Qiulan, wearing a warm smile, reassured her, "There's no need to apologize. If you're tired, you should rest." "How do you feel now?" "I feel particularly refreshed," MOD replied, noticing Meng Qiulan's gentle demeanor, which helped her relax. "Exactly. You must take care of yourself while caring for your loved ones. Only with proper rest can you adequately care for others," Meng Qiulan advised with a smile. MOD responded, feeling grateful and beginning to understand why Hua Mingze was so wonderful. He had such a good mother. After MOD tidied herself, Meng Qiulan remarked, "It's noon, time for lunch. Come, Mom will take you to eat." "Mom, let me treat you," MOD offered immediately. Meng Qiulan linked her arm with MOD's and said, "No need to be polite with Mom. I know this area well, let us go." After seeing MOD rested, Meng Qiulan was pleased to see her complexion improved. "To speak candidly, although this child hails from a less privileged background, she is undeniably beautiful, exuding elegance and grace, particularly with her pair of eyes that are both pure and captivating, offering a sense of comfort to behold." Meng Qiulan escorted MOD to the most luxurious restaurant opposite Yunding. She had resolved to frequently bring MOD to high-end venues, allowing her to acclimatize to such environments. Upon entering the restaurant, she immediately spotted two familiar figures striding in almost shoulder to shoulder with them. Who else could it be but Zhang Huijin and Song Qing? How small the world is. Upon seeing Ming Qiulan, Zhang Huijin's previously subdued anger surged anew. She promptly twisted her waist, squeezing past Ming Qiulan. Ignoring Zhang Huijin, Ming Qiulan addressed the waiter, saying, "A private room, please, the best one available." Zhang Huijin tilted her chin at the waiter. Having been humiliated at the Love Lawn brand counter earlier, she would not allow herself to be bullied again. After all, she was merely a brand manager. She would not permit her to act arrogantly in her presence. "I'm sorry, ladies, but we only have one private room left," the waiter replied, clearly distressed. She politely gestured towards two recently vacated tables by the window in the main hall, saying, "There are 2 tables available by the window in the main area, with good air and a lovely view. Would you care to consider those?" Her implication was clear. Step aside and choose the main hall. After all, sometimes the window seats in the main dining area are even more coveted than private rooms. "I want the private room," Zhang Huijin declared haughtily, casting a disdainful glance at Ming Qiulan. Song Qing, linking arms with Zhang Huijin, also shot a scornful look at Shen Mod. Noticing Shen Mod's appearance, her brows involuntarily furrowed. Just days prior, Shen Mod had looked utterly haggard, yet now she radiated vitality. Ah, indeed, associating with a wealthy heir makes a difference. However, her mother-in-law was merely a general agent in Huagua, far inferior to the Gu family. "I requested that private room first, did I not?" Ming Qiulan said with a faint smile, unhurriedly addressing the waiter. The waiter, sensing the tension between the two parties, was even more flustered. Zhang Huijin pressed on aggressively. "I clearly requested that private room first and entered before her." She had indeed nudged past Ming Qiulan upon entering. "She had arrived first, is that so?" Ming Qiulan responded, her face adorned with a smile. "You tell me?" Zhang Huijin glared at the waiter, who was caught in a quandary. The waiter immediately began to think of a solution. "Ladies, how about this? I can check if there are any private rooms that have become available. Would that be acceptable? Please arrange the private room for me. I do not have time to wait while you check." Zhang Huijin insisted. She also noticed that Shen Mod's complexion had improved significantly since the morning, which made her unable to suppress a disdainful snort. The waiter was visibly distressed. "Just give it to her," Ming Qiulan said with a smile. The waiter, feeling as if a weight had been lifted, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding." She then gestured politely for Zhang Huijin. "This way, please." That was more like it. Zhang Huijin's mood instantly lifted, pleased. This mother-in-law of Shen Mod seemed rather perceptive about the situation. Living in Haicheng would certainly be lively for her, as she could occasionally take the opportunity to slap Shen Mod and her mother-in-law in the face. "I remember that your Yunqing Shifu has several luxurious private rooms, from 1 to 9, including 1111, which should still be available?" Ming Qiulan inquired of another waiter. The waiter looked troubled. "I'm sorry, madam, but those rooms have all been booked. The particularly luxurious private rooms at Yunqing Shifu must be reserved at least a week in advance. However, 1111 is still available because it is a long-term reservation by the owner. It cannot be assigned without the owner's direct approval." "Then please take us to 1111, Ming Qiulan said gently. "Madam, it really has been booked," the waiter reiterated, looking even more distressed. "Huh?" Zhang Huijin erupted in laughter. "How ridiculous. Who does she think she is?" Song Qing, ever eager to please Zhang Huijin, immediately joined in her laughter, covering her mouth. "Ha ha!" While Shen Mod tolerated being bullied herself, she could not bear it when those she cherished were mistreated. Seeing Zhang Huijin and Song Qing becoming increasingly audacious, mocking her mother-in-law even after she had conceded the private room to them, she felt a surge of indignation and was ready to confront them. Ming Qiulan held Shen Mod back, smiling as she said to the waiter, "Could you please fetch your manager?" "Huh?" Zhang Huijin couldn't help but laugh again. How amusing. This Shen Mod's mother-in-law is just as dim-witted as she is. They already stated that only one private room remains and that the luxurious ones are booked out. What use is calling the manager? Will he conjure up a room? The waiter, having discerned the underlying tension between the two groups, resolved to separate them, saying to Zhang Huijin, "This way, please." Zhang Huijin refused to budge, standing with her arms crossed, amusedly saying, "I want to see what your manager looks like." Chapter 50. Afraid of her, she blocked her. Ming Qiulan was more than eager for Zhang Huijin to stay. She relished the prospect of being publicly humiliated, ready to let her experience the sting of rebuke. Another waiter promptly went to find the manager. Within 2 minutes, the floor manager arrived, beaming with enthusiasm. "Esteemed guests, greetings. The waiter has briefed me on the situation. 2 groups of guests are in conflict over the last private room, with one group specifically requesting room 1111. The manager, eager to prevent any escalation, had come swiftly that a businessman knows the value of harmony. Having worked at Yunqing Shifu for over 3 years, the manager recognized Meng Qiulan immediately, becoming even more courteous and respectful. His face all smiles. "Ah, Mrs. Hua, welcome. Please, come in." He then instructed the waiter, "Turn on the air conditioning in room 1111. Mrs. Hua, the owner's esteemed mother." Meng Qiulan smiled and cast a glance at Zheng Huijin, then said to the manager, "From now on, refer to me as Mrs. Hua, and this is my daughter-in-law Shinamodi. Address her as Mrs. Hua as well." "Ah, certainly, certainly," the manager replied promptly. "Xiao Di, let us head to the private room." Meng Qiulan beamed as she linked arms with Modi. Zheng Huijin was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Has she just been humiliated again? They said there was only one private room left. Yet it seems that Modi is being escorted to the luxurious room. Ah, the indignation. Her heart felt constricted with anger, flames of fury igniting within her. Meng Qiulan, drawing Modi forward, said, "Xiao Di, room 1111 is our long-term reserved room. In the future, if you wish to dine here or bring friends, feel free to use room 1111 directly." Zhang Huijin's expression darkened considerably. So, this old hag had deliberately rubbed her face in the dirt. Clearly, there was a long-term reserved room, yet she pretended to be oblivious. Drawing her in.it was infuriating. Just a moment ago, she had been unclear whether it was Mrs. Hua or Mrs. He. She also had no idea which family owned this restaurant. Then she heard Meng Qiulan tell Shinamodi, "Xiao Di, do you know why we reserve room 1111 instead of 9999? Why?" Shinamodi asked curiously. Meng Qiulan raised her voice slightly. "There are 2 layers of meaning. One is to signify perseverance, and the other, 9, symbolizes respect. In our hearts, the guests are the most esteemed. Although we are wealthy, we must not emulate those who become arrogant due to their wealth." She deliberately walked slowly, wanting Zheng Huijin to overhear. Zhang Huijin was fuming, her face dark enough to freeze water. "Mom, let us go to the private room," Song King suggested softly. They had lost this round once again. She was frustrated as well, however. Lingering there would only lead to more embarrassment. Zheng Huijin, holding back her anger with no outlet, exploded when Song King spoke. "What private room? Are all the restaurants in Haicheng closed? Let us eat somewhere else." This shabby restaurant was overcrowded. She had expected something grand, only to find it akin to a marketplace. Now that she knew it was Shinamodi's family's establishment, how could she possibly stay to dine? Song King quickly caught on and flattered. "Yes, it's crowded and chaotic. Mom, let us change venues." The 2 hastily left the restaurant. Once outside, Song King, furious, attempted to call Shinamodi, only to find the number disconnected. "Ha! Is she afraid of me, blocking my number?" Meng Qiulan had already seated herself with Modi in room 1111. She presented the menu to Modi, saying, "Here, daughter-in-law, take a look at what you'd like to eat." "Mom, why don't you order?" "I am fine with anything," Modi replied politely. "Then I shall order," Meng Qiulan said, her smile warm. She selected several dishes, 3 meat, 2 vegetables, and a soup. Having learned that Modi grew up in Meicheng and had only recently moved to Haicheng, she noted that while the flavors were similar, Meicheng's cuisine was slightly milder. She specifically instructed the manager, "Please inform the kitchen to prepare the dishes a bit lighter." "Understood, madam," the manager replied, taking the menu with him. While waiting for the dishes, Meng Qiulan initiated a casual conversation with Modi. Being mindful of Modi's sensitivity, she refrained from inquiring about her job or income, instead discussing Modi's father. "Xiao Di, don't worry too much about your father. Qiu Zhan is personally overseeing his treatment, and he will surely recover. Don't let his youth deceive you. He is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from a family lineage and has also studied Western medicine. His insight and intelligence surpass many seasoned doctors at a mere 20-something. Yes, Dr. Qiu is impressive." Modi felt a wave of gratitude wash over her at the mention of Qiu Zhan. Meng Qiulan continued, "Moreover, as our ancestors say, when one lives well, health follows. The greatest joy for a grandparent is to see their descendants thriving. Your father will feel better seeing you and Mingzi doing well, and your brother thriving. His spirits will improve, and his health will follow. Observing the stark contrast between Mod and Yutong, it was evident that Mod appreciated and felt gratitude towards everyone, while Yutong looked down upon those who were not wealthy, dismissing Mingzi's friends. Her thoughts align with Mingzi's. Friendship should embrace diversity. I am the company of three. One must surely be my teacher, as long as one's character is unblemished. Anyone is worthy of companionship. Indeed, everything shall improve. Mod's gaze radiated determination. Ming Qilan smiled and remarked, yes, I've heard that your brother will be able to activate his cochlear implant next week. Once he begins to speak, your father will recover even more swiftly than him. Mod could not contain her excitement, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. She yearned for her brother to utter words, to call out father, sister, and address everyone. Observing Mod's emotions, Ming Qilan felt a pang of sympathy. She reached out, took Mod's hand, and gently patted the back of her hand, saying, child, goodness and people cannot be exploited by others, for fate has its own design. Just then, the manager personally arrived with the server to present the dishes. Ming Qilan promptly beckoned to Mod, come, let us eat. I've ordered lightly. Let us make sure we finish. Ming Qilan wiped her hands with a warm towel, then picked up her chopsticks to serve Mod a chicken leg. Thank you, Mom. You should eat as well. Mod immediately reciprocated by serving Ming Qilan some vegetables. Very well. Ming Qilan beamed with joy. Although she had ample free time daily, she sensed that Mod was undoubtedly busy, juggling work while caring for her father and brother. After all, they were family. There would be plenty of opportunities to shop together in the future. Mod promptly stated, Mom, you needn't see me off. It's not far to the hospital. I can walk. That means you're heading to the hospital. I'll have the driver take you. Let us go. Ming Qilan linked her arm with Mod's. Just then, Mod's phone rang. It was a call from Mingzi. Ming Qilan noticed instantly and said with a smile, quick, answer the phone. Mod picked up the call while Ming Qilan stood by, grinning. Having been through similar experiences herself, she understood the nuances. Her son and Mod had recently registered their relationship. Their feelings were still in the early stages and required nurturing. Mingzi. Mod answered the phone. Did you enjoy shopping with Mom? Mingzi's voice, warm and gentle, flowed through the line. Chapter 51. You must know that Tianqi is a master hacker, right, Upon hearing Mingzi's voice, it was as if she could envision his smiling face, prompting her to involuntarily smile as well. Have you eaten? Mingzi inquired again. Yes, just finished. What did you have? He asked. Mod noticed her mother-in-law standing not far away, watching her with a smile, and felt herself blush, responding in a hushed tone, chicken legs, sea cucumber soup, and some other dishes. Was it delicious? Mingzi asked again. Yes, it was. Then I'll often take you out for meals in the future. He said. A warmth enveloped Mod's heart, and she eagerly replied, what about you? Have you eaten? Yes, I have. Good. Are you still shopping this afternoon? Mingzi chuckled. No more shopping, Mod replied. Did you eat at Yunqing restaurant? Mingzi's demeanor was entirely different from when he was at work. During work, he was succinct and pressed for time. But now, in this phone call, he was relaxed and enjoying a casual chat. Mod affirmed. I'm coming to pick you up now. Wait for me, it won't take long. Head to room 1111. It's chilly outside. As he spoke, he covered the phone and instructed Lu Chan to head to Yunqing restaurant. After a morning filled with meetings, he had swiftly dealt with urgent tasks, had a quick meal, then picked up the ring. The ring was even more exquisite than he had imagined, and he couldn't wait to share it with Mod. Understood. Assistant Lu immediately replied. Is Mingzi coming to pick you up? Ming Qilan approached Mod with a smile. Yes, Mod confirmed. Ming Qilan's smile blossomed. Then I want to see you off. Go inside and wait. Don't catch a chill. Hurry, go wait in the private room. That is our special place. All right, quickly go in. I'll watch you. Ming Qilan said. Mom, please get in the car first. I'll see you off before I go inside. Mod opened the car door for her mother-in-law. Yet, all her negative emotions were healed by Mingzi and his family. Mingzi, his parents, his grandfather. Each one of them made her feel warmth. All right, I'm getting in the car. You hurry inside, Ming Qilan said as she climbed into the vehicle. Goodbye, Mom. Mod watched as Ming Qilan lowered the car window and waved. Hurry inside. Ming Qilan waved back. The driver drove away. Once Mod saw the car leave, She glanced at the time and chose not to head to the restaurant since Huamingza had said he would arrive shortly. The weather was a bit chilly. Mod shoved her hands into her pockets, feeling the cold, then pulled up her hood and wrapped her coat tighter around her. With her hands in her pockets, the fur lining of her hood obscured her face, and she carried several shopping bags on her arms while pacing to wait for Huamingza. "What is this? Did you finish shopping and get left behind without a driver?" Song Qing's voice suddenly pierced through the air. She ostentatiously took out her car keys and pressed them, causing the car to beep. "What does that have to do with you?" Mod shot a cold glance at Song Qing. "Oh, so you finally latched onto a wealthy man, but you couldn't even snag a driver." Song Qing's tone was flippant, subtly denigrating Shin Mod as a gold digger. Zheng Huijin, standing nearby, cast a disdainful glance at Shin Mod as she walked past her directly towards the car. Opening the door and sitting inside, Mod ignored Zheng Huijin entirely, fixing her cold gaze on Song Qing and retorted, "Song Qing, are you suffering from amnesia? Just this morning alone, you've been slapped in the face twice. Your pride must be bruised. What audacity do you have to provoke me? You." Song Qing was rendered speechless. "Is that all you can say? How amusing." Mod shot back without holding back. "I'm not worried about being kicked out. Why should I be concerned?" Shin Mod countered boldly. "Ha, ha." Song Qing seemed to find it hilarious, poking Mod in the chest. "Shin Mod, always remember your place, and remember mine. I am a genuine heiress of the Song family. You are nothing more than a pitiful creature who can't even afford medical bills. Release your hand," Mod warned Song Qing. Undeterred, Song Qing continued to poke Mod's chest. "Did you forget how Tianxi's mother made you leave back in the day?" Mod felt a sharp sting in her chest, struggling to maintain her composure. "Warning," I said, "let go of your hand." Seeing that her poking had not elicited a reaction from Shan Mod, Song Qing grew bolder, continuing to poke. "I'll keep poking you. What can you do about it?" The next moment, Song Qing let out a pained yelp, her expression shifting dramatically as she grimaced in agony. "Ah, it hurts. Let go." Mod had gripped Song Qing's index finger with no intention of holding back. "You've brought this upon yourself," Mod said coolly. "You wretched girl. I'm going to get an X-ray. If my hand is injured, I want to let you off the hook. I'll definitely have the media blow this out of proportion. Oh, by the way, your in-laws are from Haicheng, right? A small affluent family? Isn't it? I'll stir up some trouble and see how they throw you out," Mod scoffed. "You still haven't learned your lesson. Go ahead and make a fuss. Let us see if my mother-in-law tosses you out." In the distance, Zheng Huijin rolled down the car window, urging, "King, let us go. You've humiliated her enough. Why get into a scuffle, Mom? I'll be right there," Song Qing replied immediately. While looking at Zheng Huijin, her face was all smiles, but upon meeting Shin Mod's gaze, she resumed her condescending demeanor. Suddenly, she leaned close to Mod's ear and whispered, "Guess how the video regarding Ding Fan was suddenly taken down? You must know that Tianxi is a master hacker, right?" Mod felt as though she had been stabbed in the heart again, recalling the cold, commanding tone of Gu Tianxi when he had called her to take down the video. How dare he? She truly loathed her own lack of resolve. 3 years had passed, yet she still could not eradicate his name from her mind. Clenching her fist subtly, she calmly replied to Song Qing, "I am sorry, but I have no interest in your matters. My husband is here to pick me up." She found it quite coincidental, as Huamingza's car truly approached at that moment. He had always been her beacon of light in the darkness, appearing in her life during her moments of anguish, pulling her from the abyss. She jogged towards Huamingza's car. Chapter 52. A kiss for a hint. Mod began to jog, her shadow trailing behind her. Lu Chun was startled and promptly halted the vehicle. Huamingza stepped out, gazing at Mod with tenderness. "Why are you running?" Though he questioned her, his heart was clearly filled with joy. She was running towards him. He quickly took the various bags from her hands, brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead, and touched her hand, saying, "Didn't I tell you to wait inside? Why are you out here? Aren't you cold?" Mod shook her head. Not cold. In his eyes, she saw concern, and she also noticed her somewhat disheveled appearance. "Get in the car. It's warm inside." Huamingza reached out to take Mod's hand. This warmth was a gift from him, and she wanted to grasp it tightly. Suddenly, she felt unafraid. Rather than struggle in the anguish of the past, why not embrace a fresh start? The worst outcome would merely be another wound. What was there to fear? She was no stranger to pain. She tightened her grip on Huamingza's hand. Mingza felt that something was amiss. He turned his head slightly and saw Song King walking towards a Maserati in her high heels. Turning back to glance in their direction. "Do you know her?" Mingza asked, concern lacing his voice once they were in the yard. Mod's heart skipped a beat, her nose tinged with the onset of tears. He always knew how to comfort her, to warm her. Yes, she had long urged herself to let go of these feelings. She had nearly forgotten, but Gu Tianqi's cold, commanding tone reignited her sense of injustice. How dare he? How could he treat her so poorly? Back then, hadn't he given her even a chance to explain? It was simply over. She had swallowed her resentment, yet he had no right to issue commands to her now. He understood her. She was delicate, sensitive, and cautious. She longed for equality, fearing the economic disparity. He accommodated her, even choosing to stay at Lantern Garden with her. As Song King entered the car, she irritably instructed the driver to start the engine. She had initially thought that Shen Mod, even after marrying into wealth, would merely be part of a small affluent family. Moreover, she assumed her husband must be unattractive, balding, overweight, and short. How could one possibly choose someone like Shen Modi? A mere grassroots individual? Furthermore, given Shen Modi's social standing, it is unlikely she could encounter another wealthy heir as fortuitously as she did in the past. Yet, surprisingly, Shen Modi's husband not only drives a Bentley but also possesses striking features. A perfect physique and an alluring demeanor. His presence is undoubtedly comparable to Tianqi's. Truly, Shen Modi is quite fortunate. She suddenly recalled that this was the very man she had seen Shen Modi with at the last cocktail party. Initially, she had thought Shen Modi was merely seizing an opportunity to attend the event, not realizing she was accompanying her husband. Zheng Huijin, who had been frowning, inquired upon seeing Song King enter the car. "Have you seen that man before?" "A Bentley worth 20 million is rare in any city." "Yes, I saw him at the last cocktail party," came the reply. "Which family does he belong to?" Zheng Huijin pressed. "I have no idea," Song King admitted. It wasn't that she didn't want to inquire. It was just that upon arriving at the banquet, Tianqi had been unable to resist glancing in Shen Modi's direction. She feared that Tianqi might be captivated by Shen Modi's charms, and thus she sought every possible way to divert his attention elsewhere. Once Tianqi left, her mood had soured entirely. Moreover, that day she was solely focused on plotting Shen Modi's downfall, completely forgetting to gather information about the people around her. Zheng Huijin expressed her dissatisfaction. "You've already met him, and yet you didn't find out more? King, you must strive to be a supportive partner to Tianqi. He is here to expand his career. And you should cultivate relationships with influential figures. This will undoubtedly aid him." "I understand, Mom," Song King quickly responded, adding, "I have also reached out to several jewelry company executives in Haicheng. Additionally, I have signed up for the Zhongding Cup competition, aiming for a good ranking to enhance our brand's visibility and to network with jewelers and designers." "Very well," Zheng Huijin replied, somewhat satisfied, before glancing at Song King's abdomen, remarking, "It should be time for some news." "Mom, it's just that Tianqi is quite busy," Song King thought, feeling overwhelmed. Can she truly manage childbirth on her own? She felt too embarrassed to tell Zheng Huijin that Gu Tianqi had never once touched her. Before their marriage, she had made several advances, only to be told by Gu Tianqi to maintain her dignity, as they were not yet wed. Now that they were married, Gu Tianqi was perpetually occupied and indifferent to her. "Mom knows, that's why I'm here, isn't it? Tianqi's birthday is soon. Let me handle the arrangements," Zheng Huijin stated. Yes, Song King obediently replied. Zheng Huijin felt her anger dissipate considerably. She reminded Song King, "On Tianqi's birthday, make sure to dress nicely. I will ask him whether he intends to invite friends. It would be best if he doesn't, so we can celebrate with just a few of us." "Yes, of course. I will heed your advice." At Lantern Garden, the car journeyed from Yunqing Restaurant to Lantern Garden. Mod held hands with Mingza. She gazed out at the passing scenery, her spirits lifted. Once they alighted, she eagerly asked Mingza, "Do you have something to show me?" "You will find out shortly," Mingza replied with a mysterious smile. "What if I take a guess?" Mod, always enchanted by Mingza's smile, suggested. Can you give me a hint?" she asked, amused by Mingza's playful demeanor. "Something very sacred," Mingza hinted. Mod glanced at the bags Mingza was carrying. A few belonged to her, while one was his, containing a square box roughly the size of a B5 notebook. "Something very sacred? A wedding dress?" she ventured. "Wrong, try again," Mingza said as he entered the room, inputting a code to unlock the door. "Can you give me another hint?" Mod inquired. Huamingza pointed to his face. One kiss, one hint. Chapter 53. Never look back. Mod felt her ears flush as she leaned in to kiss Huamingza on the cheek. He swiftly pulled her inside, using his leg to shut the door behind them. The warmth of the room enveloped them. Mod found herself pressed against the wall as Huamingza leaned down to gaze at her. His eyes ablaze, Od's face flushed crimson. "Where did you just kiss me?" Huamingza asked, his voice husky. She had kissed his cheek, close to his throat, almost as if she had kissed his Adam's apple. "Your face," Mod replied. He was so tall, and wearing sneakers made it impossible for her to reach any higher. Huamingza then kissed her lips, causing her heart to race. She was ready to embark on a new relationship. Determined to leave the past behind, he set the bags down and effortlessly lifted her, heading straight for the master bedroom. Despite it being daytime, Mod felt timid, curling up in Huamingza's embrace. She was no longer a naive young girl. She had experienced much and understood even more. In the master bedroom, Huamingza's kisses fell upon her, gentle and lingering. They shared an intimate moment. Completely absorbed in one another, Mod buried herself under the covers, too shy to show her face. Huamingza adored her bashful demeanor. "Shall I carry you to the bathroom?" he asked, his energy renewed. Mod tightened her grip on the blanket, nervously replying, "No." Huamingza chuckled. "Then you should rest." He rose to head to the bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water, Mod quickly dressed, wrapping herself snugly before covering her face. Still feeling a bit flushed, she made her way to the guest bathroom, collecting the bags scattered in the entryway and placing them on the coffee table. She was curious about Huamingza's bag but refrained from opening it. "Have you guessed yet?" Huamingza's gentle voice broke the silence as he sat beside her, leaning in close, and then playfully scooped her onto his lap. Mod instinctively struggled, wanting to sit on the sofa instead. Huamingza whispered in her ear, "Don't move. I'm a normal man." Mod froze in fear, not daring to move. "Have you guessed yet?" Huamingza asked, kissing her cheek. Mod's face flushed once more as she glanced at the bag on the table. "Can you give me another hint?" she requested softly. "Something very precious," Huamingza replied, kissing her cheek again. He reached into the bag, retrieving the box and placing it on the coffee table. The square gift box was wrapped in vibrant red paper. Looking festive and exquisite, Mod studied the box, pondering aloud. Did you frame the marriage certificate? Given its size, that was her only thought. However, that should not be the case. Her certificate was still with her. If it were a framed marriage certificate, wouldn't both of theirs be included? Huamingza chuckled. "That's a good idea. I'll take it to be framed tomorrow. If it's not the marriage certificate, then what is it?" Mod asked, increasingly curious. "Open it and see," Huamingza encouraged. "Shall I open it?" Mod questioned. "Come on, let's do it together." Huamingza grinned. Mod turned to him, sharing a smile before they both untied the ribbon. As they unwrapped the package, they revealed a delicate red box. Huamingza lifted the lid, unveiling a smaller box nestled within. Mod immediately recognized it as a ring box. Upon seeing the spark in her eyes, Huamingza's smile broadened as he opened the ring box, revealing 2 rings, the very design Mod had crafted herself. "So beautiful," Mod exclaimed in delight. Every jewelry designer eagerly anticipates the moment their creation comes to life. Akin to the birth of a child, filled with hope for its perfection and beauty. The finished product was even more stunning than she had envisioned, evoking a flurry of delightful words in her mind. Pure, pristine, sacred, unique. Let's try them on first. On the wedding day, we can exchange rings in front of our family and friends. All right? Huamingza proposed, seeking her approval. Their wedding was just around the corner, on the 19th of next month. "Yes," Mod replied. Huamingza picked up the female ring and placed it on her finger, but suddenly, Mod clenched her fist, preventing him from sliding it on. Huamingza looked at her in surprise, gently asking, "What's wrong? Can I ask you a question?" Mod inquired. Huamingza replied with a smile, "Of course, ask as many as you'd like." They had actually discussed this question before. "Never," Huamingza answered firmly. If it were ever the case, he wouldn't have rushed to get a marriage license. To obtain a marriage certificate is to completely sever ties with the past. Time and again, he had granted opportunities to Yao Yutong. Even in love, there should be limits. He relinquished his dignity in pursuit of love, and set it aside to reclaim his self-respect. In the future, he would strive to bestow his affection upon Mod. His lawful wife, ASMOD, extended her hand. He smiled and placed the ring upon her ring finger. He remarked, "It fits perfectly." Then he too reached out. Chapter 54. The public announcement of their marriage news left Gu Tianqi in distress. At the moment he adorned her finger with the ring, she perceived a sacred glow emanating from it. Huang Mingzi gazed contentedly at the ring upon her finger, extending his hand before MOD. She reciprocated, and the two rings lay side by side, shimmering brilliantly. "Perfect," Huang Mingzi declared with satisfaction. "As long as you like it," MOD admired the two rings, her fondness growing with each glance. "Of course I like it." "How about you?" Huang Mingzi inquired. "Yes, I truly love it. The craftsmanship is exquisite," MOD praised. This craftsmanship was, without a doubt, the finest she had encountered since entering the jewelry industry. "The design is even better," Huang Mingzi complimented, pulling MOD into his embrace and gently ruffling her hair. Had she grown so accustomed to the myriad of expressions she had faced throughout her life that she habitually overlooked her own brilliance? Feeling Huang Mingzi's praise and gentle touch, MOD was moved and humbly replied, "Thank you." Huang Mingzi's hand, which had caressed her hair, now brushed her face as he encouraged her. "Wife, you are remarkable." The term wife struck a chord in MOD's heart, prompting her to smile at him and say, "Mitchem." She wished to avoid being overly sentimental, to refrain from tears, yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She prepared to remove the ring. Huang Mingzi grasped her hand and said, "We'll put it back on during our wedding. There's no need to take it off now. I only intended to try it on, but since it looks so lovely, let's keep it on the wedding day. We can take it off and place it in the box, then wear it again. Shall we just wear it like this?" MOD raised her hand to her eyes. During her university days, she had envisioned countless scenarios of a ring adorning her finger, imagining Gu Tianqi proposing to her. She had thought that a ring on her finger would look particularly splendid. Now, although her ring was present, the man adorning it was not the one she had envisioned. Yet it was still beautiful, equally so. "Yes, let's wear it," Huang Mingzi replied, embracing MOD. Leaning into his arms, she gazed at the ring and said, "It looks beautiful." You decided he had truly assisted her immensely. Even without a wedding, she felt content. Huang Mingzi smiled, saying, "In the future, I will manage external affairs, while you will oversee matters at home. You will have the final say in all significant and trivial matters." "Then let's choose together tomorrow," MOD replied with a smile, aiming to coordinate everything seamlessly and to also strive for herself. "All right, do you have plans for the afternoon?" Huang Mingzi asked. "None," MOD responded. "Then let's go choose the wedding dress and take measurements," Huang Mingzi suggested. MOD agreed. Huang Mingzi turned to kiss MOD's cheek. Initially, he merely intended a habitual peck, but the force of it caused both of them to lose balance, leading MOD to tumble onto the sofa. Huang Mingzi fell atop her, their lips meeting. As he felt the softness of her lips, Huang Mingzi's gaze intensified with desire, and his body responded swiftly. MOD gasped, quickly sitting up. Let's go choose the wedding dress now. This is the living room, and I would truly feel embarrassed to be seen here." Observing her flushed cheeks, Huang Mingzi couldn't help but smile. All right, she looked utterly adorable, which brought him immense joy. After spending over 2 hours in the afternoon, they finalized their measurements and selected 4 wedding dresses. MOD had initially hoped to choose just one. However, Huang Mingzi insisted on having at least 4 as backups. Upon hearing the minimum requirement of 4, she complied and chose 4 options. Huang Mingzi noted that although MOD came from humble beginnings, her taste was exceptional. Every wedding dress she selected was dignified, elegant, and unique. That evening, Huang Mingzi accompanied MOD to Lantingyuan for the night. It was then that she truly experienced the depth of Huang Mingzi's prowess. The sensation of being thoroughly overwhelmed was entirely different from that of the day, which now seemed merely an appetizer. MOD had planned to visit her father and Xiao Guang early the next morning. But upon opening her eyes, it was already 10 o'clock. Huang Mingzi sat at a small desk, typing on his computer. Hearing her stir, he turned to her with a smile, greeting her. "You're awake?" He appeared invigorated, as if he had not exerted himself at all the previous night. Blushing, MOD replied, "Imichem." "Get up for breakfast," Huang Mingzi said. He had arranged for breakfast to be delivered, with congee warming on the stove. MOD immediately sat up. Grabbing her phone, she noticed news notifications from various platforms. The third young master of the Hua family is set to hold his wedding on the 19th of the lunar month. Hua-san Xiao confirms he fell in love at first sight with the bride. Shin MOD. Hua-san Xiao personally designed the wedding ring for his bride. MOD casually clicked on a post, only to find the comments overwhelmed with excitement, each news article accompanied by tens of thousands of remarks. They make such a perfect pair. A match made in heaven. That ring is stunning. A true limited edition. I admire Hua-san Xiao. As a young master from a wealthy family, he doesn't toy with emotions, but instead, openly marries the one he loves. Yes, let us keep the formation, wishing Hua-san Xiao and Shunimo a lifetime of happiness. Most comments were filled with blessings. Of course, there were a few negative voices questioning Shunimo's modest background, suggesting that once she entered the wealthy family, she would recognize the disparity, predicting that the marriage would not last. MOD quickly closed the news page and sprang to her feet. She had not anticipated that the Hua family would publicly announce their marriage, showcasing her photo alongside the ring she designed. Nor had she expected Hua Mingzi to confirm his love at first sight for her. This was undoubtedly the best form of protection and respect for her. She resolved to work hard, not to disappoint Hua Mingzi's kindness, nor the goodwill of her grandfather and mother-in-law. Meanwhile, Gu Tianqi had also seen the news. His gaze was fixated on the photograph of Hua Mingzi and MOD. Suddenly, he yanked at his tie, then dialed an internal line, instructing his assistant, "Fill my schedule to the brim. I want to visit Lu, Shui, and Mu today. But President, your schedule only allows for a half-hour lunch." The assistant replied, clearly distressed, "Missing one meal won't kill me. I won't be having lunch in the future. I will visit clients and discuss collaborations in the morning and afternoon." Understood. Chapter 55. Problems with the red wine? In a luxurious villa in Haicheng, Song King had also seen the news and was furious. What is this love at first sight? It's merely that Shun Mod, the shameless woman, possesses a visage akin to a celestial white lotus. Enticing men at first glance, Jiu Tianqi had been ensnared by her charm back then, and now Hua-san Xiao was similarly captivated. She had often wondered why Shinamodi's mother-in-law was so arrogant. It turns out she hails from the Hua family, the foremost aristocracy in Haicheng. With the Hua group valued at hundreds of billions, it is indeed qualified to act with such arrogance. Song King gazed at the image of Shinamodi, who appeared gentle, noble, and elegant, and a cold smile crept across her lips. She was undeniably alluring, but how long does youth last? Once they grow weary of her, they will easily cast her aside, and she has no strong family to support her. How tragic. "King, what's wrong?" Zheng Huijin descended from upstairs and noticed Song King's agitation. Immediately, Song King donned a compliant demeanor, saying, "Mom, I just saw a terribly ugly cake and felt a bit repulsed. How about I make the cake myself tomorrow? Perhaps a homemade one would please Tianqi more. Can you make it look good?" Zheng Huijin inquired. "I'll do my best to make it presentable. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll invite 2 pastry chefs to teach me." Song King responded, "That works." Zheng Huijin was somewhat pleased to see her daughter devoted to Gu Tianqi. She had also seen the news earlier and was taken aback to learn that Shin Modi's family was from the Hua family, Haicheng's premier aristocracy. This vixen truly had a knack for allure. No wonder she had bewitched Gu Tianqi all those years ago. Had she known that she had encountered the Hua matriarch yesterday, she would have refrained from conflict. However, now that the animosity was established, she felt indifferent. The Hua family was Haicheng's elite, while her own family, the Gu family, was the leading aristocracy of Meicheng. She had not lost anything. Furthermore, Gu Tianqi was ambitious and daring, currently expanding into new business realms. Although the Gu group's market value was slightly lower than the Hua group's, the future was unpredictable. With this thought, her heart felt significantly lighter. Looking around, she instructed the maid cleaning the living room, "Xiao Feng, tomorrow is Tianqi's birthday. Please ensure the house is thoroughly cleaned today." "Yes, madam," the maid quickly replied, resuming her cleaning. In truth, they maintained the house impeccably clean on a daily basis. Zheng Huijin further instructed Song King, after finishing the cake, make sure to dress up nicely. Tomorrow evening, once the maid prepares dinner, let them have the night off. We will celebrate Tianqi's birthday together. All right, Mom. The thought of her mother-in-law's arrangements, hinting at the possibility of having children, filled her with anticipation for the next day. The days swiftly passed. On the 17th of the lunar month, Gu Tianqi's birthday, Song King invited 2 pastry chefs to teach her how to make a cake. While they taught her, she occasionally posed for photos with the baking tools they had brought. After 2 hours of effort, she successfully created an exquisite 2-tiered cake. The chefs received their well-deserved compensation, and Song King was left with a plethora of satisfactory photos and a delightful cake. She promptly selected 9 photos to post on her social media, captioning it, "A cake made by hand for my husband. Happy birthday, dear." Meanwhile, several maids busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing for the evening meal. Song King retreated to her room to apply makeup and choose an outfit. At 6 o'clock. The steaming dishes were beautifully arranged on the dining table. Appealing to the senses, Zheng Huijin, noting the time, called Gu Tianxi, "Son, are you on your way home?" She had inquired about his birthday plans the previous day, asking if he intended to invite friends. "The meaning behind my son's actions is that he is preoccupied with work. And given their brief stay in Haiching and limited connections, he has decided against inviting friends for his birthday celebration, opting instead for a simple gathering at home. Consequently, she has arranged for dinner to be served promptly at 6. Tianqi initially contemplated declining the invitation, but upon expressing her displeasure, she reminded him that a child's birthday is also a difficult day for a mother. After all, how many birthdays can a mother celebrate with her son? At that moment, a call came through, and Tianqi's voice resonated from the other end. "Mom, I'm caught in a bit of traffic, but I'll be home within 10 minutes. Zheng Huijin smiled with satisfaction, replying, "All right, take your time, drive safely, there's no rush for these few minutes." She exchanged a knowing glance with Song King, who immediately blushed and declared, "Mom, I will do my best." After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the sound of a car horn echoed outside. She promptly went to the door to greet Gu Tianqi, while Song King eagerly reached out to take something from him. However, Gu Tianqi ignored her outstretched hand and expressionlessly hung his suit jacket on a nearby coat rack. "Happy birthday, Tianqi!" Song King exclaimed as she presented him with a bouquet of roses she had prepared in advance at the entrance. "I don't like roses," Gu Tianqi replied curtly, avoiding her gesture. Observing her son's demeanor, Zheng Huijin furrowed her brow and called out, "Son, happy birthday! You've worked hard. Go wash your hands and let us eat." "Okay," Gu Tianqi acknowledged, washing his hands before taking a seat at the dining table. The family of 3 gathered around the table for their meal. "Son, start with some chicken soup. This is from the native free-range chickens raised by our neighbor in Xiaofeng's hometown." Zheng Huijin personally served Gu Tianqi a bowl of bamboo fungus chicken soup. "Thank you, Mom," Gu Tianqi said, lifting the bowl to take a few sips. Watching her son enjoy the soup filled Zheng Huijin with contentment, prompting her to serve him more dishes. "Eat more. Look at you. Always busy with work, and you've lost weight." "Mom, you should eat too," Gu Tianqi insisted. "All right, let us all eat. It's your birthday, and we haven't invited any friends over. In truth, being together as a family is the best form of celebration." Zheng Huijin reflected warmly. "Indeed, Mom, let us eat," Gu Tianqi echoed, serving her some food as well. Zheng Huijin gazed at the dishes in her bowl, touched by the moment, and smiled softly as she lowered her head to eat. After a while, noticing that Tianqi had finished a bowl of rice, she seemed to recall something and said, "Oh dear, I forgot the wine I prepared. I'll go get it." She stood up to retrieve the pre-aerated red wine from the cabinet, balancing 3 elegant glasses in one hand. Upon returning, she poured 3 glasses of red wine, placing them in front of each person. Holding her glass, she stood with a smile, saying, "Let us make a toast. Tianqi, I wish you a happy birthday with everlasting health, peace, and happiness." Song King promptly added, "Tianqi, happy birthday." She refrained from saying more, fearing it might upset Gu Tianqi. "Thank you, Mom," Gu Tianqi said as he clinked his glass with Zheng Huijin and drank his wine in one go. Zheng Huijin and Song King exchanged knowing glances, each reflecting understanding in their eyes. With a smile, Zheng Huijin called out, "King, didn't you personally bake a cake for Tianqi? Bring it over so we can cut it." "All right, Mom," Song King replied eagerly, rushing to the kitchen to fetch the cake. The 2-tiered cake was exquisitely crafted. "Tianqi, this beautiful cake was made by King after a whole afternoon of effort," Zheng Huijin praised. "Come, you cut it. No, I don't like sweets," Gu Tianqi replied flatly, lacking any enthusiasm. "Tianqi, I want to have some," Zheng Huijin insisted. "All right, I'll cut it for you," Gu Tianqi conceded, taking the knife from Song King. She wanted to join him in cutting the cake, but sensing his aloofness, she instead offered, "Tianqi, here is a plate. Let us cut it for Mom first." Jiu Tianqi cut a piece and placed it on the plate. Song King dutifully handed the cake to Zheng Huijin, saying, "Mom, please enjoy the cake." Inside, she felt a pang of sadness. Had she not been good to him? Was she not attentive, considerate, and gentle? Was her beauty and excellence not enough? Had she not shown him respect and honor towards his mother? Why could he not even spare her a glance? Even a stone could be warmed, yet she could not seem to reach his heart. 3 years ago, he had coldly asked her, "Do you want to marry me?" She had replied affirmatively. He had said, "Fine, we'll marry in 3 years. I'll be busy with work during this time." She had joyfully agreed, and he had looked at her coldly, adding, "Don't be too happy. I will never love you." That time, she understood that his heart was filled with Shun Modi. He resented her for betraying him. Thus he resigned himself to the family's arrangements. She thought she could gradually expel Shin Modi from his heart over time. With a smile, she had assured him, "It's all right, I will love you well." Thus, they had announced their relationship 3 years ago and even became engaged. The Gu and Song families had joined forces to develop numerous projects together. However, 3 years later, he still did not love her. He despised and rejected her, refusing to communicate with her. Occasionally, he would bring her along to events merely to maintain appearances, but today he could not even be bothered to pretend. With tears welling in her eyes, she held another plate, waiting for Gu Tianxi to cut her a piece of cake. "Tianxi, it's your birthday. You should have some cake," Zheng Huijin urged. "Mom, you eat. I can't handle sweets. I've been too exhausted from focusing on projects these days." "I'll head upstairs to rest," Gu Tianxi replied. "All right, then rest well. King, please help Tianxi prepare a bath and make the bed," Zheng Huijin instructed. "Okay, Mom," Song King responded, immediately understanding the task, and hurried upstairs ahead of Gu Tianxi. Gu Tianxi frowned in displeasure and followed her upstairs. He felt unusually warm from the heating in the house, having not worn a coat. Upon entering the room, he found Song King filling the bathtub. "Get out," he said coldly. Since their marriage, they had always slept separately. Now that his mother was visiting, he did not want her to worry, so he and Song King had agreed to share a room. But he had been sleeping on the sofa in the master bedroom's cloakroom for the past few nights. "Tianxi, I've run the water for you. You can take a bath now," Song King said, her tone tender and considerate. She genuinely wanted to delay until the effects of the medicine kicked in. "I said, get out," Gu Tianxi snapped with irritation. Song King bit her lip, gazing at him. "Leave." Gu Tianxi's impatience escalated as he felt parched. Seeing his eyes redden and his demeanor shift, she realized the medicine was taking effect and said, "I'll get your pajamas, and no need." He coldly rejected. Song King bit her lip again and went to fetch the pajamas. Gu Tianxi felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, particularly an uncontrollable desire. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if Song King had added something to his food. Moments later, Song King returned, her brows knitted tightly, her face contorted in anguish, eyes tightly shut, and her body trembling. She had been sitting comfortably just moments ago, yet now she was curled up on the sofa. She gritted her teeth. Even her teeth chattered. "Mom, I will take you to the hospital," Gu Tianxi exclaimed as he rushed over. He shouted for the driver, Li Quan. Only after calling did he remember that the servants and driver did not reside here. It was only after his marriage that his grandfather allowed him to come to Haicheng. He did not wish for the servants or driver to know that he had not been living in the same room as Song King. Thus, he had rented a villa nearby for the servants and driver to reside. The servants would clean up after dinner before leaving, but today they had departed early at this moment. There were neither drivers nor servants. Gu Tianxi picked up Zheng Huijin and headed for the door. "It hurts, Tianxi, my chest hurts." "What is happening to me?" Zheng Huijin appeared to be in agony, clutching her chest and making hissing sounds. Gu Tianxi understood that his mother might be trying to facilitate his relationship with Song King. He recognized her desire for grandchildren as a mother's instinct. Yet, he could not acquiesce to her wishes. "I will take you to the hospital," he insisted. Whether the pain was real or feigned, a visit to the hospital would provide a solution, and it was just as well that he needed a doctor to detoxify him. "Yes, let us go to the hospital. Tianxi, I can't catch my breath," Zheng Huijin gasped, her body shaking as she subtly signaled to Song King, who was rushing down the stairs. Quick-witted, Song King immediately interjected. "Tianxi, we cannot take Mom to the hospital right now." Gu Tianxi shot her a fierce look. Song King steeled herself and continued, "Tianxi, Mom's symptoms are very similar to an acute myocardial infarction. Changing her position could lead to sudden death." Upon hearing the words sudden death, Gu Tianxi froze. Death was a heavy word for him. His father and brother had both passed away in succession. Clenching his teeth, he urged, "Hurry. Mom, how are you? Are you feeling better?" His concern was palpable, as the anxiety within him temporarily suppressed the effects of the medication. I feel much better, Zhang Huijin sighed, gripping Gu Tianxi's hand tightly, murmuring, when I couldn't catch my breath earlier. I thought I would never see you again. Mom, that's impossible. You will be fine, Gu Tianxi reassured her, tightening his grip on her hand as he asked Song Qiang, how long until the ambulance arrives? Approximately 25 minutes, Song Qiang replied. Why so long? Tianxi, we are in a villa area. 25 minutes is quite fast, she explained. Let me massage some acupressure points to alleviate her discomfort. You do it, Gu Tianxi instructed. Song Qiang quickly knelt before the sofa and took Zhang Huijin's hand to begin the massage. Zhang Huijin clutched her chest again. Mom, how are you? Gu Tianxi inquired anxiously, completely oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to the medication's effects. I can breathe better now. It feels much more comfortable, Zhang Huijin replied. Mom, let me continue the massage, Song Qiang said promptly. I feel like I'm all right now, Zhang Huijin asserted, attempting to rise. Mom, please don't move. Song Qiang urged with concern. Zhang Huijin sat up and announced, I truly feel fine now. She stood up, took a few deep breaths, and patted her chest. I really am okay. Perhaps the chest pain was from waking up too early this morning. I'll take a nap and it should be all right. Gu Tianxi, still worried, insisted, Mom, let us go to the hospital. Given his current condition, he needed to go as well. No, I'm tired. I don't want to be a burden. Tomorrow, when it's light out, let Qiang accompany me for a full checkup, Zhang Huijin replied as she walked towards her room. All right, Mom, rest well. I'll accompany you to the hospital tomorrow, Song Qiang said immediately. Mom, you must go to the hospital, Gu Tianxi urged, observing his mother's light steps, convinced she had been feigning her earlier distress, feeling somewhat relieved. With a weight lifted from his heart, the flames of desire ignited within him. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Mod, her unfamiliar and distant gaze when she looked at him, the way she referred to him as Gu Xiaoya when she forbade him from entering Uncle Shan's hospital room. Each expression of hers felt like a slow torment to him. The most excruciating memory was when she had called him years ago, saying, Tianxi, those photos are not me. He had replied, let us break up. It's not important who it is. After uttering those words, his heart felt as though it had been shredded, and he had heard her say a single word on the line. Okay. Then, she hung up. Each time he recalled that okay, it felt like a sharp blade stabbing into his heart, each instance inflicting a pain worse than death. In the 3 years since, he had not experienced a single restful night. Consumed by thoughts of how to swiftly seize power and truly control his own fate. Yet, the business world was fraught with challenges. His grandfather demanded that he raise the company's valuation to over 800 billion before handing over the shares. Xiao Di, he murmured, his mind clouded, subconsciously repeating her name. The soft sound caught Song Qiang's attention, causing her expression to shift noticeably. She knew he would never forget that wretched Shen Mod. Tianxi, are you feeling unwell? Let me help you upstairs, she offered, rising to support him. Today, her mother-in-law had already helped her this far. She was determined to solidify her position. She knew Gu Tianxi was a dutiful son, having been raised by distant relatives since childhood after his father tragically died in a car accident while with his mistress. Thus, he was deeply caring and considerate towards his mother. Now that she was ill, Gu Tianxi would not leave her side under any circumstances. Seeing him in such a state, she did not believe he could maintain his composure. Get away from me, Gu Tianxi growled, his demeanor fierce. He realized his self-control was waning, and the urge to pounce on Song Qiang was growing stronger. Even her face seemed to shift before him, at times resembling Song Qiang, and at others, Xiao Di. Each time Xiao Di's visage appeared, he felt an overwhelming desire to leap towards her. Chapter 58. The Empty Number. Unrestrained Confessions. Tianxi, Song Qiang called softly. Xiao Di. Gu Tianxi's awareness grew hazy. Song Qiang felt a pang of regret, yet a spark of inspiration flickered in her eyes. Mimicking Shen Mod's voice, she called out, Axie. In the past, Shen Mod had always affectionately called him Axie. Upon hearing that name, Gu Tianxi's consciousness faded further. Driven by his subconscious, he stepped forward and pulled Song Qiang into his embrace, holding her tightly. Jealousy consumed Song Qiang as she envied Shen Mod. Yet a smirk of triumph curled at her lips. What did it matter if Gu Tianxi had given his love to Shen Mod? Wasn't marriage what he had given to her? As long as she conceived a child, her status as MRS.Gu would be secured. Just like Gu Tianxi's mother, who, having lost her love, still lived comfortably as MRS. in the upper echelons of May City society. Who wouldn't treat her with deference and respect? Who didn't he secretly envy her? Axie, she continued, imitating MOD's tone. Xiao Di, Gu Tianqi's eyes brimmed with tears, moistening his gaze. Yet suddenly, the pain jolted him awake. He finally recognized that it was Song King before him, and he thrust her away. Tianqi, Song King's voice became sharper with anger. Gu Tianqi strode toward the door. Song King embraced him from behind. Get away, Gu Tianqi exclaimed, pulling out a Swiss Army knife from his pocket. What are you doing? Song King's expression shifted in alarm as she quickly reached out. She watched In Ho since the beginning of their acquaintance. 12 years have elapsed. He met Xiaodi when he was 14, and now he is 26. Throughout the 9 years from the age of 14 to 23, Xiaodi would wish him a happy birthday every year. In the 3 years without Xiaodi, he lived like a mere shell of a man, yet he had to persevere. The mechanical voice echoed repeatedly. We apologize, the number you dialed is not in service. Gu Tianqi spoke into the phone. Xiaodi, I have never told you how my brother died. He took his own life. He could not bear the agony of losing his beloved. My grandfather is a ruthless man. He never brought up the topic of my brother's breakup again, but one day, my brother's girlfriend tragically died in a car accident, and my brother could not endure such a fate and committed suicide out of love. Xiaodi, I never wanted to part ways with you. Not for a single moment did I wish to be separated. I pleaded with my grandfather, telling him how remarkable you are, but he merely responded, your brother's girlfriend did not die by accident. I understood my grandfather was warning me. Xiaodi, I cannot gamble with you. I could live a simple life, happily and contentedly with you, even in destitution, as long as we have each other. Xiaodi, grant me a little more time, as Xiaodi shouted in the distance. Gu Tianqi suddenly covered his head with the quilt, weeping bitterly. She is married now, wed to another, and she no longer holds him in her heart. In the past, it was he who forced her away. He felt utterly powerless. Initially, he was unaware that his brother's girlfriend's death was a conspiracy, so he enjoyed 4 years of sweet love during his university days. Naturally, amidst his romance, he also diligently studied business. Over those 4 years, he learned a great deal. In the 3 years since their breakup, he tirelessly expanded his business. He repeatedly sought his grandfather's approval to take over the Gu Corporation, but was consistently denied. He aimed to gain control of the Gu Corporation, to hold its very lifeblood, so that his grandfather would not dare to harm him. However, the target of an 800 billion market value was a formidable obstacle. It took him 3 years to elevate the Gu Corporation's value from 270 billion to 430 billion. He could not follow in his brother's footsteps. He must secure the Gu Corporation and seize his grandfather's lifeline. Now, his grandfather could act against him. If the Gu Corporation were in his hands, with just a word declaring its destruction, his grandfather would not dare to make a move. Chapter 59. Time to gaze at the stars, and the moon. Xiaoguang's cochlear implant was about to be activated. In an effort to ease Xiaoguang's nerves, Huang Mingzi suggested taking him out for a little adventure. In truth, he also wished to take MOD out to unwind. Are you free? When MOD heard about the outing with Xiaoguang, her interest was piqued. Yes, Huang Mingzi smiled gently. It just means signing a few fewer contracts. Where shall we go? MOD's eyes sparkled with excitement. She also wanted to accompany Xiaoguang to relax, since Xiaoguang cannot engage in vigorous activities. How about we visit a farm, enjoy some food, and watch the stars and fireworks in the evening? Huang Mingzi proposed. Sounds great. MOD was filled with anticipation for such a delightful plan. Gazing at stars and fireworks represented the romance and beauty she cherished. Lu Chun had already begun to accompany Xiaoguang throughout the journey. Although Xiaoguang's cochlear implant had not yet been activated, he was already using gestures to teach Xiaoguang how to say the word father. Demonstrating his lip movements, Xiaoguang attempted several times but was unable to produce sound due to psychological barriers. For over a decade, he had only uttered sounds unconsciously when in extreme distress. Lu Chun gestured reassuringly. Don't worry. Let's relax. We must have confidence in ourselves and in Dr. Chiu. Not a single person, whether adult or child, who has undergone the cochlear implant procedure with Dr. Chiu has failed. So, let us take our time. Soon we will be able to communicate normally. Let us go out and have some fun. Xiaoguang felt a bit uneasy about leaving his father. Dr. Chiu will be there, and your sister will join us too. Lu Chun was exceedingly patient with Xiaoguang. Hearing that Dr. Chiu would take care of his father, Xiaoguang felt reassured and agreed to go. President, We will take 2 cars. Assistant Lu was quite astute. They could go together. Especially since it was a farm outing, too few people would make it less lively. However, he understood the need to leave space for the president's romantic endeavors. Indeed, Huang Mingze was pleased with Assistant Lu's arrangement. In the afternoon, 2 cars departed from the city. After more than 2 hours, they arrived at the farm. Upon parking, they spotted a strawberry field nearby. Shall we pick strawberries first and then roast sweet potatoes? Huang Mingze sought MOD's opinion. Sure. MOD looked at the several greenhouses, feeling a bit excited. The fresh air along the way made everyone's spirits lift. Here, Huang Mingze smiled as he accepted 2 small baskets from the farm staff. Handing one to MOD, they want to pick strawberries. Assistant Lu, being considerate, took Xiaoguang to another greenhouse. Assistant Lu and Xiaoguang picked and ate strawberries simultaneously. Xiaoguang gestured to Assistant Lu. Aren't we going to wash them? Assistant Lu smiled and gestured back. No worries, a little dirt won't hurt. Xiaoguang, influenced by Assistant Lu, began to pick and eat as well. As for MOD, Huang Mingze selected only the largest strawberries, some of which were particularly plump and oddly shaped. MOD found it amusing and reminded him, Mingze, don't pick those. Choose the normal ones instead. This one is too small, it's fine. When ripe, they will be sweet, Huang Mingze replied. Those oddly shaped ones are said to be inferior. All right. Huang Mingze did not question why. He simply adhered to his wife's words. Watching Huang Mingze meticulously select the small red strawberries brought a smile to MOD's lips. His fingers were truly beautiful, resembling art even while picking strawberries. Previously, she had also picked strawberries with Gu Tianqi, but she swiftly cast away the memories of the past. Not wanting to dwell on it, she turned to Huang Mingze and asked, will we roast the sweet potatoes ourselves? Yes. Then let's go roast them now. We have enough strawberries, MOD suggested. Good. Huang Mingze called Assistant Lu to join them in roasting sweet potatoes. The farm had a large open area set up with tents in front of each tent. A small fire burned, providing warmth. Upon arriving at the designated tent, the fire was already crackling and tea was brewing. MOD immediately poured tea for everyone and peeled an orange for Huang Mingze. She then took a small iron rod to poke the fire, adding several sweet potatoes and potatoes into the flames. The group sat together, sipping tea, tending the fire, roasting sweet potatoes, and chatting. MOD casually remarked, it would be wonderful to have a roasted chicken. The farm staff promptly arranged for it. Before long, they brought over a marinated chicken, wrapped in lotus leaves, coated with a thick layer of wet mud. MOD was astonished and delighted. They really have roasted chicken? She glanced at Huang Mingze, who smiled in response. The staff assisted in placing the chicken into the fire. MOD busily added firewood and retrieved the already roasted sweet potatoes. She flitted about like a little bee. Huang Mingze stole glances at her, his eyes filled with tender affection. Soon, night fell. The meal prepared by Huang Mingze was ready, and they moved to the farmhouse. Upon entering, the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, featuring farm specialties. Cured meats, smoked bamboo shoots, dried mushrooms, river clams, various wild delicacies, and side dishes. The staff helped bring over the chicken that MOD had roasted, breaking open the mud casing to reveal the enticing scent of the free-range chicken. Xiaoguang, being young and a foodie, was captivated by the aroma in a moment. I'll reward you with a drumstick. Assistant Lu signed with a smile. The staff, wearing gloves, helped to tear the chicken apart and placed it on a plate. Huang Mingze immediately served a drumstick to both MOD and Xiaoguang. Brother-in-law, you eat first. Xiaoguang gestured while placing the drumstick into Huang Mingze's bowl. Huang Mingze smiled and returned the drumstick to Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang, feeling anxious, gestured eagerly to give the drumstick back to Huang Mingze. MOD laughed and signed. No worries, Xiaoguang. You eat. You'll be activated tomorrow. Have a drumstick for good luck. She passed her drumstick to Huang Mingze. You eat too. All right. Huang Mingze's smile deepened. He picked up his chopsticks and served various dishes to MOD. Here. This is the farm's stir-fried yellow beef, tender and flavorful. You must try it. This is the smoked bamboo shoots from the mountain behind. MOD and Xiaoguang's bowls were already overflowing. Assistant Lu felt he should sit at another table to eat, as this one was not only a feast for the lovebirds, but also a bit of a pity for his own lonely existence. The next moment, a piece of lamb chop appeared in his bowl, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Huang Mingze declared, eat more, thank you, President. Assistant Lu beamed with joy. The winter night was chilly. After the meal, Assistant Lu wisely took Xiaoguang to their room to sleep. The president intended to gaze at the stars, and he felt it would be ungrateful not to appreciate the lamb chop the president had served him. Chapter 60. Progress in their relationship in the afternoon. On the open space for roasting sweet potatoes, Huamingzi took Mod to gaze at the stars. The vast expanse was dotted with a few tints, each distanced from one another, with a fire pit in front of each. The flames flickered warmly. The moon was absent from the sky, yet the stars shone brightly overhead. The stars in the countryside were indeed far more luminous than those in the city, twinkling as if they could truly blink. "Are you cold?" Huamingzi wrapped his arm around Mod's shoulders as they sat on a picnic blanket. It was uncertain whether it was the farm's thoughtfulness or Huamingzi's, but in addition to the picnic blanket, they had provided a warm blanket and cushions, making their seating cozy. Not at all. Od leaned against Huamingzi's shoulder, gazing up at the stars, feeling as if the whole world had opened up. She asked Huamingzi, "Do you celebrate your birthday according to the lunar calendar or the Gregorian calendar?" Huamingzi turned to look at Mod, smiling. "Are you planning to celebrate my birthday?" She called him A's. The name felt a bit silly, yet he relished it. "Yes, I want to celebrate with you." Mod felt a little shy in her heart. She added a thought. "If possible, I would be willing to accompany you every year for your birthday." "I celebrate according to the lunar calendar, on the 9th day of the 3rd month," said Huamingzi. "All right, I will remember that," Mod replied with a smile. Seizing the moment, Huamingzi made a request. "In addition to your company, I also desire a birthday gift." "Very well. I want it to be something you prepare by hand." "Agreed," Mod affirmed. Huamingzi planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Mod nestled into his embrace. Reclining slightly, pointing to the stars in the sky. "They are so bright. You like them?" Huamingzi asked. "I do. We can come back every quarter to witness the shifting constellations." "Indeed. Once Xiaoguang and Dad are feeling better, we will all come together." Mod felt a surge of emotion. They chatted leisurely about myriad topics. Although they had met through an arranged introduction and had known each other for less than a month, their conversation flowed effortlessly, like that of old friends, traversing various subjects with ease and delight. When reminiscing about childhood anecdotes, they could not help but laugh heartily. Unbeknownst to them, the other campfires had extinguished. Leaving only their single tent and campfire on the vast expanse, Mod glanced at her phone and realized it was already 1 in the morning. Only then did she become aware that she had been lying in that position on Huamingzi's lap. She quickly inquired, "Are your legs numb? Let me massage them for you." She reached out to knead Huamingzi's thigh. "I am not." Mod blushed in embarrassment. "Ha ha ha." Huamingzi laughed merrily. Knowing he was teasing her, Mod felt utterly helpless. "It's 1 o'clock. A new day has begun. Today, Xiaoguang's cochlear implant will be activated, and we should set off fireworks to celebrate." Huamingzi rose, indeed feeling a slight numbness in his legs. After standing for a moment, he went to the side of the tent to retrieve the fireworks. "Here, you ignite them." He then drew a lit stick from the campfire and handed it to Mod. "We will do it together," Mod proposed. Huamingzi smiled, taking her hand in his, and together they lit a bundle of fireworks. Bang! The fireworks burst in the sky, instantly illuminating it with brilliance. Wishing Xiaoguang a successful cochlear implant and wishing Dad a long life. After lighting the fireworks, Huamingzi declared, "It will surely go smoothly." Inspired by Huamingzi's optimism, Mod felt filled with confidence and hope for the future. "What about the smaller fireworks? Will you set them off?" Huamingzi asked. "Yes," Mod replied. Huamingzi promptly carried over a box of smaller fireworks, handing a handful to Mod. She held the fireworks in each hand and lit them using the campfire. Moving a little farther away, in the darker space, the fireworks shone even brighter. With one firework in each hand, she traced beautiful arcs in the air. Back then, when her father was still healthy, he would buy small fireworks for her and her brother every year. On New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, he would take them to set off fireworks. Huamingzi watched Mod as she played with the fireworks, a gentle smile permanently gracing his lips. Dating someone new is quite wonderful, so simple and joyful. The next day, at 10 o'clock, Qiuzhan personally activated Xiaoguang's cochlear implant. After turning it on, he adjusted the settings himself, allowing Xiaoguang to experience the sounds from the device. Upon hearing the sounds, Xiaoguang excitedly raised his hands, emitting sounds of delight. Assistant Lu immediately used sign language to calm him. "Xiaoguang, don't be too excited, relax, we will take it easy. In the future, we will adapt and hear better every day." Thank you, thank you." Xiao Guang kept signing, tears pooling in his eyes. Don't cry. We will improve day by day. From now on, I will accompany you in your training, and you will be able to speak normally very soon. Assistant Lu was equally thrilled. His true task was just beginning. The first mission was to teach Xiao Guang to say dad. Not long after, Qiuzhan said, "All right, Xiao Guang can start moving around now. We will adjust the settings a few more times to achieve the best results. Can I teach Xiao Guang to say dad today?" Assistant Lu asked. Qiuzhan chuckled mischievously. "Just don't let Xiao Guang call out to you, or someone might get hurt." "Ha ha ha, I know." Assistant Lu laughed as well. He took Xiao Guang out of the tuning room. In the hospital room, Huang Mingze and MOD were with Shen Weiguo. "All right, Dad, don't be too excited," Shen Weiguo said, trying to calm himself, yet his eyes were filled with longing, eager to hear Xiao Guang speak. To hear him call out Dad, Dad in a little while, Dr. Chiu will finish the adjustments, and Xiao Guang will come over to MOD held her father's hand. Huang Mingze reassured him, "Dad, the cochlear implant is very effective. You needn't worry. I'm not worried." "I'm not worried," Shen Weiguo insisted, his eyes fixed on the door in the hallway. Assistant Lu was signing to Xiao Guang while mouthing the sounds, B, Dad, and Xiao Guang was earnestly trying to imitate the sounds. Standing at 1.70 meters, he was struggling to make the sounds like an infant. "Good, yes, just like that." Assistant Lu gave Xiao Guang a thumbs up. Encouraging him, Xiao Guang was uplifted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Come on, let us try again. B, Dad, that's right, you're doing great." Assistant Lu continued to encourage Xiao Guang. "All right, we can head to the hospital room now. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just producing those sounds is enough to excite everyone who cares for Xiao Guang." Chapter 61. A's, thank you. Xiao Guang was also eager to see his sister and father, wanting to make sounds to let them know he could hear the world around him now. His feelings were a mix of novelty and wonder. He could hear them speaking, although he couldn't understand. It felt extraordinarily delightful. Following Assistant Lu, he arrived at the hospital room. Shen Weiguo, already anxiously waiting, could barely contain his excitement. Seeing Xiao Guang, he immediately exclaimed, "Xiao Guang, can you hear?" His eyes were glistening. Not knowing what his father was saying, Xiao Guang guessed he was asking if he could hear, and he nodded vigorously. Struggling to open his mouth, he managed to produce a sound. Papa, he appeared clumsy, his mouth and voice not quite cooperating. Hey! Shen Weiguo's voice trembled with excitement. He tightly grasped Emodi's hand, exclaiming, "Xiao Guang spoke. Xiao Guang can hear. Xiao Guang will get better." Perhaps to outsiders, Xiao Guang's utterance of Papa seemed insignificant and far from perfect. Yet to his family, it was the most beautiful beginning, filled with hope, and Odi's eyes turned red as well. She couldn't suppress her excitement. "Yes, Xiao Guang can hear, Dad. Please don't be too excited. Relax, Xiao Guang will improve day by day. Xiao Guang is only 15. He has a bright future ahead of him. Everything will be all right. We mustn't rush or pressure him." Tears streamed down Shen Weiguo's face. Tears of joy. "Yes, we mustn't pressure Xiao Guang. He has a bright future ahead. Our family will be fine." Huang Mingze, smiling, added, "Dad, relax and rest well. Xiao Guang is smart and will be able to speak soon." "Mingze, thank you," Shen Weiguo said gratefully, preparing to get out of bed to thank Huang Mingze. Huang Mingze quickly pressed him back down. "Dad, you should lie down and rest. We are family, and this is what I should do." "Yes, we are family, but I still want to thank you. You are not only Emodi's husband but also a great benefactor to our Shen family, Dad. You flatter me." "Xiao Guang, quickly thank your brother-in-law." Shen Weiguo gestured to Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang gratefully signed to Huang Mingze and bowed to him. Huang Mingze promptly supported Xiao Guang. Assistant Lu couldn't help but whisper, "President." Xiao Guang also said he hopes his brother-in-law treats his sister well. Otherwise, even if you are good to him, he will protect his sister. Hearing Assistant Lu's words, MOD felt helpless. She had intentionally not translated the latter part of the sign language. Huang Mingze smiled and nodded at Xiao Guang. "All right." He reached out to gently pat MOD's head, then sat down to hold MOD's hand resting on the quilt. "Uncle, I'm taking Xiao Guang for training now," Assistant Lu declared with enthusiasm. Today, he was determined to ensure Xiao Guang made progress. He had prepared a variety of little gadgets to aid in Xiao Guang's training. Now, his backpack was filled with electronic toy animals, and he would start by helping Xiao Guang recognize their sounds. Xiao Guang's current task was to listen and differentiate sounds. Today, they would learn about these toy animals, and then he would learn to say Dad. The rest would come gradually. "All right, thank you, Shen Weiguo said repeatedly. No need for thanks, uncle. Xiao Guang, let us go. It's time for training. Assistant Liu conversed with Xiao Guang while signing. Xiao Guang excitedly followed Assistant Liu out. Huang Mingzi remarked, let us have a good meal to celebrate later. ILL asked Xiaozhan if Dad can join us for dinner. Shen Weiguo immediately replied, Dad wants he go. You young ones should celebrate. Just then, Xiaozhan, wearing a white coat, approached, smiling. Uncle is currently drinking Chinese medicine for his condition and isn't suitable for dining out. Rest assured, our hospital cafeteria has daily arrangements. He routinely checked Shen Weiguo's pulse and smiled. Uncle, you're in great shape today. If you maintain this condition, you will continue to improve. This was a standard encouragement. He knew Shen Weiguo's condition all too well. He wouldn't last long, perhaps 2 weeks at most. Thank you, Dr. Chiu. Hearing that he would improve brought Shen Weiguo joy. He didn't wish for a long life. If he could just hear Xiao Guang speak, see MOD marry, and hear news of MOD's pregnancy, he would be content. Uncle, just relax. Don't push yourself when you're tired. It's all right to sleep more. In the late stages, energy wanes, and one feels sleepy quickly, which is normal. All right, I'll take a nap now. Shen Weiguo lay down and closed his eyes. MOD promptly tucked the blanket around her father. Ensuring he was comfortable, upon entering the hospital room, he exclaimed, Xiao Guang is so clever. He can already distinguish the sounds of various animals and has even learned to say Dad. Shen Weiguo, being a light sleeper, awoke early and had been resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the voice of Assistant Liu, he promptly opened his eyes. MOD assisted his father to sit up, while Huang Mingzi adjusted his pillow for him. Shen Weiguo looked upon Xiao Guang with excitement, who in turn gazed back at his father with reddened eyes. He opened his mouth and called out, Daddy. Though his speech appeared somewhat clumsy, his enunciation was remarkably clear. Shen Weiguo was once again overwhelmed with joy and tears. MOD quickly offered a tissue to wipe away his tears, soothing him. Dad? Please relax, don't be too emotional. Xiao Guang will get better and better. Jia. Xiao Guang called out again. MOD's hand, which was wiping away tears, suddenly paused. She too looked at Xiao Guang with excitement. Remarkably, Xiao Guang had learned to call both daddy and sister simultaneously. With tearful eyes, she signed to him. You are wonderful. Your sister is proud of you. Xiao Guang reciprocated with gestures. Sister, I feel so happy. Hearing sounds is such a beautiful sensation. I can hear the calls of fish, cats, dogs, ducks, and various other animals. Shen Weiguo watched Xiao Guang's gestures, his face filled with gratification, encouragingly gesturing back. Child, do not rush. Take it one day at a time. Daddy. Xiao Guang called out once more. Shen Weiguo responded with renewed excitement. Xiaozhan arrived with the caregiver, bringing Shen Weiguo's traditional Chinese medicine, saying, You all go eat. I'll take good care of Uncle here. Chapter 62. An unexpected visitor. Huang Mingzi and his companions went out for lunch to celebrate. Xiao Guang served food to Assistant Liu and then to Huang Mingzi, expressing gratitude through gestures. No need to thank me, Xiao Guang, just eat. Assistant Liu gestured back while serving Xiao Guang. He also took the opportunity to teach him simple vocabulary. No need to thank. Serve, dish, chopsticks, bowl. Each word was pronounced slowly, accompanied by sign language, introducing Xiao Guang to the names of various items. For a child like Xiao Guang, who had been prelingually deaf, language training posed immense challenges. For 15 years, he had heard not a single sound from the outside world. He had grown accustomed to a silent existence, to not speaking. Now that he had received a cochlear implant, he could finally perceive external sounds. Yet these noises were as foreign as the chirps of birds. He struggled to comprehend what others were saying, feeling anxious, inferior, and even withdrawn, if those around him could communicate in sign language, patiently explaining and encouraging him. It would facilitate his adaptation. Assistant Liu consistently motivated Xiao Guang. During his language training, he also carried various electronic toy animals to an open meadow, believing that a broad view could uplift one's spirit. Thus, he spent over an hour allowing Xiao Guang to repeatedly listen to the sounds of different animals and encouraging him to observe lip movements, urging him to speak boldly. Xiao Guang learned to call out for daddy and sister. Come now, let us eat. No need to rush. Let us enjoy the delicacies and savor life. Everything will improve. Assistant Liu signed to encourage Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang immediately nodded in gratitude. You should eat more too. MOD served food to Huang Mingzi. What if I gain weight? Huang Mingzi replied with a broad smile. MOD chuckled at Huang Mingzi's playful banter. Even if you gain weight, you will still be the most handsome chubby guy. Complimenting me? Huamingzi shot a playful glance at Mo Di before cheerfully peeling shrimp. I was indeed praising you, Mo Di laughed. After the fireworks display last night, she felt utterly relaxed. Seeing her brother doing so well today filled her with even greater happiness and gratitude for Huamingzi's presence in her life during her most trying times. Huamingzi placed the peeled shrimp into Mo Di's bowl. After she dipped it in sauce and placed it in his bowl, she urged, "You eat too." Assistant Lu chimed in, "This is delicious. Isn't it? Quite filling." Xiao Guang, a true foodie, savored every bite. After the meal, he felt significantly more at ease. Suddenly, Huamingzi's phone rang. His immediate reaction was that his father-in-law might be in grave condition, and they needed to rush over to bid him farewell. Noticing the change in Huamingzi's expression, Mod urged him towards the hospital, her voice trembling. "What happened to Dad?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, she sprinted ahead, the hospital. After Shan Weigua finished his traditional medicine, Qiuzhan accompanied him in conversation, helping him relax while discussing Xiao Guang's condition. Qiuzhan only shared optimistic updates, assuring Shan Weigua that in 6 months, Xiao Guang would be able to function like any other child. Shan Weigua's eyes sparkled with hope. After chatting for a while, the caregiver brought Shan Weigua's lunch from the cafeteria. Qiuzhan smiled, encouraging his uncle to eat well before heading to have his own meal. Shan Weigua found today's food particularly appetizing. He truly believed he was on the mend, filled with hope. The caregiver served him a bowl of soup, which he gulped down eagerly to eye in the hospital corridor. A woman carrying fruit and a bouquet of carnations approached the nurse, inquiring, "Excuse me, could you tell me which ward Shan Weigua is in? I am his friend, here to visit him." The nurse promptly pointed to Shan Weigua's room. After Liao Qinghe expressed her gratitude, she walked directly to the room, knocked on the door, and instantly recognized Shan Weigua. Although he had been ravaged by illness over the past decade, leaving him emaciated to the point of resembling a skeleton, Liao Qinghe still recognized him at a glance. With a gentle smile, she called out, "Weigua." Shan Weigua looked up at first. He did not recognize her. "Who are you?" But as he focused, a surge of anger welled within him. He stood up abruptly, shouting, "Get out! Leave immediately!" What right did she have to appear in his hospital room? She had abandoned him, and he had nothing more to say. People weigh their options and seek better lives. His capabilities were limited. He could not keep her. He had resigned himself to fate. But she had taken away the funds meant for their son's treatment. Did she even deserve to be called a person? She had shattered all of Xiao Guang's hopes at that time. Xiao Guang was merely 2 years old. Had they implanted the cochlear at that moment, Xiao Guang could have grown up healthily and happily like any other child. He would not have faced discrimination, nor would he have needed to attend a special school. He would not have felt inferior, nor would he have lived in constant trepidation. "Weigua, please don't be angry. I had no idea you were hospitalized, which is why I came to see you now." Liao Qinghe downplayed the situation. Shan Weigua's anger intensified. Was it a matter of whether he wanted to see her or not? Get out immediately. I never want to see you again. You are unworthy." Shan Weigua's fury caused his chest to heave violently. After shouting that, he could barely maintain his balance. The nurse quickly supported him and addressed Liao Qinghe, "Ma'am, the patient is quite agitated. Please leave." Liao Qinghe, dissatisfied, raised her chin defiantly. "Oh, we are husband and wife. Small disagreements between couples often resolve themselves after a little quarrel. Don't worry. I will take good care of him from now on." Upon hearing that they were married, the caregiver was taken aback and hesitated to force her out, opting instead for gentle persuasion. Then, "Ma'am, please do not upset the patient. Rest assured, I will not provoke him. I hope for his swift recovery." Liao Qinghe placed the flowers on the cabinet and arranged the fruit as if she had not been absent for over a decade, as if she had not taken away the funds necessary for Xiao Guang's salvation. With a beaming smile, she inquired of Shan Weigua, "Weigua, do you prefer bananas or mangoes?" She had seen the news about Shan Mod and Huamingzi's wedding next month. Noticing the bride's surname was Shan, she recalled that the daughter Shan Weigua had picked up all those years ago was indeed named Shan Mod. She scrutinized Shan Mod's photo closely. Although Shan Mod had changed significantly since childhood, upon closer inspection, some facial features bore a resemblance. After all, when she left, Shan Mod was already 11 years old. Fearing a mistake, she deliberately read numerous comments. Chapter 63. Shan Weigua's condition deteriorates. Netizens are truly resourceful. Uncovering the origins of Shan Mod. They claim she is a grassroots individual from May City, that her father's name is Shinweigwa, and that she has a mute younger brother. What error is there in that? Liao Qinghe continued to delve into the netizens' investigations. Upon discovering that Shinweigwa was hospitalized at Pingkong Private Hospital, she promptly brought fruit. Although she had absconded with money years ago, she had never obtained a divorce from Shinweigwa. Later, she found a young businessman in Haicheng, who was over 20 years her senior and already married. Seeing her youth and beauty, he kept her, renting an apartment for her and providing a monthly allowance of 7,000 yuan, promising a house and a bonus of 200,000 yuan for bearing him a son. She readily agreed, thinking that having a son would elevate her status. However, once the son was born, he refused to divorce. Initially, she attempted to pressure him but was met with violence from his wife, leaving her bruised and battered. She grew timid and ceased her attempts. She reasoned that as long as she had a son, once the old man passed away, her son would inherit equally with the legitimate children. She would not need to care for in-laws, avoiding any conflicts. Little did she expect that when her son was just over a year old, he would be taken away by the legitimate wife. She was ready to call the police, but the young businessman advised her against it, warning that even if she reported it, she might not get her child back since he was the biological father. The businessman further threatened her, stating that his wife held considerable influence in Haicheng, and if she provoked her, the consequences would be dire. Remembering her past experiences of being beaten, she dared not speak out. The businessman then offered her 100,000 yuan as compensation. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the situation, continuing to be the businessman's mistress, demanding over 10,000 yuan monthly for living expenses. Thus, for all these years, she had lived as a parasite. Now, unexpectedly seeing that Shinweigwa's daughter was about to marry into the prestigious Hua family, she felt this was a tremendous opportunity. The Hua family, the foremost aristocracy in Haicheng, would surely offer an extravagant bride price and jewelry. She understood Shinweigwa to be a kind-hearted man. Since they were not officially divorced, she could now say kind words and possibly return to living together. Although Xiao Guang was mute, he was still her biological son. It is said that a stove does not disdain ugly firewood, nor does a child disdain an ugly mother. How could a biological son fail to recognize her? Liao Qinghe, I have encountered shameless individuals, but I have never seen anyone as shameless as you, Shinweigwa exclaimed, his words stumbling in his anger. The caregiver immediately supported him, saying, Mr. Shun, please relax, do not agitate yourself. She then turned to Liao Qinghe and said, Madam, I must ask you to leave. She reached for the bell at the bedside again. Liao Qinghe began to argue with the caregiver. Who are you? What is it to you? Do you have a relationship with Shinweigwa? If so, I advise you to give up on that thought, for I am his wife. The caregiver, merely a 22-year-old girl who had just graduated from nursing school, felt her face flush with anger at Liao Qinghe's words. Madam, please show some respect, I am merely a caregiver. Stop pretending to be innocent, shall we? I can see through your intentions. You just want to climb into bed with Shinweigwa now that he has some money. Look at him now. Is he even capable of that? You, get out. Shinweigwa was so enraged that he fainted. The caregiver was frantic. Mr. Shun! Mr. Shun! Liao Qinghe rushed over, supporting Shinweigwa, and pushed the caregiver aside. Step aside. I will take care of my own husband. The caregiver refused to let go, and Liao Qinghe kept pushing her. Hearing the bell ring, Qiu Zhan rushed out of his office, having barely finished his meal. This was a special care ward, which he personally managed. Upon entering, he saw Shinweigwa unconscious. The caregiver, seeing Qiu Zhan, cried out in distress. Dr. Qiu, Mr. Shun has fainted from anger. Liao Qinghe immediately accused her. Young lady, how can you speak like that? What anger? Shinweigwa and I are a legally married couple. Am I not allowed to visit him? Qiu Zhan swiftly lifted Shinweigwa back onto the bed and hurried to take his pulse. Discovering that he was suffering from an excess of anger, he shot a sharp look at Liao Qinghe. I do not care who you are. Please leave now. I need to administer treatment to the patient. I will watch you administer it. I want to say a word, Liao Qinghe replied. Qiu Zhan, disregarding her presence, immediately prepared to give Shinweigwa an injection. Shinweigwa took a deep breath and slowly regained consciousness. Qiu Zhan promptly called Hua Mingze, urging them to come to the hospital at once. Given the circumstances, there might be little time left to explain the situation. His condition was already precarious, and this agitation might be too much for him to bear. Uncle, do not speak. Just lie still. You will be fine after this injection. Qiu Zhan reassured Shen Weiguo upon seeing him awake. Doctor, are you capable? If not, get another attending physician. We have the means, Liao Qinghe interjected, doubting Qiu Zhan's abilities due to his youth. You, get out? Shen Weiguo was once again incensed by Liao Qinghe's words. Qiu Zhan had not only saved his life but had also personally fitted Xiaoguang with a cochlear implant. He was a benefactor to their entire family, and yet Liao Qinghe dared to slander Dr. Qiu here. Witnessing Shen Weiguo's fury, Qiu Zhan's eyes narrowed as he commanded. Leave, I will not leave. I am his wife, Liao Qinghe defiantly replied. She could not fathom that a doctor would expel a family member. Qiu Zhan got up, approached Liao Qinghe, and grasped her arm, pulling her toward the exit. Liao Qinghe shrieked, Ah, the doctor is hitting me. Qiu Zhan swiftly kicked her calf, causing her to kneel on the ground. He dragged Liao Qinghe out as if she were lifeless. Having been kicked, Liao Qinghe quieted down. Looking at Qiu Zhan with a hint of fear in her eyes, her tone less arrogant. Doctor, I truly am Shen Weiguo's wife. I do not care who you are. The patient needs rest and tranquility now. Qiu Zhan replied coldly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed as Huang Mingze and his group rushed over. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law. Qiu Zhan called out, MOD, I am your mother. Liao Qinghe exclaimed as she spotted Shen MOD, who was as beautiful as in the photographs. She immediately tried to greet her. Shen MOD's expression darkened. What are you doing here? We have nothing to do with you. This must be Xiaoguang, right? Xiaoguang, I am your mother. Liao Qinghe addressed the child with warmth. Xiaoguang did not understand Liao Qinghe's words, but he could tell from his sister's expression that the woman before him was not a good person. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he stared intently at Liao Qinghe. Chapter 64. From this day forth, MOD no longer has a father. There are no photographs of Liao Qinghe in their home. Father used to tell Xiaoguang that their mother passed away when he was 2. At this moment, as Xiaoguang looked at this woman, he felt an inexplicable sensation. Could she be the one who gave birth to him? When he was about 10, he had gestured to his sister, inquiring how their mother had died. His sister had said it was an accident and urged him not to ask further. If it had truly been an accident, what was there that could not be asked? Suddenly, this woman appeared, her face adorned with a smile. Who could she be? A relative from their father's side. Why did he have such a strong intuition that this woman was indeed the one who gave birth to him? MOD, disregarding Liao Qinghe, pulled Xiaoguang toward the ward. MOD, your father is fine. Let us have a good talk, mother and daughter. Liao Qinghe reached out to grab MOD. MOD forcefully shook her off and rushed into the ward. Oh, this child. Liao Qinghe maintained her ingratiating smile, glancing at Huang Mingze before following them into the room. At the entrance to the ward, Huang Mingze looked at Qiu Zhan and whispered, How is the situation? Qiu Zhan shook his head, sighing softly, It is not looking good. Keep track of the time. This indicated that the end was near. After saying this, Qiu Zhan entered the ward to remove Shen Weiguo's silver needle. This injection would ultimately be of little benefit. He checked Shen Weiguo's pulse again. Shen Weiguo's complexion was waxen, having shouted just moments before had drained all his energy. Now that he saw his children had all arrived, he felt a sudden relief, as if he could depart with peace of mind. Seeing their father's poor condition, MOD's heart twisted painfully. Shen Weiguo extended his hand toward MOD, calling out, Xiao Di? Xiaoguang, Dad. MOD quickly led Xiaoguang over. Dad. Xiaoguang struggled to pronounce. Shen Weiguo stretched out a hand. MOD and Xiaoguang clasped their father's hand tightly, and MOD's tears fell onto Shen Weiguo's hand. Oh, this child, why are you crying? Your father will live a long life, Liao Qinghe remarked. Shen Weiguo, unable to conceal the resentment in his heart, tightened his grip on his children's hands and instructed. Xiao Di? Dad is here. Be kind, but do not be foolish. Never associate with Liao Qinghe. Tell Xiaoguang this is Dad's last wish. Upon hearing Shen Weiguo's words, Liao Qinghe began to shout. Weiguo, we cannot be like this. I raised MOD well when she was little, and Xiaoguang is also my biological child. Qiu Zhan, arriving before Huang Mingze, reached out and forcibly dragged Liao Qinghe out, instructing several nurses who approached. Throw her out of the hospital. She is never to set foot in Pingkong again. Liao Qinghe continued to shout. What right do you have to prevent me from seeing my husband? Qiu Zhan directed the nurses. If she causes any more trouble, call the police and charge her with intentional injury. The ward is under surveillance, which is enough evidence for conviction. Hearing this, Liao Qinghe deflated, complying as she left the hospital. In her heart, she plotted her own schemes. Thinking that since Xiaoguang was her biological child, she could later tell him that the Shin family had abused her, and she had no choice but to leave. By playing on emotions, could Xiaoguang not recognize her? Inside the ward, Shun Weiguo suddenly coughed up blood. Huang Mingze shouted for Qiu Zhan. Old 5. Qiu Zhan dashed in, seeing the scene before him. Inside, Mod and Xiaoguang were in tears. Shun Weiguo held his children's hands and smiled, saying, "Children, your father can only accompany you this far. The path ahead, you must walk it well. Your father is very content." Shun Weiguo then turned to Huang Mingze, who stood behind Mod, reaching out to support her. As their father looked at him, he immediately extended his hand to Shin Weiguo. Shin Weiguo brought their hands together, looking at him with pleading eyes. "Mingze, I entrust Xiao Di to you. A husband and wife must support and understand each other throughout their lives." "Dad, I will," Huang Mingze promised. Qiu Zhan sighed as he observed. The most painful aspect of being a doctor is witnessing death time and again. Feeling utterly powerless, Mod longed to weep, but she struggled to suppress her tears. Her shoulders trembling. "Good Xiao Di, your father still has one thing to say. In the future, if there is a chance for rebirth, always call for Xiaoguang," Shin Weiguo concluded, gesturing to Xiaoguang. "Xiaoguang, when you grow up, take good care of your sister. She treated you well when you were little." Xiaoguang, weeping inconsolably, shouted, "Dad." He couldn't articulate it well, just nodding vigorously. Shin Weiguo smiled with satisfaction, gesturing. "Xiaoguang must also work hard to earn money to repay your brother-in-law." "Dad, please do not speak. You will get better," Mod choked out. "Xiao Di, I will not see you in your wedding dress." No, you will see it. You will." Mod scrambled up to find her phone. Huang Mingze immediately took out his phone, retrieving pictures of Mod trying on wedding dresses. Mod held up the pictures from Huang Mingze's phone for her father to see. Good. Shin Weiguo suddenly smiled, closing his eyes as his hands naturally fell limp. At 26 p.m., Qiu Zhan announced. Mod collapsed to her knees beside the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. She understood. She had always known that her father's health was poor and he could not hold on much longer. Yet, she had harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing for her father to recover. Upon hearing Qiu Zhan announce the time, she realized she had lost her father. Xiaoguang also lay on the bed, crying heart-wrenchingly. Huang Mingze reached out, supporting both Mod's and Xiaoguang's backs. Mod could no longer contain herself, crying with abandon. Huang Mingze urged, Mo, do not cry. Be strong. If you do this, your father will leave with worries." Upon hearing that her father would leave with worries, Mod attempted to suppress her tears, but it was futile. Huang Mingze sighed softly, embracing Mod as she trembled from her sobs. Huang Mingze remarked, "Let us prepare a dignified farewell for father, ensuring he departs in grandeur." The mere mention of preparations for the final rites plunged Mod deeper into sorrow. Suddenly, Xiaoguang collapsed, prompting assistant Lu to swiftly support him. Xiaoguang. Upon witnessing Xiaoguang fall to the ground, Mod gasped in shock. Qiu Zhan promptly checked Xiaoguang's pulse and reassured Mod. "Xiaoguang is fine. He is just overwhelmed. A brief rest will suffice." Assistant Lu quickly carried Xiaoguang to a nearby sofa, knowing that when he awoke, he would yearn to see his father. Chapter 65. Gu Tianqi learns of Shin Weiguo's passing. "Father, I am sorry. I should have stayed by your side." Mod knelt by the bed, gripping her father's hand, consumed by guilt. Had she remained vigilant, preventing Liao Qinghe from upsetting him, he might not have succumbed so swiftly. "It is not your fault. Your father was simply weary," Huang Mingze consoled her, squatting down to embrace Mod. Qiu Zhan added, "Sister-in-law, for uncle, this is not a misfortune. In recent days, he has been sustained solely by painkillers. I encouraged him to believe he was improving, hoping to bolster his spirit against the illness. But you must understand, in the face of such adversity, we are powerless." The fact that uncle could hear Xiaoguang call him father is a blessing. Mo, do not weep. Tell father that we shall be well, allowing him to rest in peace," Huang Mingze urged. Mod absorbed his words. Kneeling by her father's side, she solemnly declared, "Father, I will forever remember your teachings. I will take good care of Mingze and Xiaoguang." Huang Mingze assisted Mod to her feet, reminding her to be strong. As the eldest sister, she needed to set a good example for Xiaoguang and manage their father's final arrangements. Mod wiped her tears, fetched water, and tenderly washed her father's face and hands. She also intended to purchase a burial garment, aware that her father had cherished traditional customs. He had mentioned that if he were to pass, he wished to wear such attire, hoping it would bless Mod and Xiaoguang with prosperity and peace throughout their lives. I shall accompany you, Huang Mingzi offered, supporting her. He also notified their grandfather. Upon returning to the hospital, Xiaoguang had regained consciousness and was kneeling reverently by their father's bedside. Grandfather Hua and Ming Chulan had arrived, both clad in solemn black attire. Ming Chulan had attempted to lift Xiaoguang twice, but he refused to rise. Feeling a pang of sorrow, tears welled in her eyes, for she too had lost someone dear and understood that heart-wrenching desire for miracles. Yes, comforted by this sentiment, Mod's tears flowed anew as she dressed her father in the burial garments. With Hua Mingzi assisting her, Grandfather Hua, moved, said, "Mingzi, you must take good care of your wife. A child so devoted and grateful will surely raise children who embody the same virtues. A family blessed with such a woman need not fear for its prosperity." That evening, Hua Mingzi stayed by Mod's side as Xiaoguang kept vigil by their father's bed, all of them having eaten nothing. The following day, Hua Mingzi encouraged Mod, Mo, let father depart with peace of mind. Mod, pale and gazing at her father's tranquil face, cried out, "Father." After a night of kneeling, her legs felt foreign, and as she leaned closer, her hand brushed against her father's face, tears falling onto him. She quickly wiped them away, saying, "Father, rest easy, do not worry about us. Take care of yourself on the other side. You must prioritize your well-being." As Mod prepared to rise, Hua Mingzi promptly supported her. Grandfather Hua inquired, "Xiao, shall we publish an obituary?" "Yes," Mod replied, recognizing the kindness of her grandfather's suggestion. And no matter how reluctant, she had to arrange her father's funeral. She helped Xiaoguang to his feet, and he embraced his sister, sobbing uncontrollably. "Xiaoguang, we must be strong. We are men," Hua Mingzi encouraged, supporting Xiaoguang to prevent Mod from collapsing under the weight of her emotions. Assistant Lu promptly gestured to translate for Xiaoguang, who, fearing to disturb his sister, stifled his cries and endeavored to be brave. Grandfather Hua arranged for the formal obituary to be released, and news quickly spread about Shenweigua's passing due to illness. Assistant Lu contacted the funeral home to arrange for their services. Mod and her party proceeded to the funeral home. Meanwhile, Liao Qinghe spent the previous night contemplating how to improve her relationship with Shenweigua and ingratiate herself with the Hua family. To her dismay, she awoke to the news of Shenweigua's death, and in a fit of rage, she exclaimed, "Shenweigua, did you come here solely to curse me? In my youth, I followed you, not only raising another's daughter but also bringing forth a mute child. If only you had been more capable, I would not have had to abandon you to fend for yourselves. Now that Mod has finally climbed the social ladder, our lives were poised to improve. And you chose this moment to leave us. My association with you has truly been cursed. I have never enjoyed a single moment of happiness by your side. It's infuriating." She resolved to attend the cremation, hoping to bond with Xiaoguang, who had long lacked maternal affection, by showering him with toys. Elsewhere, Gu Tianqi learned of Uncle Shun's passing. While drinking water, he inadvertently dropped his cup, shattering it on the floor. His assistant rushed in at the sound. "President, what happened?" "Clear my schedule for tomorrow," Gu Tianqi ordered. As he absorbed the news, his heart tightened. Memories of Uncle Shun's kindness flooded his mind, recalling how, while growing up in the care of distant relatives, he often went hungry. It was Uncle Shun who frequently offered him extra meals, never begrudging his own modest means. He often invited Mod or Xiaoguang to dine with him, embodying the generosity that he himself lacked in protecting those he cared for. Though the Gu family was not particularly prosperous, grandfather's stubbornness and ruthlessness had led to a history of familial strife. Hence, he had been entrusted to distant relatives from birth. Gu Tianqi had remained unaware of the family's tragedies until the day he was told to part ways with Mod. Only then did he learn the truth about his brother's demise. His brother had taken his own life following the death of his girlfriend, who had refused to accept the Gu family's financial assistance. Fearful for Mod's safety, he felt compelled to end their relationship. He had long desired to assist the Shen family but refrained from doing so, fearing he might inadvertently harm them. Rationality dictated that the best way to protect the Shen family was to distance himself from them, feigning indifference while striving to strengthen himself. But now that Uncle Shun had passed, he felt compelled to pay his respects. Chapter 66. I come to bid farewell to Uncle Shun at the funeral home. A multitude of unfamiliar faces attended, drawn by the obituary published by the Hua family. The hall was adorned with wreaths, and as mourners arrived to pay their respects, Mod and Xiao Guang bowed in gratitude. Hua Mingzi stood by Mod, dressed in black, holding her hand protectively, fearing she might falter under the emotional weight. Jiyu Tianqi arrived alone, clad in black with a white flower pinned to his attire. Carrying a wreath with a solemn expression, Mod initially perceived only a dark figure and the wreath, ready to bow, but upon recognizing Gu Tianqi's face, her emotions surged. What are you doing here? Other attendees turned to witness the commotion. Hua Mingzi tightened his grip on Mod's hand, softly urging, Imo, remain calm. Quickly regaining her composure, Mod bowed to Gu Tianqi, her expression neutral as she thanked him. Thank you, young Master Gu. He was filled with words he longed to share with her, yet the moment was not right. He remained silent, wishing only to stand quietly and observe her, concerned that his presence might bring her distress. After a lingering gaze, he bowed 3 times towards the altar, saying, Uncle Shin, may you rest in peace, before hastily departing the funeral home, determined to fortify himself swiftly and take over the Gu family business. Mod clenched her jaw, striving to remain strong and refrain from tears. Xiao Guang, too, clenched his fists, determined to grow quickly so he could protect his sister and shield her from harm. Hua Mingzi silently held Mod's hand. Understanding the depth of her anguish, an unforgettable love betrayed, leaving an indelible mark. He believed that time would heal all, just as he now found a sense of calm when encountering Yao Yutong. More composed than ever before, as he pondered this, Hua Jingqin and Yao Yutong arrived. Yao Yutong, adorned in fur and high heels, carrying a designer bag and linked to Hua Jingqin's arm, appeared more as if attending a celebratory banquet than a funeral. Her attire bore a hint of provocation, yet Mod's demeanor remained unshaken. As Hua Jingqin placed the wreath, Mod and Xiao Guang bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Mod expressed naturally. Uncle Shun was indeed unfortunate. I initially believed he would hold on until your wedding, considering how hastily you arranged the date. Yet, fate intervened, and he lacked the fortune to witness it. Yao Yutong taunted Mod, aiming to provoke her into a display of emotion for Hua Mingzi to witness. The sharpness of her words darkened Hua Mingzi's expression, and just as he prepared to respond, Mod spoke first, her voice calm and composed. Life is unpredictable, as long as we cherish our moments while alive. That is the greatest blessing. How many depart without anyone to bid them farewell? When my father passed away, both my son and daughter, along with my son-in-law, were present. She notably emphasized the words son-in-law. Yao Yutong provoked her. Would she not retaliate against Yao Yutong in turn? Indeed, when Yao Yutong heard the mention of son-in-law, the smile on her face vanished, and her demeanor became noticeably awkward. She longed to confront Shin Modi, yet was constrained by the presence of Hua Mingzi. With a forced smile, she remarked, in any case, Miss Shin, take care. The death of her biological father necessitated a postponement of her wedding plans. Whether the ceremony could proceed smoothly in the future remained uncertain. For ordinary individuals, perhaps obtaining a marriage certificate suffices for a lifetime of partnership. However, for the affluent, a wedding devoid of ceremony equates to a lack of recognition. Thank you, Miss Yao. Modi expressed her gratitude once more. Hua Jingqin offered a slight nod towards Hua Mingzi, followed by a smirk, as he wrapped his arm around Yao Yutong's waist and departed. He reveled in provoking Hua Mingzi, knowing his cousin held deep affections. After 6 years of romance, witnessing his beloved in another's embrace would undoubtedly stir feelings within him. He gripped Modi's hand a tad too tightly. Realizing his reaction, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Modi shook her head. No, I'm fine. She gently squeezed his hand, offering him solace. Hua Mingzi believed that participating in a blind date and obtaining a marriage certificate was the best decision he had made. Gu Tianqi strode towards the parking lot, prepared to enter his vehicle, when a car halted before him, none other than Song Qing's vehicle. Gu Tianqi's expression darkened instantly, resembling the ominous calm before a storm. Tianqi, when did you arrive? Why didn't you wait for me? Song Qing alighted from the car, her face innocent. What brings you here? Gu Tianqi questioned, his tone accusatory. Uncle Shun has passed away. I came to pay my respects. Song Qing replied, feigning innocence. Immediately, the rear door of the car swung open, and Zhang Huijin emerged. "Mother, why are you here as well?" Gu Tianqi inquired, his brow furrowed in surprise. Zhang Huijin sighed, "When your grandfather allowed you to live abroad, it was Shen Weigua who took care of you. It is only fitting that I come to pay my respects." "King, fetch the wreath, of course, mother," Song King responded promptly, heading to the trunk for the wreath. Gu Tianqi's frown deepened. Zhang Huijin turned to her son, asking, "Have you already sent a wreath?" "Yes," Gu Tianqi replied. Noticing her son's concerned gaze, Zhang Huijin reassured him, "Rest assured, you and Shin Modi have been apart for many years. I won't speak ill of her. Go now, Tianqi. Take care of yourself. Money is endless," Zhang Huijin advised. After Gu Tianqi departed, Zhang Huijin cautioned Song King, with the media around, refrain from arguing with Shin Modi. "As an elder, I can say a few words she wouldn't dare counter." "Mother, I understand," Song King obediently replied. With Zhang Huijin standing up for her, she played the obedient daughter. Holding the wreath, Song King joined Zhang Huijin at the memorial. Without uttering a word, she flashed a provocative smile at Shin Modi, fully aware that such a gesture would be sufficient to unsettle her. Upon seeing Song King smile, Shin Modi recalled how Song King had disclosed their father's true condition to her father, leading him to leave the hospital against medical advice. A surge of unnameable anger ignited within her. Chapter 67. Huang Ming's contract issues. "Modi, I came to pay my respects to your uncle." Song King smiled. Shin Modi suppressed her fury, responding coolly, "Thank you. I will ensure my father personally thanks you when I burn offerings for him." Song King's expression darkened at once. Zhang Huijin had initially intended to mock Shin Modi, but upon noticing Huang Mingza standing beside her, holding Shin Modi's hand, she immediately quelled her desire to provoke. Previously, she had offended Ming Chulan out of ignorance. Now aware, she deemed it unnecessary to provoke. "Thank you," Modi said, gently pulling Xiaoguang along, offering a slight bow towards Zhang Huijin. Zhang Huijin refrained from speaking harshly. There was no need for confrontation at her father's memorial. As for Song King, she planned to re-edit Ding Fan's video and release it once more. Gu Tianqi could assist Song King in tarnishing her image. She could amplify the situation further. Zhang Huijin cast another glance at Huang Mingza, then led Song King away. Modi watched Zhang Huijin's retreating figure, comprehending everything. Zhang Huijin's restraint was due to Huang Ming's presence. She had intended to belittle her. Only those who are truly strong can avoid being bullied. Modi's close friend Ning Qingyi rushed over upon seeing the obituary for Uncle Shen, standing steadfastly beside Xiaoguang. Observing Song King's unwelcome presence, she hurried to the parking lot and stealthily deflated Song King's tire. In the bustling parking lot, wary of being discovered, she crouched beside the tire, pretending to adjust her shoe. This entire episode unfolded before Qiu Zhan's eyes as he leaned against his motorcycle, observing this childish woman with a bemused expression. After successfully deflating the tire, Ning Qingyi hurriedly departed. Soon after, the parking lot echoed with Song King's furious shouts. "Who let the air out of my tire? Is someone mentally ill? Mother, the air has been let out of the tire." "It must be that scoundrel Shin Modi," Song King exclaimed, only to be silenced by Zhang Huijin's hand over her mouth. Zhang Huijin reminded her, "There are many people around. Mind your image." Song King felt utterly frustrated. "Fine," she replied, resigned to her situation. The two women endured the cold in the parking lot for over an hour. Qiu Zhan remained, enjoying the spectacle, clad in his motorcycle gear, unaffected by the chill. Less than an hour after Zhang Huijin and Song King left, Liao Qinghe arrived, driving an old Jetta. This time, she was clever, dressed modestly, and brought a wreath. As she retrieved the wreath from the trunk, Qiu Zhan and his companions intercepted her. "Hey, what are you doing?" Liao Qinghe glared at Qiu Zhan in anger. Recognizing him, her fury escalated. "You're that doctor? Are you insane? Can't I mourn my husband? Ah, is the crematorium owned by you? Throw her out," Qiu Zhan ordered. His companions promptly shoved Liao Qinghe away. "I'll call the police." Liao Qinghe screamed. One of the men rolled up his sleeves, revealing tattooed arms. "You want to call the police? I didn't do anything." Liao Qinghe stammered in fear. "Get lost. You're not allowed here for the next couple of days. Or else, every time we see you, we'll teach you a lesson," warned the tattooed man. Another threw Liao Qinghe aside, tossing the wreath onto her. Furious, Liao Qinghe stomped her foot. Only then did Qiu Zhan prepare to head to the memorial. He had been assigned to watch over Liao Qinghe, fearing her emotional instability would lead to chaos. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed a car shaking violently. Damn, Xiao Zhan swore, recognizing the model and license plate. Was Qing's vehicle. What an audacious individual. At that moment, he felt an urge to hurl a bomb. Suddenly, the sound of ceremonial cannons resonated from the crematorium, booming one after another. Xiao Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. Deflated, he plopped down on his motorcycle. Moments later, Hua Qing's car door swung open, and Yao Yutong stepped out, her attire neat but hair somewhat disheveled. Upon spotting Xiao Zhan, she swiftly closed the door and re-entered the vehicle. Xiao Zhan, refusing to leave, awaited confirmation that it was indeed Yao Yutong. And so it was. Unable to contain himself, he played a song and began to sing. Mother hen, cluck cluck day. Yao Yutong seethed with anger. She did not wish to be with Hua Zhangqin. Compared to Hua Mingzi, Hua Zhangqin lacked any semblance of gentlemanly conduct, utterly disregarding her wishes. Whenever she expressed reluctance, he accused her of insincerity. Moreover, Hua Zhangqin claimed that their grandfather placed great importance on heirs. As long as they conceived, their child would possess greater advantages than Hua Mingzi's. Additionally, the primary branch held more equity than the secondary branch, thus enjoying inherent advantages. Ultimately, the final decision lay with their grandfather. And conceiving a child was also a means of currying favor with him. Xiao Zhan cast another disdainful glance at Hua Qing's vehicle before striding towards the memorial. On the third day, Shen Weiguo was cremated. Throughout these 3 days, Modi had forcibly held herself together, sleepless and restless. Xiao Guang, mirroring her resolve, refused to sleep despite all attempts at persuasion. The siblings endured in this manner for 3 days. At the moment Shen Weiguo's body was ushered into the crematorium, Modi suddenly broke down in tears. Xiao Guang embraced his sister, both siblings weeping profusely. He quickly supported Modi. Over an hour later, the family retrieved the ashes. Modi clutched the urn, making her way to collect the ashes. She gazed at the urn. Tears streamed down her face like a string of pearls. Her lips quivered, unable to utter the words father. Hua Mingzi had chosen the burial site for his father-in-law and had arranged for a suitable time with the master. Modi, holding the urn, proceeded to the gravesite accompanied by Hua Mingzi. The individual Hua Mingzi had engaged lowered the ashes into the grave. Many came to pay their final respects. Modi and Xiao Guang knelt before the tombstone, tears cascading down. Modi reached out to touch her father's photograph. Hua Mingzi knelt beside Modi, helping her to her feet. Momo, rise. You have endured for 3 days. You promised your father to take good care of yourself. I wish to remain with my father a little longer, Modi replied, unwilling to rise. Hua Mingzi's phone rang. He stood to answer, his expression darkening. The signed agreement has changed? How could they know Hua's profit margins? So, there is a mole among us? Hua Mingzi hung up. Upon hearing Hua Mingzi's call, Modi rose to her feet. Hua Mingzi had remained by her side throughout, even now, addressing urgent company matters while accompanying her. She could not allow her personal grief to hinder his responsibilities. She stated, Chapter 68, the traitor has been identified. It's fine. The company matters are being handled by others. I will stay by your side, Hua Mingzi insisted. She and Xiao Guang had not slept in 3 days and nights. In between, Hua Mingzi had tasked Xiao Zhan with preparing food, encouraging them to eat, though their appetites were severely affected, resulting in minimal consumption. Hua Mingzi was not faring much better, as he continuously supported her, attending to those who came to pay their respects, and keeping vigil. Last night, she had insisted that the assistant forcibly take Hua Mingzi to the car to rest for a while. She understood that he had urgent work to manage. Hua Mingzi gazed at Modi. Modi met his gaze and nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I will be fine. Just moments ago, she had knelt before her father's grave, and upon overhearing Hua Mingzi's phone conversation about an order being snatched away, possibly due to an insider, her mind suddenly became exceptionally clear. What was her purpose for the future? How should she navigate her path? Beyond caring for Xiao Guang, the most pressing matter at hand was to diligently prepare for the Zhongding Cup competition. Coming from humble beginnings, she felt incapable of aiding Hua Mingzi in substantial ways. All she could do was ensure she did not bring him shame or hinder his progress. She aimed to manage her own life effectively, avoiding any complications for him in her daily life. She strived to take care of his needs, so he could work without worry. For events he needed to attend, she accompanied him. Indeed, Modi acknowledged with a nod. He consistently took care of those around him. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu was investigating how the base price had been leaked. Mod, Qing Yi, and Xiao Guang had each taken their baths, and just as they tossed their clothes into the washing machine, the doorbell rang. Qing Yi went to answer it. A delivery person arrived with 2 large bags, stating they were meals ordered by Mr. Hua for his wife. Qing Yi accepted the bags, placing them on the coffee table and unpacking their contents. After Uncle Shen's sudden passing, she had rushed over immediately, attending the funeral without properly inquiring about Hua Mingzi. Regarding him, she had only heard from the foolish dear over the phone that he had married through an arranged match, and that he was a commendable person, albeit his affluent background made her feel it was surreal. Over the past 3 days, she had witnessed Hua Mingzi's actions and words firsthand. He truly was commendable. She felt that the foolish dear had finally endured hardships to find joy. With a gentle smile, she called out, "Foolish dear, let us eat. I know you lack an appetite, but you must eat and gather your spirits. There is still a long road ahead, and we must reassure Uncle Shen. You also need to regain your strength to earn a living and take care of Xiao Guang." Modi responded affirmatively. Yes, she must take care of herself, regain her spirits, for a long journey lay ahead. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, first offering them to Xiao Guang, then gesturing with sign language. "Xiao Guang, let us eat. We need to lift our spirits. After we eat, we will sleep well. We must live well to give Dad peace of mind." Xiao Guang accepted the chopsticks and took a bite from his box of rice, tears immediately streaming into it. He quickly wiped his tears and continued eating. Hua Mingzi had ordered quite a few dishes, but the appetites of everyone were rather poor, and the atmosphere felt heavy. Qing Yi sighed softly, setting down her meal box, saying, "It's all right if we can't finish. We can save it for tomorrow. Let us first get some rest. Foolish dear, you should go to sleep. I will change the bed linens in the guest room." Mod stood up, saying, "Just bring them over. I'll change them." Qing Yi tidied up the meal boxes on the coffee table. "I'll handle it." Mod retrieved the sheets and duvet covers from the wardrobe. This was a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house, with 2 guest rooms and a study. Previously, Hua Mingzi had mentioned that once her father was better, both her father and Xiao Guang would each have a guest room. Little did she know, her father had never stayed even once. Modi fought back tears as she headed to the guest room. Qing Yi took the sheets and duvet cover, saying, "I'll change them. You go to sleep, quickly. We will do it together." Mod and Qing Yi worked together to change the linens. "If not, you can sleep here with me," Qing Yi suggested. Mod remained silent, climbing onto the bed and burrowing under the covers, resting her head on the pillow. Qing Yi felt a pang of sympathy as she lifted a corner of the blanket to snuggle in beside her, gently patting the blanket over Mod to comfort her. "Sleep now, have a good rest. Uncle Shen will always be watching over you and Xiao Guang from above. Seeing you both doing well will make him happy." Mod turned her head, tears trickling down to the pillow, and she closed her eyes. Perhaps due to exhaustion, she fell asleep quickly. Hua Mingzi arrived at the company. Xiao Mu was busy typing away at his keyboard in the office. Upon hearing footsteps, he glanced up, and upon seeing Hua Mingzi, he resumed his focused work. Hua Mingzi did not disturb him, standing beside Xiao Mu to observe the computer screen. The system was in mode, with various codes scrolling across the screen. Xiao Mu occasionally switched between code data. After a series of codes, an ID appeared on the screen. "President, this is Miss Yao's ID," Xiao Mu reported. "I have never given her my files." Hua Mingzi replied calmly. When they were still lovers, Yao Yutong would inquire about matters related to Hua's company, and he would share information with her regarding potential projects, collaborations with other companies, familial ties, and the approximate profits of various industries. However, that was merely an estimation. Yao Yutong could not possibly know his precise base price. Furthermore, since their marriage, he had had no contact with Yao Yutong. IT was hacked from the outside. Xiao Mu stated, typing another series of codes to retrieve a pathway. Hua Mingzi examined the path, narrowing his eyes dangerously. IT had indeed been hacked from his computer. He could not help but let out a cold snort. Yao Yutong was indeed impressive to have breached his firewall. Moreover, aside from the firewall, all his files were password protected. Xiao Mu added, the file password might have been guessed. Hua Mingzi acknowledged. The file password was their wedding anniversary, which was not difficult to guess. Due to the robust firewall, he had set the file password relatively simple. Those who knew him could easily deduce it. "President, what should we do?" Xiao Mu inquired. In matters of reciprocity, one must respond in kind, Hua Mingzi replied calmly. Xiao Mu immediately became excited. "President, what are we going to hack from Yao Yutong?" It's been a while since we've engaged in hacking. I'm eager to test my skills. I recall that Yao's company has a media division that is performing well? Huang Mingzi replied, yes, it's called Sheila Media. They have signed many young and beautiful hosts and are doing quite well, even attracting some popular stars to join them in selling products. As he spoke, Xiao Mu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Are we going to hack this company? I can truly showcase my skills then. Hua's company also had a media division, and their operational models were quite similar. Live streaming was usually at its peak during busy hours. Indeed, President Xiao Mu confirmed at 8:30 p.m. We will take down Sheila Media's entire network. Huang Mingzi commanded, first, let them stream for half an hour to gather an audience, then abruptly cut all connections. Second, during the evening's thank you banquet, Yao Yutong will likely be present, and I have a few words to share with her in person. Understood, President. Xiao Mu rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting the arrival of 8:30 p.m. by 6 p.m. The thank you banquet commenced. The hotel was booked by the Hua family to express gratitude to those who had paid their respects to Shan Weigua. MOD could hardly believe that her father's funeral had attracted over 100 tables of guests. What surprised her even more was that relatives who had not been in touch for years had come from May City. They had not paid their respects at the funeral home but had chosen to attend today's banquet. Xiao Di, it's been years since we last met. You've grown into a lovely young lady. Your father must have been quite capable to raise you this well, child. Your father had a hard life. You must take good care of Xiao Guang. Our family will always be your maternal home. Your safe haven, a plump woman said warmly. Upon noticing Huang Mingzi beside MOD, she praised, ah, this must be Mingzi. Truly a handsome young man. Indeed, indeed. A perfect match, truly a case of beauty and talent destined for each other. Though many years had passed, MOD recognized this as her father's second sister and sister-in-law. Aunt and sister-in-law, MOD recalled moments from their past interactions. They had once been close. Her second aunt and uncle had once borrowed money from her father to repair their house. However, after Liao Qinghe absconded with the funds, her father had been furious and bedridden for several days. Reluctantly, he repaid the borrowed money, only for them to criticize him harshly, saying he was foolish for trying to save a child born deaf and mute, suggesting he should simply have another child instead of spending hundreds of thousands on treatment, which might not even succeed. Just as their lives had begun to improve, they had sought money from her father while uttering unpleasant words. MOD could not recall their exact phrasing but remembered they had been unwilling to repay, as though the money were rightfully theirs, even suggesting that siblings should not maintain contact in the future. That time, her father had held Xiao Guang, his eyes reddened. Over the years, they had nearly forgotten the existence of relatives. To her surprise, those relatives had traveled from May City to Haiqing. Why isn't the child speaking? Seeing MOD silent, her second aunt felt displeased, though her face bore a somewhat awkward smile. MOD realized that their visit was not out of genuine affection for her father, but rather because the obituary had been issued by the Hua family, and the banquet was hosted by them. In their hearts, how much did familial affection truly matter? Her uncle remarked, alas, the third brother has just passed. MOD, let us all take our seats. After the meal, they could reminisce properly. MOD, come, let us sit together. It had been many years since he last saw her, and her second aunt had much to discuss. Her uncle interjected, MOD, how can you sit down to eat now? Can't you see there are over 100 tables? We need to attend to the guests. Indeed, indeed. The group chatted as they moved to their seats. Behind her second aunt, others introduced themselves. Xiao Di, you remember me, right? I'm your father's third aunt. I held you when you were small. I'm your fourth aunt. I'm your eighth granduncle. Suddenly, a multitude of relatives emerged. Huang Mingzi sensed MOD's discomfort and took her hand, saying, let us find a place to sit. MOD replied, just in time to see Hua Zhengqin, radiating confidence, approaching with Yao Yutong. Today, Huang Mingzi had lost a contract worth over 300 million, and Hua Zhengqin was in high spirits. Next week, there will be a monthly summary meeting, during which he can conveniently highlight the matter of Huang Mingzi losing the contract, allowing both grandfather and the minor shareholders to witness that Huang Mingzi's capabilities are rather limited. Mingzi, are you busy? Hua Zhengqin greeted Huang Mingzi with a meaningful smile. Huang Mingzi glanced at Hua Zhengqin, raising an eyebrow slightly, with a smile playing on his lips. Can't my elder brother see? Mingzi, why are you still being sarcastic? Are you in a bad mood? Hua Zhengqin chuckled, understanding the situation. I shall speak less and eat more. Tong Tong, let us find a place to sit. He deliberately called Tong Tong affectionately, wrapping his arm around Yao Yutong's waist and playfully pinching her cheek, intentionally provoking Huamingzi. Miss Yao, at 8:30. I have a gift for the Yao family. Huamingzi calmly disregarded Hua Jingqin's antics and spoke softly. Yao Yutong furrowed her brows. Mingzi, what do you mean by that? Just the literal meaning. After saying this, Huamingzi took Mod's hand and prepared to leave it. So, what do you mean by that? Hua Jingqin's smile abruptly vanished, just as Huamingzi was guiding Mod to find a seat. A beautiful girl entered from the doorway, heading straight towards them. Brother, sister-in-law. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, exuding sweetness and innocence. Chapter 70. Taking Mod to release lanterns. Are you tired? Huamingzi looked at his sister with affection. The bond between the siblings was strong. Brother, I'm not tired. Hua Xinyao had spent the past 6 months abroad, engaging in jewelry design exchanges with her teacher. Upon learning from a video call with her brother that he had broken up with Yao Yutong and swiftly married someone else, she was taken aback. Now seeing Mod, she liked her immediately and handed over her tote bag. Sister-in-law, here's a small gift I prepared for you. Please accept it. Mother mentioned during a video call that aside from her humble background, Mod possesses exceptional character. Naturally, she hoped her brother would marry someone of good nature. Mod hurriedly protested. No, it's unnecessary. Please accept it. Huamingzi said with a smile. Indeed, sister-in-law, please accept it. It's just a small gift. Hua Xinyao insisted, shoving the tote bag into Mod's hands. Huamingzi pulled out a small box from his pocket and handed it to Hua Xinyao. This was chosen by your sister-in-law. See if you like it. Mod immediately looked at Huamingzi. He fondly ruffled Mod's hair. It wasn't that he didn't inform her beforehand. It was simply that she had just lost her father and had not rested for several days, and he wanted her to take care of herself. Of course, I like it. Anything chosen by my sister-in-law is to my liking. Hua Xinyao said while opening the box. Inside lay a bracelet. It's so beautiful. Hua Xinyao exclaimed with delight, immediately attempting to put the bracelet on her left wrist but struggled. She turned to Mod with a pout. Sister-in-law, help me put it on. Sure. Mod readily assisted in fastening the bracelet. As Mod concentrated on helping Hua Xinyao, she secretly observed her and smiled. She genuinely liked this sister-in-law. There was a clarity and purity in her gaze. Are you hungry? Huamingzi asked his sister again. I am. Let us eat. Hua Xinyao linked her arm with Mod's. Sister-in-law, I'll peel shrimp for you later and no need. I'll do it for you, Mod immediately replied. Unexpectedly, Huamingzi's sister was just as amiable as his mother. That works too. Let us help each other, Hua Xinyao chuckled. Everyone settled down and began to eat. Before Mod took her first bite, she used her chopsticks to serve Hua Xinyao some dishes. I don't know what you like to eat. Hua Xinyao beamed. I love everything. Whatever sister-in-law serves, I enjoy. She offered Mod a large piece of shrimp. Sister-in-law, you must try this. Sure. Mod felt warmth filling her heart. Observing the good relationship between his sister and wife brought Huamingzi a sense of satisfaction. Around 7 o'clock, guests began to disperse. Hua Xinyao approached, linking arms with Mod. Sister-in-law, I want to sleep with you tonight. Huamingzi directly grabbed her collar. You're 23. Act your age. All right then. Make sure you both give me a nephew soon. Hua Xinyao laughed mischievously. Mod's face flushed crimson. Don't mind her, Huamingzi said, holding Mod's hand. Your sister is adorable, Mod sincerely complimented. Indeed, I think so too, Hua Xinyao chimed in, leaning closer. Where are you two headed? Hua Xinyao inquired. We have matters to attend to, Huamingzi replied. We shall discuss it later. Huamingzi led Mod away, taking her to another location. Huamingzi personally drove, steering the car out of the city. Where are we going? Mod asked. We will arrive shortly, Huamingzi assured. Although unaware of Huamingzi's destination, Mod trusted him implicitly, a trust deeply ingrained in her being. Soon, the car came to a halt in a darkened area. Huamingzi retrieved a camping lamp from the trunk, illuminating the surroundings. There were numerous trees and a small stream nearby, with a few distant lights visible. Huamingzi handed the camping lamp to Mod. Here, you hold this. Mod promptly accepted the lamp. Huamingzi then took out several items from the trunk. Let us set a lantern for Dad. This is the only place in Haicheng where we can release lanterns. It was then that MOD noticed several lotus lanterns in the trunk. Here, take the lighter. You will light the lantern and say whatever you wish to Dad in your heart. Huang Mingzi instructed. MOD felt tears welling up in her eyes, touched by his thoughtfulness. She accepted the lighter. Huang Mingzi handed her the camping lamp and the lotus lantern. MOD carefully lit the lantern. Take your time. Don't drop it. Huang Mingzi reminded. MOD found a suitable spot to set the lantern, lighting it before placing it on the water's surface. Several lotus lanterns flickered like stars. Drifting away with the current, MOD gazed at the lanterns as they floated further away, silently praying, Dad, may you be well over there. Also, may everything go smoothly for us, and may Xiao Guang communicate normally with others soon, as well as may Mingzi solidify his position as the heir. All done. After a while, MOD said to Huang Mingzi. Her hands were quite cold, and he tucked them into his coat pocket. On their way back, Huang Mingzi asked MOD, Do you watch live streams? Occasionally, MOD replied. She seldom watched live streams due to her busy schedule, always occupied with tasks that left her no time. Search for the hosts of Shilla Media. Let us pick one to watch, Huang Mingzi suggested. Huh? MOD was puzzled. Huang Mingzi didn't conceal anything from her, saying, the contract I lost due to a leak of the base price was a conspiracy between Hua Zhengqin and Yao Yutong. Soon, my people will take down Shilla Media's network. Let us see how much the Yao family loses this time. Alright. MOD promptly opened the largest live streaming platform, searched for Shilla Media, and clicked on the most popular live stream featuring the renowned star Yun Fangfei. MOD was somewhat taken aback. In the live stream, the star Yun Fangfei was promoting products. Winter jujubes, 500 grams, family members, how about it? 19.9, buy one get one free, 2 large bags. The comments in the live stream flooded in rapidly. Huang Mingzi educated MOD about the current industry situation. Yes, live streaming is a lucrative sector. Some individuals earn hundreds of millions annually just from live streaming. Many celebrities have also joined this industry to cash in on their influence, as popularity can be monetized through live commerce. Indeed, MOD responded. The capacity for monetization is astonishing. In just 1 minute, thousands of orders were placed as Yun Fangfei continually urged her assistant to increase the orders and keep the products coming. Huang Mingzi observed the vibrant atmosphere of the live stream while glancing at the time. 28, Chapter 71. This round will yield tremendous profits. Huang Mingzi glanced at the clock, narrowing his eyes. Only 2 minutes until the network goes down. Despite the seemingly inexpensive items being sold in the live stream, jujubes, autumn pear syrup, spicy noodles, chili sauce, hot pot base, mala stir fry, etc. most priced at 19.9, or 29.9 yuan. The total sales for a few hours of live streaming could reach hundreds of millions. Lexion Media had several popular live streams covering various fields such as food, beauty, and household products. The annual revenue should not be underestimated. Currently, major groups were vying for resources, both customer resources and traffic from celebrity influencers. He had never contemplated malicious competition. Once the Yao family's live stream experienced a network outage, users would naturally flock to other live streams. Donning his Bluetooth headset, he dialed the manager of Wuyo Media under the Hua family. Are you ready? He instructed Xiao Mu to take the team to take down all the live streams under Yao's Lexion Media while arranging for his media company to offer benefits in various live streams. Besides tangible discounts and giveaways, they would also distribute a large number of coupons and repurchase vouchers. With such substantial discounts, he must be well prepared. As the year-end approached, companies were eager to achieve their performance targets. Who wouldn't want a perfect conclusion? Huang Mingzi acknowledged, hanging up the call. Now it was 20:29. MOD was watching Yun Fangfei's live stream, which was buzzing with activity, with over 30,000 viewers online simultaneously. Yun Fangfei smiled broadly, her charm radiating as she addressed the audience. Family members, babies, do you think we can break 400,000 viewers tonight? I'm so excited. Let's offer a little benefit, shall we? Assistant, please release a 100,000 yuan red envelope in my name to give my babies a little gift. Yun Fangfei, who had been sitting at a table promoting products while enjoying a self-heating hot pot, stood up and bowed to the camera. Thank you for your support. My babies, it is because of you that I am where I am today. The red envelope is coming soon. Everyone grab it. It's not much, just a small token, to bring everyone a bit of luck. The screen was filled with enthusiastic comments. Thank you, Yun Marin. Yun Marin will prosper. Beauty with a kind heart, that su. No wonder you're thriving. From now on, I'll only shop in Yun Marin's live stream. Darling, the variety of products can be further enriched, like bedding, various household items, fruits. We'll buy whatever you choose. Thank you, family members, for your support. I love you all. Yun Fangfei expressed her gratitude, then turned to her assistant. Is the red envelope ready? The assistant gestured an okay, and Yun Fangfei raised her hand, enthusiastically proclaiming, babies, let's start the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Suddenly, the live streaming room was engulfed in darkness. ASMOD's phone screen went black. Her first thought was that her phone had malfunctioned. Recalling what Hua Mingzi had said about shutting down the live stream of Shilla Media, she quickly swiped her phone screen, and the display illuminated, ushering her into another live streaming room. This new room belonged to Wio Media, a subsidiary of the Hua family which was also selling various snacks. Today, all live streams from Wio Media were unexpectedly offering benefits, causing a surge in viewership across the board. The live stream MOD entered already had over 500,000 viewers, and the numbers continued to climb. Many newcomers were cursing on the public screen. Damn it, I'm so furious, Yun Fangfei out of her mind, treating us like monkeys. 100,000 yuan in red envelopes, divided among over 300,000 people, that's less than 50 cents each. And now, the stream goes black and kicks everyone out. Exactly, I'm also blacked out. Who cares about her measly 3 cents? It's infuriating. If she can't afford to give red envelopes, she shouldn't eat outright, pretending to call us family and babies. Ugh, disgusting. I just ordered a self-heating pot of beef, and now I'm going to return it. Me too, I'll return it immediately. Every minute they occupy my funds is my loss, I'll return it right away. Yun Fangfei is finished, and so is Shilla Media, don't pull me back. I am going to retaliate with my purchases. I'll cancel my self-heating pot from Yun Fangfei and double my order here at Wuyo Stream. They have self-heating pots too. I'll buy 10 at once to make Yun Fangfei furious. Hey. It's just for fun. Great idea upstairs. Come on, everyone, let us return our items from Yun Fangfei and place orders here to infuriate her. Let her keep the 100,000 for her medicine. What garbage, MOD observed that in this live stream, everyone was scrambling to purchase the self-heating pots the host was promoting. The host, a fair-skinned, slightly plump young man, was introducing the product while munching on snacks. This self-heating pot is launched by our Hua family's food company. Some viewers have inquired about the source. It's produced by our own company. Yes, we have our own planting and breeding bases. The vegetables and spices are grown by our own farmers, and the pork and beef are also sourced from our farms. You can purchase with confidence.as for benefits. I'll take charge. For those ordering tonight, buy 3 pots and get 1 free. Red envelope benefits? All right, assistant, let us release red envelopes, 10,000 each. Let us add a few more. Shall we? Come on, quick. Once the assistant gestured an okay, the host immediately raised his hand. Let the scramble begin. Haha, did you all manage to grab something? Let us see how lucky everyone is. I got one for 1.99 yuan. So happy. I got one for 2.6 yuan. I snagged a huge red envelope worth 33 yuan. Wow, with so many people scrambling, how could such a big envelope exist? Lucky me. Haha. Get ready, everyone. It's about to start. Hurry! The atmosphere in the live stream became frenzied. Ah, I missed out. My internet is terrible. I'm switching providers tomorrow. I got one. Thank you, Shweta. Today's luck is amazing. I've snagged 2 big red envelopes. My luck has turned around. See, this is the way to do it. Really, I was just infuriated by Yun Fangfei. If you don't want to give red envelopes, then don't play with us. It's supposed to be fun to grab red envelopes. Who's counting on it for wealth? The host continuously sent out multiple red envelopes, and many people, feeling fortunate, eagerly placed orders. How many viewers are in Schwelling's live stream now? Hua Mingzi asked MOD while driving. Over 700,000, MOD replied, feeling inexplicably excited, sharing in Hua Mingzi's joy. We'll make quite a profit this round. Tomorrow I'll take you and Xiao Guang out for dinner and shopping. Hua Mingzi said. Just then, his phone rang. Hua Mingzi glanced at the caller ID. Seeing it was Yao Yutong. He raised an eyebrow and chose not to answer. Chapter 72. Yao Yutong persuades Yao Xian. Yao Yutong repeatedly called Hua Mingzi, dialing 5 or 6 times before he finally answered, his tone indifferent. I'm about to shower and go to bed. What's the matter, Mingzi? Are you being too excessive? Yao Yutong's voice came through. Hua Mingzi switched to speakerphone, allowing MOD to hear as well. Hua Mingzi's voice remained cool. What are you referring to? Don't play dumb. I know you're the one who blacked out our Sheila Media live stream. Aren't you? The gift you promised me tonight is this, isn't it? Yao Yutong was furious, each word a pointed accusation. Yes. Huamingza had no intention of denying it. You? Yao Yutong gasped in anger. Huamingza mocked, are you very angry? Yao Yutong was driven mad by Huamingza's indifferent tone. Mingza, must we escalate matters like this? We were once the closest of lovers. Huamingza coldly interrupted. You said it yourself, were? Yao Yutong's voice suddenly rose an octave. It was only last month. Mingza, we broke up just a month ago. We dated for 6 years, sharing our best youth. But now you treat me this way. Not only have you married another woman, but you are also taking action against the Yao family. Yao Yutong truly felt wronged and began to cry on the phone. Huamingza frowned slightly, his tone still detached. Wasn't it you who chose to leave? Aren't you the one who took advantage of my lowest moments? What are you crying about now? I merely went abroad for a competition. I never intended to break up. Yao Yutong, you chose to go abroad instead of staying. When I supported you, I would revolve around you. But that doesn't mean I'll always do so. After we broke up, I didn't act against the Yao family, which doesn't give you the right to repeatedly test my limits. What exactly do you want? Yao Yutong lamented on the phone. When Yao Yutong called again, he couldn't even be bothered to answer. He held the steering wheel with one hand while grasping Mod's hand with the other. She understood this feeling. It was akin to her encounter with Gu Tianxi, knowing they had broken up yet still unable to suppress the pain. The Yao family. Yao Xian was also fuming. Do you think being with Hua Zhengqin will prevent him from becoming the heir of the Hua family? Not only will it not, but it will also drag the Yao family down with it. The more Yao Xian thought about it, the angrier he became, kicking a chair with such force that it scraped against the floor with a screech. Yao Yutong jumped in fright. Yao Xian raised his voice. All of our live streams under Sheila have been blacked out. Do you know how much we lost? Our total revenue for all live streams last night was over 80 million. Yao Yutong bit her lip, arguing, yes, the revenue for one night is over 80 million. But Hua Zhengqin caused Huamingza to lose over 300 million in contracts. A contract is minor. If Huamingza makes a mistake, Hua Zhengqin's opportunity increases. If his influence and abilities are equal to Huamingza's, who do you think Grandpa Hua will choose as the heir? Yao Xian fell silent, staring at Yao Yutong. She continued, Huamingza is from the second branch. Hua Zhengqin is from the first. Huamingza's father has passed, while Hua Zhengqin's father is still alive. Huamingza's mother has always lived a life of luxury, neglecting family matters and company affairs. Hua Zhengqin's mother is the matriarch of the Hua family, managing all affairs of the household. Huamingza has recently taken several large projects, gaining considerable recognition in the Hua family. If Hua Zhengqin also secures a few more projects, he will similarly rise in recognition. Yao Xian furrowed his brow, the lines deepening as he said, don't forget, Huamingza is currently the acting president, exercising the powers of the Hua family president. Yao Yutong narrowed her eyes, analyzing, that's because Huamingza's father was alive and always brought him along. Therefore, Grandpa Hua naturally entrusted the acting president position to him. Yao Xian was swayed by Yao Yutong's words, his brow furrowing even more tightly. Are you suggesting that Hua Zhengqin has a chance? Not just a chance, a significant one, Yao Yutong asserted. From a human perspective, those who are cunning, ruthless, and versatile are indeed more likely to succeed. Huamingza, being upright and unyielding, is not skilled in schemes and certainly lacks the support Hua Zhengqin enjoys. Yao Xian fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing Yao Yutong. What makes you think he has such a great opportunity? His father may still be alive, but he was dismissed due to dereliction of duty. That's a stain. Yao Xian stroked his chin. You make a valid point. This is a gamble. If we win, the Yao family will rise with the tide. If we lose, we're doomed to failure. The risk is quite high. Investments carry risks, especially with something this significant. Yao Yutong lifted her chin and added, furthermore, who knows if the dereliction of duty incident involving Hua Zhenya was actually orchestrated by Huamingza's father to seize power? Yao Xian suddenly slapped his thigh. What a brilliant idea! Yao Yutong looked at him in confusion. Yao Xian's previous gloom had completely dissipated. His expression now relaxed as he said, after all, Hua Shindong is dead. What blame can't we place on him? As long as Hua Zhenya can prove that he was wrongfully accused of dereliction of duty by Hua Shindong, he can easily reclaim his position. Once the first branch rises, Huamingza will have no part in it. Hearing this, Yao Yutong's eyes brightened. Yes. Ultimately, as long as we work together, the first branch of the Hua family will undoubtedly rise again. Yao Xian's brow furrowed once more. What if, by chance, Grandpa Hua has already decided on Hua Mingzi? Yao Yutong replied, Dad, let us not dwell on hesitation anymore. I missed an opportunity because of my indecision before. Now that we've chosen a difficult path, we must navigate it well. The cards are in our hands. How we play them depends on us. All right, let us invite Hu Zhengqin out for a meal tomorrow. Yao Xian said, Dad, let us do it the day after tomorrow instead. Tomorrow, there's a family banquet at the Hua residence, and I must attend. Chapter 73, The Hua Family Banquet the next day. The Hua Family Banquet. Qingyi was well aware that MOD was to dine at the Hua residence, and her excitement was palpable. She eagerly took MOD by the hand to inspect her makeup, expressing discontent that it did not enhance her complexion. Consequently, she replaced MOD's lipstick and coordinated her outfit. MOD harbored a lingering concern that her visit to the Hua household might inadvertently slight Qingyi, especially since Qingyi had traveled all the way from Meicheng to Haicheng to attend her father's funeral. Hua Mingzi intended to bring Xiaoguang along, yet the young boy was reluctant, gesturing frantically. Brother-in-law, I don't want to go. You can go without me. At this tender age, he had yet to develop his verbal skills and was determined to learn to speak, striving not to bring embarrassment to his sister. Assistant Lu was currently assisting Xiaoguang with his speech training and was also staying at Lantingyuan, translating for him. Let us all go together, Mo. Invite Xiaoguang to join us, Hua Mingzi suggested. There was a slight communication barrier between Hua Mingzi and Xiaoguang, leading him to ask MOD to call for the boy. After a moment of contemplation, MOD gestured to Xiaoguang, saying, Xiaoguang, let us go together. The Hua family is very welcoming. Understanding Xiaoguang's sensitivity, she wished to include him in their outing. However, Xiaoguang urgently gestured, Sister, you go ahead. I'll stay at home with brother Lu Chun and sister Qingyi. You can eat without worry. I'll join next time when I've learned to speak. There was a noticeable pause as he articulated the latter part of his statement, causing a pang of sorrow in MOD's heart. Yet, Xiaoguang soon smiled again, his eyes sparkling like stars, reassuring her, Sister, don't worry. I will definitely learn to speak. Indeed, you are so clever. You will learn in no time. MOD encouraged him with gestures. Sister, hurry along, Xiaoguang urged, giving her a gentle push. Let us go. Xiaoguang doesn't he wish to accompany us? MOD conveyed to Hua Mingzi. All right, he replied, refraining from further persuasion, understanding that Xiaoguang wished to focus on learning to speak first. Ning Qingyi's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she leaned closer to MOD, whispering, There's a surprise in your bag. Take it out when you go to bed tonight. What is it? MOD inquired, her curiosity piqued. Tonight, after applying some perfume, you can take it out. Be good and listen. Qingyi encouraged. MOD assumed it to be body lotion. She followed Hua Mingzi downstairs, where the driver waited. They settled into the back seat together, as it was her first visit to the Hua family. MOD could hardly contain her nervousness, sitting upright. Suddenly, panic struck her. Oh no, I forgot to prepare a gift, she exclaimed. Hua Mingzi chuckled fondly. No worries. There's something in the trunk that I prepared in your name. A moment of self-doubt washed over her. Did she truly lack understanding of social etiquette? Hua Mingzi gently patted the top of her head, reassuring her, this is perfectly fine. Just relax and enjoy life. I will handle everything. MOD gazed at him with heartfelt gratitude. Hua Mingzi swallowed hard and shielded her eyes with his hand, saying, Don't look at me like that. I might not be able to resist. He admired her profile, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Hua residence was particularly lively that day. Hua grandfather's two sisters had arrived, namely his second and third aunts. Both households were reasonably well off, yet in terms of family values, the second aunt's family was far superior. By the time of the gathering, nearly all family members from both aunts had arrived. The second aunt's family brought along their two sons and daughters-in-law, accompanied by 3 children. The eldest was 2 years younger than Hua Mingzi, while the youngest was 16, all of whom were quite charming. The third aunt's family was slightly larger, with 3 sons and their wives present, boasting 6 children, 4 granddaughters and 2 grandsons, the youngest being 8 or 9 years old. While the eldest had just turned 20, the family banquet was set in the largest dining hall of the Hua residence, featuring a grand round table capable of seating over 40 people. In preparation for dinner, More than a dozen servants had begun their tasks as early as 2 in the afternoon. By 5 o'clock, Huamingzi and Mod arrived. Hua Xinyao was in the garden, chatting with her 2 cousins about the places she had visited in the past few months, discussing which ones were enjoyable, and making plans to travel together next summer. Upon spotting Mod, Hua Xinyao's eyes lit up as she rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law." Her 2 cousins echoed, "Hello, third sister-in-law." "Hello, everyone," Mod responded, still adjusting to being addressed as sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, I want to sit next to you at dinner," Hua Xinyao said, linking her arm with Mod's in a playful manner. Mod smiled, of course. She found herself increasingly fond of this younger sister, with her innocent and warm-hearted nature. "Brother, I just checked. Luma is still preparing the dishes, so dinner is still a while away. You should take sister-in-law around to get familiar with the place, and then you can rest in your room," Hua Xinyao suggested. "Only you know how to please your sister-in-law," Huamingzi chuckled. Hua Xinyao grinned, "Of course. I adore my sister-in-law." Mod felt a warmth in her heart, cherishing the kindness and goodwill everyone extended towards her. "Come, I'll show you around," Hua Xinyao said, taking Mod's hand. Huamingzi added, "Sister-in-law, take your time to rest. I'll let you know when dinner is ready." "All right," he concurred, leading Mod on a tour while explaining. "Over there is an artificial lake. It was excavated quite early, more than 40 years ago when the Hua residence was built. It has only required occasional maintenance since. Initially, there were 2 black swans that were kept. But over the years, other birds have come on their own. Mod noticed various birds resting on a small island in the center of the lake. The island was adorned with trees, some of which harbored nests. Birds perched on branches, while others flitted about, creating a serene and expansive atmosphere. This picturesque setting ignited her desire to sketch some design ideas. Observing Mod absorbed in the scenery, Huamingzi chose not to disturb her, standing quietly beside her. The Hua residence sprawled over a vast area, comprising several buildings that looked remarkably new, embodying a traditional yet elegant architectural style. Mod acknowledged. His attention to detail was truly admirable. "Let me show you our room," Huamingzi said. Just then, a servant approached, respectfully informing Huamingzi, "Third young master, the elder wishes to speak with you in his study regarding some matters." "I'll be there shortly," Huamingzi replied. "Understood," the servant said, taking his leave to attend to other duties. "Your grandfather is calling. You should go," Mod urged, releasing Huamingzi's hand. "Go ahead and explain everything to him. This isn't your fault," she added. Huamingzi smiled at her. "Worried about me?" "Not at all." Mod quickly averted her gaze. The smile on Huamingzi's face widened as he took her hand, pointing out a building not far away. "Grandfather resides in that building. The one beyond it is where the Hua Zhengqin family lives. Take your time exploring. If you feel tired, you can rest in our building. Mom should be there. She enjoys tending to flowers and plants when she has free time." "All right, I'll look around and wait for you here," Mod replied. "Then I'll head over to speak with grandfather and return to find you shortly." Huamingzi understood Mod's apprehension. It was her first visit, and she was unfamiliar with the Hua residence, seeking his company for comfort. "In a rush. Take your time chatting with grandfather. The scenery here is quite pleasant," Mod reassured him. Huamingzi affectionately ruffled her hair, good at times. Her understanding nature tugged at his heartstrings. Though she was merely a year older than Xinyao, their personalities were worlds apart. Xinyao appeared to remain in a state of perpetual curiosity, eager to experience every new thing and join in on the excitement, her eyes alight with anticipation. In contrast, Mod was more reserved, sensitive, and meticulous, always concerned about not inconveniencing others. Such a person, with a tender heart, often bore the weight of her own grievances. Huamingzi hastened towards his grandfather's building. Mod took a few steps forward, standing at the wooden railing beside the artificial lake, leaning against it as she gazed out over the water. She spotted wild ducks, their wings flapping like propellers as they splashed in the water, quickly darting away. "Miss Shun," a voice called from behind her. Mod turned to see Yao Yutong approaching. "There's something you need?" She raised an eyebrow. Yao Yutong walked alongside her, also leaning against the railing. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "You're aware of Mingzi losing the contract, aren't you?" Knowing Huamingzi's character, she understood he prided himself on his integrity, often touting his commitment to being an honest husband and loyal partner. Thus, he would share work-related matters with his significant other. Even when they were dating, he had confided in her about Hua Corporation's affairs. I am not aware, Mod feigned ignorance. She had no desire to discuss anything related to Hua Mingzi with Yao Yutong. Yao Yutong chuckled lightly. It's all right if you don't know. I'll inform you now. Mod interjected. No need. Unperturbed, Yao Yutong continued. Mingzi lost a contract worth over 300 million, causing significant losses for Hua Corporation. Unable to contain herself, Mod interrupted. Isn't that you're doing? Oh, just a few days into your marriage and you're already protecting Mingzi? She retorted. Of course, being the heir of the Hua family, even if he never became the successor, his worth would still be substantial. So naturally, one would rally to his defense. But what good would that do? His heart would not belong to her. Don't you want to know how effortlessly I obtained the contract's base price? Yao Yutong pressed. I have no interest, Mod replied, exasperated by Yao Yutong's incessant chatter. Yao Yutong laughed. The password for the document was our anniversary. It used to be our bank card password. So, when I got hold of the document, I easily unlocked it and accessed the base price. What do you aim to achieve by telling me this? Mod shot Yao Yutong a sidelong glance. Are you hoping to see me weep and quarrel with Mingzi? Miss Yao, refrain from employing such futile and underhanded tactics with me in the future. You are aware that Mingzi and I were matched through an introduction. As an ordinary person, merely being able to cling to Mingzi's side is a stroke of luck for me. Don't think that just because it's a contract's base price, I would be bothered. Even if there are women vying for Mingzi's affections, or if he were to play the field, I wouldn't care. Like you, Miss Yao, I seek only tangible benefits. Therefore, I shall steadfastly hold on to my marriage, impervious to any attempts of discord or manipulation from others. Miss Yao should save her efforts. Her words serve two purposes. Firstly, she wishes to conceal from Yao Yutong her emotional nature. For those deeply attached to their sentiments are the most susceptible to influence. Her current rationality stems from the sense of security bestowed upon her by Hua Mingzi. Secondly, she intends to convey to Yao Yutong that she should refrain from resorting to underhanded tactics to win favor, as she is not easily swayed. Not far behind, was Xin Yao, upon overhearing Mod's remarks, felt her smile freeze in astonishment. In her hand, she clutched a honey-glazed chicken wing, which she had intended to share with her sister-in-law after grilling it in the yard. Noticing Yao Yutong's presence dampened her spirits. She was about to confront her when Mod's words halted her in her tracks. In her fury, she discarded the chicken wing and turned away, her steps heavy with indignation. Hearing the commotion, Mod and Yao Yutong simultaneously turned their heads. Xin Yao, Mod called out. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sudden pang of anxiety gripped her heart, an indescribable emptiness as if something vital had been lost. Throughout her 24 years, she had often been misunderstood or wrongly accused, but the opinions of those indifferent to her meant little. However, when it came to those she cherished, she felt compelled to explain herself. Her instinct was to clarify with Xin Yao, but Xin Yao ignored her and hastily departed. A glint of calculation flashed in Yao Yutong's eyes. This truly exemplifies the adage, the heart may nurture flowers that do not bloom, while the heart may also cultivate willows that thrive without intention. Xin Mod had failed to sow discord, yet inadvertently revealed her true motives driven by avarice, and Xin Yao had overheard it all. Although Xin Yao appeared simple-minded, she was far from naive. Previously indifferent towards her, Xin Mod would soon find herself at the receiving end of Xin Yao's ire. Coming from a rural background, what right did she have to secure the esteemed position of Mrs. Hua? Mod sighed inwardly, recognizing that such misunderstandings would likely render any explanations futile. Leaning against the railing, she gazed at the lake's surface, her previously tranquil heart now troubled. The image of Xin Yao sweetly calling her sister-in-law while naturally linking arms with her flashed through her mind. Yao Yutong, stifling a laugh, prepared to leave when she suddenly noticed that the railing she was leaning on felt loose. Her eyes brightened. Fortune seemed to favor her. If she fell now, she could frame Xin Mod for the incident, and Xin Yao would undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon Mod, with preconceived notions in place. The other relatives of the Hua family would surely side with Xin Yao, effectively alienating Xin Mod during what was supposed to be a family gathering. In the 75th chapter, a joyous announcement was to be made. A calculating glimmer flickered in Yao Yutong's eyes as she prepared to lean back and topple over the railing into the artificial lake. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly spotted Hua Mingzi striding towards her. Instinctively, she tugged at Mod's hand, letting out a loud gasp, causing her balance to falter. This would allow Huamingzi to witness Shen Emodi pushing her. The wooden railing behind her gave way as Yao Yutong closed her eyes, bracing for the fall, only to find herself suspended in midair, her eyes flying open to see Shen Emodi grasping her wrist. Wearing an enigmatic smile, a flicker of alarm coursed through Yao Yutong's eyes. With another gasp, she exerted force, allowing her body to plummet backward. Modi felt the sudden pressure that nearly dragged her down as she quickly released her grip. With a splashing sound, Yao Yutong fell into the artificial lake, sending water soaring high. What happened? Huamingzi called out, having heard Yao Yutong shout from several meters away, seemingly witnessing Emodi's push. Upon hearing his voice, Emodi's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively replied. Miss Yao fell in on her own. Looking directly at Huamingzi, she asked, "Do you believe me?" To her astonishment, she realized she could no longer maintain her previous composure. She cared about his thoughts. "I believe you," Huamingzi declared as he approached and took hold of Emodi's hand. Her previously anxious heart settled, and her restless emotions calmed. "Mingzi, save me," Yao Yutong cried, flailing in the water, alternating between surfacing and submerging. She was wagering on whether Huamingzi would dive in to rescue her, ensuring that Shen Emodi would witness his concern for her. Huamingzi cast a glance at Yao Yutong before dialing the butler. "Uncle Wang, someone has fallen into the artificial lake. Please send help." Uncle Wang, startled, replied, "Understood. I'll bring people over immediately." Today was a family banquet. Everyone present was of significance. Falling into the water in this weather could lead to hypothermia or a cold. He quickly called out, "Ajun, Jiangyang, hurry! Someone has fallen into the water. Come assist me." As word of the incident spread, Huaxinyao caught wind of it. Accompanied by a few cousins, she headed towards the artificial lake, her first instinct being that Shen Emodi had fallen. An involuntary sneer escaped her lips, thinking to herself that Shen Emodi must have plotted against Yao Yutong and ended up in the water herself. The artificial lake was nearby, and the butler soon arrived with assistance. Two servants jumped into the water and retrieved Yao Yutong. Soaked to the skin, Yao Yutong's fur coat hung limply, her hair clinging to her face. Her complexion was pale, lips tinged blue, teeth chattering, and body shaking uncontrollably. Water droplets clung to her eyelashes, rendering her a pitiful sight. "Quick, take her to the third young master's room and prepare some clothes for her to change into," the butler instructed, nearly slipping up, but upon noticing Emodi beside Huamingzi, he quickly realized that the third young master was already married, and that Yao Yutong was irrelevant. "Tsk," Huaxinyao clicked her tongue. Casting an irritated glance at Emodi, she harbored no affection for either Yao Yutong or Shen Emodi. Who could tell? Huaxinyao felt somewhat downcast today. Could it be that someone had indeed pushed her in? "Don't jump to conclusions," Huaxinyao said. When her mother video called her, she had praised Shen Emodi for being sensible, filial, responsible, and kind-hearted, albeit from a less favorable background. It seemed her mother and brother had been deceived by Shen Emodi's facade. "Let us go take a look. We have nothing better to do," a cousin urged Huaxinyao. They all made their way to the main building where the Hua family resided. "Xiao Chui, quickly brew some ginger soup and bring it over," the butler instructed one of the servants. He then ordered another, "Hurry and prepare hot water for Miss Yao." Yao Yutong trembled incessantly. Earlier, Hua Zhangqin had gone with Huamingzi to their grandfather's study, where their grandfather had inquired about the missing contract worth over 300 million. Huamingzi glanced at Hua Zhangqin and informed their grandfather that the contract's base price had been leaked, which led the other party to withdraw. It was his oversight. However, it was a blessing in disguise, revealing that their firewall was insufficient. By identifying these issues in advance, they could improve and prevent future occurrences. In essence, it was akin to spending over 300 million for a lesson learned. Hua Zhangqin had initially intended to seize this opportunity to criticize Huamingzi for poor management, but Huamingzi spoke first, leaving him at a loss for words. Moreover, Huamingzi frequently cast glances his way, imparting a strong sense of pressure. He suspected Huamingzi had uncovered the path through which hackers had infiltrated the system. Should Huamingzi present this evidence in front of their grandfather while he accused him, it would backfire against him. Thus, he could only feign agreement, stating that the loss of a contract worth over 300 million was not a significant issue for the Hua family. Repairing the firewall would suffice. After Huamingzi departed, he too left, stepping outside for a cigarette when he heard someone had fallen into the water. He hurried over to witness the spectacle, only to find it was Yao Yutong. His expression darkened as he took Yao Yutong from the servant's arms. Seeing Hua Zhengqin carrying Yao Yutong, the onlookers felt disinclined to follow. Hua Xinyao turned to glance and saw her foolish brother still holding Shunimodi's hand, further aggravating her mood. After bathing and sipping the ginger soup prepared by the servant, Yao Yutong felt somewhat bettered. At 6:30 in the evening, dinner was served. Everyone gathered in the dining room. Hua Mingze and Mod had yet to arrive. And Hua Xinyao hadn't messaged her brother. She felt utterly disinterested. Ming Chulan entered the room. Hua Xinyao immediately called out, "Mom." Ming Chulan replied, her face adorned with a gentle, affectionate smile. "Has your brother and sister-in-law not arrived yet?" "I don't know," Hua Xinyao shrugged. She longed to reveal to her mother that Shunimodi was a scheming woman. Just then, Hua Mingze entered, holding Mod's hand. Ming Chulan's face lit up with a smile. "Xiao Di, come here. Sit beside me today." With the family's important relatives gathered, she wanted everyone to know how much she valued this daughter-in-law. People are often like this. When you give importance, others dare not belittle you. "All right," Mod replied. Hua Xinyao subtly shifted away, wishing to ignore Mod. Mod glanced at Hua Xinyao, noticing her complete disregard. A wave of discomfort washed over her. She pressed her lips together, realizing that misunderstandings arising from mutual unfamiliarity rendered her explanations futile and hollow. Some matters could only be entrusted to time, leaving her feeling inexpressibly uneasy. She moved to sit beside her mother-in-law, and Hua Mingze took a seat next to her. Hua Zhengqin approached, embracing Yao Yutong. His face beaming with joy. "Today, with everyone here, I have a piece of delightful news to share. In the 76th chapter," he continued, "Yao Yutong is pregnant." This revelation dropped like a bombshell, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Grandfather Hua had harbored some dissatisfaction regarding the matters between Hua Zhengqin and Yao Yutong, even having a private conversation with Hua Zhengqin about it. Hua Zhengqin expressed that he had always held affection for Yao Yutong. But since she was initially in a relationship with Mingze, he refrained from pursuing her. Therefore, he had never made his feelings known. Now that Mingze and Yutong had parted ways, he did not wish to miss his chance with her. Little did he expect that within less than a month, Yao Yutong would become pregnant. Second aunt gazed at Yao Yutong with a complex expression. The nature of this relationship was undeniably peculiar. Unable to contain herself, the second daughter-in-law of third aunt asked, "So, whose child is it? Is it yours, Zhengqin, or Mingze's?" As soon as she spoke, she realized her gaffe and immediately spat out, "Papa, forgive my foolishness." The expressions of everyone present shifted to one of complexity. In their eyes lingered a hint of inquiry. Zhao Qin had voiced the confusion that resided in their hearts. After all, it had been less than 2 months since Mingze and Yao Yutong's breakup. "Grandfather has always taught me to adhere to principles. Yao Miss and I were merely in a romantic relationship, not married. Thus we did not share the bonds of matrimony," Hua Mingze stated. Yao Yutong felt for the first time that her previous commitment to chastity was an embarrassment. Hua Zhengqin's countenance also darkened. Was this not an accusation of his disregard for propriety? With so many relatives present, he could not afford to show weakness. He remarked, "Both unmarried. Our feelings are genuine, and we have decided to spend our lives together. Having a child first is not a misfortune." He implied that Hua Mingze's 6-year relationship with Yao Yutong had not reached the same level of commitment. People these days have forsaken too many noble traditions. Second aunt remarked pointedly. Third aunt chimed in. Rules are rigid, while people are living. Having children is a joyous occasion. Our Hua family has not welcomed a newborn in many years. Indeed, indeed, several of her daughters-in-law quickly echoed. Then, shifting the topic, they said, "The dishes are nearly ready. Let us eat before they cool." "Let us eat," old Hua said, glancing towards Hua Zhengqin and adding, "Now that she is pregnant, we should prioritize the wedding arrangements." "Grandfather, will the wedding of the third brother proceed as planned? Given the recent developments in the Mo family, will there be a delay?" Hua Zhengqin inquired sincerely, though it was a deliberate jab at a wound. Upon hearing Hua Zhengqin's words, Mod's face froze. Her father had just passed away, and any mention of her would inevitably cause her distress. Hua Xinyao instinctively wanted to retort, but recalling what Shinimodi had said to Yao Yutong, she silently bit her tongue. "The wedding date was set when my father-in-law was alive, and it will not be postponed," Hua Mingze replied calmly. He had already decided that the wedding would proceed as planned, albeit with a simpler approach for the wedding car. Then let us hold the wedding together. Grandfather, what do you think? Hua Zhengqin sought his grandfather's approval. Then you shall hold the wedding together. Announce it tomorrow? Old Hua declared. The choice was Zhengqin's, and he had no objections. Thank you, grandfather, Hua Zhengqin responded immediately. Hua Zhengqin's parents were present, and they held a poor impression of Yao Yutong. It was not that they disdained the status of the Yao family's daughter. Rather, they felt it was shameful that their son would choose someone discarded by Hua Mingzi. However, they had already voiced their concerns, yet Zhengqin was resolute in his desire to be with Yao Yutong. Now that she was pregnant, they had little to say. Nevertheless, her pregnancy could be seen as an advantage. Initially, their family held power because of the advantage of being firstborn. Hua Zhengqin's mother, Dong Xiuhua, wore a beaming smile. Tong Tong? Congratulations! I had thought it would take years for Zhengqin to find a partner. Who knew fate would come knocking so unexpectedly? We will handle the wedding arrangements. You focus on nurturing the baby. Thank you, Auntie, Yao Yutong replied, equally beaming. Yes, yes. While your morning sickness is light, eat more, one for you, and one for the baby. But avoid the soft-shelled turtle and crab, as they are cold foods, Dong Xiuhua advised with a radiant smile. Third aunt and several of her daughters-in-law eagerly sought to please. Tong Tong, you must eat more. Our Hua family has been blessed with joyous events lately. Zhengqin and Mingzi are getting married next month. And not long after, the old gentleman will celebrate his 80th birthday. After that, Tong Tong will bring forth new life into the family. Perhaps soon, Mingzi's wife will also give birth. Not just these celebrations, but the prestigious jewelry competition. The Zhongding Cup is about to commence, and with Tong Tong's exceptional abilities, she is sure to reach the finals and achieve a commendable ranking, which will also shine a light on our Hua family. They had convened a small meeting at home the previous night to discuss this. Among the younger generation, Mingzi had a slight edge, but his impulsive marriage to a commoner had altered the dynamics. The alliance between him and Xin Modi paled in comparison to that of Hua Zhengqin and the Yao family. Moreover, Hua Mingzi had recently faced a setback at work, losing a contract. Now, with Yao Yutong pregnant, Xiao Di, why are you so thin? Come, eat more, Meng Qilan said, observing the sycophants flattering Yao Yutong. She quickly rallied to support her own daughter-in-law. Second aunt affectionately urged Mod, child, eat a bit more. Do not be shy. Hua Xinyao immediately picked up a shrimp, intending to peel it for Shan Mod. However, remembering the words that had been exchanged by the artificial lake, her mood soured. She swiftly peeled the shrimp shell, eating it without dipping it in sauce. What's wrong? Meng Qilan whispered, assuming her daughter was upset by the news of Yao Yutong's pregnancy. Mom, I'm fine. I'll peel shrimp for you, Hua Xinyao said, offering another shrimp to her mother. Hua Mingzi noticed his sister's odd behavior. She had been so warm earlier, even mentioning she would peel shrimp for Mod. He peeled a shrimp for Mod. It's all right, I can manage myself, Mod replied, feeling uncomfortable. Yao Yutong, noticing that no one was bringing up the incident by the lake, tugged at Hua Zhengqin's sleeve. Hua Zhengqin smiled and said, by the way, Mod, Yutong is pregnant. If she says anything that displeases you in the future, please be understanding. The railing by the artificial lake is unstable and could easily result in a fall. This statement immediately set off a firestorm. Grandfather Hua wore a grave expression. Zhengqin, what do you mean by that? How does Yutong's fall into the water relate to Mod? He could not believe he was mistaken, nor could he fathom that Mod would push Yao Yutong into the water. This matter required clarification in front of the relatives. Given Mod's humble origins, some already looked down upon her. If she were wrongfully accused, how would they regard her in the future? Chapter 77. He unconditionally protects her. Hua Mingzi's face was colder than ever. After his grandfather's inquiry, his sharp gaze turned to Yao Yutong. Yao Yutong quickly averted her eyes. Hua Mingzi then directed his gaze at Hua Zhengqin, narrowing his eyes dangerously and saying, if you have something to say it directly without insinuations that lead to misunderstandings. Men should be men. Do not emulate gossiping women. Are you implying that my wife pushed Yao Yutong into the water? Third, do not be agitated. I mean no harm. When emotions run high, there can be physical contact, and it is easy for someone to fall into the water. I merely meant to suggest that Mod should be more cautious in the future. Hua Zhengqin clarified. Hua Mingzi's anger escalated, his expression darkening further as he sneered. Emotions running high. Physical contact? So, you are implying that my wife pushed Yao Yutong into the water? He then shouted, Uncle Wang, who had been busy outside, promptly entered. Uncle Wang, Please check the surveillance footage, Huang Mingze instructed. Third, do not be agitated. This is not a major issue that requires such commotion. Xin Yao was also present. You can ask her. Hua Zhengqin replied. Yao Yutong had told him that she and Shinamodi exchanged words by the artificial lake, which Hua Xinyao had overheard. Now Hua Xinyao held a strong dislike for Shinamodi. Hua Xinyao, with her straightforward nature, tended to be black and white in her judgments. If she liked someone, she would treat them well. If she disliked them, she would be quite direct. Now that she disliked Shinamodi, she would certainly speak up for Yao Yutong. Xinyao, were you present at that time? What did you see? Huang Mingze asked earnestly. Having lived for over 20 years, he had never before spoken to his sister with such seriousness. I saw sister-in-law talking with Miss Yao by the artificial lake. Did your sister-in-law push Miss Yao? Huang Mingze questioned. No. Hua Xinyao answered firmly. Yao Yutong was clearly being dramatic, speaking in a sarcastic tone. She disliked Shin Mod and was waiting for an opportunity to persuade her brother to break up with Shin Mod sooner. However, she would not serve as a pawn against Yao Yutong. Moreover, she genuinely left early and did not witness Shin Mod push Yao Yutong. Xinyao, at that time, I was speaking with Mod, and she was a bit emotional. You saw that, right? Yao Yutong said to Hua Xinyao. Given Hua Xinyao's nature of despising evil, she was bound to take the opportunity to rally against Shin Mod. However, Hua Xinyao replied, I saw her speaking to you calmly, and there was no physical contact. Hua Zhengqin laughed. All right, let us put this matter to rest, and no one should speak of it further. We are family, and we should not let trivial matters disrupt our harmony. Asking Xinyao to recount this incident is indeed putting her in a difficult position. He subtly indicated that Hua Xinyao would cover for Huang Mingze, even if she had witnessed events firsthand. Third aunt also attempted to mediate. All right, let us not quarrel over a small matter. Tong Tong is fine. And she will not hold anything against Modi. Let us eat. The dishes will cool. Today, Uncle Wang has worked hard. Go tend to your other duties and rest early once you are done. Uncle Wang found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to leave or stay. Hearing the chorus of Hua Zhengqin and third aunt, Huang Mingze's expression remained cold, his tone serious. This matter concerns my wife's honor. How can it be deemed trivial? Since all parties are present, let us clarify things openly. Mo, did you push Miss Yao? I did not, Mod replied. Were you emotional, and did you have physical contact with her? Huang Mingze inquired again. I was not emotionally agitated. It was Miss Yao who pulled me when she was about to fall into the water, Mod remarked. Huang Mingze turned to Yao Yutong, questioning her. All right, Miss Yao, did my wife push you? Mingze, let it go. Yao Yutong glanced at Huang Mingze with a hint of grievance. Huang Mingze raised his voice slightly. What do you mean, let it go? If someone wrongs you, would you just let it slide? This matter must be clarified. Did my wife push you? Yao Yutong bit her lip again and said, I might have made a mistake. The railing itself was unstable. Perhaps Mod merely intended to grab hold of me. If the railing was unstable, why did you say it was Mod who pushed you? Huang Mingze pressed. The third grandmother intervened to mediate. All right, Mingze, this isn't a major issue. Let's just enjoy our meal. Unable to hold back any longer, the second grandmother added. It's best to clarify this matter. Anyone who is wronged feels uncomfortable. It's not the old society anymore. No one should suffer injustice. Yao Yutong bit her lower lip again and said, I can't recall clearly. I only remember my body tilting backward. Mod probably intended to pull me back. It was my mistake. Then apologize, Huang Mingze replied coldly. Third brother. Hua Zhengqin's expression darkened. You frightened Yutong. Is this really worth making such a fuss over? Even if Yutong remembers incorrectly, what is the big deal? If I mistakenly claimed in front of everyone that I lost a 500 million antique, and only Miss Yao had been in my study, how would others perceive her? Would Miss Yao feel comfortable? No push occurred. It was my error, leading to everyone's misunderstanding. I apologized to Mod. I'm sorry. Yao Yutong stood up and apologized to Mod. Then she added, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. I'll excuse myself now. Sorry. With that, she covered her mouth and rushed out, appearing quite aggrieved. You, Hua Zhengqin said helplessly to Huang Mingze, reproaching him for being unrelenting. He also stood up to chase after Yao Yutong. In truth, all of this was part of their plan. Even if the framing didn't succeed, people would only perceive Huang Mingze as aggressive. Furthermore, even if Yao Yutong apologized, some would still believe it was Shin Mod who pushed her. After all, the artificial lake had railings. How could one fall into the water without reason? All right, Let's eat? Mod, you have been wronged in this matter, and I also apologize to you on behalf of Yutong. Hua Jingqin's mother said with a beaming smile. Mod immediately responded with a gentle smile. Auntie? You flatter me. It's fine now that we've cleared it up. She also reminded those who misunderstood her that the outcome of this situation was that Yao Yutong fell into the water herself, and it had nothing to do with her. She reached out and gently grasped Hua Mingze's hand beside her. Had it not been for his assistance, she would undoubtedly have been besieged today. Some say that when a girl marries, she is not just marrying a man but a family. In fact, it is the man who is crucial. A man protects you. The in-laws dare not bully you. Conversely, how many men claim before marriage to shield women from the storm, yet after marriage, they bring only wind and rain. Chapter 78. Explaining to Hua Mingze after dinner, everyone gathered in Grandpa Hua's living room for tea and conversation. Hua Mingze did not immediately take Mod away, as he wanted her to become familiar with the relatives at home. The second aunt was quite fond of Shen Mod and held her hand, inviting her to visit. Little Mo, I am your second aunt. When you have time, come to my house. I live at the Chiu residence. Come, let's add each other on WeChat and Douyin. I have been a housewife all my life. After raising the children, I became completely idle. When I have nothing to do, I make short videos. Please follow and like them when you have time. Sure. Mod immediately took out her phone to scan her second aunt's QR code and was about to add her on Douyin. She initially thought her second aunt was merely a restless old lady sharing her daily life. However, upon opening her second aunt's Douyin, she was astonished. Her second aunt was remarkably famous on Douyin, with over 16 million followers, promoting traditional Chinese attire and culture through all her videos. She had already followed her second aunt because she admired her content immensely. The videos included calligraphy, traditional painting, and clothing. Be sure to give Grandma a like, her second aunt said with a loving smile as she noticed Mod's astonishment. Mod liked her second aunt's videos and watched them one by one. There was one video she replayed 2 or 3 times. Her second aunt smiled. You like this necklace, don't you? This was personally designed by Xin Yao. Her design talent is truly remarkable. Each piece is a masterpiece. I don't understand why they don't sell well. Perhaps it's just that people don't appreciate it. Hearing this, Hua Xinyao remarked, it's still my own issue. At the last Zhongding Cup, there were so many judges. Surely not all of them lacked discernment. Her second aunt encouraged with a smile. I don't care. If the judges didn't give you high scores, it just shows their lack of appreciation. Your designs are the best in my eyes. Hua Xinyao couldn't help but laugh, playfully responding. Just spoil me a bit. When I participate in the competition later, I will disregard all the judges. Judges aren't always right. Life is about growing amidst various negations. Her second aunt advised. Mod silently committed her second aunt's words to memory. Little Mo, are you free next week? Grandma will come to take you to my house to play, her second aunt suggested again. Second aunt, next week, Mo and I will find time to visit you. Hua Mingze interjected. Good. You must come. Otherwise, Grandma will be upset. Her second aunt acted like a child. We will definitely come. All right, I will wait for you. As night fell, she said, I am going to wash up and sleep now. You all should also go to bed. Young people, don't stay up late. Cultivate a good routine, like us old folks, to live a long life. Her second aunt joyfully patted Mod's hand before reluctantly letting go, looking at her as if wishing she were her granddaughter-in-law. Had Yao Yutong not left early, she would have been infuriated by this scene. The Chiu family, where her second aunt resided, ranked among the top 5 prestigious families in Haicheng. Her second aunt was quite influential as well. In the past, when she and Hua Mingze were on good terms, his second aunt treated him well, while being relatively polite to her, maintaining a surface-level acquaintance. However, now, his second aunt treated Shen Mod exceptionally well. Then you should rest well, second aunt, Mod said as she stood up. Yes, listen to Grandma, no staying up late. Xin Yao, you too, her second aunt instructed. Among the children of the families, her favorites were Mingze and Xin Yao. Mingze was righteous, and Xin Yao was innocent. Today, having seen Mod, she had been quietly observing her, finding her increasingly likable. I won't stay up late tonight. Hua Xinyao playfully stuck out her tongue, though she was known for being a night owl. They left Grandpa's building and headed to their own. Upon entering the living room, the servant came over to bring them shoes. Hua Mingze said to Mod, Mo, wait for me a moment. I will get some fruit upstairs. Mod replied. Hua Mingze went to the kitchen to fetch the fruit. Just then, Hua Xinyao was changing her shoes beside Mod. Mod pursed her lips and quietly said to Hua Xinyao, Xinyao, thank you for today. If Hua Xinyao had held a poor impression of her from the beginning, she would have been indifferent. However, she had initially shown great enthusiasm towards her, and due to a misunderstanding, Hua Xinyao became cold towards her now, which was truly disheartening. She wanted to mend her relationship with Hua Xinyao, so she attempted to strike up a conversation. Hua Xinyao coldly replied, "No need to thank me. I merely stated the facts. If you indeed pushed her, I would have spoken the truth." Implicitly, she meant that she would not cover for MOD in any wrongdoing in the future. Hua Xinyao clearly did not wish to converse further with MOD and went straight upstairs after changing her shoes. Seeing Xinyao pass by without acknowledging her, MOD turned in surprise to watch her retreating figure. What's wrong with her today? MOD moved her lips but couldn't find the words to explain. Meng Qilan noticed MOD's discomfort and immediately smiled, saying, Xinyao has a childish temperament. She might have lost a game or been dissatisfied with her designs. She often acts this way, her mood swings come and go, and she forgets she was upset in no time. It's not personal. Don't take it to heart. MOD responded. Seeing Hua Mingzi return with several fruits, Meng Qilan smiled and said, "You all go upstairs to rest. I will take a stroll downstairs that I ate too much tonight and will sleep soon. Mom, good night." MOD greeted. Meng Qilan beamed, "Good night." Hua Mingzi held the fruits while taking MOD's hand as they ascended the stairs. Once they reached the suite on the third floor, MOD hesitated several times before finally gathering the courage to explain to Hua Mingzi, "When I was by the artificial lake with Miss Yao, I said something that led to Xinyao misunderstanding." "What did you say?" Hua Mingzi asked, surprised. He peeled open a durian and offered a piece to MOD. She accepted it and sat on the sofa in the small reception area, saying, "I told Miss Yao that I married you only for money, asking her not to meddle in our relationship anymore." Hua Mingzi looked at MOD, noticing the smile at the corner of his lips slightly fade as she continued. Xinyao heard it. MOD looked towards Hua Mingzi, seeing his expression tighten. "So, what happened?" Chapter 79. "That password is our wedding anniversary." MOD was unsure why she felt uneasy. She placed the durian piece on the coffee table and said, "I don't want to be led around by her. I don't want her to know." She hesitated to finish her thought. She didn't want Yao Yutong to know that she was never someone who valued wealth. Even after her father and brother endured illness and surgery, experiencing the most impoverished and desperate times, she still believed that love was the most important thing. Although she has not yet developed profound feelings for Hua Mingzi that could be termed love, she harbors emotions of gratitude, admiration, and even a hint of affection towards him. She cannot be swayed by Yao Yutong. What is it that she wishes to conceal? Hua Mingzi keeps a vigilant watch over MOD. His hand rests on the sofa behind her as he leans in, his eyes burning with an intense fire as they fixate on her. Nothing. MOD averts her gaze from Hua Mingzi's fervent stare. Then, his kiss descends upon her lips. After kissing her, he gazes at her with a blazing intensity. "I don't want her to know that you have never cared for material wealth. It's not." Hua Mingzi kisses MOD again. His eyes remain ablaze. "You are strong, independent, and diligent. You appreciate money, yet you desire to earn it through your own efforts. You are sincere and brave, valuing emotions over material possessions." Tears cascade down MOD's cheeks. They have known each other for less than 2 months. Why does he understand her so well, effortlessly seeing through her innermost thoughts? MOD, Hua Mingzi calls out, as her tears continue to flow. She gazes at him with red-rimmed eyes. He reaches out, gently wiping her tears with his thumb. "Always remain the kind and genuine person you are. Though some may betray you, hurt you, or take advantage of you, the universe will compensate for what is lost. Your mother, grandfather, Xiao Guang, and all of us love you. Your father will bless and watch over you from above." MOD chokes on her sobs. Hua Mingzi pulls her into his embrace, patting her back soothingly. "Let your grievances out. My shoulders and arms will always be your refuge." MOD, feeling more distressed by his comfort, cries even harder. Hua Mingzi soothes her as one would a child, continuing to pat her back. "I will explain things to Xinyao. She will understand you, Demim." MOD responds through her tears. Hua Mingzi continues to comfort her for quite some time until he senses her emotions stabilizing. Then he says, "Go take a shower and rest early. Tomorrow is the first match of the Zhongding Cup, and I will accompany you." MOD leaves Hua Mingzi's embrace, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. "I can go alone tomorrow. You have company matters to attend to." As an afterthought, she adds, Don't let anyone take advantage of you. Although she is unaware of the specifics of his work, she knows he is capable and bears great responsibility. There are other companies competing with the Hua family, and internally, Hua Zhengqin and Yao Yutong harbor ill intentions. During dinner, she also noticed the subtle rivalries and alliances among Hua family relatives. Hua Mingzi chuckles. Rest assured, I will manage company affairs. Now, go take a shower. He playfully pats her behind. Mod's face flushes crimson as she hastens to the bathroom, almost sprinting inside upon entering. She realizes she has forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Hua Mingzi's voice calls from outside the door. The pink towel is yours, brand new, and there's a set of pajamas on the shelf for you. Also new. Her cheeks remain aflame. She covers her face with her hands, then turns on the water to shower. After bathing, she notices Hua Mingzi is not in the bedroom and guesses he must be in the guest room. As she pulls back a corner of the duvet to prepare for sleep, Hua Mingzi enters wearing a bathrobe, the belt loosely tied. Exuding a debonair yet alluring aura, Mod quickly burrows under the covers. Seeing her shy demeanor, Hua Mingzi's lips curl into a smile. He approaches, loosening his bathrobe, lifting the covers to lie beside her, wrapping his arms around Mod from behind. She knows what is about to unfold. Despite being married and having shared such moments numerous times before, she still feels a habitual tension. He leans closer, whispering, Yao Yutong deceived you. What? Mod is taken aback. Hua Mingzi explains, they used hacking skills to steal my documents, and the password for that file is our wedding anniversary. Mod stiffens, a sensation unfurling within her. Indescribable yet beautiful, akin to sunlight breaking through clouds, illuminating dewdrops with a shimmering glow. Hua Mingzi continues, after our marriage, all my passwords have been our wedding anniversary. However, we need to change the password to prevent future exploitation. What do you think would be a suitable choice? Mod turns to face him. Their eyes locking. His gaze is gentle, hers filled with gratitude. Their emotions intertwine, deepening their connection. Hua Mingzi swallows, his voice slightly hoarse. Don't look at me like that. I might lose control. Mod hastily looks down. Hua Mingzi lifts her chin, insisting she meet his gaze, a password that is meaningful and not easily guessed by outsiders. I don't know. Mod's heart races. The date of Xiao Guang's surgery. Outsiders would never guess it. From now on, let us use that date as our password. Hua Mingzi suggests. Mod is overwhelmed with gratitude, rendering her speechless. She realizes that profound gratitude leaves all words feeling inadequate. She murmurs. All right, he says, we. Those are her two favorite words. Whenever he says we, she feels a sense of security. She wraps her arms around his waist. Hua Mingzi tenderly strokes her head, saying, sleep now. You have a match tomorrow. I want to keep you up tonight. You have 5 minutes to fall asleep. Otherwise, I want to be able to hold back. Good night. Mod quickly replies, turning away to close her eyes. Hua Mingzi smiles, patting her head. Peace. His concern extends beyond her match. He is aware of the recent passing of her father, understanding the impact it has had on her. She needs ample time to rest, adjust, and prepare for the future. Conveniently, he too has an important agreement to sign after accompanying her to the match tomorrow. Additionally, the development model for the Nanjiao land must be finalized. Chapter 80. The Zhongding Cup. Encountering Gu Tianqi, the triannual Zhongding Cup competition is being held in Haiqing this time, at the largest exhibition center in the city. The center is expansive, capable of hosting over 10,000 guests in a banquet format. The entire duration of the Zhongding Cup spans 4 months, with the preliminary rounds alone lasting a month. Due to the high number of participants, the preliminaries are time-consuming, consisting of 3 rounds, the first selection, the second round, and the third round for advancement. Only after the advancement round does the real competition begin. Each iteration of the Zhongding Cup sees an increase in participants. The previous competition had 600,000 entrants, while this year, registrations have surpassed 800,000. Given the large number of participants, the officials deliberated whether to allow online submission of design drafts during the first round. Ultimately, they decided that, for the sake of transparency and fairness, submissions must be made in person from the very beginning, with judges reviewing the drafts on-site to determine their acceptance. This year's preliminary round features 300 evaluation venues, each staffed with at least 5 judges, all of whom are of some renown in the jewelry industry. The first round of the preliminary selection lasts for 15 days, with daily participants numbering between 50,000 to 60,000, divided into morning and afternoon sessions. Each registrant has been assigned a designated conference hall, with their names and entry numbers displayed on the large screen in the hall. MOD departs from the Heir residence in the morning, with Hua Mingzi driving and Hua Xinyao sitting beside her in the back seat. Neither of them speaks. A few times, MOD contemplates initiating a conversation, but seeing Hua Xinyao turned away from her, she refrains. Earlier, Hua Mingzi had taken the opportunity to explain things to Hua Xinyao. Upon hearing the explanation, Hua Xinyao became even angrier, further convinced that Shan MOD is a scheming woman. Look, she is already buttering up to my brother, she thinks. Upon exiting the car, MOD does speak to Hua Xinyao. Xinyao, wishing us smooth advancement. Hua Xinyao rolls her eyes and strides directly into the exhibition center. They are not in the same hall. Hua Xinyao is in Hall 19, while MOD is in Hall 77. Hua Mingzi accompanies MOD to the exhibition center, guiding her to Hall 77. The venue is bustling with people, yet MOD quickly spots Gu Tianqi, who is accompanying Song Qiang, along with Gu Tianqi's mother. MOD, Song Qiang calls out, her keen eyes catching sight of MOD. Hall 77 is over there. Hua Mingzi wraps his arm around MOD, saying MOD responds, smiling at Hua Mingzi as they walk together. They soon arrive at Hall 77. Hua Mingzi, holding MOD at the waist, looks up for their names. Found you. You are quite close to the front. Number 18, a very auspicious number. Hua Mingzi remarks I'll be up soon. He adds let us check if you have your design drafts. Hua Mingzi laughs. MOD can't help but laugh as well. Asking now is a bit late. She opens her bag, pulls out the drafts, and raises them. 2 pieces. Just in case one gets lost, I have a backup. Smart as always, Hua Mingzi praises her with a smile. Hee. MOD giggles before placing the drafts back in her bag. Shortly after, Song Qiang approaches with a smile. MOD, what a coincidence. You're in this hall too. I remember you used to be reluctant to participate in such competitions. MOD had seen Song Qiang's name earlier and chose to ignore it, but Song Qiang seems intent on provoking her. Calmly, MOD replies, people do change. I used to dislike durian, but now I love it. I used to enjoy making friends, but now I prefer solitude. Has Miss Song never changed? Gu Tianqi clenches his fists silently, understanding her implication. He reflects on how childhood crushes often fade with time. Was he regretting someone he once liked? King, you're number 3. You'll be up soon. Zheng Huijin observes her son's clenched fists and disapproves, swiftly changing the subject. Mother, I will strive to do my best, Song Qiang said in a flattering tone. Very well, responded Zheng Huijin. Shortly thereafter, the staff opened the grand doors of the conference hall, and a voice echoed from the large screen. Contestant number 1, Li Qiao, please bring your work into the venue. A girl promptly crossed the space between MOD and Song Qiang and entered the hall. In less than 5 minutes, she emerged, her face aglow with joy. The voice from the screen announced, congratulations to Li Qiao for passing the first round of the selection process. Contestant number 2, Qin Min, please enter. Another girl stepped into the hall, but soon returned, her head hung low in disappointment. The next announcement called for contestant number 3, Song Qiang. With a slight tilt of her chin, Song Qiang passed in front of MOD, who was engaged in quiet conversation with Hua Mingzi. She was making an effort to distract herself, as there always seemed to be a gaze resting upon her. When she caught a glimpse of Gu Tianqi from the corner of her eye, he appeared to be looking in another direction entirely, towards a different conference room. Before long, Song Qiang reappeared, and the screen chimed with, congratulations to Song Qiang for passing the first round of the selection process. Upon hearing this, Song Qiang turned to MOD and said, MOD, you must put in extra effort. If it weren't for genuine concern, there would be no need for empty platitudes. After all, there is no conflict of interest between us. So there's no need for pretense, MOD retorted without hesitation. Having already torn down the facade several times, there's no need to maintain appearances. Song Qiang's expression momentarily stiffened before she linked arms with Zheng Huijin. Smiling as she said, Mother, Tianqi, let us depart. MOD may be feeling a bit down. She intended to take Gu Tianqi's arm to provoke Shan MOD, but she was aware that he might pull away. Today, she had coaxed Gu Tianqi into accompanying her to the competition, having sweetly asked her mother to speak to him on her behalf. Little did she know, Gu Tianqi had agreed because he was aware that MOD was competing and wanted to catch a glimpse of her. All right, Zheng Huijin replied, nodding politely to Hua Mingzi as they left. Hua Mingzi feigned ignorance. wrapping his arm around Emodi's waist and saying, "Dear, when you win the championship, could you lend me the trophy for a couple of days?" He had seen her design work, and the couple's rings they wore were crafted by her own hand, imbued with an extraordinary spirit and an indescribable beauty. Zhang Huijin instinctively wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but held back upon realizing it was Hua Mingze. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hua Xinyao and Yao Yutong were assigned to different conference halls, yet they were adjacent to one another. Yao Yutong took the initiative to greet Hua Xinyao. Although Hua Xinyao had previously harbored disdain for Yao Yutong, she had been polite due to her brother's affection for Yao Yutong, addressing her as Sister Yutong. Following their breakup, she had reverted to calling her Miss Yao. There's something you need, Miss Yao? Hua Xinyao's tone was distant, her dislike evident. Xinyao, we could share our design works like before and exchange insights. Yao Yutong smiled. No need. Our design styles differ, and there's no necessity for communication. Hua Xinyao flatly declined. Why would she engage with Yao Yutong after her brother had split with her? The mere sight of Yao Yutong was irksome. Xinyao, I recently designed 2 pieces. Although they are modern jewelry, they incorporate elements of ancient style. You might find new inspiration in them. Yao Yutong attempted to bridge the gap between them. Drawing Hua Xinyao closer would better serve to sow discord between Shen Mod and Hua Mingze. With Hua Mingze and Shen Mod now married, frequent conflicts would distract Hua Mingze from his work. As one faltered, the other would rise, increasing their chances of success. Over the years, she had often spent money acquiring others' designs. During her last international competition, she had purchased a design, winning the King Cup and earning $800,000. The money didn't matter to her. What she relished was the attention she received on the red carpet. I've said it before. I have no interest, all right? Hua Xinyao rolled her eyes and turned her back, unwilling to engage further with Yao Yutong. Had it not been for the impending competition round, she would have simply walked away. Her design talent was mediocre, and her creations rarely sold well. She preferred to seek inspiration from select individuals. Moreover, she had been diligently studying under Master Qinyi for the past 6 months. Did she really need to engage with Yao Yutong? Xinyao, Yutong means well, Hua Zhangqin interjected. Hua Xinyao, irritated, turned to him and said, Am I being ungrateful? You're like a pesky fly buzzing around. How annoying. The term fly caused Yao Yutong's expression to shift. Hua Zhangqin's demeanor darkened, preparing to reprimand Hua Xinyao, but Yao Yutong held him back. Let it go. Xinyao is still young. Hua Xinyao rolled her eyes at the air, finding that remark particularly irksome. She felt as though she had committed some grave error, when in fact, it was Yao Yutong who had persistently intruded upon her. She couldn't be bothered to argue with Yao Yutong and moved further away, pulling out her phone to pass the time. A new message on WeChat caught her attention. She opened it to find 2 design sketches sent by Yao Yutong. Hua Xinyao's eyes sparkled. Yao Yutong's skill had clearly improved. These 2 designs surpassed all her previous works. The conceptual brooch was ingeniously crafted, brimming with depth and artistic essence. Its title, Chasing Light, radiated hope. For a moment, she almost felt compelled to converse with Yao Yutong. However, recalling that Yao Yutong was now shamelessly involved with her cousin Hua Zhangqin, she resisted the impulse to engage, rolling her eyes once more before stowing her phone away. She scanned the vicinity and spotted her brother and Shen Mod waiting at the entrance of a distant conference hall. So irritating, she muttered quietly. Why did she have to choose such a profession? Being a jewelry designer was particularly vexing. If Yao Yutong outshone her, it would be utterly humiliating. If she lost the competition, no one would dare to criticize her, but if Shen Mod were to lose to Yao Yutong, she would undoubtedly face endless scrutiny. A thought that was infuriating. Xinyao, it's my turn. I'm heading in. Yao Yutong called out again, before entering the conference hall. Hua Xinyao rolled her eyes, muttering, Go ahead. What is there to show off about? At the entrance of the exhibition center, Zhang Huijin turned to Gu Tianqi and said, Tianqi, you're free today, right? It's been a while since you accompanied me on a shopping trip. Let us go. Mother, you go ahead. Just use my card. I have to step out for a business trip shortly. Gu Tianqi replied, handing his bank card to his mother. He understood her intentions but could not acquiesce to them. Whether one deemed him unfilial or criticized him, this was his unwavering stance. All his efforts over the past few years had been for this very conviction. Aren't you leaving in a few days? Zhang Huijin asked, somewhat displeased. Circumstances have changed. The Yao Group is also competing for that region's farmers. Their live streaming assistance for farmers has been quite successful. And without an advantage, we must create our own opportunities, Gu Tianqi explained that in truth, he had planned to visit the village Headovly family village the day after tomorrow, but his mother was incessantly trying to match him with Song Qiang, which he found suffocating. I see, then you should go, she replied. Tianqi, please take care of yourself. You know, I don't ask for much. I just wish for our family to be well. Perhaps it's due to age. Fearing loneliness, that I often think of your brother. If he were still here, our home wouldn't he feel so desolate? Jiu Tianqi felt a pang in his heart at her words and quickly interrupted. Mother, once the branch office here is up and running smoothly, I will make time to accompany you. Once he had elevated Gu Corporation's market value to 800 billion and fulfilled his grandfather's promise. He would finally have the time. All right, you go on your trip, Zhang Huijin said, wiping her eyes. Jiu Tianqi made his way to the parking lot, instructing his driver, Li Quan, to drive. He packed his belongings, ready to head to Li family village that day. The experiences of the past 2 months had been more harrowing than the last 3 years of his life. Xiaodi had entered into a relationship with another man, and his beloved Uncle Shen had passed away. Meanwhile, he had yet to reach the 800 billion market valuation and felt too apprehensive to make any impulsive decisions. To keep himself in check, he placed a picture of his brother and his girlfriend in his wallet. Whenever he felt the urge to succumb to despair, he would open the wallet to view their vibrant faces. Such lively lives. One taken by murder, the other by suicide. Li Quan drove. Gu Tianqi leaned against the back seat. Closing his eyes to rest as soon as he shut his eyes, he was beset by memories of Mod's indifferent gaze when she looked at him. She smiled when in the company of other men. Upon returning home, he personally began to pack his belongings. Noticing a missing suit, he inquired of the maid, Xiao Feng, where is Rongjie? Rongjie was the older maid in the household, around 40 years of age. She was responsible for washing the household's clothes and taking those that needed dry cleaning to the laundromat. Xiao Feng frowned, hesitating as she said, Rongjie has been dismissed. Dismissed? When did this happen? Who dismissed her? Gu Tianqi surmised that it must have been Song Qiang. Xiao Feng felt a pang of sorrow as she recalled the way Madame had seized the opportunity to dismiss Rongjie. She knew that the young master was Madame's biological son and would side with her, but she couldn't help but speak out. That dress wasn't ruined. It's a silk nightgown. After washing, it wrinkles, but if hung on a hanger, it becomes smooth again. Madame must have been displeased with Rongjie and found an excuse to let her go. However, the amount Madame demanded in compensation was higher than the original price of the dress. That was truly excessive. How much did my mother make her pay? Gu Tianqi inquired. Otherwise, my mother usually possesses a rather amiable temperament and is not harsh towards the servants. I do not have Rongjie's account. Xiao Feng lamented. You could make a phone call to inquire, and while you're at it, ask about the whereabouts of my suit. Gu Tianqi suggested. Xiao Feng sighed and replied, Young master, Rongjie's phone is turned off. I called yesterday and today, but it remains unreachable. Then please take the time to call her again. If you get through, ask her for the account details and send them to me, Gu Tianqi instructed. Understood, young master. Xiao Feng surmised that the young master intended to return the money owed to Rongjie by Madame, and her spirits soared with excitement. Therefore, one must possess courage and strive earnestly for their aspirations. One never knows what success may await. I will be away on a business trip. Please take good care of the household, Gu Tianqi remarked. Of course, young master, do take care, Xiao Feng responded. There is no need. I have nearly packed everything myself, Gu Tianqi said, as he ascended the stairs to retrieve his suitcase. Allow me to carry that for you, Xiao Feng immediately offered. No, I can manage on my own, Gu Tianqi replied, pulling the suitcase out the door at Li Quan awaited by the car, and upon seeing Gu Tianqi, he promptly assisted in placing the suitcase in the trunk. They set off towards Lijia village. To their surprise, the journey proved to be rather lengthy. It took over 3 hours for Li Quan to arrive at Lijia village. It is indeed a remote rural area, nestled against the mountains. Yet the ecological environment is splendid, with verdant hills and clear waters. Even in winter, the mountains remain lush. As far as the eye can see, there are small waterfalls and vast stretches of red maples. At the foot of the mountains lie expansive rice fields, already harvested, with golden stubble and neatly piled haystacks. Occasionally, one can spot greenhouses cultivating strawberries and mushrooms. Jiu Tianqi's purpose for coming here was to establish a cooperative agreement with the villagers. He intends to provide superior breeding and planting techniques, as well as financial investment, for the village to uniformly cultivate suitable crops to supply his agricultural products processing factory. From what he gathered, The Yao family had previously approached the villagers but failed to reach an agreement. After calling the village secretary, he arrived promptly, his face beaming with enthusiasm, extending his hands to shake Gu Tianqi's. Mr. Gu, please, let us head to our village office to warm up. It must have been a tiring journey. Our location is indeed remote, but the environment is quite delightful. Indeed, the surroundings are splendid, Gu Tianqi praised. Modern technology is so advanced that even in a remote mountain village, there is still a signal. If time were to rewind 60 years, I would not have strived to expand the Gu family business with my grandfather. Instead, I would have sought refuge in a small mountain village with Xiao Di, relishing a secluded life. Hearing Gu Tianqi praise the village's environment, the village secretary chuckled. Yes, the environment is truly wonderful. Aside from being a bit impoverished, there are no other flaws. Our village has over 300 households and more than 30 elders over the age of 80, with several even in their 90s. Quite impressive, the driver, Li Quan, could not help but exclaim. As they spoke, they arrived at the village office. The village secretary invited Gu Tianqi and Li Quan to sit around the stove. The burning coal provided an unexpectedly cozy warmth. The village officials poured tea for Gu Tianqi and Li Quan, while another official hurried to prepare some snacks and fruits. The village secretary said, Li Xia, I mentioned to Li Jun's wife last time that when Gu visits, we should stay at her home for a few days. Li Xia, also a village official, immediately replied, Yes, we were just discussing this yesterday, eagerly anticipating Mr. Gu's arrival. It's already past 2 in the afternoon. Mr. Gu, you must not have eaten yet. Shall we head to Li Jun's home now and enjoy a meal while we chat? Thank you, but we have already had lunch, Gu Tianqi replied. They were aware of the lengthy journey and had eaten at a small restaurant in the town around 11. Well then, let us converse here for a bit before we head over for dinner, Li Xia said with a beaming smile. The village secretary proposed that they discuss matters at the village office first, then enjoy dinner, after which they could rest, planning to inspect the fields and mountains early the next morning. That would be much appreciated, Secretary Li, Gu Tianqi replied courteously. He had just finalized an agreement with another village last week, and his technical staff remained there to communicate with the villagers regarding spring planting, only able to arrive here in the evening. The exhibition center, after MOD submitted her design draft, the judges were astonished, bombarding her with questions about her inspiration and current employer, expressing eagerness for her future performances. Initially, MOD felt nervous, but as the judges praised her design and anticipated her subsequent endeavors, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon exiting, the big screen displayed her name, congratulating her on passing the preliminary selection. Congratulations, Huamingzi smiled, extending his felicitations to MOD. Thank you, MOD beamed as she took Huamingzi's hand. Let us go pick up Xiaoguang and then enjoy some delicious food, Huamingzi suggested. But I have already delayed your work for quite a bit, Modi replied. It's no trouble. The company has people to manage things, Huamingzi assured. Are you free in the coming days? I plan to visit a base in the countryside. Would you accompany me? Huamingzi inquired. The countryside? MOD asked, intrigued. How long will we be there? About 3 days, Huamingzi stated. If all goes smoothly, we could finalize things the same day, but if the environment is serene, we might stay an extra couple of days to explore the village and experience its unique customs, allowing MOD a change of pace. All right, I'll request leave from my supervisor, MOD said. As long as she could submit her design draft, getting leave would be manageable. Good, Huamingzi replied. They proceeded to pick up Xiaoguang for lunch. Upon seeing MOD, Xiaoguang excitedly shouted, Sister, hello. Brother-in-law, hello. He had been diligently training with the assistant and could now understand simple sentences, such as greetings and expressions of happiness. However, his speech still lacked fluidity, and pronunciation remained somewhat challenging. Nonetheless, the progress he had made was remarkable. Xiaoguang, you're amazing. Huamingzi praised with a smile. MOD's eyes welled with tears of joy as she embraced her brother, exclaiming, Xiaoguang, you are incredible, sister, amazing. Xiaoguang gave MOD a thumbs up. Huamingzi remarked, Indeed, your sister is remarkable. She passed the competition, and she will succeed in every subsequent round. It will be much tougher ahead. MOD cautioned. Huamingzi gently patted her head, saying, Do not feel pressured. Let us maintain a calm mindset. Xian Yao didn't even pass the first round of the previous preliminary, yet everyone at home rewarded her. You are already more capable than Xian Yao, he added. Do not say that, MOD replied. Huamingzi chuckled. All right, let us eat, Afterwards, we will pack our bags and head to the village for our visit. Chapter 83. Having built 2 bonfires, they exchanged glances across the flames. Huamingza took Mod to the village for a visit. The driver was at the wheel, while Xiaomu accompanied them. Seated in the passenger seat, Xiaomu turned to Huamingza to discuss the itinerary. President, shall we first head to Tangjia village? It is adjacent to Lijia village, and the Yao family is still negotiating there. We might secure a favorable deal. Indeed, Huamingza replied. That evening, the Yao family's live streaming room was plunged into darkness, causing significant damage to their reputation, while the live streaming room under Heir's banner experienced a surge in followers. Hua had initially planned to expand their agricultural endeavors, but now the effort would be amplified. After more than 3 hours on the road, they finally reached Tangjia village. The weather was somewhat gloomy, and by 5 in the afternoon, dusk was already creeping in. The village secretary and several officials awaited at the entrance of the village to greet Huamingza's vehicle. After disembarking, the secretary guided Huamingza and his party to the finest home in the village, that of Tang Xiaoying. Their newly constructed 3-story house from the previous year boasted a modern villa style, housing only a small family, yet it was impeccably tidy, complete with an independent bathroom. There were no hotels in the village, and staying with such a family constituted the highest form of hospitality. The villagers, aware of the purpose of their visit regarding investment attraction, had sent several capable women to assist in preparing the meal upon learning of their arrival at 5. They began frying and cooking in the afternoon, and when the guests arrived, they set off firecrackers, creating an atmosphere akin to a festival. The women warmly invited Huamingza and his party inside. Come in, please, sit down. After ushering them to the sofas in the living room, they served tea and fruits with great enthusiasm, while another large table was already laden with dishes, emanating a rich aroma of meat. Xiaomu's eyes brightened at the delightful scents, though he remained silent, anticipating the evening's feast. Let us take a moment to drink some water before dinner. After the meal, you can rest well. The village conditions are limited, and we apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality, the village secretary said politely. You are too kind. The environment here is wonderful, and upon our arrival, we felt an inner peace. We hope to have the opportunity to visit often in the future. Huamingza replied graciously. His compliments brought immense joy to the women cooking, who responded enthusiastically. The village's environment is just as it is. We are glad you do not mind. Secretary Tang, please have the guests take a seat. The secretary urged. Huamingza and his companions rose and moved to the large table. The rural table was spacious enough to accommodate 20 to 30 dishes, nearly filled to the brim, with at least a dozen dishes visible at a glance. The steaming bowls looked abundant and inviting. Would you care for some rice wine? It's homemade, Tang Xiaoying offered bashfully. Certainly, thank you, Huamingza replied with a smile. Xiaomu's eyes sparkled even more as he asked Huamingza, President, can I have a drink? Huamingza responded, You're not going anywhere tonight. Why not indulge? Then I shall not hold back. Xiaomu beamed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Mo, would you like to have a bit too? Huamingza inquired. Tang Xiaoying chimed in, You can have a little. This wine is homemade, free from industrial additives, and is quite mild. Having a bit occasionally is good for the body. Here, Huamingza personally poured for Mod, while Tang Xiaoying filled a large bowl for her, saying, Come, let us drink generously. We have plenty. Mod looked at the full bowl before her, torn between laughter and tears. Everyone, indulge in the vegetables and see if they please your palate. The village secretary, Tang, warmly beckoned. Xiaomu picked a piece of braised pork and savored it with an expression of sheer delight. Delicious, it melts in the mouth, tender and smooth, bursting with the rich flavor of meat, leaving a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. Truly exquisite. The villager chuckled and gave Xiaomu a thumbs up. Those from the city are indeed different, cultured, when we taste something delicious. All we can say is, good meat, incredibly fragrant. Ha ha! The villager's words elicited hearty laughter from everyone. This little fish is delightful. Do give it a try, Huamingza encouraged, offering a dish to Mod. Hearing Huamingza praise the fish, Tang Xiaoying chimed in. This fish comes from our Tang family reservoir. Every year during the dry season, we catch many small fish and turn them into dried fish. If you have time next month, you should come see us during the drying season. It will be quite lively. Certainly, we will come, Huamingza replied with a smile. Tang, beaming with joy, added, So, Mr. Hua, is it settled? It is settled. Huamingza affirmed. Yes, I have no issues with the conditions you proposed. Tomorrow, we will conduct a field assessment to determine the planting area and crop varieties, after which we can finalize the agreement. We shall commence in the spring of next year, Huang Mingzi stated. Do you truly agree to our conditions, including the allocation of funds for each household? Tang expressed his incredulity. Huang Mingzi nodded. I agree. We all aspire to develop agriculture and animal husbandry together. Our goals align, and I will wholeheartedly support this. Thank you. Thank you. Come, let us toast to Mr. Hua, Tang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The villagers accompanying them were equally delighted, each raising their bowls in a toast. Mr. Hua, what time do you usually retire for the night? Tang inquired again. Around 10 o'clock, Huang Mingzi replied, offering a conservative estimate. Shall we gather outside for a bonfire and some conversation? It would be an excellent opportunity for Mr. Hua to learn more about our village, Tang suggested. Huang Mingzi glanced at Mod, noticing her eyes brighten, and immediately agreed, sure. After dinner, the night had fallen. Several villagers from Tang family village had ignited a pile of firewood in front of Tang Xiaoying's home. They moved benches outside and settled around the fire for conversation. They had thoughtfully prepared cushioned chairs for Mod and her companions to ensure their comfort. Tang Xiaoying smiled. We happen to have a barbecue grill. We can set up some barbecue shortly. Indeed, that's a splendid idea. Tang readily concurred. Tang Xiaoying's house is situated at the border of Tang family village and Li family village. Beside her stood a brand new 3-story villa belonging to Li Jun of Li family village. That evening, Gu Tianqi was staying at Li Jun's residence. Human nature tends to compare. Upon seeing the bonfire lit next door, the Li family could not resist suggesting a bonfire of their own. After finishing his meal, Gu Tianqi stood at the entrance of Li Jun's house, glancing towards Tang Xiaoying's home, feeling that a silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Di. The darkness made it difficult to see clearly. He pondered whether he was experiencing an illusion. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, Secretary Li, what are they doing over there? News travels swiftly in the village, and Secretary Li replied, I heard it's people from the Hua group coming to conduct an inspection.